it's a knee-jerk reaction. What you need to do then is to sit down and discuss what we mean by growth and get them to buy into a growth plan. But I think the reactions of the vast majority of people, when you ask them, what would you like to have happen in your town, is nothing. We don't want to grow. We don't want any more houses. We don't want any more people.
Well, my suggestion would be then, I understand if someone wants another restaurant or another small deli or something, you know, maybe a bowling alley for the kids, but when you get around to finalizing, I think that would be nice to clarify the difference when I was wondering what one group was saying followed by the next. And by the way, I know how much time you've put in. I followed a lot of the meetings, and I want to thank all of you had a great committee, some really dedicated people involved. So from my perspective, one of the best committees I've seen. So thank you for all your time.
Thanks.
One of the things that is an issue in town is, I guess, that last mile for the elderly. And it's something that they could not get down to the bus when they went to go. But if we were to hire a driver possibly in town to drive around to pick people up to bring them to certain nights, they can call in and say, yes, I want to go to this event, or like at the library or the rec or whatever, that we can get them there. So it may be worth checking into hiring a driver to get people to where they need to be, or a supermarket run, or that type of thing.
I think what I'd say is, in kind of dovetailing off of what Dennis was asking and what Kayla said, which is kind of what is the perception of growth versus development. I believe what we heard from the community as far as endorsing the small villages and 2 or 3 other locations in town, that obviously there would have to be very clear ordinances, direction from the town as far as what we want. What this is a village. We want the flavor to be that of a New England village. We want it to be something that we're really not talking about development, meaning those areas would have chain stores or big box stores. Or, I mean, we're close enough to that. We can get to that if we want to. So I think that was the sense as far as looking at the future land use and developing villages. I guess I'd also say that as far as where the community seems to be wanting us to go in this whole scheme of things, is to say, well, you know, all of these things you propose cost money. And so what was coming through from the consultants and from the interviews was that the town really needs to explore other ways of creating revenue. And I know the town has done that, and recently they've done a lot of it, especially through recreation and the like. But what I'm hearing is more in the way of pursuing grants. And I'll tell you, it's wasn't a unanimous feeling on the committee that that's something we should be doing. And it certainly is not lost on all of us that federal, state grants, well, you know, where does that money come from? Well, it comes from us. That's where the money comes from. But the fact that developing other revenue streams, we had a significant discussion about the pros and cons of, I guess for lack of a better term, user fees. And that was raised to the selectmen, but at that time they chose not to want to look at those things. Our experience has been that user fees, the approach is one where it's you approach it with a scalpel and not a meat cleaver. So you have very specific earmarked funds that are going to be funded by development at a fee, and the argument being that that's going to drive up the cost of affordable housing. Well, yes, it will. Housing is more expensive, and my sense is that housing will come down and won't be as expensive in another few years. But is it ever going to come down to where it was before? No, it's not. You know, we pay $30,000 for a car now. I get a heck of a lot more of a car for $30,000 than I got 20 years ago. But that's one of the reasons why it costs $30,000. But the argument being that it's a situation where user fees are somehow a penalty on the home buyer ultimately needs to be explored, because the attitude is pro and con. I wouldn't say it's really split anywhere, but really right up the middle. I would also say that we've talked about our open space fund. And should we be purchasing more open space land in order to go in line with the community forest and Morgan Meadows and the like? Maybe what it would be suggested is that the town looks at several consulting services, and I'm not endorsing any one North Star or whatever, but I'd say possibly with the growth and the way we're going, what we need is more professional input as far as planning is concerned. And that, you know, we have great representation at the planning board and in consultation with Sebago Technics. But I believe Sebago Technics would be the first to admit, but we're not really municipal planners. And I'm not saying we have to go out and hire all of these people, but I'm saying that a professional grant writing firm or a professional consultant on municipal planning might be something to explore to address some of these issues. Once again, all of it takes money. And I believe that before you can even start talking about that, you have to be fiscally responsible, and you have to have the committees and boards in town all on the same page and working towards the same goal. Other questions? Yeah.
For the June 2024 election, Frank and I were surveying people with the Pom survey about what this school should go back to or what it should be used for. And we talked about community service, senior center, recreation, library, town office, daycare, and then, of course, other. This building's big enough to do all those things. And that's one of the beautiful things about Raymond is that this town is big enough to do a lot of things. So to kind of box us into just having one option, I think this comprehensive plan has kind of opened our eyes that we can do many different things in this town and still have a rural feel, but still provide the services that our growing town needs. The other thing that we talked about, not so much, well, a little bit in here, but also at our comprehensive plan meetings, is safety. The speeding on these roads is atrocious. Main Street is a drag strip. Egypt Road is terrible. And so is Webb's Mills. And I'm sure we could put whatever road you live on and talk about that. But one of the things we said was maybe we lower the speed limit, but of course that's not, and it's being ignored now. We talked about actually having a police presence that we could possibly hire that will help us with the speeding, number one, and the safety issues. Main Street has a sidewalk, and I still get a little nervous walking down it when somebody's flying down there. For someone to jump that curb and hit me is not out of the question. So we talk about safety, maybe a little bit of income with a police presence, and that will actually help slow the traffic down on these roads.
Right.
It's funny, when we were doing that survey, a number of people, a lot of people said to us, well, where's the bucket for all of these?
Yeah, a lot of people didn't know that the school was even going to be lost.
That was
That was a shock.
interesting.
Yeah.
How many people came through and didn't know they were losing the middle school?
They said, what school? I said, the one you're standing in right now.
Are there any other further questions or comments?
I mean, we're here, so I'll talk about the library. We've been talking a lot about like community development and building a community center. And I would like to say the library serves a lot of that. And with good funding and good space, we can do even more of that, so thanks.
That was an interesting response we got, because there were a number of people who would say, well, I don't want to lose our quaint library.
It is.
My answer to them is, you ought to get on there on Tuesday morning when people are playing cards or call to make a reservation to go to one of the programs and be told, well, we're 20 over already and we aren't taking any more reservations for these things.
Yes, on Tuesday mornings, you'll regularly see people walk in and just walk out because you can't find a spot to stay. So, same with story times.
I'd ask the chair if there's no more questions from the panel up here, if she would entertain letting the public make comment.
Oh, gosh, yeah, this is just an open workshop, so anybody wants to talk, go ahead. Anybody? Go, Jim.
Jennifer Danzig, 38 Pulpit Rock Road. So I just had some questions or comments or all of the above. So you were talking about how people didn't even know that the school was doing it, and I would say I think our communication in Raymond needs to be improved in terms of, like, we used to have the Raymond Roadrunner, and I know people are going to say, oh, we have the Wyndham Eagle and there's the Raymond page, but there's barely anything on it. And you were saying that nobody's here. It's August, it's back to school, it's last school vacation. I think there are a lot of people who care about things, but as you said, they're busy and they don't have the time, and they may not be aware of, like, what's happening or the importance of it at the time. And I think part of that, for one thing, we went from caucusing to being primaried, right? And then we also went from town meeting to just showing up and voting in the voting booths. So, like, now that's isolating because we're not talking to each other. So I just want to throw that out about, as we move forward with anything, I think the communication of getting the word out to people, like, this is what's happening in Raymond, this is what's going on, the school is this, and we have options to do that. And because even voting, I mean, you saw me, I was here with my flyers, and people just blow past you. They don't want to stop, they don't want to be involved, they don't want to ask to be signing petitions, they don't want to do that. But they do care about their town, and they do care about what's going on. I'm a scout mom, so I have 3 Eagle Scouts, 2 boys and a girl. When they let the girls in, she became an Eagle Scout. And we stayed involved in Scouts, supporting them. And we're even seeing that, you know, Raymond lost its Cub Scout, you know, troop in this past year. We still have our Boy Scout troop. We lost our girl Boy Scout troop. The 2 girls that were in it went on to be Eagles, and nobody joined after that. And the fact that we have Camp Hines here, you know, and, like, it's the heart of Boy Scouts, that's kind of sad. So I don't know what that's about, and I don't know if that's busy families, there's too many activities to juggle, if communication isn't, recruitment isn't. These are just things that I'm aware of, that I'm just bringing up, these little things in terms of communication. Just because I really care about Raymond too, but again, with those 3 kids, now they're teenagers, I have more free time. I had less free time when they were littles, so I couldn't be as involved. I was involved in the PTA, but maybe not involved in town. And I've said this before at various meetings that y'all have seen me too. Our town does a really great job. I love all of you. I'm grateful to all of you. Even if I disagree with you, you're here, you're doing it, you care about it. We just may disagree on things. So I think that too, that when you have a town that sort of has really committed, passionate people who are there doing it and things are running smoothly, and you're busy, you tend to go on autopilot until something comes up that you really care about, and then you're, like, in it. And like I said, something brought me back into it, and I'm at a place in my life now that I can do it, and now that I'm sort of engaged, it's like, yeah, it's time to get back involved in Raymond. So you will see me at the polls in November, not handing out flowers. I volunteered to man the polls for Mel, so I'll be there to help out. I had a question in terms of, I don't know what user fees are. Are we talking about residents in the town of Raymond, or are we talking about, you know, somehow monetizing our tourism in terms of, you know, right now anybody can put a boat in on Raymond Beach, you know, on 302. There was a time when I thought when you redid the parking lot, you were going to try and charge people, but then there wasn't enough room in the parking lot and people were parking on 302, and then they were just like, well, I'm not paying, so I'll drive to the other end of Sebago and put in there. So I'm not sure what we're talking about in terms of user fees, in terms of who's paying the user fees. Is it the residents of Raymond? Is it the tourist people? Is it the Airbnb people? Is it, you know, who's, if they're coming to utilize our resources and enjoying them on vacation, then that should be sort of an added cost of vacation. And, you know, versus like somebody who goes to do something at town hall has to pay an extra fee for this, or this.
To the chairperson, I know that this isn't a back and forth, this is.
Oh, no, yes.
No, please, Ann.
Yeah,
But
because it's a
just-
workshop.
okay.
Just as a point of clarification.
Yeah.
The user fees I was talking about are commonly referred to as impact fees, and they would be paid by the developer. The argument is that down the road, that all the developer's gonna do is pass it down to the consumer.
Sure, I could see that too, yeah. As an accountant, I can see how that goes. I'm a small business consultant myself. And then the other thing is, in terms of, so are we leaning towards the villages models? You gave us 3 models, is that, or are you not wanting to say that? Like, what was the winning model sort of from, because I was at those comprehensive plan meetings and we did the little circles and stickers and there were the 3 different models and I thought we were choosing one. Are you leaning towards one at this point, or is the town or the people leaning towards one?
We took the input from the workshops and we sort of compiled that into one right now, but it is still in draft form. So it's really hard to kind of comment on that.
I do want to point out, though, too, that those 3 different models were meant to be sort of extremes in that one type of a mentality, so that, you know, you can see if it went very much in this direction, this is what it would look like. If we wanted to conserve it all, this is what it would look like. And the idea was that we would probably be, there would be components of each model that would strike a chord with some and would rub people the wrong way with others. So the idea is that we're going to take the input on all of these things and kind of make a hybrid type model that might take components from one, components from another, and really make it our own map, our community map that has the input of all the towns. So it's not just a villages style future land use map. It's, okay, what are the features of the village that we like and we would like to see, and how can we incorporate that into our map? So the other thing of thinking as well that we talked about with the consultant was that some of the growth areas don't, you know, just calling it a growth area doesn't mean the same thing along 302 as it might mean in the village or in East Raymond, that we can really cater and fine-tune what that particular growth area might look like. What are the things that we would want to see in that particular growth area? So whether it's improvements to traffic and street and safety, or is it we want to see more community centers, we want to see more small businesses, more sidewalks. You know, it will differ depending on what part of town you're looking at.
Okay, thank you for that. And then my other question is, so in implementing this plan, I definitely, I am hearing, Peter, that this is state law, and obviously we would rather have control of our own destiny here in Raymond than have the state come in and tell us what to do. So thank you all for, you know, being so thorough and recognizing the character of our community. I guess my question with respect to implementation is that you can designate these things as growth areas, but if this is privately owned land, how are you changing the character? Are we talking eminent domain now to say like, okay, well, so-and-so owns 20 acres on, you know, Main Street or behind Main Street, there's all this, and we want to do a village format, so we need those 20 acres to build this stuff in there. So I guess that would be my question, is how does this get implemented if it's all privately owned, or are we looking at things that are, you know, publicly owned by Raymond, or how is that working?
I think this goes back to the definition of growth areas and what we mean by that. So if we're talking about growth in the village area, we might just mean better sidewalks or a sidewalk that continues all the way through. There was recent sidewalk done on Main Street, and I think some of that was not taken by eminent domain, but we bought portions of people's yards to construct that. But that was done obviously with their consent and
Sure.
as a consensus. So I think we're not talking about eminent domain here. We're just talking about growth in a way that makes sense and that is feasible to do. And it would be mostly town property or
Okay.
donated land, or working with other conservation organizations to obtain land that we can conserve and grow our conserved land. That could also be considered growing.
Sure. So I guess what I was sort of thinking as we were talking in the villages, right? Peter made the example of, like, I live out here and it'd be really great to have a grocery store here instead of going there. I totally agree. I think that too. But how do we get that grocery store here? And we did have a grocery store in Raymond, right? And it went under. So, like, how do we bring these small businesses back to grow our community in a way, as we said, that helps the rural feel of the town, but provides the community and the character that we all moved here for, 26, 30 years ago. I've been here now, I guess. And, preserve it for the aging populations as well as the young families coming in. Like we said, we want it to be all things to all people, which I think in some respects we can if we stay true to who we are, and in other respects we can't. And I guess I would use the example that I got from Jeff and Alyssa Messer when we were doing the whole commercial solar in the rural residential and shoreland zones. And it was like, everybody wants solar, everybody wants da-da-da-da-da, but sometimes you have to look at your community and see what your community's about, right? Like, we wouldn't put the Oxford Speedway here in Raymond because we're not set up to do that, right? Like, we don't have that kind of land because we have all the lakes. So, like, that works for them because they have that kind of space. It doesn't work for us. Similarly, like, we couldn't be the Cumberland County Fair because we don't have that. So we sort of look at who is Raymond, what do we have, what are our resources, and how do we grow within that to maintain the character of Raymond without turning into Wyndham or turning into Gray or New Gloucester or whatever. Because I think a lot of us did come to Raymond I commuted to Portland, which was easy for me. I was a Jersey girl and commuted to New York City, so I was willing to live out here and commute. And I did like the rural feel because I could go to the big box stores in Wyndham, but I don't want them here in Raymond because I can drive 15 minutes to them. And then also the aesthetic, right? Like, we all love Wyndham because it has everything, but it's really ugly. So whereas I see my brother who's in Connecticut, so he's Avon, Connecticut, which is outside of Hartford, Simsbury, and they have these beautiful malls of character. So it would be like our Wyndham, but everything would look the same, like uniform. It'd be really cute. And you might have a grocery store in there along with a Dick's Sporting Goods, but the building is the same. So it looks really cute and quaint and has that feel to it. So I think as we're looking at growing
As far as your question about funding, I think it goes back to what the community was informing the committee, which is that basically the town needs to look at other sources of revenue.
Sure.
And that we do not pursue enough in the way of state and federal grants. If I'm not mistaken, half of the sidewalk that was installed on Main Street was through state grant monies. So the bottom line is are there opportunities out there other than mill rates that are necessary to finance growth? And as Kayla said, it's with growth, what we hope the community understands is we're talking about improvements and investment, not necessarily big development.
Right, like those apartment buildings in Wyndham right there, and that are like, no, there's 3 more next to Domino's, right? And then I guess to speak to that, I will say my husband works in the field of mental health and substance abuse, and the state of Maine has a huge grant from the opioid settlement money. Now, it's not specific, but if you're talking about doing a community center, I wonder if there's some leeway to get funding for that, because a community center, right, keeps kids off the street, keeps them off drugs, you know, creates community. There might be some creativity there to access some of that money. I won't say that there is, you know.
I would tell you that the consultants provided 2 pages at the end of the goals and strategies
Of options.
of
Good.
different agencies, federal and state, that provide grants to communities.
That's great.
I would like to just, I'm sorry, real quickly, just speak to your question regarding how do we go about this and how does this happen? That's done usually through zoning and ordinances. So if you want to create more of an inviting environment for businesses or small businesses, you do that through zoning and through ordinances. If you want your businesses to look a certain way, you create an ordinance that says you can open a business here, but it has to look this way. It has to fit in with our standards.
Okay, that's
Thank you,
helpful.
Kayla. I was going to address that, but I couldn't get anybody's attention, and I wasn't sure how to address your question.
Sure.
But she's right. The comprehensive plan is a plan that is used as a tool for our planning board, if they're creating ordinances, to, as a guide as to what the town is looking to do. To keep the integrity of the town, we will look to the comprehensive plan for addressing ordinances for growth, like in the village residential area. If we want to add a use, like a grocery store, or something that fits that comprehensive plan by the goals and by the surveys that we've done, that information will be looked at when we go to the planning board. Or if it's a selectman, another ordinance that goes through the select board, same thing. We're supposed to use the comprehensive plan as a guide. So it would be for zoning changes, for ordinance changes, maybe even design guidelines that you were talking about in Connecticut or some towns like Cape Cod. Every house looks the same. I don't think that's what Raymond is looking for, but if we have design guidelines that say we want a colonial look in the village residential district, we build houses with gables and clapboard siding and signs that look appropriate. We have some design guidelines now that are guidelines, but they're not mandated. Some towns have those design guidelines as required when they go to the planning board. So I think, Kayla, you did respond to the question. I just wanted to elaborate a little bit.
Thank you, yeah,
that-
and I was talking more commercial zones, so that you don't
But even
get the-
commercial,
this-
industrial,
this,
they're
yeah.
all part of the comprehensive plan, and it's a different type of growth. So if we were looking at the industrial zone and we have a communication place like Dielectric or somebody that makes towers or diodes or whatever, we may decide that's a good appropriate use for Raymond. Maybe growing commercial marijuana grow that's 10,000 square feet may be something that we don't want. But these guidelines will guide us. So that's what I wanted to add.
Thank you.
Yeah, and
Yeah, I was
if-
speaking more commercial in terms of the look, so that we don't look hodgepodgey like Wyndham, that this looks
Well,
like this.
that would
and
be
this-
design guidelines.
Yeah, okay.
And if I was to just build on what Chris was saying, absolutely, a comprehensive plan is a guide to the next 10 to 20 years, directed by the citizens. What needs to be said, however, is this. Although the comprehensive plan approved by the state for a municipality has no statutory power, we can't make people or agencies conform to the comprehensive plan. However, if you have a comprehensive plan, it's in the eyes of the state, it forms the legal underpinning of every ordinance and land use that we write. So as an example, the state and Superior Court's very clear. You're gonna lose in court if what the town does or allows to have happen is contrary to your comprehensive plan. They cannot be in conflict. Otherwise, when you go to court, the town loses. The state's gonna say, no, you have a comprehensive plan, that's what you've said, set as the vision going forward, and no town authority can change that without being in violation of that, and that makes the town more exposed legally.
And I do remember you saying that at one of the meetings, and that was some of the issues that we were running up against with our own ordinance, was there was a lot of conflicting ordinances with respect to, not only to each other, but with respect to the comprehensive plan, so.
It's why it's imperative that
Our
at
boards
this point
follow
going
the
forward, all
plan.
committees and all boards are on the same page, are communicating
Right.
with each other, so that in fact, they're basically limiting our liabilities and basically moving towards one point.
And then the last comment that I'll make, because there are other people that may want to talk, but if I'm the only one, then that's fine too, was you were talking about the summer camps and, you know, wanting to keep those businesses and wanting to support them. And I would agree that from the standpoint that we have certain lakefront that is protected like that, to have that then turn over and become, you know, like the next McMansion on the lake would be heartsick to see these traditional places go under. But that being said, I wonder if there are also, in the spirit of wanting to grow small business and keep Maine caring about our water and keep the character of the natural beauty, are there other businesses that we could support on the lakeside, whether it's canoe rentals or, you know, this kind of rental or that, you know, to capitalize on the fact that we are touristy, and whether we like it or not, they come, you know, in the summer, and, you know, utilizing, you know, helping businesses support that also care about the character of the town and the natural resources and would help protect it. So I like that you want to explore that, and I certainly don't have the answers. I hope you all do. You're all pretty smart, and I'll continue to be involved and help wherever I can. And again, just want to thank everybody, and thanks for letting me listen. But the biggest takeaway that I could say as a citizen is just really the communication piece. It's just so important to engage and keep people aware of what's going on, because they will show up if they're aware and it's something that they care about. And I miss the Raymond Roadrunner terribly, because I remember that I could learn everything about Raymond, and every board said, this is going on, and that's going on, and this is happening at the library, and that's happening. And people aren't going to take the time to look at the website. We're just too busy. But if you got that, even if you got an emailed newsletter, maybe you'd read it, you know, instead of having to seek it out. Because that's a lovely character of Raymond and how we all communicated. And I'm a big library person. All three of my kids went to Story Hour. So whether it's there or somewhere else, we still love the library. We're going to support you, whether it's cute and quaint or whether it's in this building. So thank you so much to all of you. Appreciate it.
I do just want to share too that one of the goals and strategies that we had discussed that you will probably see in the next draft of the plan was to, you know, part of this effort to create a more involved community and more opportunities to connect was, you know, the idea of having like a volunteer network in town that could bring people together for different opportunities to volunteer. So that's just one idea, but how to get involved. We did certainly have a lot of outreach efforts to try and get people involved in this process. And the initial survey that we conducted, you know, we had to work really hard to get that 210 number of people to participate in that initial survey. We extended the amount of time that we had in order to try and really make a push to get people. So I think along the way, we've kind of snowballed a little bit in our involvement and getting more and more involvement from the community, but it was very difficult to try and get the word out, to reach people, you know, between publishing, as you said, in the Wyndham Eagle, and doing social media outreach with our various, you know, between both the town and individuals. So yeah, I agree that is a challenge that we have, and hopefully we'll have more opportunities. If there's a community center of some sort, that's gonna get people together in one physical space, so it'll be easier to share information that way as well, so.
Sue?
There you go.
Sue Accardi, Deep Cove Road. You know, I think Raymond our businesses have exploded in Raymond in terms of marinas. And I know we all realize that the whole 302 corridor is one big marina, and every lot that's empty is storing boats now. So, I mean, it is what it is, but I think that's sort of the business here. We do have a very popular kayak canoe rental place in Raymond, and I think they do real well. They're right there near the lake. I was reading through the villages and all that, and it seemed like every village wanted a community center. And I think probably we're going to only have one community center in this town, I hope, which will be here. And the grocery stores, you know, I think we would like a grocery store here, but I don't know whether it's doable in terms of, you know, produce going bad before it's used. You know, we had one before, and there was a reason why it closed. In the summer, it's wonderful because we have Chipman's and we have the Good Life Market, and certainly the dollar store has really, you know, cranked it up. And you know, you can get milk and eggs there and whatnot. So I feel like, you know, we're doing okay in that regard. We have 3 major liquor stores in town now. I mean, we're moving ahead in that realm, but I just hope that I'm looking at these villages, and everybody, like I said, wanted a community center in each. I'm just confused about some of that. So I'm hoping that this building, when it gets renovated in time, will service a lot, and it'll make a wonderful library. I just want to say one other thing. You know, people are still, worried about losing this as a school. But I think this town, we have to realize that we are really fortunate in terms of getting a new middle school and not having to fund it ourselves. I mean, let's look at what's going on in Cape Elizabeth. Let's look at Scarborough, Cumberland. They're looking at $100 million to, you know, build their new schools. And do we want to look at that because this was what we would be facing this in 10, 15 years in this school, a major renovation. So I mean, I think we have to be practical about that in terms of where we want our monies to go. And I hope that that will smooth out over the years, you know, in terms of the middle.
Sound check 1, 2.
Good evening and welcome to the Wednesday, December 11th, 2024 Planning Board meeting for the town of Raymond. The Planning Board will come to order. The board does have a quorum. Start with roll call. Greg?
Greg Foster.
Robert O'Neill.
Mark Childs.
And from Zoom,
Kevin Woodbury. Clark.
both of you. This is a public proceeding, and unless the board specifically votes to go into executive session, you have the right to hear everything that is being said and to look at all the exhibits that are present. Please notify the chair if you're unable to see or hear. Since we are only doing ordinance reviews, I'm going to dispense with the rest of that reading. So our agenda items tonight are the approval of minutes for the November 4th meeting. We have no old business. Our new business is a series of public hearings for some administrative changes to the ordinance, and then a workshop discussion on addressing fire departments addressing ordinances, a noise quiet zones, and a review of the current solar ordinance, excuse me. And that is it. So first up is the approval of minutes of November 4th. Is there any changes or deletions? Recommendations? Everybody happy? Is there a motion? You were done. You weren't here? You weren't here. Yes, you are.
Was I? Yeah, you were here.
Yeah, you were here.
Oh.
Yeah.
You moved it, I'll second.
Steve? Oh, no, you weren't here. I'm sorry. You weren't here. All right. Well, I will move that we accept the minutes as written. From one of you guys, is there a second?
Second.
Second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
And one abstention. 401, minutes are accepted. Next is the public hearing. Just as a quick review of those, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 proposed changes to the ordinances. All of those changes are admin changes to our present ordinance or changes to clean up some of the verbiage or definitions in the ordinances. It is a public hearing. I am going to open the floor to public hearing. The phone number is up on the screen. If you are home and don't want to challenge the fog this evening, please call in. I'm not going to go through each of them individually because I'm not really anticipating that there's going to be much interest in these administrative changes. So I will open the public hearing. There is nobody here. I'll leave the public hearing open while we move on for a little while in case there are someone that does want to look at it. All the proposed changes are on the planning board site on the town's website if you wanted to look through those changes. And you can then bounce them off of tonight's agenda, which is also on the website. So I will leave that open in case anybody does have a question and wants to call in. Otherwise, these ordinances will move on to the lawyers to get them finalized, to send them to the selectmen. We'll hold them though, so there really is no rush. We will hold them and send them in as a group with all of them.
As long as the board has no changes, I think it's perfect to send them along and get the legal review on it.
Yep. Is that all right with everybody?
Sounds good to me.
Can I ask one question?
No, you weren't here. You weren't
I
allowed.
didn't think so.
What's up, Greg?
The definition of a dock, the last statement says, this definition does not include floating platforms. The only thing about that is, aren't sometimes docks floating platforms? Should it be,
I guess it should be free floating or.
Free floating platforms.
Yeah.
maybe free?
Unattached.
Yeah,
Yep.
Yeah.
Good catch.
that was it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Even though you're not here.
yeah. Maybe I was watching.
Maybe. Kevin and Steve, you okay with sending them on to the lawyers?
I'm good.
Okay.
Yep, also good.
All right, thank you.
Sorry, from the floor, the ZBA's got a couple of questions. This is David Mert speaking.
Oh, hi, David.
Hi there. I'm looking online on the website. I don't see the actual changes that were being reviewed specifically for tonight. I see the proposed changes, but I don't see the actual worded changes, which is okay, but I do have a question regarding what specifically was the modification. It's for the minimum lot standards and setbacks.
Yep.
I know from our end, we needed to have a definition of what the shoreland footage was when we were looking at, whether or not you have multiple docks. I listened to the meeting that you last had. It sounded like there was gonna be a change made that said, when reviewing for docks, it's gonna be shoreland 225, and then it was gonna be left the same, otherwise. But my only concern is, in the state of Maine, it says shoreline specifically is a minimum of 200, whereas our ordinance doesn't say specifically a minimum of 200. It says 225 combined shore and road, but what if they had a road of 100 and shoreline of 125? Doesn't that go against the requirements of Maine for 200? That make sense?
We can always be more restrictive than the state.
Yeah, we can be more restrictive, but I see what he's saying, though. I mean, you could divide that up in a number of different ways.
Well, it's supposed to be 225 feet of frontage of shoreland and 225 of road frontage for a lot.
For a lot, right.
Right, so you can only put one dock per lot, so you need 450 of each,
And then
and you could have two docks.
yeah, but I think one of David's points is going to be that we've had a lot of camps that don't meet that requirement.
Right, they're
Grandfathered in.
non-conforming, right,
Yeah.
Okay, non-conforming lots.
of record, so they grandfathered, right, so they can have it.
All right.
So part of the concern is not even when it looks at the docks, it's just in general, there's a requirement of 225 combined shore and road.
Right.
But the state of Maine requires minimum 200 just shore. So it just seems like if they have 125 of road and then 100 of shore, we're not being more restrictive, we're being lenient in the sense that now they've only had 100 of shore.
No.
Whereas state of Maine requires at least 200. Does that part make sense? This is kind of different from the dock part of it.
Yeah,
The dock,
yeah.
the dock is great. If you say 225 shore for dock, that works great for me.
Okay.
Would
It
it
just seems
be,
like there's a little bit of a loophole just in general, if it's combined 225 shore and road.
Yeah, well, that's easy. We just
Yeah.
do, yeah.
I was gonna say, would it be helpful where it says like shore and road frontage, just including a little bit of verbiage behind that saying, like, the shore must be 225 feet and the road must be?
Yes.
That way, it's not up to any interpretation to combine the two of them together to get to 225. They both must separately equal that number. Okay, I'll add that.
Okay. Does that sound good, David?
Yeah, the more clarity for us, the better. So,
Yep.
yes, thank you.
And David, we're gonna, we've still got your dock, configurations on the agenda. We're not gonna get to it this evening, but we'll get to it in January. If you got any, we're not exactly sure how to approach that in making it, conforming to what the town wants and, getting it into verbiage or getting it into pictures with the description. Because we worked on it, if you caught last meeting, we worked on it, the verbiage, and we couldn't really kind of nail that down.
Yep. And that's fine. We had a couple of administrative appeals specific to docks, so we had to evaluate docks from a code enforcement perspective, and that was one that was questionable to us as to how to interpret. So, yeah, anything you can do to help with that one would be great.
Okay. Thanks, David.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, from the fire department.
Yes.
Just
Wayne.
on the number of copies for submissions, we're spelling out how many full-size submissions to 3, and I wanted to make sure for the fire department that we were one to get a full-size document. We can print off the 11 by 17 at the station, but we can't print off full-size, so that's kind of important for us.
Well, I don't know where they go. Who? Do we?
Yes, one full size is for the fire department, one is for codes, and one is for the file.
Thanks, Sandy.
Should we specify that?
No, I
Public
don't think
doesn't
we need to
know
specify
that, Wayne. It's just a matter of they land on my desk and I know where they go.
No, I know that, but I'm not here and you're not here, moving forward, would we want to have that specified so everybody's clear on that? Just a thought.
All right. I think we'll trust the disbursement, Wayne.
Okay, I needed to speak on our behalf, that's
All
all.
right. All right, anything else on that? We're all set. All right. All right, Wayne, actually, you're next up on the addressing ordinance. The amend the size of the numbers to a 4-inch in height.
Minimum of 4.
Yeah, minimum of 4. Do you want to talk about that? And
So just from going out and doing, especially a lot of new home constructions, or not even home constructions, business licenses, or business construction, it's real important the size of the numbers for the emergency responders to be able to see that en route. And then the other, one of the other items was to make sure that it's the numbers are facing from both directions, because you never know which direction the emergency responders will be coming from. I think that's pretty much it. I mean, there's a lot of words to describe those two things, just in the different scenarios. It's wording to describe those two things.
just for the board, everybody, in the past, we normally have just kind of passed the fire department's ordinances along and let the fire department deal with them to the selectmen, which.
That makes perfect sense.
Yeah. Okay. All right, when we're just gonna send it off with legal, get it put into legalese, do the public hearing for it next meeting, and then move it on.
I do have one comment.
Yeah.
I think the only thing that this might need is a section for appeals. I know it talks about enforcement where a violation could be issued. I know typically though, if you're able to issue a violation, you need to have a section for appeals for it. So I imagine that there's pretty standard language within the ordinance we could just pull to add that process in there, but.
Trying to understand the appeals. And just from being an emergency responder, if we can't read the numbers, that's mission critical for us to get there in a timely fashion. But
I think
right.
it's
just a typical
yeah,
process. I mean, it's standard that anytime you can issue a violation at the town level, they have the right to appeal it since it's an administrative decision. I agree with you. They should be able to read it though.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a matter of safety that if someone wants to fight it, then.
Yes, that's the right.
Oh, yeah, that's always an option. If you don't want to put it on your building, you shouldn't have to. But then your building burns down, that's on you.
Yeah.
But there's
Yeah,
got to
that's
be an
the way it
appeal
happens.
process. But you shouldn't have to put it on. So that's my opinion of that.
Okay, next up is the noise and quiet zones. Kevin, you want to take this one?
Well, I'm not really sure what we're gonna do about that.
Me too.
I was hoping that code enforcement might have, been able to research that and see if there's anybody else they can pull from in our area or in other areas.
Where did this
Yeah,
come from?
Kevin.
Well,
No.
what I asked for, we get a lot of people, on the comprehensive plan, and matter of fact, I guess the meeting last night, there was a lot of talk about, road safety, and, I think it would, go into the road safety, having some sort of noise, levels that, at least that we're concerned that we follow the, because we can't even post anything saying, you know, this is a quiet zone, whatever, unless we have some sort of, something in a ordinance that references that references maybe the state, and the state references the federal noise compliance for cars, motorcycles, you know, diesel trucks and things like that. But just as a way to get this started, because, you know, personal experience on Egypt Road, it's, especially if you're on the beginning part of a road, there's a lot of acceleration and extreme noise that goes on. So,
Well, I meant, did you get this, did you write it yourself, or did you find an ordinance that someone else had? I'm
well,
just
no, I looked at
curious
the state,
about-
I looked at the state ordinances, and they said, they follow the federal guidelines, but in order to post a sign, you must have a town ordinance to be able to post a sign for like a quiet zone or no diesel braking, engine braking. So I think it would be a start just to put some sort of language saying that we do follow the state ordinances. It doesn't, I don't know how we'd write that, but, and where we'd work it into, whether it has to be a separate ordinance, or maybe we're gonna have a road safety ordinance at some point, because there's been a lot of discussion of the road safety, especially last night's meeting, and in the conservation, in the comprehensive plan committee.
Greg, I think I might be able to answer your question. The stuff that's in the packet, that came from me. It was from the city of Ellsworth, I believe, where I kind of looked up some sample ordinances. And this one is fairly straightforward, just to kind of about the different defining levels. There was a couple typos in there that we had caught, but
The PM?
yeah, the timing, yeah,
It's two of
PM, yeah. But from my understanding, though, you know, the proposed ordinances kind of come through the planning board and then go to the select board for something like this. It's not part of the planning review, so.
Right, but are there certain zones that we're looking for to enforce this ordinance, or is it a blanket ordinance, or how? I'm just confused about
Blanket.
if we want this ordinance, what's it for? When you enter Raymond out of any town, it's still gonna be a sign everywhere? Or is it it's a blanket? So that's just my struggle with this, is it sounds like to me it's one location, but if it's an ordinance, is it enforced the entire?
Of the entire town.
Everywhere we go in Raymond, we're gonna have signs that say quiet zone? I'm just, no, I don't understand where it's being enforced.
Well, I agree.
That's the only question I have, and I don't
Yeah.
know how it's, it sounds like it's an isolated location, not the entire town. And in that case, then if it's a state law, then you can post it in one location. If we're asking it to be a town ordinance, then it's gonna have to be posted everywhere.
Yeah, I mean,
So
I agree.
I'm
I
just
agree.
sharing, I'm just confused on what we're trying to do here. I'm not sure what it's.
I
not-
think if there's several citizens in an area that are complaining about, again, it's usually in the area where people are accelerating at the beginning of a road, that, you know, coming off another road. Or, in our case, when you're coming down Egypt Road and stopping at 85, we have a lot of trucks that are using diesel braking. And you know how loud that is. So there's only gonna be like 5 or 6 houses that are affected by that. And I think we can't post it even in one place, unless we have an ordinance that allows that. I mean, maybe the ordinance will say, you know, only postable in areas where there's been issues or something, I don't know, it doesn't have to be posted everywhere. But according to the state, if you don't have an ordinance that addresses it, you're not allowed to post on a state road.
On a state road, right.
Then there's also the question of what's the thresholds?
And who's
How
gonna,
much time and what's the, and
90
trying to catch that at the right time.
yeah, and who's gonna enforce it?
Well, and that's why I left the insert law enforcement agency highlighted in red, because the town doesn't have a services agreement or anything with the Cumberland County Sheriff or Highway Patrol or anything
Right.
like that yet.
And I'm told the sheriff don't carry decibel meters.
Well, no, you'd have to do a study, and you'd have to, you know, get the video and catch the people who are doing it if there was a complaint. And then again, you said there's no way to enforce it. but it does help, and it's proven, and that's the same thing that people are saying with these speed limits in the road safety. Oh, well, it doesn't do any good to post a speed limit sign because people are just gonna ignore it anyway. So you really do, if we don't care about it at all, then that's fine. I mean, I guess that's up to the town. But I just feel that if you care about some of these things, you have, a limit.
I mean, could we identify certain zones where maybe we could put something? I mean, that might, if they're problem zones, maybe, but a sign.
Well, it's like Casco has one on, it's what, 121 or Route 11 or whatever it is that goes over to Poland. There's a gravel pit or something there, and they posted one there because it's really noisy with the diesel engines coming in and out of there and braking. And I mean, I don't think they can enforce anything, but it just does help, unless somebody's being obnoxious, say, I'm not gonna, do that, then you can't do anything about those people. But I think it does help. Same way with having the speed limit signs and the speed limit, one that's, the talk last night was, we'll have those signs that say, here's the speed limit, and right on the sign, there's here's how fast you're going, and they're putting those all over the state.
Right.
So it does help. It's shown to help. It's not the complete solution, but it makes people think about it.
I still have my bottom question, Kevin, is, I mean, all the ordinances do come through the planning board. And remember, we used to get an ordinance up from the cemetery committee, that had some specific stuff that we would just, as we did with the fire department, we would just pass those on because they are not they're not under the planning board umbrella. I question whether or not coming up with noise zones falls under a planning board umbrella. I mean, I don't think it does. Personally, I don't think it does, but that's only me.
Well, does road safety?
No. I mean, sight distance for development, for a driveway, yes. But how fast the cars are going past that driveway, no. Right? I mean.
So you're saying those should be submitted through, I mean, I thought we at least looked at ordinances.
We do. We look at all the ordinances, but it would come from, I mean, in my opinion, this would come from some sort of safety committee that the selectmen would set up that would come through and recommend, an ordinance and do the groundwork for that ordinance. And then it would come to the planning board. We kind of look at it to make sure it doesn't conflict with anything that we have. And then we pass it to the selectmen for a public hearing as to whether or not the selectmen want to implement it. But, it's not like, we're not changing lot sizes, we're not changing anything to do with a planning board function. And that's my problem.
Well, yeah, I guess, I mean, safety, well, it can be argued both ways, but I see your point, and I guess we can take it through another. Like I said, it probably should be with the road safety, and I think they're going to have a committee that's going to study that, make recommendations.
Perfect. That's the perfect place for it.
Yeah.
I don't want to steer. I mean, if you guys want to go through with it, I don't want to turn it around.
No. I mean, if you don't think it fits into our purview, then that's fine.
But what, I mean, I don't want to steer it. Greg, where are you?
I'm with you.
You're with me, all right? And Steve, we can't see you, but what, do you have any thoughts on it?
Yeah, no, I feel the same way you do, Robert. I don't feel like there's a good way to enforce it anyway.
Okay. We're in agreement. Brett, strike it.
Can do.
Well, hang on to what you found, and then we can give that to the road safety people.
Can do.
Thank you.
I could suggest someone for you to email it to.
Kevin?
No, not me.
Well, you're on that committee, aren't you?
Oh, no, it hasn't been formed yet. They were talking about that last night at the select board meeting.
I heard you were chairing it.
Yeah, I should be. If you were sitting here, the speeds and the sound is, 20 years ago or 30 years ago when we moved here, it wasn't even anything, but now it's just constant.
Okay, the last up is the solar. We said we would review what has been in place, make sure there's no conflicts with our ordinances as they exist, and we have done that. To most it, and it does not seem to be.
Yeah, essentially, I think the only thing that I think from prior discussion would be adding the rural zoning district to it, because it's excluded from that. If the board was interested in having that discussion, I guess. But
Add rural as an acceptable use,
Or is banned.
as
or an unacceptable use. It is acceptable now.
correct, it is acceptable now. So if the board was interested in either,
In making it unacceptable in the rural as well.
correct.
Is there,
That's interesting.
we had some discussion on buffers as to whether or not we wanted to increase the buffers in the rural district.
I guess you could look at lot size, you have to have a certain lot size, you can only cover so much with solar,
Mm-hmm.
something like that, percentage.
In the rural section.
Yeah, just so that, like you said, not encroaching too much, but if somebody, had a large chunk of land and needed some money to save it, and they could put some solar on it, as long as it's not, maybe they have to come to the planning board to make sure so that, butters are notified,
Mm-hmm.
and, the public has a chance to speak on it, just in case there's concerns.
The one project we approved, was that in the rural? That was not, I
We
can't remember
haven't, I
that.
don't think we've had anything in a while, right?
It's been a while.
It's been a while. I was just, I can't remember the
The one
district.
right up the street.
Yeah, was that rural? No, I don't think so.
I don't know.
It could be,
It
actually.
might have been rural
Oh, yeah.
residential. We have a map?
Yeah,
I
it's in
don't
there
think
somewhere.
there's
It's all right.
I had a couple of
Kevin?
things I want, so in there, it's, if you dig deep enough, you can find the difference between commercial for sale and a business, which is commercial, generating from for their own use. And it's really not super clear, and I think that should be, specified that right up front, that if you are a business, you could, and you want to put in, a megawatt for your own usage, which there are businesses that can use that much, that's fine. But if it's commercial to sell that generation, then I would say, we're on track for that. But you really have to look to find the difference between those two.
Let's see.
Did anybody have that issue when they were looking at it?
No, but I understand what you're saying. So the difference between just a business putting solar panels up for themselves rather than a commercial scale business that's looking to tie into the grid and make money.
So even in rural residential, if the business is approved to be there, and they want to put in a large solar farm and batteries for their own usage, I think we should allow that. I think we could make that distinction really clear, or not allow it. I mean, that's.
Yeah, I think we do allow it now, even with the ordinance.
I'd say so.
Right, we do, but it's not clear to the average person. You have to look in a couple different places to find out the difference between a business using a large farm for themselves or using it to sell.
Because of the word commercial in there?
Yeah.
Well, that would be pretty easy to do.
But if it was for personal use, then it wouldn't be commercial, energy system.
Well, when they say a commercial, that's a business, right?
I think
Right,
they're
it's
making something
commerce, yeah,
else.
it's business. So if this is for regulating commercial, and if it was for personal use, then it's not for commercial.
I think what Kevin's saying, correct me if I'm
It's
wrong.
for
I
the
mean,
business use.
Yeah, saying if
Empowering the business.
the
like-
business is a commercial business,
Sure, yeah.
do they get to use?
That's a great point then, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, to sell, to have that farm, to sell it back to the grid is I think that's the size of the footprint of the project, and I think that's really what drives this whole discussion. So
Right.
I agree.
Yeah.
You have to put something in there that.
Yeah.
It's for
It-
personal use, absolutely. It's your land, you can do what you want with it.
It would have to do a lot with net metering.
Right,
We'd
for
have to
profit.
figure out some type of net metering and measuring what kind of electrical use they're going to use per year.
Well, we probably could do that just by a determination of the maximum output of the solar panels.
Right.
Right? That would, I mean, we would have, or the company would have CMP documentation of how much they're using, and panels can't exceed.
Yeah, and they can
Right.
over project, but
Yeah.
as long as they're not selling back, then that's all we would be concerned about.
That's right.
Right, I agree with that.
Okay.
Yep,
Yep.
I agree.
Fine.
Okay, Brett, can you?
Yep. I got it.
Okay, back to rural. Do you want to change anything in the rural section? Anybody?
I don't, that's good.
You know, it's worried about the buffers.
Oh,
I always,
yeah,
you
I
know,
know.
right now, the buffer is just the commercial buffering. Do you know off the top of your head what the buffer is in the rural district?
Rural?
Yeah.
Might be.
That's what I was,
Just the setbacks you're talking?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 20 on the sides.
it's pretty
20, yeah,
30
it's
on the
pretty
front and
close.
back. Yeah,
30 on the back, you said?
yeah,
That's probably right.
I believe so.
So we do have, we do have the visual impact statement already in the solar ordinance. I mean,
Right.
right? I don't know, we want to increase buffer?
Just
For it?
solar panels?
Just
or
the solar panels. Yeah, no,
That's,
But if we increase a buffer, is that just for ground mounted systems? Because I mean, most residential systems are on a roof,
Yeah,
so.
yeah.
good point.
Well, I think it would definitely be for a commercial, just a commercial.
Just commercial, right?
Yeah.
Oh, just commercial.
Yeah.
Okay.
What about commercial on a roof?
Most commercial roofs are flat roofs for the most part, so you actually don't end up seeing them unless it's a pitched roof.
Well, I think it gets back to if CMP is buying the electricity back from, because I believe net metering on a residential, you can't get a check back. You can only zero out, from my understanding.
That's correct, yeah.
So if you're receiving a check from CMP at that point, I think that can be the distinction right there.
Right.
Okay. So leave as is with the change for the commercial.
Yep, the commercial.
Everything else looks good.
So, I get one more thing about
Yeah,
the
no, go
solar.
ahead, Kevin.
So you've got a business and they want to put in, a field of panels, but they are going to exceed the amount of trees they can cut by ordinance. I think we need to put in something that allows solar generation to have some sort of leeway in the amount of trees that can be cut.
Mean like a waiver to cut more?
Yeah,
you're talking about the 25% clearing area limit?
right,
Yeah.
right.
I thought we addressed that to some degree.
Did we?
I thought we had two.
We had,
I thought we talked about it. I don't remember doing anything about it.
oh, maybe we didn't. I don't know how to find it in here.
Well, we must have done something with it for the one solar project that we approved. And it's in place.
Did they exceed?
They exceed,
Yeah, the 25%, yeah, must have.
they must have.
It's like an individual waiver, like on a case by case
Case
basis.
basis.
So that's.
It's
we
waiverable.
should keep that the way it is.
So is that somewhere in our, I don't remember seeing where that would, in the ordinances, but.
The
It's under
25%?
lots. It's under the law.
No, that you could get a waiver for it. We established that we could do that, so it's kind of,
Well, Kevin, I don't really remember, but we must have to some degree. You guys weren't here.
Mr. Chairman, I thought on that project you approved, the trees were already cut
cut.
before they came with the project.
Is this the last one we're talking about here? The last?
No, no, this is the one that's right down the
Okay,
road.
Okay, because I think, yeah, we're thinking the same, Wayne and I are thinking the same one, the last one.
Yeah.
Was already cut. They were like,
Right.
what happened here?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's all right. That's not, the point of
But
this.
even the one down the street, the
Oh, this
trees
one
were
was-
cut.
Were they already cut, Wayne?
Yeah, when we were
Yeah,
doing
they-
the
they
site
cut
walk,
that
I
one
won't say
too.
they were all gone, but that lot had been cut off.
Yeah, I remember the sidewalk same way, it was,
It was all cut.
but how did they get a waiver to cut those trees when it exceeds the, you know?
Right, that,
Did it on the forestry rules prior to doing any development.
Oh, okay.
Denny did that.
So what did the forestry rules?
Well,
How can
the,
you cut?
The clear cut rules, you can't exceed, you have to meet certain regeneration standards. I rarely work with that, but I don't clear cut wood
how
lots.
can you meet a regeneration standard when you have solar panels?
Well, no, I think what
Oh, okay,
what
I thought
happens
you
is
meant
they
the
cut
actual
it,
property. It was
they
like-
cut it under forestry rules, and then they sell it.
You know, if they keep the basal area above 30, they're not gonna create a clear cut, and I don't think Denny's was below 30,
Okay.
30 square feet of basal area.
All right, well, let's put that off into the research. Brett,
Yep.
you got it?
So keeping it as a permitted use in the rural district, keeping the same buffers
Right.
existing, and just making sure that it's clearly spelled out that commercial versus like the for sale, for profit kind of use.
Yeah, and we also want to, I think we need to look into the cutting.
Yeah.
The amount of trees are cutting, whether that 25% rule, whether or not, how that applies. Okay. I think that's it, right? Is there anything on the back? Nope, staff communications. Okay.
Public hearing is still open.
Yeah, thank you. I do want to, do you have, ladies, do you have any?
Just gonna
do you have
say
any-
that.
Do you have any questions on the ordinance? I left the public,
I was just gonna ask you to clarify what you just said, because you jumped around a lot and it was a little confusing. So, because you were talking about rural and commercial.
Oh, yeah, that's-
Yeah, it
so
is.
you were kind of all over.
we do that on purpose, so that people, you know.
So the ordinance, the existing ordinance.
She needs to go to this podium.
Sorry. And I don't even have a broken leg anymore, no excuse. Jennifer Danzig, 38 Pulpit Rock Road. So I'm just asking you to just summarize what you just did, because it was a bit confusing. You were talking about rural and
Sure.
commercial.
So the
here,
ordinance basically that was approved through the Citizens Initiative is not, is standing as is. Nobody had any changes to it, as there was no conflicts with that, with any of our other ordinances. The solar ordinance that is in existence right now is for the rural section, which is going to stay a permitted use.
Okay.
We're going to look at how we handle the cutting of the trees in that section, in that ordinance, and we're going to look at possible changing setbacks in that rural district. Those are the only things we've, right? Did I-
And to clarify what commercial.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
Commercial
Yeah.
business can
Right.
put solar panels on, but they can't build something to sell back to the grid on like a commercial scale.
Yeah, so that will be a change to
To
the
the-
Citizens Initiative ordinance.
Wait, say that again then?
It's just to clarify that a commercial business can still put solar panels on to produce power for themselves,
Right.
but not commercial scale, as opposed to a commercial scale, which I think is the intent of the ordinance to prevent the commercial scale of solar farms.
So the commercial for the power for themselves, though, that would not be happening in rural residential or shoreland zones.
Yes, for
Yes.
their own,
Well,
on their own property.
like a home business, I think it's just a
Oh,
concern.
oh, I
something
see what
like
you're saying, a
that. Yeah, yeah,
home-based
yeah.
business, like
Right,
a
right.
farm
Yep,
or-
right,
or
exactly,
something like
exactly,
that.
right,
Okay.
right.
Or a home-based business. So like, and you're talking about them putting it on their roofs.
Right, or
Right.
a ground-mounted system, but only
I'd like
produce
to
for
clarify that.
themselves.
Let's say Sabre Yacht wanted to put in, because they use a lot of energy,
Yeah.
and they wanted to put in a large field, 1 megawatt, 2 megawatts, I'm sure their electric bill is in that range, to save money. I would say that is something, and I don't know if they're rural residential or rural there, but I think we have businesses that are large enough that may be in rural residential, that they could put in large fields. That was the whole thing I brought this up for. If some business wants to put in more than a rooftop thing, like a resident, I just think we need to make that really clear.
Well, I think we have.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think like the planning term, probably how I'll reword it is like the difference between a principal use, the primary use of the lot being like for
Good idea.
sale back to the grid, producing, the energy back to the grid, versus like an accessory use.
Yep.
Or just producing it on their own for their business to kind of help offset their electrical costs.
Okay. And I'm thinking Sabre Yachts is not rural residential. I mean, I would think that would be, like,
Well, I just, Jennifer is bringing up a point where you could still get a big field of panels for just a commercial approved in the rural residential area, the way the ordinance is written. And I just want to make sure that she's understanding that and that we understand that.
I'm not understanding that, so say that again.
Well,
Sorry.
if you have a business
Yes.
that's approved business
Yes.
in the rural residential area,
Yes.
they decide they want to, and it takes a megawatt of power generation on a daily basis or whatever, it's possible, they could put in a large field.
Mm-hmm.
And per the ordinances.
Per the ordinances that you guys are now changing.
Well, we're trying to clarify it, because right now you can actually do that if you read all through the ordinances, it's just not really super clear. But
It's
I'm pretty sure they could do that.
Correct. So we're not changing anything. We're
Right,
just
we're just
clarifying.
clarifying it.
Right.
Yep.
Okay.
I think that's what we're not changing, all we were doing is defining a commercial, a commercial solar project would be, as opposed to solar generation for internal use. That's all we're doing.
Right.
Right, okay.
Okay.
All right. Actually, what I was asking you guys is that you had any questions on the administrative changes? That's what the public hearing was for. And I'm guessing.
Sorry.
That's all right. That's okay.
The administrative, so what was that, the docs and
Yeah.
how many copies of this,
Yeah.
that, and the other? No, I don't have
Okay.
anything.
So I am closing the public hearing. We will plan on next meeting docs. We're deleting our solar. We're going to pass on the fire department's ordinance, and we will look at the proposed changes to the solar. What else we got working? There's my notes. Do we have anything else working? Where's my notes? Oh, we got,
Gotta send the
go ahead.
ordinance changes to the select board, right? Are we gonna do that later?
We can do that later.
Okay.
We got the small house lot size.
Oh, yeah.
So, next agenda, Sandy, next agenda. We've got, hopefully we'll get the docks. We'll get the solar changes. We'll get lot size. And that's it. Conservation forest property, what do I have that written down for? Is that something you brought up?
It was my argument about why I think house lots are too big and
Oh,
consuming.
okay.
What was the lot size one again? I'm sorry.
I suggested that we make the minimum house lot sizes smaller. Like maybe 2 acres in the rural zone instead of 3. 1.5 in the rural residential instead of 2. I don't know. And my thoughts are that when you do the calculations and you create developments that you ultimately consume a lot of forest property, when you have a large house lot and then you minimize you can only cut 25% of your area. clear it. Ultimately, you end up with these forested developments, and to me, it's just a waste of resource. That's my argument.
It'll be a fun discussion.
Yeah.
Next up.
Well, I know
I know
I'm in the minority.
I don't know
What
how
the
it
heck?
works.
That will be spirited.
Yeah.
Yep.
And they did address that in the comprehensive plan, and they said that's not what the town wants.
Oh,
All right.
I know. I
So
brought
the
it up.
next
I
meeting,
brought it up
Bob,
there,
everything
too.
is gonna be a workshop.
I'm sorry.
The next meeting, everything will be another workshop.
Yes. Yeah. Unless we have a project out there, don't we? A development.
Nothing that's come back to us yet.
Oh, we had oh no, that's staff level review back.
Yeah, that was, what came in today was a staff review.
That's right.
So nothing's come back. That's odd.
Nope.
Yeah,
Not yet.
we're waiting on the Brandon Chase.
Brandon Chase development, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep,
Yeah, we had sketch plan on it there.
haven't gotten anything back yet from him or Andy Morrell.
Okay, then yes, Andy, a workshop. Just a workshop.
Okay.
So, we're not supposed to speak at the workshops, like, because I just got confused again, so.
Oh, no,
can
you-
speak at
no,
the
no.
public for the administrative, but not for,
No.
I just want to know what to expect for the next one. Am I speaking, am I not speaking? Am I allowed to speak?
Yes.
Okay.
It was just that it was the public. You guys weren't here. I mean, the roads. I'm sure, like everybody else, right? Those roads are horrible.
Yeah.
I had opened the public hearing. Oh, let me get the meeting closed here.
Oh,
First.
sure.
Is anybody have anything left? All right, the motion.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
There's a second. All those in favor? All right, we're clear. We're done.
I'm still learning the process.
That's okay. No.
When I'm allowed to speak, when I'm not.
Kevin had no arms sometimes.
I had opened the public hearing before you got here for those ordinance administrative changes.
Gotcha.
And then I said I was going to leave, since there was nobody here, I was going to leave the
the planning board to see exactly what it is that this plan is hoping to achieve over the next 10 to 20 years. And we have discussed that to some point in this committee. The fact that the implementation phase is easily as difficult, if not more difficult, than what we've just done over the last 24 months. So that was, I thought, an important ask. So I just would reinforce that with everybody in this committee, that what we really need to do, along with North Star's help, is to really crystallize as much as possible the direction that we've basically been informed by the community as to where the Raymond should be going over the next 10 to 20 years. Otherwise, like I say, I'm someone who's basically always expecting more in the way of public participation. It's probably an over-expectation on my part, but the process has tempered that a little bit myself. That being said, I will tell you that I was hopeful that there would be more in the way of interaction between the number of people there from the committee, from town leadership, as far as their thoughts or ideas going forward. We got some, but once again, I'm probably never going to be satisfied that it was enough. But I did get a sense from a number of the individuals that were up there on that panel that represent the town that they were interested. To varying degrees. I believe that we started off by asking or polling the individuals up at the table there from the committees, boards, leadership, and the like. How many of them just raise your hand, how many of you are familiar with the website and about half of the hands went up, which I have to be satisfied with. I wouldn't totally be satisfied unless everyone raised their hand, but once again, that's my own problem, and I think that overall we achieved what we were attempting to achieve, which is to make sure that those individuals involved with the town are familiar with what we've done, and once again, the ask being that now they need to take the torch and go forward with it.
I did get a comment. It was the same comment. One was from a committee member, and one was from the same comment was from just a citizen. And they said that was a really good meeting, and they wish that more people had attended. And they asked me what we can do, if anything, to get the notice out there a little bit better, because they both said that was an excellent meeting. I wish that more people had attended.
I know that one of the comments was communication from one of the citizens that, we don't know what's happening. I think that's really hard, because you put it out there, it's in the paper, it's on boards, it's broadcast out. I just don't, outside of knocking on people's doors personally and saying, hey, did you hear about this? I'm just not sure how one reaches people more. I mean, I think, I don't know the answer to that. I don't know how, when you already are, I think, trying your hardest to put things out there in a format that citizens might utilize. I mean, I don't know if it went on. I don't know what our
Facebook.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I mean, I don't know how else you do that. I don't know how else you get it across. And I hate to do this, but honestly, I feel like the onus is on the citizens. That if you want to be involved, then you need to check. Because I don't know how else, even as a committee, as a town, can communicate anymore. I don't know if it's an airplane with a sign going across, I don't know.
I just say, Caleb, my experience has been that it's, when I see the most response from the community is when it's something that's controversial. So if all of a sudden someone is proposing a zoning change down on 302 where people have houses, all of a sudden you see a lot of activity. If you're talking about building a solar farm next to a residential area, you know what?
Broadcast studio.
There you go. All of a sudden you've got that response. So I have to take it that a lot of what we're doing or discussing is not, I'm going to assume, was not that controversial, and it doesn't bring people out.
They're not as interested. Frank?
I think we lost that communication in town when we lost the dump. When people went to the, seriously, when people went to the dump on Saturday, they talked town business.
That's true.
And we don't have a dump. There's no place for people to get together and talk town business. That's the whole idea of community. 90% of Raymond does not have community. They really don't. Yeah. And without community, you don't get a dialogue about what's happening in town.
So even, and I know Sue, you must want to talk, that we had that summer survey that we were hounding people and handing out cards. We had a better success rate with our pom-pom surveys. I mean, because we met them where they were. We were right in their face. So again, I think in general, public participation in events that they are not directly affecting them in that moment just are not that interesting and worthy of missing your, I don't know, favorite nighttime show or eating dinner with your family. I mean, right? I mean, that's when all this happens. So I know that's a comment, is how do we get it out there? You're right. Will we ever be satisfied with the participation that we're getting? No, probably not. I think that's just the nature of this. Now, Sue.
Well, I just have an anecdotal little fun fact. There are a whopping 4 people watching us on YouTube. Hi, guys. But that's all we have right now on YouTube is 4.
And along with that, Sue, I guess what I'd say is that however I did get to view today that workshop in its entirety, And so what
Yeah,
we can
it's
do
out
is
there.
certainly promote as much as possible that people just have to go to IPTV and, on the Raymond website, and they can watch the entire 2 hours, or they can scroll to just a particular place that they want to, and at their leisure, they can look at it.
And it's commercial free.
Yeah.
Sorry, you can go.
Sean?
No, go ahead.
I was just going to point out, at the next meeting, we'll talk a little bit about getting the word out about the public comment period, but we can choose to have this public comment period include Election Day. And I have a suspicion that this is going to be a fairly popular Election Day. So just keep that in mind, that we do have a really good opportunity when a lot of people from Raymond will be in one place during this public comment period.
Thank you.
Kayla, did you keep the pom-poms?
Do you like the plan?
Do you like the plan? I do have all those pom-poms. They have not been donated yet.
What would the questions be? We've asked them a couple times now, and would it be as simple as, are you prepared to vote in favor of adopting the comprehensive plan? In what is it going to be?
I was thinking more informational than polling people. But
Well, like have the plan available for
we can
preview.
even have some
Is that
like
what you-
print. Yeah, we could have
Hard copy.
like hard copies to look through.
Yeah, a link to the online, links to
And
the online
links.
version, so we can, maybe if people can table it, or just have big signs up being like, "Hey, comprehensive plan, don't miss
Maybe
it."
if we gave them, like, even on pieces of paper, like, here's where you go. Like,
Exactly.
Hand it out to them. Here's where you go to view the plan.
Yeah.
We can use that same QR.
We can use the QR code. We can use the business
Oh,
card.
we can use the same
Yeah.
cards
So-
and just shape.
And it'll just be the main link on the website, so we can use that. We can have the other thing we could do is have something where it's like maybe 8.5 by 11 half page, so it's easy to print out, where you can hand it to someone being like, here's what the comprehensive plan is, and you have from X date until X date to comment on it.
I think that makes the most sense.
Yeah.
We
At
should
one
capitalize on
page.
that.
Yeah, like an
Eight
infographic,
bullet
sort of
thing.
Yeah.
pretty colorful with a QR code.
We should end it with, and we're going to vote on this next year,
Yeah.
and we need you.
This is an important vote.
We need to close this loop.
Yeah.
And the election's going to be our first time to say, now.
Raymond needs you.
Raymond needs you.
Let them know when we're having the meeting.
Right.
to-
If we could get the
For the
meeting
public comment.
if
We
we could
offer a
get the meeting on
prize, $100 at that meeting. If you're there, you have a chance to win $100. Especially if it's around Christmas time.
What's left in our budget?
We could all throw in $100.
Do we have enough discretionary funds in our budget? For
No. In a spirit, no, we don't.
We put in $10 apiece. We can come close.
All right.
Real quick before we move on for that.
Oh, yeah.
So not to answer the question, but your question was how do we get people more involved? And you're right, it is on the citizens, but each one of us, if we just told a couple people about it, I think November is going to be an awesome time. It's going to reach it, but if a couple people hear about from us, it will spread like wildfire about what's going on. And I know we're kind of wrapping up our time here, and but yeah, tell a friend and tell a family member.
And part of the message is that the real rubber is going to be implementing it, and that committee needs to be built.
I think if you had, I don't know, November, if we talk about building the committee as part of that, I think that a couple people might get
Here's what
involved.
we did, now it needs to be built and implemented.
How is this implemented kind of thing? Now, what's next?
Next steps.
Yeah.
Do you want to be on it?
Yeah. Invite people on.
Comp plan is hiring.
Pays really good.
Okay. All right. Next on our agenda is to review the first draft of goals, policies, and actions. We did not go through that in our August meeting. I really don't have much to comment on them, as they are basically a reflection, personally, of the goals that we've already reviewed and looked at. I think my biggest concern is that, again, we're passing the torch, so the responsible party column, that's been reviewed. by town staff, that this all makes sense. I mean, that's my I guess that's my biggest concern, is that this is reviewed by the appropriate people to make sure that it makes these responsible parties are appropriate. But other than that, I personally am okay with these. So I will do the same thing where we just sort of open it up. I'm not as organized as Peter, but I did look. There were no comments, so I couldn't collect any.
Peter sent us some comments in
okay.
a spreadsheet. I'm going to try and join the Zoom so I can share my screen so we can all look at it.
When I looked, was it this morning? I did not see any posted comments, so I was like, well, you must be good.
Hold on, am I in the wrong meeting?
While we're waiting for that, does anybody have comments, questions, concerns?
I have one comment that someone had mentioned to me recently. They live on Cape Road, and they had, this may be a vicious rumor, but they had thought that at some point Fry Island had said that they would contribute to some level of development along Cape Road as far as sidewalks or parking or for the ferry, because so many people use Cape Road to get to Fry Island. I don't know if that's accurate, but perhaps on section 4, we've got a goal that says build a trail or sidewalk that spans the length of Raymond Cape Road and explore contribution opportunities to add to see if it is indeed something that is hiding, a fund that is hiding that we could tap into.
Okay, I have not heard that. Rumor.
Nope.
Oh.
That's a good thing, get Fry Island involved in funding. I'd add that there's a tremendous amount of information in this 20-pager here. And I'm wondering if for digestion purposes, it could be perhaps collapsed to the priority ones first. I don't want to lose, obviously, the medium and lower priority tasks, but just so that it's absorbable and not too much information, and the top priorities are right in front of the reader.
You mean so reorganizing it from highest to lowest?
High to low.
Yeah, I think, sorry, we're having some technical difficulties with the Zoom, but let me see, what did we do here?
Are these come from state requirements?
Yes.
Yep.
They come from the state. They have to be in there with a responsible party and time frame for the plan to get approved.
Okay.
So yeah, I think we had kind of highlighted the priority goals in the narrative and then did the same here. We could move those to the top in their section in the spreadsheet, if that makes sense. Did people like that idea?
Do we have a preference on putting the priority items up higher on their perspective section?
Is it going to be in this format in the plan?
It will not be a spreadsheet like this. It will look a lot better.
Okay. But I didn't know if color coding would be high priorities are.
Yeah, we can. Yeah, so we can have these be a different color, or have them at the top, or both.
Is it too redundant to have a separate section which is just all the priority ones, and then have another section that's every single one?
Yeah, we could also pull it out to have a sort of one page at the beginning of the, I think in the plan implementation section, we, okay, sorry, I'm looking at the plan. Raymond's goals, we could, we describe that each goal has a highlighted priority action item, and we could have almost a whole page or half a page where we say here are the 5 priority action items. just like right after that. So they're right at the top, right in the beginning of the plan. You know, the goals spreadsheet is something that is really going to be more used by the implementation committee and town staff. The average person is probably not going to read the whole thing. So that might be a good way to pull them out, is to have either a page or half page kind of graphic where it just has those 5 priority goals.
I like that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I like that. I think the implementation committee's first question is going to be, what do we do? What's important? And so I figure if we can lay that out for them, these are the top 5 things. That makes sense.
Peter?
Yeah, I did have a conversation with Kate because I had made about 20 edits to the goals and policies and the like. But I believe that the confusion was the fact I was doing it after the fact, because the first draft, I believe, is what we're looking at right now. So we were, since we had not yet reviewed the first draft, to be quite honest with you, I saw maybe a half dozen edits to the first draft. And so it seemed pretty sparse to me. And then I went back and went item by item and added another 20 edits myself. And I believe that document is a little bit more in detail, and it was more of my attempt to provide as much detail to the implementation committee as possible based on the conversation that we had last week with the planning board. So I'll just give you an example of one of the edits. We've got a time frame there. But it would make sense that in order to facilitate implementation in a timely manner, that we actually have, let's say, an actual time frame. So 1 to 3 years, 2 to 4 years, plus 5 years. And actually, in looking at some of the, I believe it was Gray that was done by North Star, they actually, when they had put together their goals, they actually had that same type of a format where they actually made a time frame in actual years. So I think that would be one way to give guidance to the implementation committee that, you know, when we talk about its medium or its long range or whatever, what does that mean exactly? Well, it doesn't mean another 20 years. It means if it's long range, it's maybe more than 5 years. But if it's a immediacy or whatever, then it's within the next 12 months or stuff like that or whatever. So that's just one of the edits that I made in going forward with that. I would think that might fall in the area of a priority. I think some other things were more detailed, such as if we're going to, thank you. If we're going to address, and I like the term traffic quieting, then something as simple as, you know, what the town should consider immediately is purchasing some solar-driven radar displays that can be placed strategically in the town. And my understanding and research in these things is we're talking maybe $3,000–$5,000. We're not talking about a huge amount of expenditure, but by the same token, you can get better ones that actually collect data. So this would be something that we could use to go to MDOT and say, you know, we're not waiting for you to put the little lines across the road. What we've got strategically data that says that, you know, on Egypt Road, the average speed is 60 miles an hour. What are you going to do about it? So I'm just making those references as we're looking at these goals and strategies, that we be as detailed as possible, because I believe that's what the implementation committee is going to be looking for.
So should we go through, Peter, the proposed edits? Because I think they were too specific for us to just say, like, okay, we'll add that in. I think, you know, do we want to do that as a committee, or?
I guess it's what the appetite of the committee is.
So I really like the idea of giving a more specific time frame. So I think that's something we can just decide on right now, and get that one out of the way, and then we can look at the edits.
Yeah, I think I did that in the second draft. I just took that one on board. So I think I wrote short term 1 to 2 years, medium term 2 to 5 years, and long term 5+ years.
I'm okay with it.
Does everybody else like that idea of 1 to 2 years, 2 to 4, long-term, 5+ year?
I think those are good.
It's just a 3 right there.
I want things to happen sooner, 6 months.
Ongoing is
What was
the
the
other
short
option.
term? Was there an immediate? I like that one of 12 months. Was that one?
So short-term is proposed as 1 to 2 years, medium is 2 to 4, long-term would be 5+ years.
Can we do 5 to 10, just so people don't think they have another 20
forever.
years to do it?
That's good.
Okay, yep.
And then we have the priority actions, which are mentioned as basically the things that should start work immediately once this is passed.
And this might be a dumb question, but the time frame, that is when it's completed, not when it should be started. Is that fair
I mean,
to
it's
say?
a little tricky because some of these things could, if you're going to say a 302 master plan, that's a priority action. But if you start talking about that in June of next year when this comp plan is passed, you have to wait and you have to talk to DOT, find out when the next funding opportunity is, get and then usually a consultant team, an engineering firm, so that can take over a year just to get that immediate project to start.
Yeah, I was sensitive to the fact that I'm sure the implementation team will be asking for as much detail as possible we can provide. We also don't want to handcuff them by making it too stringent. What I personally am trying to avoid is the fact that when I went back originally and looked at the 2004 plan, and then the implementation committee in 2010 issued their report, at that point in time, I think it was less than 30% of the high priorities had been addressed. And that was going into the first decade of the 20-year cycle. And I believe to this date, if you go online and you look at that, there are still many high priorities that were never implemented. And so I think what we have to be is reasonable enough to say, some of these things are going to take some time. But we want to have some definition so that a regular citizen in town can say, hey, to the implementation committee, this was a high priority. It was supposed to be done in the first year or two, and we're 3 years into it. What have you done? I think that was my goal.
I'd also suggest that the committee make a report to the town every year in the town report as to what has been accomplished and what's going to happen over the coming year.
Sure, and Frank, I don't think we on this plan committee dictate that, but we can
suggest it.
We can certainly suggest it.
Yeah, I think we have that in the implementation plan to report every year.
In red ink.
Do we have it in the plan to have the implementation committee have a consultant?
That would probably be on a project-by-project basis.
Yeah, I don't want to get too much into the weeds, but what I would say is that, like a number of things that we had discussed previously at this meeting and at other meetings as well, when we're talking in terms of master plans and whatever, Raymond is not gray. I understand that. I don't expect that this committee is going to recommend that that the town go out and hire a planning or 3 or 4 planners that are going to set up office and basically do municipal planning for the town of Raymond. That being said, we are big enough and things are getting complex enough, in my opinion, that we need to make the suggestions that in our recommendation in this plan that consultants be looked at and hired based on municipal planning. And as I believe I mentioned at the meeting last week, that's not to cast any aspersions on Sebago Technics and the planning that they do and the consulting they do with the planning board. But as I mentioned last week, my sense is that if you ask Sebago Technics, do you have in-depth knowledge of how to do municipal planning? They'd say, that's not what we do. When we first reached out looking at putting out an RFP for consultants for this committee, I made that suggestion to the town manager. The town manager said, they don't do that. So do we need some sort of assistance? And I'm not advocating adding, 2 or 3 more employees to the town payroll, but I'm saying things like grant writers and services for grant writing that can take place, that can be contracted, or municipal planners that can be consulted in how to set up these, let's say, helping the planning board put together maybe a revision of their design standards, because this is what we want in the flavor of our village area. That those things are things that I believe we're at the point in this town that we need.
Yeah, second that.
Okay, so I think we are all in agreement that we like the calling out specific timeframes. I think it sounds like we're all good with the 1 to 2 and the 2 to 4. The only sticky point was the 5+. Do we want to do 5 to 10 years as opposed to 5+?
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with that. That's fine.
Okay.
And should we say initiation rather than completion?
I would be in favor of that, just to
Okay.
make it clear.
Yeah, I think that's clear.
They're asking us to be as specific as possible.
Yep.
Without telling them what to do.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
Great.
All right. Let's, I guess, go through these.
Okay, so we're starting in the local Raymond goals. I think the first suggestion was to have this, the assessment of town culverts possibly be a priority action. I don't know if anyone feels strongly about that, or if we just want to have it be.
Right, this is just an assessment. They're not actually going to be repairing anything.
Yeah, that's usually how you have to start with DOT.
When I interviewed basically our Public Works as part of the department head interviews, he made it clear that they do, that they're replacing metal culverts with plastic culverts because they're more sustainable and make sense. But he was clear with me that really, as far as assessments go, they do assessments after the fact, when there's a problem. They go down and go, yeah, that is collapsed. And so I guess it would be a matter of whether we want to be proactive or reactive. And I don't know about the rest of you, but the side of my road on Raymond Hill Road is disappearing. And that's just the reality of things. So is this going to be something that can be addressed in 3 to 5 years?
Yeah, that should be a priority.
Okay.
That should be a priority.
Actually, budget finance, I think we were just kind of talking about that at our last meeting. Is how do we arm ourselves to kind of protect against potentially more rain and that kind of thing. So I know other committees are also speaking about that.
Okay, great. We will make that a priority. Then we did do the time frame. Peter, I think this was a comment from you to incorporate what looks like federal recommendations for resilient residential construction into existing building codes. So the building code is passed down by the state. Some towns can adopt stricter building codes than what's required by the state. Some places, I think the only place that's done it is maybe Portland and South Portland, have adopted a stricter energy code. Oh, so you're good. So that's kind of what I know about this in terms of municipal control.
I would think that when I look at HUD and NAHB recommendations, it's some of the stuff is already embedded in what we've suggested before, such that any new construction should have consideration for underground power. So rather than putting up more poles that get blown over, how about the fact that what we require in any new construction is that you go underground? There is cost associated with that. I understand that. And is it going to make houses more affordable? I don't believe so. But I do believe that in general, all of the things that are incorporated in those recommendations on the federal level also enhance the property value. So, I mean, I don't know that what happens, I do know that if you put a swimming pool in your backyard and you think that's going to increase your property value, my understanding is it doesn't. Because there's more liability associated with it. So you think it's going to increase your property value, it really doesn't. If you're going to put a standby generator in your house, that's going to make you more resilient and weatherproofed, does that add value to your house? It does generally. So I think it's just a recommendation that maybe if it's not embedded in our building codes, that at least those be standards that are incorporated into the development of ordinances down the road.
And it might not do anything for affordable housing, but it does a lot for maintenance. Having underground power.
Frank?
If it is too expensive to do that in the short term, maybe we ought to make sure that as they're putting through lines, they aren't putting trees next to those lines. And I've seen that happen.
I do think this would be the most effective in our growth areas where we're going to have a lot of high density. And I think if you had a lot of overhead electrical poles and lines, that would not add to the walkability, the general feel. And I think with that amount of density, you'd be able to average it in over a larger development. But I do understand, like, if you're trying to build a single family home and they're making you put in 500 feet of underground utilities,
Not gonna happen.
that might not work, right? But hopefully that example would fall under infeasible and not feasible, and that's why there's some leeway there.
We could change from all new buildings to all new subdivisions too, if you want to be more specific, but I did want to include commercial development, like in a village. I guess to get to Peter's point about resilient building codes, do we want to look at this something as an ordinance or something as like a point of education?
I think an education makes more sense. We can't mandate that people do things in a smart way. I think it's educating them that this is the better way to do it.
Well, I would also just add, the building code gets periodically updated, and I believe that the town's building code is getting updated within the next couple of months here to a much more recent version of the building code. And generally those tend to go in one direction, which is more energy efficient and higher costs for generally all construction. So I think naturally over time, we're going to trend that way anyways, just because we're going to continue to periodically adopt the newer version of the building code. I think this one is more specific.
I think we already did.
Right, it just hasn't taken effect yet.
Oh, okay.
I think is.
I don't have a problem with wording it in such a way that it's educated, that information be made available through code enforcement and planning.
Yeah, I mean, when we talked with Alex when we had our interview with him. I mean, and 2017 Energy Code or whatever that was one of the latest. There's
right.
been one since. But for us to try to get in front of that and do something more proactive is way out of our scope of our, not our scope, but our town's capacity. But to rely on the most recent state energy code would be reasonable and appropriate.
I could see, a goal where you'd have some kind of like educational one-page sheet that when you go into the code office to get your permit, this says like, here's your best practices for weatherization, resilience, weather kind
education materials.
Permits. Yeah. There's plenty of them. More than we need.
Or maybe, there's even, here's our standard, code that you have to do, but if you wanted to do this, your permit's only, whatever, half the price. If you wanted to go with a more resilient, environmentally friendly, whatever sort of premier way of doing this, is there some incentive that we can provide to people to do that rather than something that's not as
I'm not sure if you can do that with permit fees. I don't think you
Yeah.
can.
No, but,
Okay.
along with what Jackie's saying, though, I mean, information at town hall, maybe the code enforcement officer, or planning board, or whatever, that provides when building permits go out. As far as resiliency, is something like, are you aware that there's a rebate right now on heat pumps? You know, and that would be an energy efficient way to go. So we're just making you aware.
Okay, and so who would be, who's the responsible party here?
If we're talking about education, then it's the code enforcement.
Okay, and then would we put that short term?
Education's ongoing.
Ongoing, yeah, I think all the educations I put ongoing. Okay, let's see. I think Peter suggested an annual recognition event for town volunteers and committee members. So Peter's throwing a party for everyone, it sounds like.
Well, I will tell you, I attended a party back, I think, at the turn of the last century, and because I was on the zoning board of appeals. It was well attended, and the town sponsored it. I'm not familiar that there has been any event that really shows appreciation from the town for volunteers, and I would say especially if our plea right now is to get more individuals to volunteer in the town, that I'm not talking about a major expensive event, but an evening that the town recognizes all of those in the town that contribute to it would not be out of order at this point.
Annual.
Annual would be nice.
Annual boat cruise on Sebago.
That could be nice.
We've got Tassel Top, it's a nice resource.
We could put something in
Barbecue
here
down
that's a little, that's not completely prescriptive, but just say to coordinate and promote volunteer opportunities and recognize volunteers for their service, something like that.
I do, and you just sort of went over it, but I also put the same comment I think that Peter did for the encourage community members of all ages to participate. That should maybe be ongoing as people come and go.
That sounds
Okay.
good. I think the next one we had from Peter was about the portable radar speed signs.
That seems like a great idea. That could be implemented in a kind of a pilot test approach with, if we could find a couple $1,000 and have it, and put the sign up maybe on 85 somewhere for a while, or some other hotspot where folks are going fast up on other parts of town, and move it around town.
Yeah, I think in short, John, what I was looking to hear was, short of contracting the sheriff's department for more hours to move that cruiser around to different hot spots. My experience has been that, planting them in one place, what we see what the effect of that is, and that's that people slow down.
It works, yeah.
Because they know it's there. I'm thinking more in terms of picking different areas and locations, and it goes in line with the goal and our vision, and I do like the term traffic quieting. I mean, that's kind of nice, but I know that a reminder for myself, I don't know about anyone else in this room, but when I see too fast, and they actually tell me what the speed is, it's like, wow. I don't know that I'm endorsing that what we need to do at this point is put out more traffic lights with cameras. I mean, we may get there eventually. Maybe just start a rumor that we're doing that would help. But this seemed to be a relatively inexpensive way, short of getting more hours that they may not even have the hours to give us, the sheriff's department, if I understand how things are going in policing these days. But it seemed to me to be a relatively inexpensive fix.
Yeah.
I think that's a good idea. Do we want it to be priority or short term?
I'd vote for priority. I'd vote for two in town that could be moved around, and we'll find $4,000 somewhere.
I was gonna wait till committee comments to bring this up, but maybe it's the right time to do it. So after my comments on last Wednesday's meeting, a couple of citizens reached out to me and appreciated it very much and asked what else could be done. One of the citizens said they reached out to Maine DOT and unsurprisingly had a very unsatisfactory response. The solution was to put up a 45-mile-an-hour sign on Egypt Road. And just looking for clarification on this, because it's kind of tying back to what you're saying. Hiring a police presence on some of our busier roads, is it just a call to the sheriff's office? I reached out to somebody who has more experience than I do, and I'm told that we are unable to collect income from speeding vehicles. We can only collect income from ticketed vehicles parked on 302 that's overflow from Raymond Beach. Maybe our town manager can help clarify. Are we not receiving income from that? And then if we did want more of a police presence, is it just a call to the sheriff's office? And like Peter said, they may just say, we don't have the help.
Well, we contract with Cumberland County for our police. So they're going from wherever the northern end, I think Naples, down to Harpswell is what the area that they're covering. So
there are some towns that
they're here.
contract sheriff deputy for the town specifically, but that comes at a cost. You obviously pay the sheriff department to have somebody designated to your town. Harrison has a deputy that works in their town. The focus of that one is really speeding and traffic. Obviously, they get calls to service to do other things, but when they're not actively responding to a call, they're kind of expected to be monitoring the traffic in town. And I think it really has made a difference in Harrison. You know, when you're coming up Route 35 from Naples, you know, people know now, like when that 25-mile-per-hour speed zone starts, that's, you know, you're gonna get a ticket or you're gonna get stopped if you go through there. But I think it has to be a concerted effort, and it has to be, like, your town really has to decide this is what we want the focus of this deputy to be.
Interesting. So is that a petition that comes from?
And we don't have a certain deputy.
We're part of district.
We're part of the whole district. We're part of a district, but we aren't.
Right.
We don't contract with any one or two right now.
Right.
It would be an extra expense.
Gray has a specific designated one. Naples has one for the Causeway. Standish has one. So there are towns around us that have a designated sheriff deputy, but they are also understaffed right now.
Yeah, so my comments, budget finance were incorrect because, so we're not receiving any money. It's actually the opposite. We're paying out money.
We're paying,
So
and the money from their tickets goes to the state.
Okay. Would that just be a petition if enough people said, I want to see a police presence in Raymond?
Are you asking me or?
He's like, you got a lot of information.
I mean, my husband was a sheriff deputy with Cumberland County.
Is
so.
that a petition that gets, started to say, how does it get started? Is it enough?
I think it would have to come from budget,
We would have
town
to budget for it, and the town would have to approve that expense.
I would think that's something that we could discuss in the finance committee meeting.
That's
if
what
you want to slow down traffic, you got to have sheriff patrolling the roads. Police presence is the only thing that really solves it. If you want to find out, drive through Yarmouth at 2 miles over the speed limit.
I mean, I agree with Frank if we really want to solve that. I mean, the signs are fine and all, but not all of us are like Peter. Some of us are like,
I try to set the high score off.
Ignore them. Some people are doing a high score. I complain about their placement. I mean, if you're pegging me when the speed limit's still 50 and it's changing to 35 and you're telling me I'm too fast, well, I ignore that sign. There's one right now on River Road in Wyndham that does that. I drive by it every time I go to soccer, and I ignore it. I mean, that's just my own personal thing because it's telling me I'm going too fast, but I'm still within that certain speed zone. So, I mean, I don't know what their effectiveness is. But maybe our money would be better spent with an actual police presence who's going to make you pay money.
I wonder if you can, I have no idea the answer to this question, but I wonder if the sheriff's department has signs you can use temporarily?
They may.
I think, because I see them in North Yarmouth sometimes, and they don't have police, and they don't have their own deputy, to my knowledge.
When I
so-
researched this, you actually, they can be leased, rented. You don't have to, the town doesn't have to actually purchase them. Also, from my investigation and to Kayla's point, similar to, and Frank's as well, similar to saying, well, just lobby the MDOT to increase the speed limit. Well, they're not obeying the speed limit now, so decreasing it isn't going to really have an effect. My research tells me that these signs aren't effective for some people. They are effective for others. So I guess my sense is just that it's a relatively inexpensive way to try and address what's going on in the town.
We're talking about the
where
It
the
also
town-
gives you, the data collection is an important point. So I worked in a town where we put these out because residents had been complaining about speeding. And then after collecting data for a bunch of months, we were able to put speed humps in there because we got the data that said people are in fact
Absolutely,
going 20 miles
and so it's being proactive. It's not waiting for the MDOT to basically collect data or make a decision, or just get tired of too many citizens complaining, but it's actually having some hard data. The one thing I would add to this, and this is, once again, everybody's different, I do like the signs where at the end, when you are obeying it, it says, thank you.
Right.
I think it would be a good if we did do the data collection, because if we then are determining that everywhere this is a big problem, that is better justification for the Budget Finance Committee to recommend that we are paying for a devoted police presence.
Yeah, I like it. I like this idea because it gets the people aware, and then if we can get the budget for the sheriff, then it's not like just a sheriff appeared out of nowhere. It's like, hey, we're taking some steps to
test it out.
Here's the data.
I like
to
that.
back
I
it
think they
up.
go hand in hand, so we'll definitely tweak the budget.
Great.
Okay.
Let's see. Anything else in here?
So all that boils down to a priority for the implementation committee, or are we going to?
Yes, that was a priority.
I think we'll mark that a priority action, but you're allowed to do these things before the comp plan gets passed. So if Budget Finance has some money and wants to rent some like tomorrow, that's also fine. Then you can just, when the comp plan is approved, you can just say, we already did that.
Cool. Advantage on being on two committees, right?
So I think Peter recommended a community committee involved in the reuse of the Jordan Small Middle School. I think that's a good point. I think we can just adjust the language on this goal that says develop a master plan, in partnership with the community for the reuse of the middle school.
Can we say repurpose? I know it's not a huge thing, but can we say repurpose of Jordan Small Middle School?
And I would tell you that there is already a committee that has been formed in Wyndham, because they also are going to have a building that's freed up when the new school is built. So I guess I'd just say it's not too soon for us to be thinking about this. Wyndham's already doing it.
Yep. And then I see create an event a community event calendar and call for volunteers. So is there, there's currently a town calendar on the website?
Yes.
Yes. So can you tell us a little more about the event calendar?
It's not
Is that
mine.
not you? Oh, okay.
Surprise.
So I don't know who wrote this. Did anyone write this? Okay, well, I guess we're good then. Yeah, I think there were just some people made some notes on the edits. Let's see if
State
I think that's subdivision. Peter, was there anything else on your list that we haven't brought up?
So many, it's hard to remember. I think what I was redirecting a lot of when I'm saying the Budget Finance Committee, it just seems, it occurs to me that in the last year or so, the Budget Finance Committee's become more active in the town. And so when it comes to capital investment, capital improvement plans and the like, that it would just make sense that they would also be involved. It's never lost on me that there are only 2 elected bodies in the town of Raymond, and it's the Select Board and the Budget Finance Committee. So the people actually elect those individuals.
Yep, so those are all good edits. We will, add those to the responsible party. I think that makes sense. So yeah, I think that's what we had for outstanding edits to this, unless anyone else has any more.
I had just Peter, what you'd said earlier about just clarifying to make sure people know exactly what that the implementation plan knows exactly what we're looking at. There's that one point on ranking solar sites, and it says, and I just keep reading it and thinking that we should include if appropriate, because it sounds like all land may be appropriate for solar sites, and it may be that some parcels are not appropriate, and so as opposed to having the most appropriate
We can just
land.
take out most there, I think would, right?
I think that edit was in response to a discussion, I believe, at the Select Board meeting, where there was, I believe, at least one individual that was concerned as far as, well, I own property. It's not really abutting in a lake. What I'm going to be left out of that if I want to participate in it. Right. And so it was, and my thought was that if there is a site specific criteria that could be applied across the board, certainly it's going to involve zoning and planning as well. But that if somehow there's a criteria developed to look at, that it's not just necessarily involving the lakes or the like. I do know that right now there's pushback from the state because the state has recently come out with ordinances that really says that there's going to have to be specific limitations on solar farms greater than 20 acres if it's deemed to be in essential farmland. And what they haven't come up with just yet is what the definition of essential farmland is. I think we've looked at that a little bit in the future land use as far as identifying areas in town for agriculture and the like. And boy, I heard an interview from one farmer, and she made a good point, which was basically, so this is kind of prohibitive for me because, I've got 120 acres. And what I've been able to do is keep that farm because I dedicated 20 acres to a solar farm. And so to sacrifice 20 acres of farmland in order to save 100 more acres of farmland, because otherwise I'm going to have to sell it and it'll be developed. She made a good point, but right now that's basically what the state statute is saying. So I think that there has to be some reasonable way to have a criteria for any place. Certainly zoning is going to say, well, you can't do it here, you can't do it there. But unless we have a very, very detailed and comprehensive, detailed description of zoning in general and zoning out solar farms altogether, then it's going to cause some people some amount of issues. So make it such that there's a general criteria that goes across the board. And so that the site selection is going to be something where certainly an ordinance that says there's got to be a certain amount of buffer for any of these commercial activities if they're bumping right up against a residential zone. It has to be considered.
So how about, I've been thinking about what you said, Danelle, about the language in here. What if we changed it to develop a process to determine if sites to determine how appropriate sites in Raymond are for solar development and incorporate that into the standards? Is that better than, does that make it more clear?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Peter that there's got to be a criteria, and that the way that I was reading, the way it came across is just that every parcel has the opportunity for solar development, and it's just whether it's ranked high or low. And so I just didn't want that to come across the wrong way.
Yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to language such that it basically is saying what Danelle's saying.
Yeah.
But
Well,
right,
thanks.
the other day, I mean, it's shoreline zone and rural residential, right? That the
That's
new
right.
ordinance prohibits. So we're assuming those stay in place.
That's probably half of the town.
That's a fair amount of the town, yeah. And then this would apply to the remaining rural areas where utility scale project could go in, like is proposed up the hill here.
The enemy is ourselves.
Okay. Do you have anything for that?
No, I'm fine.
Any other comments? All right, I'm seeing none. All right. Melanie, we do not have a public. Is that correct? On Zoom? I'm sorry, Melanie, I didn't see a public. No, okay.
Excuse me, Kayla, I did have one note just that I had not had an opportunity to add to this, so I'll just run this by individuals here on the committee and just see what you think about it, because this was a conversation last Wednesday. Under goals, policies, and strategies, do we want to say anything about, and this is just the language I came up with, but it could certainly be changed, the community should better track short-term rentals and create standards that allow them to operate. And the responsible parties would be the select board, planning board, and the time frame would be medium 2 to 4 years. So I know that that's, once again, this would be one of those controversial issues that I talked about before. Recently, it's been voted down in a couple of communities by very close votes, but votes nonetheless. I came across this question when we had our review last month, which was talking about the estimate of 6% of short-term rentals in the town. And when I asked how did we arrive at that, the answer I got was, well, by surveying, where there's surveying websites like Verbo or Airbnb, and what's actually out there on the internet to be rented in Raymond. And while that, I agree, is probably a good way to arrive at an estimate, ultimately what I said on Wednesday was it's really a guesstimate. We don't know, and that there are certainly a number of individuals, I would think, in the town that aren't going through Airbnb or Verbo. They're basically the word of mouth, or they just know people that they've been renting to for years, and then the relatives of those people or the friends of those people, then they rent it. And so I'm just wondering what the committee thinks as far as saying anything about a way for the community to better track short-term rentals. And I'm not saying necessarily one thing or another has to be done. I'd leave that up to the implementation committee. So if what they want to do is license these individuals, or even just have a listing where they have to list with the town, the owner, where the contact information is for that owner. If an abutter has an issue and they call the town can know very quickly who to contact, who owns it, and is responsible for it. And as far as defining what a short-term rental is, I know this committee's talked about it, and when I researched it, it was all over the place. But basically what the state, and I believe for taxation in general, it's like 30 days. So a short-term rental generally is less than 30 days. And so I just throw that out there. Sorry, I should have said that before. Any appetite for that?
I think it makes sense to address short-term rentals in some capacity in the plan, whether it's a short-term or a long-term goal, because I think by the next time we roll around with this comp plan, they're going to be much more significant. They're not going anywhere. It's the way people want to stay in regions like we have, and I think we've got to give ourselves an opportunity to discuss it further and decide what we want to do as a town. I wouldn't want to lose that chance now.
I think the planning board has insulated us pretty well by the recent change as far as saying that as far as accessory dwelling units in the shorelands have to be 600 feet, whereas the state says 250 feet. So we're using our opportunity as a town to say we can be in excess of the state. And I think that does, in a way, if I heard the discussion correctly at the planning board, was, you know, someone who's going to be looking at this as a short-term rental in the shorelands, and I'm going to have, you know, it's going to be a party house where I'm going to have, you know, 19 of my college buddies all cram into this 1,250-foot square foot building and raise hell. That's going to be less attractive if they're going to be 600 feet from the shoreline. Doesn't mean that they wouldn't do it, but they'd have to be separated or back from the shoreline at least 600 feet. So I think that was a step that the planning board took to try and insulate us from it. But that being said, and I heard the code enforcement officer say it last Wednesday, that one of the pluses about accessory dwelling units is it allows the landowner to actually build a 1,250 square foot building, which we have just recently. We increased last June from 600 feet to 700 feet to 1,250 feet, which makes it basically small, but it's a 2-bedroom. And how does that affect ADUs in general? I mean, are they available for short-term rentals everywhere? Right now, there's nothing that prohibits them in the town of Raymond. So are we going to see more in the way of short-term rental activity involving accessory dwelling units? And do we want to have something started to at least look at that to say where would those be appropriate, where aren't they appropriate, and that sort of thing?
So you're saying, your suggestion, Peter, is simply a registry?
Something that I guess from the very start it would just be, we're not dealing with a guesstimate.
Yeah.
You know, what we're doing is we're saying, you know, it's not 6% of the housing in Raymond, it's 12% of the housing in Raymond. So at least we have a starting point. It's kind of like getting the data from the radar signs. It's a starting point.
Yeah.
Go ahead, John.
So I'm kind of like you in a lot of ways. I'm into the smaller government, you know, and we start kind of regulating too much. And I understand the purpose of it, but just if the whole goal was just to see how many short-term rentals are out there, it doesn't really do it. It's a data thing. It's not probably worth code enforcement's time or however it works out to have to regulate them as far as them registering and everything. So I think the timing, like you were saying, makes sense because 10 years rolls around and this may look very different. Just like 10 years ago, it looks very different than it does today. So it's also kind of hard to say, like, okay, well, say you have an ADU on your property and you're renting that out short term, but you're using your house full-time residence, or vice versa. It gets a little bit hard. So it's saying, like, so property 123 Main Street, half of it's a short-term rental and the other half it's not, you know. Just I think with this ADU thing, I think it's going to cause a little bit more confusion than is worth actually collecting data. It's kind of my thoughts. So I think I said this last time, hometown New Jersey, short-term rentals and yearly leases had to get a CO, and you had to pay for that, so it's income for the town. But it just was, I don't know, I think it's too, I don't know, I think it's regulating them at this time, or at least registering, I should say, at this time, I don't think it's probably worth our time at this time.
I would say that my concerns are, number one, there was a discussion on Wednesday night about looking at other revenue generating sources other than property taxes for the town of Raymond. And so that includes looking at things like grants and programs and the like. This would be something also, as you mentioned, Sean, could potentially be a revenue generator. Does it put a burden on someone that wants to rent out their ADU or live in their ADU and rent out their primary residence, that they have to pay a fee? Yes, it does. But ultimately, it's a revenue generator for them as well. So would it be reasonable in vacation land to have some sort of revenue line that's coming in from someone who is basically having a business that's generating revenue for them? So that'd be my first question. The other, or reason to say we should look at it. The other one is, and I've heard this discussion when I did my interview with the fire chief. By having some tracking mechanism, some licensing, then at least there's some way to enforce or have surveillance for those 19 college buddies that are crammed into a 2-bedroom, 1,250-foot structure, because that's a life safety issue. And is there some way, and I believe what the fire chief was saying, and I believe it was discussed in the planning board as well, is that some placard that's on that says approved residents, 6 individuals, and then have some way to be able to enforce that, because it becomes a life safety issue when you have, twice as many occupants in a building that the fire code would allow. So that was my thinking on it.
Can I make a suggestion, Peter? Maybe we can have a goal in here. So basically, I think there are some towns that are moving towards at least having people register their, or just have, register their short-term rentals so the town has a better idea of who's living there, what's going on. I've also seen some towns that have huge summer populations, have really controversial fights and then vote down the idea of a rental registry. So I think it probably needs to be a town conversation, not just a comp plan committee conversation. So maybe we put an action item in here that is really, instead of saying do this, we could say like have a town,
Have the implementation committee test it out.
Yeah, bring it to the town.
Look at possibilities.
Look at possibly registering.
And let them put it to some thinking.
Explore whether the town would
Yeah,
like
I
to,
think, yeah.
It's
Yeah, put on people.
sort of
It's
regulate
bigger than-
short-term rentals in any way.
Register or regulate.
Register or
Yeah.
regulate
I would
in
just
any way.
I would just add this, that there was an issue over a year ago where a group of people came to the select board and brought this issue to them, and the decision was of the select board at that time, well, we're not going to take any action on this right now. I understand that. It is a controversial issue. I will also tell you that I got the idea for adding this because an individual on one of the committees at the end of Wednesday night came up to me and said, I already have a large group of citizens in the town that want to see more in the way of regulation of short-term rentals, and we're working on it. So I just throw that out there.
Can I ask real quick, what towns you feel are looking to implement, or at least rumor to? Just kind of curious.
South Portland.
Yeah, so South Portland's thinking about it. Portland, you have to register them. They regulate them as well. There are some other towns, like I know Topsom and Brunswick have had conversations about registering rental units in general.
I feel like Rockland does.
I think Rockland,
For
yeah,
some
that
reason, I
sounds
feel
right.
like Rockland does that.
Portland just recently reduced the number.
Yeah, so
permits.
there are a lot of other towns that just have you, towns with a lot of rental properties, like when you look out towards like Lisbon, Lewiston, Auburn, they have some more rental registration requirements, which is more about code enforcement. So it's not, just registering is not necessarily onerous. It's really just so the town knows how properties are being used. But again, it was, I think, it was one of our colleagues in Booth Bay Harbor saw that a huge group of people came forward because they have a lot of short-term rentals there, you can imagine, really passionate that they needed to do it, and then it kind of went down in flames. So.
No, I have no doubt that it would be controversial. I guess the last thing I'd say is this: the data I looked at suggests that unregulated short-term rentals drives up the cost of rental fees in general in the community. So if we're talking about big A affordability, what the data suggests is that unregulated or too many short-term rentals drive up the cost of rental in general in a community.
I think it also allows people to stay in the homes that they can't afford anymore, too. You know, my retired parents use it as a passive income.
Yeah.
So it goes both ways.
Yeah.
Interesting. You said Portland is reducing
Portland,
that
I think
number.
they had 400 permits, and then they reduced it to 250.
Portland, I think, is the only place in the state that limits the number of short-term rentals.
I thought in South Portland, it had to be an owner-occupied property. So you can't just rent out the whole place. Somebody has to be there that lives there, I think.
Okay, well, I think it's worth putting in there that we'd like to explore.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't have a problem with that. Any language that basically suggests the implementation committee should be addressing some form or tracking mechanism, I'll be happy.
And to add to that, before Alex got done, he told me if the town had its own police force, that would have solved a lot of problems in Raymond. That's what he commented to me. So it might be something to add in the comp plan to consider. How, if we had our own police officer, it might make a difference. Maybe there are other towns that have experience with that. I don't know.
Well, I think we explored that maybe a decade or so ago, and at that time it was my understanding was found that it wouldn't be cost effective. You'd need 2 cruisers and at least 2 full-time policemen, and the argument at that point in time was the fact that the topography of Raymond is such that, you know, if the residents are thinking that a full-time police force is going to necessarily recover their stolen property, it's going to take just as long as the sheriff's department to get there, because you've got to go over a hill and pass 2 lakes. But once again, that was a while ago that was studied, and why not look at it again?
Well, it's just offering information. So.
Okay. I think, are we good?
I'm good.
Okay. All right. So I don't see any public, so public comment does not need to happen. Do we have any comprehensive plan committee comment tonight? Peter.
Surprise. Just in Wyndham Eagle this week, I'll just read this just informationally. Reimagining the Gray Village. 2 years ago, the Gray Town Council hired Principal Group, an urban design, development, architecture, and planning firm to help residents reimagine a gray village that works for pedestrians, bicyclists, residents, and businesses, as well as motorists. Principal Group came up with a new design plan. The plan calls for shorter, safer crossroads, new and rebuilt sidewalks, bike lanes, street trees, and traffic calming measures, such as narrower traveling lanes for cars, slower posted speed limits, and village-appropriate signs. The target area includes Main Street from Wayne Avenue to the Yarmouth Road, Route 100, West Gray Road intersection, as well as a major construction work on Yarmouth Road from Main Street to Hillcrest Drive. Once the initial design phase is complete, the Maine DOT will apply on the town's behalf to the U.S. Department of Transportation RAISE grant program, which, if successful, would help fund what is being called the Village Transformation Project. I read this only not in any way trying to suggest that we are Gray, any more than we are Wyndham or South Portland. But I believe Portland got a grant from this RAISE organization, federally funded organization, for something in the tune of $12 million as far as improving traffic control, sidewalks, bike lanes, walking paths, and I'm not once again suggesting that that's something that Raymond is going to get. I just bring this up because as I was reading this, I'm saying, where have I heard this? this sounds awful familiar to me. So just for the committee to be aware, if you haven't, and just look in the Wyndham Eagle, it's right there. Maybe it was the Lakes region. But anyway, that's my only comment.
Thank you, Peter. Anybody else?
For the next meeting, can we have one of the agenda items be planning for the November election? Just thinking about dates. And what community outreach or engagement we want to plan for.
I believe the initial scope included doing another video to promote the plan, so you have a month to think about who wants to be on film.
Okay.
Should we also add in maybe a Halloween activity or event or awareness raising opportunity?
Main Street, you mean? That's a good idea.
Come check out our scary conference.
Someone can dress up like a growth area.
That'd be
You get beaten with a stick.
So our next meeting date is October 2nd, so we can brainstorm some ideas about Halloween. All right. Considering the time, I would like to adjourn the meeting. Do I have a
Move to adjourn.
Thank you, and a second?
Second.
All right, thank you, and all in favor? We are adjourned.
Welcome to the September 10th Select Board meeting. We'll call the meeting to order. First order of business is approve the minutes of July 9th meeting. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All those in favor? Motion is carried. Minutes of the July 23rd meeting.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Discussion. All those in favor? Motion is carried. August 13th meeting.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor? No opposed? Motion is carried. August 28th meeting.
Motion to approve.
You want to second it?
Seconded.
Any discussion?
You guys are on a roll.
Yeah.
All those in favor? Motion is carried. Next item is support for the Thomas Pond Improvement Association Dam Repair Project.
Hi, I'm Frank Jaffe, 33 Pulpit Rock Road. I appreciate the time today. We're asking the town of Raymond to support a repair project on the Thomas Pond Dam. Next slide, please. Essentially, the dam is in need of about somewhere between $25,000 and $35,000 worth of repairs. We'll know when we get a final estimate. It hasn't been repaired or worked on for quite a while, and we went out to our membership to raise funds and raised about $14,000 so far, specifically for dam repairs. So we weren't able to raise all of the money that we need. So we're coming to Raymond and to Casco because the dam is on both sides of the town lines, and the pond obviously is in both towns, and asking for $7,500 from each town so that we'll have the money to get the dam repaired this fall. Next slide, please. TPIA was formed specifically to take ownership and control of the dam. The dam itself and its current form was built around 1935. In 1985, the dam was determined by DEP to be abandoned. It took them about 5 years from the time they determined it was abandoned until they actually were successful in taking ownership of the dam and transferring that ownership to TPIA, and as part of that process, we ended up with ownership only of the concrete structure of the dam. So we can't really build a new one because we got what we got, and that's the only thing we have. In 1992, both Casco and Raymond contributed money for a project to repair the dam. Part of the reason why it was taken by the state was because it was in a bad state of repair. And each of those towns gave about $7,500. Next slide, please. In order for the dam to be repaired. At that time, the total cost of the repair from the contractor was about $19,000. So the towns basically picked up almost the entire tab. We're not asking the towns to do that this time. Next slide, please. After all is said and done, the dam is right now about 90 years old. We've been told that the life expectancy for dams like this should be about 100 years. We need this dam to last a lot longer than that, so we need to take care of it. Last substantial repairs were about 33 years ago, and unsurprisingly, the dam is showing its age and wear and tear. Next slide, please. So what we have here are a couple of example photographs. This is not an attempt to document every possible flaw in the dam. I don't think you guys are that interested in the specifics, but we have several weeping cracks where water is entering the dam, getting behind the concrete, and then coming out further downstream. And that creates a void potential behind the surface of the concrete that can be very difficult to repair, and we discovered on a work party this Saturday that we in fact have a large void on one side of the dam that is going to cost more to repair than we originally thought. Next slide, please. We also have a substantial erosion of one corner of the dam where it's basically about falling off. And as you can see, plenty of rough surfaces where the surface has eroded away. If it's just cosmetic, we don't really care, but we want to make sure that the dam gets repaired so that it lasts a lot more than the 10 years that its life expectancy says. Next slide, please. So basically, just to recap, we're asking the town for $7,500 for repairs. Either now if you happen to have some loose change in your couch, or more likely as an item on next year's warrants. And that would let us, along with additional fundraising that we'll do, have the money to do the repairs no later than next fall, which, the sooner we can get it done, the better. Next slide, please. We think this is a no-brainer for the town to support. It's a capital repair item that's beyond our ability to fundraise on our own. There doesn't seem to be any easy money that we can get anywhere else to pay for this because we're not a high-risk dam. So what we're looking at is getting a professional repair done so that it's done right and done soundly. That'll last us another 30 years. Both towns, Raymond and Casco, rank the quality of water and the lakes as an important part of the reason that people live here. And the water quality directly affects the tax values. We have 192 properties that we believe are in Raymond that have access rights to the pond, and they contribute about $615,000 in taxes last year. So that's what I came to ask for.
So what's the total, I'm sorry, I missed that in the beginning part of it. What's the total that's looking to fix this about?
So we got an estimate for $19,000 for just surface repairs, but in a work party this past weekend, we discovered that there's more damage behind the concrete that's going to also have to be repaired. So we think a realistic budget is in the $30,000 to $35,000 range, and we've already raised 14. Any other questions?
Questions?
This was just to do repairs?
Sorry?
Just to do repairs, it won't be, you've had 2 gates on it, is that correct? 2 openings for the flow?
So we have 2 weeping cracks that are visible and easy to see, one on each side. We don't know how much damage is behind those. There are a number of other cracks as well, but those would probably just be sealed with some kind of caulking.
Is your question, is it just the cement work?
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for, is what the extent of the repair is. Are we talking about replacing, there's some sort of gate that regulates the pond, correct?
No, we're not talking about replacing the stop log system at all, just repairs to the concrete.
And will you do it with low water? Will you have to drop it down? I mean, is there a timetable that you're seeing it as?
So we will probably have to interrupt the flow of water over the dam, and we can potentially use a pump and pump water around the dam for that period of time if DEP requires us to maintain a flow. But realistically, we're thinking July, August, September of next year is the kind of ideal window because the flow is already minimal then, and DEP will let us just block the flow entirely for a couple of days. But we have to get permission from DEP, so.
And your estimate is that this will last 30 years or thereabout?
We're hoping it will last longer. We see what has caused the erosion now and where the erosion is, so we want to make sure, we're doing an RFP to solicit bids, just like anybody would. And in the RFP, we'll look for specific proposed solutions that we believe will provide long-term repair and remediation, such as putting some metal sheeting on spots where the water is hitting the most. Easy to replace, keeps it from getting into the dam and penetrating.
So you're targeting the work for actually in mid-year 2025?
Yes. We don't have the money to do it now. And realistically, we don't think we will have the money to do it then if the towns don't step up. But if the towns do step up, then we would get money approved in the town warrants in the June timeframe.
Mr. Chair, correct me if I'm wrong, but if it's for next year's warrant, wouldn't this be, I mean, I appreciate you coming in a year early. That makes it a little bit easier for us, but wouldn't we deal with it during the budget and finance select board meetings? Or can we actually vote on something like this far in advance?
No, I think what we would do is we would
Vote to keep it.
Essentially, I think what he's looking for is are we on board with doing this and then funding it in that next budget?
Yeah.
So, because even if we were to come up with the money now, it's not going to, it's not going to move that along to get done until next year.
If Casco came up with the money, it might, but realistically, I don't see how that happens. It's not like you guys have a lot of, $7,500 loose change.
Yeah, I mean, the worst, because we're just into the new budget cycle.
Right.
So, and so, but I guess, the real question would be, conceptually, are we on board with this is something that should be done? Then we get in, the financing of it, or the funding of it, then we would pick that up in the subsequent budget cycle.
But
the residents, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
The residents in that area, you said that we listed them. Does that mean that they're in danger of damage to their properties?
No. So the dam maintains a water level that's well below the flood level. It's considered a low-risk dam. If the whole dam failed completely and Thomas Pond drained downstream, it's really doubtful that it would even cause any flooding down there because the properties are all about 8 feet above the level of the creek. It would definitely cause erosion problems if that happened, but it's not an imminent danger of any failure, and we want to make sure that it stays that way for the next 30 or more years. Because
it's a non-generating dam, so you can't. There's
no power generation.
So there's no grants or whatever that you could look at from the energy sector to help
We've looked around. MEMA has allegedly a grant program, but they restrict it to what they classify as high-risk dams that have approved plans, management and emergency response plans. We're considered a low-risk dam because there's really no risk to downstream properties.
If he's looking to do it, they're looking to June, July, August. Our budget season doesn't start until July 1st. I mean, so I can see putting it in, but if they need it in June, then we're gonna.
Well, if they had, it depends on how they contract with the contractors. But I mean, sorry. Meeting's over. No. So I mean, if I guess it depends on. I mean, essentially, you're gonna see where the recommendations are anyway going into there, and then the final votes wouldn't be until the town meeting, which would be June. The actual fiscal year wouldn't start till July, so the money wouldn't be available till.
Yeah, but I don't see that as a problem. We have, if a contractor required 50% down payment, we've already got pretty close to that, and we're going to continue to try to raise funds from our membership. And so the fact that cash might not be available until July 1st shouldn't be a problem. And it's just a little less disruptive to do it when water flow is naturally lower. But being very concerned about the environment being less disruptive seems like a good thing.
Yeah.
And plus it makes it easier.
I'm all for it.
So mine.
Keep our waterways and everything else. Don't let them get worse. Yeah.
Actually, I like the idea of government working with a local community in a partnership when it comes to something like this financially.
I mean, we did it when the repairs were done back years ago. So. I mean,
yes. And in fact, we're asking for the same amount of money you gave then. No inflation.
Wow, it's the only thing.
It's the only thing,
Yeah.
right? 33 years.
Yeah, that's crazy. Oh.
You say this is non-recurring, though.
Well,
but I mean, the only thing.
It's not an annual recurring expense.
Right.
We have plenty of those, too, in maintaining the dam and the amount of effort that takes, but that's all done on largely a volunteer basis.
What I would say is, you've got the time now to get reasonable quotes and things like that. So when you'll end up doing kind of a similar presentation when we go through when we set the budget and whatnot. But at that point, then you'll have a hard, fast number too, so that we because what you don't want to do is say, okay, it's going to be 7,500, and then I'll find out it should have been 8,500, because trying to change after the fact is a little bit harder than if we know where if you've got hard figures there, where you're on the fundraising. So
yeah,
that way we can work with a strong number.
So if you guys are supportive, and it seems that you are, and we thank you very much for that, then it seems to me like the logical next step would be for there to be a point person that we can work with to draft whatever language is needed, and then to get the final numbers to when we have them.
On that, work with the town manager.
Mm-hmm. Because we can get it in.
Sounds good to me.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the budget, we'd need the numbers January, February timeframe.
Okay.
To have something a little more fleshed out now that you've found other pockets.
Yeah, and the one thing we all know about these kinds of repairs, right, is that when you discover a problem, it's never smaller than you think.
No. Before any comments from anyone else in regards to this? Peter?
Yeah. Peter Levitt, 211 Road, just to be supportive of this whole collaborative effort. I think recently, this summer, the Presumpscot was affected by a dam failure. I think it had more to do with a gate, but it literally drained a recreation area in the town, put the whole summer out of reach. So just to consider that.
Yeah.
So work with Sue on that, and we'll see you at budget time.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item, appointment of new treasurer. Sue.
Well, if Brenda wouldn't mind going to the podium, I didn't tell her she'd have to do this. It is my very great pleasure to introduce Brenda Fox Howard to you. This is our new finance director. She comes from a variety of positions being finance director in different states as well as in Maine. She's already jumped right in, both feet, and been through a lot of the stuff with us, and we've worked through a number of things, and I think she's going to be wonderful to work with. So,
hello.
Hi, welcome.
Thank you. It's very nice to be here. I'm happy to be your new director, and I've jumped right into the June reconciliation process. We also managed to get a hold of the accounting firm that's going to be conducting your audit, and they're actually being kind enough to move it out so that I'm here when they come. So I had a pre-scheduled vacation prior to my arrival. My husband and I are celebrating 30 years, so we're going to the Grand Canyon.
Congratulations.
So it was a little impromptu for starting a new position, but I already had everything all planned out. But it worked out with the auditors. So.
Good, good. See, they're kind people. They're not always mean. No, it's great. Welcome to Raymond.
Thank you very much.
Questions from the board?
I'm just curious of your background. I wasn't on the interview committee, and I know that the chairman was, but just a little bit of your background.
Certainly. I've worked in various locations doing finance work. Pfizer, I was a clinical trial budget analyst. I also worked for Millstone Nuclear Power Station. I worked for Dow Chemical as a chemical operator / technician and rail fleet manager, which is also an analytical position. I migrated back into government. I've worked for the town of Ledyard in Connecticut. I was a finance director for the town of Winchester in Connecticut. I was the director of finance for the town of Putnam in Connecticut. I was the director of finance for the town of Peterborough in New Hampshire. I was a town manager here in New Gloucester. I worked at the shipyard in Bath as a project manager. I just have like a kind of a plethora of different types of experiences, both from the private and public sector, which kind of helps. It helps with every area of finance to understand where, what brings the funds together, what brings the projects together, what it costs, costing when you're undertaking big projects.
Wow.
Coming home to Maine?
Yes, we were going to retire to South Carolina. We moved down, bought a house. Wasn't happy with it, the location. I was actually working for the state as a finance and procurement manager for one of the colleges. But we decided Maine is home, so here we are. We lived here in Kennebunk probably about 4 years ago. We had a home in Kennebunk, but we sold it to move out and about. So now we're looking again. So
thank you.
Thank you.
Wow, big history. Good for you. Have that wide.
I was trying to condense it all, and
No, it's your background is great. Yeah, with all the different stuff that you've had your hands in.
I've worked in some very difficult situations as well. Working in the town of Winchester, I actually was hired after they had terminated their finance director for theft of $2.2 million embezzlement. He was incarcerated, and so when I came in there, I was on the throes of rebuilding the finance department. That was probably one of the most difficult positions I ever held. But it was also very enlightening. I learned a lot, and a lot of different techniques I learned from different auditors when you go through those things. So it's kind of helped me better myself in my position in my career.
Wow, that's great though. I mean, you could build that back up and have that kind of, not fall back on by no means, but I mean, as far as having those little skills, you know, that help.
Yeah,
the
because, I mean,
auditors.
then when you see something,
Yeah.
you know, it makes you, I'm kind of like, I go down the rabbit hole, so to speak. So if I see something that I don't think looks correct, sometimes it is, you know, and it was just a thing. But it has taught me a lot, too. When you get that feeling like you need to look further, do it. It's just the right thing to do. But it's very nice to be here in Raymond. I'm looking forward to a career here.
We're happy to have you, too.
Thank you.
So, motion?
Motion?
I make a motion to appoint Brenda Fox Howard as our new treasurer.
I second that.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? Motion is carried. Welcome aboard. Thank you. Next item is consideration of any fund balance transfers or use of undesignated balance to close out fiscal year 23-24.
Oh, and that's Brenda.
That's me?
Yes.
Back up.
Do we have the form to sign?
Who's got my notebook?
Do we have the
Your
form?
notebook?
Yeah, it has the form, the red, you didn't bring the red notebook?
Oh. Mel, do you have the red folder? Teresa's missing her folder.
Thank you.
Well, I guess we know there's a red button. A couple areas that went over budget, but we also had areas that were under budget. So in whole, closing out the year, are we still within the confines of what the budget was?
Yes, you are. You are supposed to maintain, and just forgive me if I'm bouncing around a bit. You're supposed to maintain the 2556701 as your minimum for coverage, and you are at 3655739. So you're well over what the minimum is. That's your fund balance.
The fund balance, but my question, we had a budget that was X dollars.
Right.
We have to, that has to be squared around at the end of the year to close the books. And we didn't exceed what the total budget projection was?
No. You ended with $1,024,039.
Okay. So essentially.
And last year you were at like $500,000, so.
So I mean, essentially, you're going to have to do some journal entries to square around, because there were some overages both on Public Works and on Public Safety.
Yes.
And no, not Public Works, I think admin.
Right.
Yeah.
Public Works. Okay. So,
Yeah.
Okay.
I think Public Safety and admin.
Yeah.
Public Works wasn't over.
Because they had the issue with the pump, and there was a couple other things that came up there that caused that. And actually, they went over on the salary side, too, if I remember correctly.
I caught some of the history in my couple of weeks. I'm trying to take it all in. One other thing, while we were discussing this, something occurred to me regarding your recreation department that you have as an enterprise fund currently. At some point, maybe in the future, maybe we could talk about a different reorganization of the enterprise fund to include expenses and revenues to get a more rounded picture of how that department works. I have some ideas, so maybe in the future, not tonight, but just planting a seed.
And
She's jumping right in.
And worked with Joe Carker on that, because
I did chat with him, and he was kind of positive about it.
Yeah, because because I know that you when we talked to you, you'd worked with some enterprise zones and things like that. So we just have to make sure that we stay within the confines of what the state.
I was thinking more of along the lines of trying to make it less dependent on any general government expenses, more independent, therefore funding itself year over year. So that's kind of the way I was headed.
Kind of like an enterprise account.
Like a true enterprise account.
Excellent.
So at the end of the day, we don't need to, because we have some funds that were underspent, some that were overspent, so we don't have to dip into undesignated to close the books. So
No, you do not.
And so you're just going to do some journal entries to square those right.
I will, and I'm sure I'll do additional when the auditors come.
Yeah.
There's several things that probably need to be completed.
So you can close out 23, 24 without any issue then?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
So we don't need a motion on that one because we're still within.
That was just
The next item would be consideration of setting the milled rate and tax commitment. Bert?
I'm good, I think. I'll call on you if you need the exact numbers. Kerr LaBelle, Assessor's Agent. So this year, there were some pretty substantial challenges, as you well know, on the budget side for school, municipal, and county. Currently, the town is looking at a minimum of a $1.3 million tax increase with a maximum of about a $2 million tax increase, depending on how much fund balance the select board elects to use to reduce taxes. And in your memo, you'll see that I've outlined 3 choices for tax rate with different amounts of fund balance that could be used. The voters at town meeting have approved the select board to use up to $700,000 in fund balance this year. As Brenda has just indicated, our current estimates are that the board has about $1 million in excess of its 15% policy amount available in fund balance. You're capped at 700 as far as what the town meeting has approved for usage. When you look at the sheet, you'll see that essentially for every $100,000 difference in fund balance usage, it's going to move the tax rate about 10 cents. So I've given you 3 choices, but we can go in between those. And essentially any questions that you may have, I'm happy to answer them, and I'll open it up to the board for discussion.
I think one thing that's important for people to know too is if you look at the budget that went through, the county tax figure was incorrect. The number that went into that was on the estimate that came from the state. When their final number came through, that correct number never got entered into the budget. So there's about a $70,000 difference between what was in the budget presentations to what is actual. Going forward, what we should do is not make it a votable warrant article for the county tax. Reference it, make sure people understand what that figure is. But by the fact of saying that, do you approve or disapprove, it gives people the idea that if they say no, we're not going to pay the county tax, which cannot be done. So what that would do is it's still going to be, they're still going to know what it is, but it's not going to be voted, do you approve spending, that or not? Right. But because that, we just don't want to give people the false idea that they can say no and you don't pay it.
Yeah, that's exactly correct. The county and the SAD taxes are what I would call a pass-through. It goes directly from those entities which do their own vote mechanisms to the Board of Assessors directly. So the Board of Assessors are bound by the warrant, regardless of what the town meeting article said. It's best, like you said, just to leave it, not put an amount in there. It's a pass-through item anyway.
Yeah.
So Kurt, are your numbers accurate then? Is it, or is that missing that 70,000?
No,
That's in there.
I have the
Okay.
accurate numbers. I have the warrant for this fiscal year from the county, and then I've added the $80,000, which is payment number 2 of
Right.
that 6-month transitional. So
Okay.
we've got the correct numbers in there.
The number that was in the warrant was 937,187. And it actually ended up, what was it, 974?
Well, the total between the two is $1,000,040.
Yeah, the total was different,
Yeah,
but that's what
total is
the.
$1,044,820.
Mhm.
Because that picks up, that includes the
Right.
80,000.
Okay. All right. So,
So, in my opinion, I don't think we want to go the whole 700.
all right, can I put my 2 cents in?
Sure.
Only because I literally just had a conversation with somebody, and people are getting hit hard right now. I know the power bills have all gone up, CMP, everything's going up, groceries are going up, and I know just my taxes over in Poland right now just went up $800. Wyndham, I believe, just went up $900. So people are getting hit hard. Am I saying use the whole 700 or whatever? No, but I think that we should be using at least half, 350 to 400, because people need to get some kind of help with everything that's going on, and I'm just afraid that it's really going to be hurting a lot of people if our taxes go way up too.
If I can. From what I can tell with your chart, thank you. You made it simple. I really like simple when it comes to numbers. If we had not increased anything in the town of Raymond, it would still go up just under $1. It'd be that $1,680, because that 700,000 is pretty much just over what we voted through for our increase. So
Yeah.
realistically,
Yeah,
it's almost $1 just for the school and county.
Right, yeah, you would have to use all 700 to wipe out, to make the municipal
subsidize the other
tax
two.
net zero. Yeah, you've got 1.4 million school and county.
Right. So in my opinion, I'm not opposed to going above the 200 either, but I think that basically the more we go up, the more we subsidize the school and the county by lowering the tax rate, because they're already at $1. So personally, if we go from 200 to 300, that's still 50% more than we've done over the last few years. Personally, I'd like to see 200, but at the same time, it doesn't hurt to use a little of this money to offset it.
Sam? Your thoughts on how much to use?
Well, I'm with Dennis on that. I would prefer 200. But if 300 is what works.
Derek?
He's got you coming from both sides, behind you, in front of you.
I think we're all going to speak.
Derek.
I'm leaning towards 300. We don't. I mean, I don't know. It's not a huge difference either way. It's, I mean, it depends, I guess. If you have a $70 million house on Sevago versus what us normal people have, but yeah, I'm leaning towards. I would say 300 would be my vote.
Well, I wish for 200, but 300 is probably realistic.
I mean, my original thinking was 300. I mean, I would have gone to the 350 of me, but the difference between 300 and 350 would make on a $300,000 house would amount to about $25. If my mind is calculating roughly correctly.
But who has a 300?
Well, they used to say $100,000 house, but that's, you know, I don't think those exist much anymore.
So either do $300,000 houses.
If there's not a motion, can I make comment?
You can make a comment.
Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road. I think, splitting the difference and coming down the middle seems to make the most sense. If I understand the whole idea of this fund balance thing, part of it is strategic in that I believe your Moody's rating and bonds are all tied to what you have in reserve. By the same token, what we're seeing in the environment is the fact that there's going to be more events on the way, and therefore having more of a cushion in the dollars also is part of the charge of this whole issue. So I'd say it's kind of like insurance, and what you'd probably do is split the difference at this point, a little bit more on the taxpayer, but at the same time having money in reserve for that rainy day slush fund, whatever you want to call it. It's money that when you need the money, you need the money. And but quite honestly, I've been hearing in this community probably for the last 15 years, maybe longer, that Moody's and the bond rate is we're AA, AAA, whatever the tops are with there. And I don't think that that's a bad thing overall. I do think that we should be saying at this point to Moody's that we've kind of established a track record here. We're not a losing business, and so maybe we don't have to prove as hard as some other communities to get that bonding, but that's a whole nother thing on bonding. Thank you.
Well, it's important that we maintain that that 15% cushion, because that does tie directly to how the rating agencies look at it. When we went and bonded the last time, if you look at what we did, because we self-bonded, because we had the AAA rating, we got the bonds at about 1.9 or 1.9%, where the bond bank was giving almost 5%. So by being fiscally responsible there, it saved us a ton of money. And we know that we've got some projects coming down the road that we're going to want to self-bond on. So we need to maintain those levels so that we can keep that rating and get preferential rates when we go out on those, because we know there's going to be some projects coming down the road. Just look a little bit to my right here. There's going to be money that's going to have to go into that and things like that, and so the better we prepare ourselves for things like that, as far as staying ahead of the curve on that, the better off for us all.
Well, I make a motion that we allow $300,000 from the surplus to be moved over for this use.
Second.
Yeah, so essentially what that, and Kurt will have to run that through to see what, how that factors down, but essentially what we're saying is...
That'll be 1720.
It would be use 300 for the fund balance.
I think you can safely add
second grade math there.
300,000 and setting a mill rate of 1720. That's what's going to come calculated to.
Okay.
If you want to amend your motion.
Well,
change.
Well, then I'll change it to. Do I actually say the tax rate 1720?
Oh, the motion is to use 300,000 in fund balance and set the tax rate at 1720.
To set the tax rate at 1720 as amended.
That's what I heard you say. Right?
I was thinking it.
And that was seconded by Teresa.
Yep.
Any other discussion? All those in favor? And so you'll get those you need wet signature on, so when will you have those out there?
So we'll finish this tomorrow morning, and then we'll send an email out when the papers are ready, and folks can circulate through and sign the warrants tomorrow afternoon.
So Dennis, you'll have to, on those, you have to go up to the town hall and sign that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tomorrow afternoon?
Yeah, it'll take me most of the morning to get the stuff into the billing system and get the warrants prepared. There'll be some fractional rounding, so I can't really predict the exact dollar amount. It'll be within, the overlay will be within a few cents or $1, but by tomorrow afternoon, I'll let Sue know.
Yeah.
She can send an email out letting you know everything's ready to go. Yep.
Or text.
Or text.
Hey, you're still up there. Next item is consideration of signing the original assessed value certificate for the change in the TIF proposed changes. So this, if I understand, this just, this is that whole change that we're doing to allow the, additional things in the TIF. So that this just resets or recertifies the original rates on those, correct?
That's correct. A couple months ago, the town approved an amendment to the pipeline TIF corridor, and Bernstein Shore submitted the documents to DECD. And what's common is, depending on who's staffing that department at any given time, they often ask for some technical revisions. And what they've asked for is, we have the original OAV certificate from 1999. They like to see currently an itemized list of all the properties shown. So the total amount, the OAV, does not change. We're simply showing the individual assessments from 1997 on the certificate, because DECD likes to see that now. So it's basically a re-ratification of the earlier OAV. No change to the dollar.
Questions on that? Is there a motion?
A motion to accept the assessor's certificate for the town of Raymond, Maine.
Second?
Discussion? All those in favor? Motion is carried.
Thank you.
Next item, consideration of financing new dump truck and excavator.
Bless you.
How's it going tonight? So we're up to purchasing a new dump truck and an excavator. Unfortunately, the only way I can do this is to finance it. The dump truck is coming in at around $300,000. The excavator, we haven't got a solid number on that yet, but it's scarily approaching $300,000. I'd estimated $200 on the dump truck and $150 on the excavator. The only way I can do it to stabilize my CIP budget is to finance.
How much for the
I'm
excavator?
looking to do 4 years on the financing on the dump truck and probably the same on the excavator.
So excavator's 3.2?
The two we're looking at are 280 and one's 310.
Okay.
And where are we looking at financing that?
I haven't got that far yet.
Has Brenda looked at that at all?
I wanted to see if that's what you were interested in doing. If we don't finance, I can't purchase either one of them this year. We'll have to wait till spring.
Do we need them?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, something like that, it makes sense to on those dollar values anyway, but, what I'd want to see is what we can find for where we can go, because that's approaching the figure where we, whether we want to self-bond that or whether we go, we can talk to some of the banks and see what they do on there too. Because if we go to the bond bank, then we're tied to their lending times, which are twice a year. They've already done the first lending, so it wouldn't be until,
Is it February?
yeah.
I think.
When they're.
If we're going to wait that long, there's a window I've got to hit to order the dump truck to try to get it on the road for next winter. We order it, we wait too long, we're going to be another whole fiscal year.
I mean, the question, the question would be, what you'd need to do, they'd need a contract and some sort of a binder or whatever, but our actual financing of it depends on when delivery is going to be, when we'd need that.
Correct.
So this is for next year's? Next winter?
There's one truck that's in the pipeline that we could essentially see by December. If I order right now, we won't see the cab and chassis until April, May, somewhere in there. And then it'll have to go up to get upfitted, and that'll be.
This is for a plow truck? I mean, a dump truck.
Dump truck, yeah.
And the excavator, what size is that?
We're looking at something similar to the same size we have. We got a 308, it's a 19,000 pound machine. I don't want to get anything too much bigger than that if we can.
I'm confused, though. We just went through a budget process, and I didn't hear one mention of either one of these things, and now it's an emergency?
No, it's not an emergency.
Oh, so we can, well, this is just to ask for it to be in the budget process?
No, we had it in the budget process when we were doing the budget process.
You did?
Yeah, it was
It's
in the,
in
it
his
was in,
CIP
it was in the
budget.
CIP, it was in the spreadsheet that we presented to you guys a couple.
I was on the budget committee until June.
Yep.
We asked for it 3 times. We didn't get anything besides a inventory of what you had. And now,
We gave the spreadsheet.
I'll go back through, I'll go back through the meetings. I mean, somehow,
Yes.
It's it's been on the schedule. The excavator's actually been talked about for 3 years now. We, probably even 4, we were gonna do it back during COVID, but supply and demand was too much and couldn't get one, so we just patched that one back together.
and you had bids so that we had something to read? Not numbers. I know there was numbers that were handed to us that were just hundreds of thousands of dollars, but you had 225 in a CIP plan.
Correct.
And we asked for your plan at least 3 times.
You got it. When did we do that, Sue?
Could I get a copy of it?
Yes, of course you can get a copy of it.
Okay.
Budget Finance
Yeah,
just had it.
But and Nathan isn't asking, can I spend the money? It's already in his CIP budget. It is, he wants to see if the selectmen are amiable to going out and financing it rather than buying them outright because the costs are coming in bigger.
Correct me if I'm wrong, the money's there, but the discussion about both a dump truck and an excavator, because one was bought in January, correct? Was there a new truck bought in January?
Yeah, we purchased it actually in October of last year. We just got it.
That was the only one I heard about the whole time. And I thought I paid pretty good
It was in
attention.
my presentation to replace another dump truck this coming year and replace the excavator. Like I said, the excavator we've been talking about for, back into COVID, the first part of COVID.
Well, again, I'm a little confused because, again, I took notes. I asked for the plan. We met several times to go over it. We got numbers. We never got names. You may have verbalized it, but unless I'm
We don't
living...
take the bids to the Budget
Yeah, we
Finance
haven't-
Committee or anything like that.
We haven't done
So
that.
you haven't got any bids?
No, I got quotes, Dennis. I don't put it out to bid. I got quotes. I got one from International, one from Peterbilt, one from Western Star, and one from HP Fairfield, which is a complete unit.
Could you send those to me in an email?
Of course I could. I've
Okay.
already told you I would.
I appreciate that.
I can
And
give the
I'm
numbers
going to
right
look for, I'd also like to know when it was brought up in a meeting, because quite frankly, this is what we wanted. We wanted a plan to see what we're going to replace, because there's many needs that are an ambulance that's underfunded. And I see in your capital improvement that there's Snap-on tools being bought, a $15,000 truck being bought.
Well, the truck that we purchased was in the plan too, Dennis. It was in the CIP schedule. We've never had to put the stuff out to bid. The last truck I put out to bid and went through the process was 2003.
Again,
we found it to be very cumbersome, and the money is there. You spend the money, and there was a trust with the Board of Selectmen. They said purchase what you need to purchase, and that's what we do. And I price check them. I don't put them out to bid. The bidding process is kind of a farce. So you get quotes on your trucks and go from there.
Bids are important.
No, they're not. Not on a dump truck. When you're buying a dump truck that every other town's buying, they're the same. They're all the same. When you get into the plow trucks, all you're doing is hoping that you don't miss something on the truck, and they're going to be a couple $100 difference. So you're down to buying what you think you need.
I'm not comfortable moving on this tonight. I think we can table until the next meeting. I'd like to see what's in writing, what bids he has, and we can discuss going forward.
Bids, Dennis, I got quotes, and I can give them to you right now. if you want.
What we're saying here is, are we amenable to financing those? Those were, these are items that have been discussed in the past and were in the plans. So now we're at the phase where we say, okay, do we want to finance it, or do we want to just take it straight out of the budget?
I say we finance it.
Finance it. Need a motion.
Do you want a motion on it?
Yeah, I'll entertain a motion to investigate the financing on.
All right, motion to consider investigating the financing on a new dump truck and an excavator. Go ahead, a second, sorry.
Second.
Discussion?
So on the discussion part of it, because it might be on a deadline type thing, when do we want the final?
The only deadline you're going to have if we choose not to purchase the one that's in the pipeline, it'll be spring before we see the truck. If I don't order it here pretty soon, we'll be another fiscal year. The order banks are opening up, I think he said, a couple of weeks. And if you don't get into the order bank, you won't see it until you won't be able to order it until the fourth quarter, which will put the truck getting here December or January of next year, which will put you in the whole cycle. At that point, you don't really need to finance it. You can wait till next year.
I do have a question along that line. Because it was brought up and discussed. What was the price you had back when you discussed it?
Well, we were looking at $190,000.
For which, the truck?
On the truck.
On the truck?
$190,000 for the complete units with the number I was working off from.
Things are jumping quick.
Yeah, and they've gone up since '21. That same truck is $269,000 for the exact same thing we got right now.
On that motion, I'm not putting any conditions on it. I say approve it. It's just my motion.
Other discussion? Been moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Would you reread it
Wait.
so I can understand what we're voting on?
Are we finding, on the financing part, we're just sending it out to get finance, to find out what the financing terms are?
We're investigating
Right.
the financing.
Okay.
Ultimately, we would then have to approve the financing.
So then we're gonna get a number
Get it
back,
again,
and then,
yes.
Yeah, if we get stupid rates, I wouldn't recommend financing it.
Okay.
I don't know what the rates are. I just was coming here before I went any further.
If I could, please. You have to go to the mic, otherwise they can't hear you on Zoom and it won't
On
be on the
TV.
tape. Yes.
So, it just so happens, I have a meeting with a gentleman from Androscoggin Bank on Thursday to look into something else. And I'd be happy to discuss this with him as well, just to see what I can get from that avenue. I'm also planning a meeting with maybe another bank as well to discuss financial terms for a few things. So I'd be happy to, if you'd like, to pull this into my conversation.
Well, I mean, that's what this does. It says,
Yeah.
you know,
Push it over to you.
investigate the financing options on there, so we
Okay.
can then mix.
do we have a deadline on this? On your motion?
Well, I would say that, you know, the financing options would be able to be presented.
Not necessarily deadline, but do we have an estimate, like guideline, I guess, on when we're trying to get it done by?
When will it come back to us for a final vote?
I guess that's going to depend on how quickly
Right.
Brenda can get things done there.
So are we gonna put a deadline on it, or are we just gonna let her fly?
I wouldn't.
Oh, we'll ask her to report her progress at the next meeting.
Well, our meeting's not for a month, so that should be fine. Okay, cool. That's all I was wondering, if you could
Is
get
that
it done in that
gonna
time.
kick things out too far? A month?
That's what it is. I mean, try it. I think you won't, if we go out 2 weeks, we won't be purchasing that truck for December, which is fine. We'll be back to the original plan, is ordering it now and getting in place for next year.
Before we always
I mean,
just,
your other, you know,
we always went with, when,
your other option is separate the two.
Well, they're both going to be separated, if I'm not mistaken, if you can't finance two pieces of equipment with one loan, you'd have two loans, one for the excavator and one for the truck.
All right.
Depending on how you do that. If we were to self-bond, you can do that as long as the documents are correct.
Correct.
If you're doing a loan on it, yeah, they're gonna do that individually, but it depends on the packaging. You know, if you went to the bond bank, it's a capital equipment purchase. two pieces of equipment, and that you could put into a single bond. So it depends, that's why I say it comes down to what you find out when you look at the options.
I was I was trying to steer away from the bond, just because of the length of the loan. I was kind of hoping to get this over and done within 3 to 4 years. We've got $200,000 in the CIP account right now on just the truck. I was going to put 100 down on it. I was thinking to do that, and you're only financing 199. And I used the figures on the most expensive one. So that was the only reason I was kind of looking towards a loan instead of a bond.
Well, I mean, you call it a bond, call it a loan, whichever. But I mean, it still comes down.
Still financed.
Comes down to the financing options.
Okay.
So can I ask one thing? I mean, I don't, and this is just me being, I don't know, maybe losing my memory. I don't remember ever having to do this. Usually what we did is...
Typically, we would have asked for the money to town meeting, and where we weren't financing it, we'd purchased the truck and moved on.
Well, right, because that's what the ex-town manager would do too,
Correct.
because you would talk to him and he would pull the select board and stuff like that. Can we give Sue on a good deal as far as like what they come back with? Can she approve it?
$600,000?
Again, the ex-town manager used to do this all the time.
He's not here.
I know
You guys
that.
didn't want him here.
What was that?
You didn't want him here.
No, you take the statement back. That's not accurate.
Well, the reality is that if
No.
we did that, I think it was inappropriate. Put it that way.
Well, okay, but in this case, that's all I'm asking Rolf is what, is that a possibility?
Well, I think you're talking two different, if something were to happen and the truck became that's a manageable. The excavator is a bigger thing, and I think that's got to be looked at separately.
Okay.
So I mean, it depends. If all of a sudden one was found, you found one that was available that you could get the next day or whatever, then we would, you'd look at that a little bit different, because in that case, it's probably a better deal. But
well, I think.
But I mean, if the reality is it's one that's going to have to be built anyway.
Right.
Then, let's look at where all our options are.
I think the truck that's already in the pipeline's almost $40,000 more money, and we don't need the truck right now. We're all set for this winter.
Yeah.
The original, what I started with this was to get the truck in the pipeline, get it rolling, get everything going. And that's an option too. We could do. We could purchase the truck. I've got money to purchase the truck, and then July 1st we purchase the equipment. That's what we did with the Western Star that we have right now, the one we just purchased. We ordered the truck, purchased it. It showed up. We paid for the truck out of last year, and we just a couple weeks ago paid the bill and the equipment on it.
Peter?
Nathan, I'll tell you, I've had some amount of experience with keeping old engines and equipment running, so I appreciate that you put on the spot whenever you asked, well, are we talking about this season? Are we talking about 2 years? So worst case scenario, how would the snow removal, let's say, this winter with a moderate snow be impacted if you were down a dump?
Well, you always go into it hoping that the equipment you have is in good enough shape to run it through the winter. And that was our plan. We don't have, we've got one spare truck. And so if you had a broke down truck right now, it would impact it a little bit, but nothing, I don't think the people would see it. We have breakdowns all winter long.
But if that was the case, then you'd run a season of moderate snow with no backup.
Correct.
Good point. Motion.
The original motion was to investigate the
can still do that.
the financing options. You can still do that, but I mean, if something changes, That can come back to us at any time anyway. So the motion on the table is to investigate the financing options for the truck and for the excavator. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Opposed?
I'm abstaining.
One abstention. Motion is carried. Next item.
So get on the agenda.
Consideration of issuing quitclaim deed for lien payments.
All right. I make a motion to approve a Maine short form quitclaim deed without covenant for Carl Bartolomeo. And it's, I'm trying to think if there's an amount. No, it's book 31729, page 018, book 32517, page 61. I'm not seeing an amount.
Second.
Discussion? Those in favor? Opposed? None? Motion is carried.
Okay, the second one is a motion to approve a Maine short form quick claim deed without covenant for Veronica Danie, D-A-N-I-E. Sorry if I said that wrong. Do I have to read all the books and pages?
Yep.
All right. Book 33358, page 278. Book 35,913, page 71. Book 39,673, page 117. Book 34,140, page 345. Book 37,080, page 21. Book 40,312, page 221. Book 35,064, page 336. Book 38,553, page 8.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None? Motion is carried. Public comment. Any public comment? No public comment. Selectman comment.
I do, I'm sorry. I had let, as you guys are aware, Bob Jones passed away, and they are having his funeral this way, the 12th, yes, at 1, I believe, and it's at the Refuge Church in Wyndham, back tucked in there, if anybody is interested in going.
That's Bob Jones?
Yeah.
Yeah, Bob was, he served on many different committees in the town, including the budget finance, including some subcommittees and things like that, so.
I mentioned it to the budget finance, but yeah, he was a good guy. He was a good soul. He really was. So I just wanted to put that out there.
He was a gentleman in the true sense of the word.
Yeah, he was.
Other comments? Okay. Town manager's report.
I actually have a few things to report. One is I'd like to thank very much Victor Otley. He's the president of the Panther Pond Lake Association. He took myself and Chris and Jason and Janet out on a tour of Panther Pond. And he showed us the equipment that he uses for testing the water, testing the clarity, explained all the processes, showed us the various points of, not just points of interest, but from a town point of view and a potential, not potential hazard, I don't want to say that, because that lake is so clean, it is amazing, quite literally. But they've worked hard to get it that way. They have really, and not that others haven't, I just haven't seen Thomas Pond. But it was really interesting to see, and I had been to their annual meeting, to hear the care in the people's voices and how much they really love the area, love the people around the lake, love keeping it as pristine as they can with the water quality. And he explained the whole flipping of the lake and what the phosphorus does, and it was incredibly interesting. I was very thankful, and it was very informative as well, because Chris used to live on the pond, so he helped too to talk about some of the various things that were around it. And we had quite a discussion as well about a popular subject of late, which is the short-term rentals, because they really have, the same as all the lakes do, I think. There's a set of folks that have bought properties in order to have a business and rent short-term rentals. There's another population who have owned property on the lakes for years and rent them out for a part of the year to be able to make their tax dollars. So somewhere in between there is, I think, where we need to be aiming at for any ordinances or anything that we're looking at, because I don't want to hurt one group by helping another on either side, regardless of which side of the coin you're on with that. So I think it's going to be quite an interesting activity to go through looking at those kind of ordinance changes when we get there. But I really appreciated going out. That was very eye-opening. And Joe.
Planning board subcommittee.
Yes.
They're a very good,
Mm-hmm.
they're an excellent group.
They are. Yeah.
They work on the river, too, by the way.
Yeah. Yeah, they had about 100 go to their annual meeting. It was quite well attended. That was nice. Joe Crocker couldn't be here tonight, but I asked him for a update of Parks and Rec, and he did create a document, and I'll send it out to the board. But they had quite a year this year. I can't even talk, I'm sorry. He says this season has been comparable to 22 in terms of activity and revenue generation. Our projected seasonal revenue ranges between 120 and 160, depending on weather conditions such as temperature and rainfall. And with three consecutive seasons free from COVID restrictions, we're now better positioned to predict our future revenue streams. In, let's see, for gate attendance, for instance, at Tasseltop, in 21 they had 14,788 for gate attendance. This year, 18,005. So in 3 years, they've gone up significantly. The summer camps have just exploded.
Yeah.
Very literally. They have waiting lists on everything that they do.
Yep.
They're now exploring having before and after school care with the school. He's in talks with Chris Howell and the school.
They did it.
They did it?
They did
done?
it.
Oh, I
So-
hadn't heard that.
Yep, and they just opened up applications. They can only do 25 kids, and they have to do it at RES because Jordan Small, their Wednesday early release, will goof these guys up over here. So what they're going to do is use, I think, the gym, the stage, and probably out back too. But nope, they've already. Riley, I believe it is, their, yes, the assistant, they put out a survey and they said parents were coming back left and right. It's $90 a week, and they're only doing after school
Oh, it is
right
just
now.
after.
Yep, but it's, I think it's 3:30 to 5:30, I think it is. But nope, it's open, so it's a huge new thing for Raymond, yes.
Wednesdays, it's noon to.
Yeah, Wednesday's noon to 5, I think, 5:30, yeah.
Shapes of things to come.
Yes.
Yeah. Yep.
So good for
How are
them.
they doing the Wednesday then?
Over there, they get out
No.
early Wednesday.
It would be on this side. They're taking those kids that are early, but these kids aren't out early, so what do? They just
They
hold-
well, it all depends on if they get in, because what happens is they had to apply online for applications. I think it opened up.
Yeah, but either way,
September
you'll
5th.
probably get a mixture of each, so.
Well, once, if, when they.
So on Wednesday, the gym and I don't know what you call
The
it, the
stage.
stage area, they would have to close that part down from
No,
on noon
it's,
on.
it's all gonna be at RES. It's not up here.
Yeah, no, those across the street. They can't use. Yes.
I thought you said
Oh,
the other
sorry.
way around. Okay, I
No,
gotcha.
no,
That makes way more
because
sense.
I didn't understand what you were saying. No, because it would move them up here with having
Yeah.
kids in the.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, like, wait, that doesn't work.
No.
Yeah, and their programs are doing incredible. In the lowest year, or the earliest year he has is the first year he was here, 2019. There were 107 kids. This year, 173 for the summer programs.
And the ski
I believe.
program's back. And
The ski program's back. They've got soccer going.
Tomorrow. the bingo for the seniors.
Oh, yes.
Wait a minute, but I read it was all ages.
That's Sue Tara's thing. I thought that was just the seniors.
Okay, so there is a seniors, but
I
there's
saw all
also,
ages too.
It's all ages.
Yeah.
it might be, it might be Deb Tar for that, but
Yeah, I don't, better be. I'm ready.
all ages,
Bingo.
Raymond Rec bingo.
Killing it.
Yeah.
Bingo.
Yeah, I'll knit you a shawl.
September 11th,
Yeah.
which is Thursday, I think. Tomorrow, yeah.
Pom poms on. Yeah. I get all the
6 to
different
7:30
colors.
at the Raymond Village Church. No, I mean this.
Hey.
Don't start with the pom poms things again. Yeah. That's funny on those.
Yeah. But what's to me cool about all of this stuff, beyond the numbers and all of that, is it's bringing people together and doing more community type things. And I think that's what our society's missing more than anything else.
You know, I could just say, everything you mentioned up there is a non-real estate, tax-driven revenues. Boy, those are nice words.
Yeah, they are. So other than that, I have confirming dates, October 8th and November 12th for your next 2 meetings.
I might not be able to do the 8th. Yeah, I'm on vacation that week, and I'm either going to Pennsylvania or having family come up, but that's right. I won't be here.
Is that a problem?
I don't know if I'm going down to Pennsylvania or having family come up. I mean,
Which one? The next one or the one after?
October 8th. So, I mean, even if can we go possibly the next week? I don't know.
The 15th?
Yeah.
I believe that's, oh no, that would be Wednesday, never mind.
Something else here that night?
I don't believe so, but let me
I don't mind either way.
make sure before I assume.
October 15th or 8th. Doesn't matter.
Anybody else have a problem with the 15th?
Nope.
Looking at my calendar now. I don't think so.
September, October. No, the 16th is budget finance, but there's nothing on the 15th.
Okay. So we'll have it the 15th instead.
Okay, cool, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Could I just add a comment real quick? This is about the collaboration, Laurie Wallace, 36 Pulpit Rock Road. This is about the collaboration between the town and the citizens. Just wanted to add to the Parks and Rec update that the Raymond Lions Club donated money for 4 benches for Sherry Gagnon Park. We want to do as much as we can for the community with our backs and our funds, so.
What was that?
4 benches for the park.
No, from who?
Raymond Lions Club.
That was really nice, thank you.
That is very nice.
And Nathan is putting them together? Or
Yes.
And you're the president. I'm the president and secretary.
You are.
So Nathan, how are you going to tether
Spokesperson.
those down so they don't flip over in that next Wednesday?
Not going anywhere.
Oh, too soon. Too soon. November is. We're doing,
Nathan, that's when you pick the chair up and show them how the wind blows it.
All right.
12th.
That's great.
Nothing else?
Yep.
A motion to adjourn?
Second?
All those in favor? Meeting is adjourned.
Good evening and welcome to the September 11th, 2024 Planning Board meeting for the Town of Raymond. The Planning Board will come to order. We do have a quorum, and we'll start with attendance.
Mike Richmond.
Greg Foster.
Robert O'Neill.
Ed Kranich.
There's a public...
Kevin Woodbury.
Kevin. Oh, Kevin. I'm sorry, Kevin. You always sneak in there. There's a public proceeding, and unless the board specifically votes to go into executive session, you have the right to hear everything that is being said and to look at all the exhibits that I presented. Please notify the chair if you're unable to see or hear. The board works from a published agenda And we'll be considering tonight's items in the following order. We have the approval of the minutes of the July 10th meeting, no old business, and a site plan review and public hearing, followed by some staff communications and updates. In each instance, the burden is upon the applicant to demonstrate compliance with the provisions of applicable ordinances or state law. All persons speaking, including representatives of the applicant and members of the public, are asked to stand at the microphone, state their name, address, and affiliation with the application. For a person speaking shall address the chair. Any conversation must be held in abeyance until after the board has formally adjourned. After the board votes on the merits of each application, it will prepare a written notice of decision. Because the notice of decision may substantially affect any appeals rights, and also as a matter of courtesy, the board asks that those attending the meeting with regard to a specific application not leave until the board has completed its discussion. Appeals from adverse decisions must be filed with the Superior Court or as otherwise provided by law within 45 days of this board's decision. That's it. Okay, so our first business is the approval of the minutes for July 10th, 2024. Any corrections, additions, deletions?
Move to accept the minutes.
Second.
Second. Any discussion? All those in favor? Kevin?
Aye.
That's accepted. Actually, you have one set of business before we go to the new business. Our videographer for our November meeting is not going to be present. So Sue Look has asked us to reschedule it. The two dates that she gave me to reschedule are November 4th and November 8th. November 4th being a Monday, November 8th being a Friday, which I already discounted because it's a meeting on Friday.
Well, I guess you've got that now.
Yeah, so it's the 4th. I just want to throw the 8th out there just in case.
Oh, gosh.
Is that a problem for anybody?
No, not for me.
Kevin, you okay with November 4th?
Looks good on my calendar.
Okay.
Day before Election Day.
What time is it?
It'll be our same time.
7.
Yeah. All right, so November 4th. And now to our new business. Site plan review and a public hearing. I'm just going to go with Ross and Peter because I'm going to mispronounce that name.
Bachelor or Bernier? Which one?
Oh, it's Bachelor. I would have gotten that probably close.
Yeah.
Bernier, I would have had not a problem. I said Bachelor, I figured I wasn't going to get that one. All right. Jim, would you start us off?
Sure. This is for you tonight for private road extension. The board may remember they did a site walk last December for this. We walked the entire road and made some suggestions to the applicant for bringing Lookout Lane up to private road standard. With that, we made some recommendations. They finally have got back. To create a lot at the end of the road, they need to place a hammerhead. They can acquire the necessary frontage off the hammerhead. That hammerhead has to be built to town standards. Tonight before you is a plan. I don't know if they have started construction yet on this or in progress. However, it needs to be, there are some things that need to be brought in to make sure that it complies with the town standards. This evening, we did get a late memo from Wayne. I don't think Wayne is on, but basically it's the standard Wayne memo for requirements of no parking signs and making sure it has adequate radiuses for fire trucks. I think the recommendation was because this is at the end of the road, we wanted them to increase the width down to the first driveway to an overall 16-foot width, 12-foot wide with 2-foot shoulders, up to the point of the turnaround. with the layout you have before you this evening, they would have to obviously bring that improvement within the confines of the right-of-way limit. And then there may have to be some minor drainage improvements because the land kind of starts sloping downhill away. And I think they may need a culvert under the leg of the driveway or turnout for the end of the T-turnaround. The applicants are here, so we'll let them description. This is in the RR zone. It is in the watershed of, I believe, Panther Pond. And given this limited size, I don't think there's much they need to do for stormwater. It's a very small amount of impervious they're creating here. They may need a buffer or something like that, depending on what they end up doing with the drainage on the road.
Is this the project Dustin walked us through?
No, it was the owner. Remember Mr., I think it was Peter.
Oh, yeah, right, okay.
The feisty old man.
Yeah. Yep, okay.
He himself is an engineer.
Yeah, I think he worked for Grondin for years. So.
Yep.
Yeah, in the state.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I'm at the right project now. All right, would you like to tell us what you're going to do? Yep. You have to go up there, state your name.
I'm Ross Batchelder. I'm Peter Bernier's grandson. Just looking to build a 30 by 40 above garage apartment on our 2.55 acre lot that was gifted to us. We're gonna build the turnaround into all the road specs we have, widen the road out. The road was 12. We just cleaned the shoulders off because it was overgrown, so we did that this fall, I believe it was. And we dug the test holes to prove that the road was built to town standards, and that's what you have pictures of. And we're building the turnaround to the same standards that have been presented to us.
Okay. Pretty simple.
Pretty simple stuff.
Yeah.
I think it's just a matter of us making sure we get, a plan that shows the correct grading that we want for the terminus. It's a small footprint, basically, we're dealing with here, because we've already done the shoulders. So I think we feel comfortable that you could make this a condition that, they have to comply with the fire departments and our comments with regards to grading and drainage. I think those all can be handled primarily in the field or post-approval.
So do we have a drawing for this? I see you have one there.
There's a couple of them. I don't know if you guys... Fire departments and our comments with regards to grading and drainage. I think those all can be handled primarily in the field or
What's that? That's Wayne?
It's me.
Oh, it's you.
It's like a delay.
It's a delay, huh?
So they have the right-of-way marked out. They kind of show where I think there's an existing road or woods road that goes down through there. I think that just needs to be rotated and brought into the right-of-way confines a little bit. And we provided a memo and discussing various aspects we're looking for.
Did you say you had correspondence from Wayne?
Yeah, tonight we got a late memo from Wayne, and basically within that, what do they do with it? It's the standard dead end.
Yeah.
Fire department. We would just make it compliant that whatever conditions you put, that it be and include this.
Okay. Did you get a copy of that by chance?
Probably didn't. I didn't get it.
Yeah, I haven't
this afternoon.
Yeah, I haven't seen it either.
Yeah, I have not.
But we can give it to
Okay.
It's the standard
okay.
language for no parking signs.
Actually, I might
Sorry
have
about
that
guys.
from.
I didn't see that yet.
Okay.
Is it the it was like a pamphlet, like a 3-page?
Yep.
Yep, we did get that either at the site walk or when I went to the town. Okay. I might have gotten something when I met with Brent.
Oh, yeah, this one is
Well,
dated.
I'll send the new one to you tomorrow.
The one that I got this evening was dated October 4th, but he sent it to me tonight, so.
Yeah, I do have that copy
Yeah, that-
then.
Okay. And then you're okay with everything that's in there?
Yep.
Okay.
And when we did the site walk, we talked because we had ledge on one side and the wetland on the other, so it didn't have to be the exact hammerhead as long as there was enough radius for the fire truck.
It has to, the only thing, it has to stay within the confines of whatever you designated for your right-of-way. So you've got that kind of T shape there.
Yep.
Those improvements have to, within the confines of that
Right,
T-shape.
it can rotate and...
It can rotate a little bit, but the turnaround for the fire department has to be within that T.
Right.
Basically. So you can modify it a little bit, but there's not a whole lot of wiggle room.
Well, what are you trying to do in modifying it?
I was gonna get the turning radius because I have the specs on a fire truck, so it'll be large enough for a fire truck to spin around, but we have a telephone pole and wetland on one side and ledge and a property line on the other.
Yep.
So we can't, exactly do that right at the mouth. And we had talked about it during the site
It
walk.
doesn't have to be perfectly centered in the middle of it. You have a little bit of wiggle room, but, again, I think once you get it going in the field, once you get it staked out, we can work with you as far as, getting it exactly how it should fit. We just have to make sure it's in the right space because we've got deeded right away here.
Right.
Wayne asked for an auto turn, the template.
Yeah, and that's what he's talking about, is trying to design that so it meets that.
Okay, he's got that.
Yeah, he's got
software to do it.
I don't know if he's got the software to do it, but I think we can, if we have the radius, we can construct it.
Okay. So there'll be a plot plan showing all that, because this
Right,
really
I think that's where, tonight we can make approvals with conditions, but then we need a return plot plan with those conditions and to be signed. So that's basically what we'll have to upgrade this plan a little bit based on the conditions the board sets forth.
Okay.
Then once you have that, then you're off to the races. It has to be recorded. It has to be recorded at the registry as well.
And I do have the 3 plans with the signature block here. That was asked to have. Is that something?
Well, we may have to wait on that.
Yeah, I don't
We may
think
have to wait on, they were trying to get it signed tonight, but I think we'll have to get some conditions on that and make some changes.
What?
It's the same plan you're looking at, but it's just got the
Oh, okay, that's
blocks.
yeah, we'd have to get the conditions put on
We
that.
have to get the conditions put on that, and then we'd probably want a little grading shown and the drainage shown as well.
Right.
Minor stuff, but,
Which there should be, is that the topographic one that shows the grading?
It shows the grading, but I think we were looking for a potential culvert under that leg.
Okay. I'm pretty positive that most of that's ledge, not too far down.
Okay.
So I know the road's crowned now to the left side of the road, and then it hits a culvert and then runs the wetland down, which is on that telephone pole side.
So either way, we can go, I think just somehow we got to get the water so it doesn't go overland over the road, whether it goes around and through a culvert on your driveway, or whether it goes through a culvert under the hammerhead itself somewhere.
Gotcha.
Okay. We just need to see that on the plan with, I think you've got some contours on there, but I think we're going to have to flatten those out a little bit for the fire department. Might be a little too steep for them because they need it pretty level to turn around.
Okay.
But I think those are all very correctable things that we can work with you.
All right.
Okay. So hang on one second there. Our first step is we do need to move that the application is complete, and I think we've decided that, right? So can I get a motion for that, please?
I move that we deem the application from Ross Batchelder complete.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Kevin?
Aye.
All right. Next step is I need to open a public hearing on this, which I will do now. If there's anyone that would like to speak for or against the project? Done? Okay. Next step would be then, Jim, do you have the conditions?
I didn't spell them out exactly, but I think we can probably quickly list them out.
And I'm wondering how we can do this without bringing them back next month.
Yeah, that's what my plan would be, is that we try to get these conditions, you can review them, and then bring it back for your signature next month. Or are you trying to do it tonight so that you don't have to come
Well,
back?
when do you want to start this project, Ross?
As soon as possible.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Yesterday.
Yeah.
Day before yesterday.
Yeah.
Wow. And a winter would have been nice.
Yeah, and then we got, there is weather coming eventually.
I mean, the other thing we could do is we could approve it, and if they can get this turned around, we can have you guys come into the town and sign it.
Yeah, I think, would that be okay with the board?
Yeah.
Kevin, okay with you?
Good for me.
Okay, so why don't we get the list of conditions?
Okay.
We will, we can approve it with the list of conditions. You can, once you get those conditions satisfied, and it's really just kind of getting this stuff done on paper.
Yep.
You can then bring it, a little ahead of myself here, but you could bring that to the town. And when the town gets that all, and Jim and Sandy have got it, we'll come in and sign it. Once we sign it, you can start.
Gotcha.
And that way, it'll keep you from having to wait to the next meeting.
Okay.
So I think the main conditions that we'd be looking for would be design the hammerhead to a slope that can accommodate fire truck turnarounds, and for basically slopes and geometry that accommodate the fire chief's memo. And then we're looking for drainage improvements for either a culvert or ditching to show how that water, surface water, will be conveyed either around or under the hammerhead itself.
So as far as that goes, if the road is crowned to the left, would
It can
that...
be super elevated, or it can be
Right,
down.
so if the whole thing was just completely pitched away from the hammerhead, so it would be directed towards the...
It can't be more than 2% cross slope.
Yep.
And I don't know if we have that on here. Typically, we like to see, the condition we might have is a typical cross-section of what that road would look like.
Okay.
Surface slope and material.
Yeah, I think there was one of the hammerhead, yeah.
Okay. We just want something of that nature on the plan that needs to be recorded.
Okay.
Okay, so if you can transfer that over, maybe we'll help you clean it up a little bit, but transfer that over to the plan so that we can get it signed. I think, other than that, it's just then referencing the fire chief's memo.
Do we also have to point out the width? Because in your list.
I think we can, the width is they've already done. They've already
built it?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I mean, I think that's already shown on the plan as well. On this, on the older plan I have, maybe not your plan, but on the older plan it is. So yeah, you can include that if you want. I don't think there's any harm in including that.
If the reduction doesn't require a waiver, we're just going to accept it as 12?
Well, here's the interesting part. We've done this before with a couple other private roads where there's less than 4 lots on the end of this, so it would meet that lesser town standard for those last few houses. If any other, we may want to put a note on that if any other further development happens on that road would have to be widened to 16 feet. 16 feet.
Okay.
But for now, it would only have to be 12.
Nice going, Ed. That's my phone.
Thought you were
I thought that
cutting
was
some boards over there.
I get for not putting it on silent there.
I would just have one recommendation of graphics for, I guess, a plan that's going to be recorded. I would just recommend they take the color off.
Yeah.
No, this is the one that'll be
We've got a
recorded.
newer plan.
It's not on that? Thank you.
Yep.
And maybe just label it,
Yeah, and I
current
think we'll
access
work with
road,
them to,
something. It threw me off. I
Yeah.
was thinking that was the new one and it was flipping a property.
yes,
So just
exactly. That's why I was like saying.
clean it up. Thanks.
So I think that, and again, get a typical cross-section of what they're building out there, so we know the depths and everything, and then that'll have to have the signature block for recording, but we'll work with them to get that cleaned up. Again, I don't think it's such a small footprint that I don't see any major hurdles here. Other than, you just have to work with the ledge.
Lots of it.
So,
And the digital copy?
we don't,
We don't need it?
well, we typically, I like to have them, but,
I think I had scanned in anything that we have that wasn't the 24 by 36.
who did your plan for you? Eaton?
Yeah.
Yeah, the surveying.
Yeah, I think Eaton probably can provide us a PDF once we get the final plan, so we have a digital copy. That's all or we can scan it, one or the other.
I have digital copies of that as well.
Yeah, but we're gonna have to modify it, so we'll need a new copy of the digital, that's all.
Okay.
All right.
So
Everybody happy?
I think so. We can approve it then with these conditions. All right, I move to approve the application with the following conditions. Show a hammerhead for emergency vehicles. Show contours for drainage and proposed drainage installations if needed with a 2% maximum slope on the hammerhead. And show compliance with the width requirement, which is 12 feet. And note that any additional lots will require widening the road to 16 feet.
And then also include conformance with the fire department's memorandum.
Okay.
Dated October 4th.
Okay, so conformance with the fire department memo 10/4/23.
Second that.
Should be 24, but I think he copy and pasted that.
Second. Is there any discussion? Kevin, you okay? Good. All right. All those in favor? Kevin? Aye. Done. Passed. So Ross is going to come in and see you, Jim, and
Yeah, Brett and I, and we'll work through how to show what we want to see on the plan.
okay.
So we can schedule a meeting whenever.
You want my notes to put on
I
here?
think we've got, Brett will take.
All right. Staff communications and updates.
I think the next course of action for this board would be to, I think we've talked about it a little bit, is to start the process for 2025 ordinances.
Yep.
Everybody pulling together, things they'd like to see change, things that we need to change, errors, omissions, things like that. Formulate our list so we can get that. I don't think, do we have anything at the next meeting? Sandy, do we have any applications forthcoming or expected?
Yes.
Yes, we do, Jim. But you're not involved. Port Harbor,
Oh, oh boy.
Always coming
the
back.
project that will never end.
Well,
It should be easy, though. Well, I say that.
so I don't know if you want to do a potential workshop before that, to just to kind of set in motion where we want to go, and Brett and I and Chris and others can start formulating some layouts.
Do you have issues?
I think Chris may have a list of some stuff that's come up during the course of the year. I think
Okay.
the one biggie that I think we kind of left hanging out there is ADU.
Yep.
I think that's the biggest one we need to look at.
Or are we waiting on the state for
We're
that?
waiting on the state, and I think that's a question that we probably should get back to the attorney, because they were the ones that advised us to wait.
Mm-hmm.
So I think there's some communication that should happen back to them to see what's come forth in that time frame, because I know other communities have all dealt with it.
Oh, okay.
Completely all different. There's no concise,
consistency.
there's no consistency. So we're kind of on an island, what we want to do. The other piece of this too, I know we talked about, but I think we were waiting on the comp plan, was maybe some discussions about affordability, affordable housing and bonus affordable housing.
Yep.
I don't know if we're ready for that yet, or whether we want to wait till the comp plan's complete before we implement that. And then I don't know, do you have any off the top of your head that you've thought of?
Just some minor things that we ran into, like the reviewing authority one.
Yep, with some.
Just some clarity there.
There's some discrepancies in amongst the various types of ordinance about who does what when. It just
Okay.
needs to be clarified.
Yep.
It's confusing language, basically.
Okay.
Are we going to readdress the solar ordinance?
Well, there's an ordinance that's already been enacted, revised and enacted, but it does not prohibit, I don't believe that does prohibit the board from going back and looking at doing, I know when we looked at those applications, buffering was one of the bigger ones.
Right.
We had discussions, so we can put it on the list, see where it stands, see how the board feels, what recommendations you'd like to see.
Yeah, I think they expected us to readdress it completely and work out what the town really wanted, you know.
Who's they, Kevin?
Well, the people that came up and did the override.
You think they wanted us to revisit?
Yeah, I thought so.
Okay.
So it's again, I know it was a concern when that application came forth.
Yep.
I do think that we may see other solar farm systems in other zones.
Yep.
So it would be prudent maybe to start looking at that to see what those impacts would be. I think primarily the only zone that's left is really rural, right, for solar farms at this point, rural or industrial, which they don't have much.
I wonder if the Comprehensive Plan Committee has even discussed that at all.
Greg?
Some.
Yes.
Yeah, we have, but.
Yeah.
Well, I agree, and I think that as far as you're listening to Peter, we may want to wait till the comp plan is finished before we start.
Yeah, we're gonna have a hearing and all that,
Yeah.
so it would make sense to wait. Yeah.
Okay. So comp plan stuff, but I guess the,
Well, the ADU stuff is,
ADU
I
shed.
think I know this July was when it was enacted by the state. So we may be behind, but I don't think we've had any requests yet. But I think it's something that we need to get back on the band. And I think that one's going to take a little bit of time because every community I've been in so far, this has been a very confusing issue on how it gets implemented, where and how and who reviews.
Could we get a copy of what the state has enacted and, you know?
Yeah, it's the same as what you had before. I don't know, they may have made a couple minor revisions to that, but yeah, we could reach out and get a copy of the LD 2003.
and then can we cheat a little bit and get what our neighboring communities have done?
We can, but there's no consistency.
Well, it still would be nice to, as a model, is to see which direction.
Because some towns have completely banned them in shoreline zoning, other towns have.
Oh, unless are you fairly familiar with the other towns?
Yeah.
Oh, well, okay, then you can just brief us. That's fine.
But like I said, every town has been advised by their attorneys, and they all have a different spin on where and how. I mean, it's supposed to be really isolated to your growth zone. Some towns blocked shoreline zoning, other towns, put other constraints in there that if you have the accessory dwelling unit, you still have to have the density for that. So, and some communities didn't.
So, go ahead, Kevin.
Well, I also think there was some concern about being able to cut more trees, a percentage of trees to allow private solar to thrive, because there's a limitation and it's pretty hard to wedge in solar when you have a lot of trees around. So there may be some, and I think there's some, not here, and then maybe somewhere in the state or in other states that have allowed more cutting of trees and to enable, private solar, not commercial, but the private solar.
Beyond what can fit on the roof.
Right.
Right, because you can have, do we have, Kevin, I know you're probably more astute than I am right now, but do we have a limitation as far as a freestanding size panel that a private citizen could have?
I don't think so, no.
Because I know that those are also, because the trackers is what I kind of call them. They're out there too, and some people have those in there for private use.
Right.
I think if you go up through Poland, you'll see one, there's a self-storage facility up there. They've got one behind the main building up there, and I think they're like, 48 panels or something like that on one tracker?
You can get them very large in there or very, small, but yeah, you can, depends on the size of the panels. Panels also come in different, varying sizes.
I think that one's roughly 30 by 40 or something like that. It's a good size panel that rotates during the course of the day.
Okay.
So I mean, those are things that we can take a look at as we've got more knowledge and observations of where they're going and how they're being used.
So we can more formalize next meeting if you want.
Right.
Um,
I think we should just kind of have us and staff prepare a list. You guys prepare anything that you'd like to see. Kevin, whatever, submit it back through Brett or Chris.
Right.
And then we'll kind of prepare kind of a list of where those fall in the ordinances. Then we can take them to say, okay, these are clerical, these are full brand-new rewrites, or these are minor revisions, and then you can, from there, I think we can channel it down to where the energy has to go.
All right, and we'll reach out to the lawyer, I guess,
Yeah, I think that'd have to come through Chris.
through Chris
Yeah.
on the ADU.
If Alex was dealing with Phil before, but I think it would be, Chris would reach out to Phil.
Mhm.
And get an update as to what do they recommend at this point.
Okay.
So,
All right. So Sandy, did you catch all that for the November meeting? Oh, no, wait a minute. October meeting, excuse me.
Yep.
Yeah, for
Skipped a
October,
month.
yes.
Yeah, which should be fine, because I don't think Port Harbor's going to take that much time. You haven't actually seen anything yet, have you? Sandy?
It's on my desk. It'll go out to you all tomorrow.
But it's not a huge change, right?
No, it's changing the roof line.
Yeah. We already do that once, didn't we? We already changed the roof line once?
Yeah, we had to build it.
They repositioned the building.
Finalized it?
I thought we did that once already. Okay, all right, thank you, Sandy. All right.
So I think we'll
And
try.
I already have Will on board.
Okay.
So we'll try to I think we can help categorize, the effort for each, minor, clerical, major. So the board can then focus on where it has to spend its energy going forward. My guess it's going to be the ADU.
Okay.
I have a question, Mr. Chair.
Yes?
How do you want that on the agenda? Just as a discussion point for the board or a workshop for the board?
I don't, as a discussion, I don't think we're to the workshop stage yet.
I didn't think so either, but you're in charge.
Well, I mean, you can do you can do a workshop. I mean, you can do it before the public hearing if you want, half an hour before, or you can do it after.
Yeah, I'd like to get I'd like to get it into some sort of organization first, and then we can, we'll see which ones go where, and then we can easily do the workshop for the next meeting.
Okay.
I don't think it's going to be, I don't think we don't have anything right now, so. Don't have it. Besides this, Mike, do you have anything?
Do not.
Yeah. You have some things you've mentioned. Do you want it for ordinance review?
I'd like to see our shoreline zone change to what the state minimum standard is, 250.
I think you brought that up about 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, same thing. And we've already talked.
Yeah, I don't really have.
Okay, so that's, all right, so that's like a place to go. All right, what's next?
Move to adjourn?
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Done.
Good evening. This is the Town of Raymond Budget Finance Committee meeting for September, calling the meeting to order. The first item on the agenda is approval of the minutes from August 21st. Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Is there any discussion? All right. All in favor? Okay. Next, we have new business, and the first item is consideration of the FY24 year-end expense and revenue summary report for all departments and all months. We had one put in our e-packet, and I met with our new finance director today, Brenda, and she explained to me that she is reconciling the bank statements from June, July, and August. Were there going to be any changes to this year-end report, Brenda?
Honestly, I don't foresee any major adjustments to that year-end. Oh, you want me to stand up?
Otherwise, we can't hear it on Zoom or Homeland.
Hello. I'm Brenda. I'm Brenda Fox Howard, Director of Finance, and I'm happy to report I don't really foresee any large adjustment entries for the fiscal year end. Okay. So what you see now, barring maybe an interest adjustment of sorts, I don't really see anything terribly large happening.
Okay.
Nothing that would impact your bottom line.
All right, thank you. And I just want to clarify, is the report that was in our e-packet, is that the year end for 23-24, or is this the start of the fiscal year 24-25?
I just put together your e-packet.
So it should be 24.
It's the year end for 23-24?
Yeah. May I come over and see what you have?
Yes.
Hold on 1 second. Yes. So you have the right one.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
No problem.
Okay. Right. And as we discussed this morning, you explained to me that we don't have the August FY25 expense and revenue report ready yet because of the reconciliation that's going on.
Yes. I just joined you folks within the past few weeks, and I already had a pre-scheduled vacation. Not to say like, hello, I'm leaving, but it was a big deal, the trip. It is something that's been planned for quite a while. But yes, so right now I'm wrapping up June. I don't really see many more things I need to do to it. July, I'll jump right in because as soon as the auditors arrive the first week, they're scheduled to arrive on the October 7th. They changed their arrival date because I wasn't going to be here. So they're coming on the 7th, and I know the first two things they're going to want to see is June and July. So my goal is to get them that information as soon as I can that week that they're here. I'm hoping to finish July that week. And then I'll jump into August.
Okay. And welcome aboard, by the way.
Thank you. Thanks. I'm happy to be here.
Well, we're happy to have you here. I think that's the only question that we have at this point. Yes.
Okay.
Unless anybody else has any questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, next on our agenda is consideration of the purchasing policy for the town of Raymond that was adopted in 2018, and concurrent with that is the prior purchasing policy for the town. And I just wanted to go through this and do like a comparison between the two, and noticed that prior to 2018, there were requirements for different price ranges between 1,000 and 3,000, then 3,000 to 10,000, and then purchases over 10,000. And compare that to what the current policy is. Do any of you have any comments about that? Have you looked at that? Or is there any background on why these changed, maybe?
One of the reasons was the limits were fairly low, I remember that. And, but the bigger issue was that we weren't following it very well. Some departments weren't following it, and so the then finance director, Kathy Ricker, advised that it would be, appropriate and reasonable to write a policy that would be congruent with what we were doing, and then see if the Board of Selectmen wanted to approve that, and they did. And so that's how we ended up here. But it's liberalized over this in some ways.
Yes.
Although I think probably the limits in this are too low.
I would agree with that, considering 6 years ago to where we are today and the increase in the cost of
Right.
everything.
The biggest change I would like to see, and which is, I think, very important, is that we seek written bids, from qualified vendors and not sole source.
Like a quote from vendors?
Specifications and quotes. Specifications, whether it be a request for proposal for administrative services, or if you were going to purchase a major piece of equipment, you'd want to solicit bids. Now, it may not all be the same brand, but plus, of course, you can write the specs, as you know, to a particular brand, and there may be multiple vendors that sell that brand, but to give the, the private sector marketplace an opportunity to provide proposals and not just go and say, hey, how much is this, to one vendor.
I'm interested in looking at specifications for equipment that we go out and buy, especially things that are over $10,000. I'm looking for, my familiarity is having a set of specifications and then going out for RFPs to 3 different vendors and then doing a cost comparison between the quotes that are received from the vendors and determining which has the best value. And that's something that I'd like to see that written into our purchasing policy. So I'm interested to know, like, what would be the next steps to revise this purchasing policy?
I would suggest that we request policies from some of the neighboring communities to see how this stacks up.
Okay.
That'd be one place to start if you wanted, but that may be something that the staff would do, not us. I mean, they probably should gather those and analyze them if you think that's appropriate. And
I do.
In light of what this is now and what it was before, I'm not sure either one is what you want, but maybe, I don't know. I mean, I guess the first step would be to see what, best practices are.
Okay, so who would be the person on the staff that would do that?
I have no idea.
Okay. Sue? Yes. Can you advise us if we wanted to request the purchasing policies from our neighboring towns to look and see what they have for policies? Who would be the person that would do that?
Well, first, your committee can recommend changes, but you can't change any policies. Only the select board can do that.
Okay, so how do we know what we want to change if we don't have the policies from the other towns?
Well, most of them do post them online. That's how we get them.
Okay, so would that be the budget committee that would go get that online?
If you want to research it, yes.
No, I disagree with that. I think it's a staff function to gather data for the budget committee.
If we're requested of it, I was asked, how can you get the data? I'm telling her,
well, I think
the data.
You're obfuscating a little bit. I think you know that you should provide the data. Okay?
So, Madam Chair, they do exist online, and that's where we get them. If you want the staff to look into that, I'll get a staff member to deal with that. Or if you want to think about it and get back to me, that's fine too, so.
I think there's a lot to think about. We're just asking for some data.
Yeah.
And I think that, in my opinion, things that are going out to bid or we're buying either equipment or software or some product that exceeds that 10,000 and we need to get bids, there should be a policy for that, and we do have one, but it's somewhat outdated. 2018 is a long time. I think the numbers need to be refreshed and looked at, and all we're asking for is some data. And I think it's the town's job to provide that to this committee so we can make educated decisions on what we're going to recommend to the selectmen. I'm not trying to cause a riff in any way at all. We're just asking for information. For instance, I know on the flip side, you may be looking at this like we're trying to be overreaching and trying to be over-controlling, and I don't see it that way.
And I'm not seeing it that way.
Let me finish, because what I'm going to say is in defense of like Public Works Director that goes out to bid on certain things. In an emergency situation where you can't get 3 bids, we might have to get tree cutting done, for instance, after a storm, and you don't have time to get 3 bids. You want to have it cleaned up. So we want to look at that policy and come up with reasonable expectations of staff. And I think I'm part of that staff. So's Nathan, and I don't think that's unreasonable. So I think if we request information, it seems to me, since I've been on this committee, we're having problems getting information. Am I right?
You're right.
And I think that all I'm saying is that when we request something as a committee, that there's a response from the town, that you be responsible and get us that information. That's what I'm saying.
Well, Karen didn't ask me, can you get me this information? She asked how would she go about getting it. I've been working with the Comprehensive Plan Committee, as you have, for, 2 years, going on 3? And they go out and get their own information on the whole. On occasion, they ask the town for stuff, and we've provided it to them when they've asked.
If it was the selectmen asking for this, would you get them the information?
If they asked me for it, if they asked me how do I get it, I would tell them how they would get it. So maybe that's semantics, but I answered the question that was posed to me.
This seems like a bit of a disconnect from the training we had the other day. I don't think it's a good idea for the committee to be reaching out to other towns. And then, of course, you'd reach out to individual staff members. I think that's the job of the chief administrator to do. You know, if you need the Board of Selectmen's approval, then get it.
I didn't suggest that you reach out to other towns. I said they're mostly posted on websites. It's easy to get that information.
Karen, can you request from the town manager to get that information?
Yes, I would like to request, Sue, that you get that information for the committee.
Do you have an idea of which towns you'd like to see?
The towns in our salary survey, the comparable towns.
So what would that be?
Well, there's a lot.
I have a list.
There's a long list.
Okay.
I have a list. So yes, I can.
They're geographically located near us, and they're also, many of them are statistically, demographically related, but not all. I mean, for instance, Wyndham, much larger, would be there. Casco, smaller, but so it's geography and demographics.
Yes.
And so if you're going to make comparisons, I think you use a standard set of towns rather than pick out, cherry pick towns. Use the ones that we compare for the salary and other things like that.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Appreciate that.
Thank you, Sue.
Teresa, did you have a comment? Okay. All right. And are there any other comments or questions about the purchasing policy? Okay.
No, I think before we do any more discussion, we need that information.
Yes,
Once
I
we
think
have
it would be very helpful.
We can put it on the next agenda once we receive
Right.
the information.
Right. Okay. Oops. What did I do with my agenda? The agenda with everything else.
Consideration for financing a new dump trucks next.
Okay. Okay, next on our agenda is consideration of financing a new dump truck, an excavator. And this was brought up at the select board meeting on September 10. And there was quite a bit of discussion about it. And I just wanted to bring it to the attention of the members of the Budget Finance Committee that this had been an issue with the select board. And there was quite a bit of discussion about the CIP plan for the dump truck and excavator. And then the financing, exploring the options for the financing of a new dump truck and excavator. So I don't know if any of you missed that or if you're aware of it, but I wanted to bring it to everyone's attention. And with that, I went back and looked at the ordinance for the Budget and Finance Committee, and that under Section 5, Item B, we are specifically charged with to discuss with and make recommendations to the Select Board on proposals for specific expenditures, and to study and make recommendations on the general financial position, policies, and practices of the town and its departments. So that's kind of like what's driving me with the policy, the purchasing policy, and why I put this on here. And I would ask Nate, is there anything that you'd like to add to this?
Nothing really. We're not going to, going forward, we were able to negotiate with the low bidder on the truck. It's going to be a single purchase in the fall, about a year from now, so we'll be all set financially. And I discussed it during the February 28th meeting when I asked for the money, that we probably were going to have to finance it. The excavator we're going to push off until spring. We're late enough in the season now, so it doesn't really matter to buy it now or in the spring. Kind of open interest rates go down, but that'll be in this coming budget.
Okay, so you had quotes and you went with, you've made a decision?
I did. We jumped on the state bid for the truck. We've done 2 already with the state. They allow us to jump on their bid package, and the equipment. We only have 2 vendors, HP Fairfield and Viking Surveys equipment over in Auburn, and they're both low bid, low price.
What's low bid?
The truck was $141,000 and the equipment was $112,000.
So you bid the chassis separately from the truck, as you would? Yep. And so you have a bid summary sheet for the trucks that you looked at, and you have a bid summary sheet for the 2 vendors, Viking and HP Fairfield, for the equipment, correct?
Well, the truck is state bid. We grabbed their state bid like we did on the last two trucks done. On the 19 and the 21, those were both state.
Can you provide a copy of the state bid specifications and take a look at that?
It'd probably be just easy to give you the spec sheet on the trucks we have.
Right, but I want to see the state bid documents.
Never got them. I just get them from the international dealership. International got the bid for the.
Right, well, the state would have sent out a competitive bid and would have selected a vendor. You're saying a truck vendor, so I just want to see the state documents, how they went about doing that and selecting a vendor.
I'd have to call the state and get them. I'd have to call the state. I don't have those.
Okay.
I can call them, see if they'll give them up. I don't know if they will.
They're public documents.
Okay, I'll call them up too. Get them.
Thank you.
So just to add to that, we were just talking about policy over 10,000. These are over 10,000, correct?
Yeah, 141,000.
So you were supposed to get 3 bids.
I got 3 quotes.
So would it be difficult for us to, we're coming into this, it's something you're going to purchase next year, correct?
The truck's going to be probably purchased the end of this month. It'll be signed. The contract will be signed the end of the month.
Was that in your budget?
Yes.
To spend $600,000?
No. It's $264,000.
And I thought it was almost 6 for the combination of the excavator and the truck.
It was.
So where are we getting the other 300?
In next year's CIP budget.
So
we're not buying the excavator.
How hard would it be? And I'm just trying to, Nate, this committee is to
we can get the information. We just never had to provide it.
That's what I would like. I would like to see the 3 bids to see how you made your decision, so that moving forward, this budget finance committee, that's our call to duty.
I have no issue. I have no issue with that at all, Chris. We've never had
information, so I know what it is. I don't have anything in my packet. I don't know if you guys got anything.
Chris, you got to understand, we've never had to do this.
Well, it's been in our policy since 2018. I don't get it.
I've never been asked to do this.
You've never been asked to get bids? I asked you to get bids, and you told me you got them orally and recorded them.
Correct.
So
and I told you when we bought the last 2 trucks, we bought them under the state bid. And that's where it ended.
And so I'm saying, let's see the state bid documents and see what we are buying.
Yeah, that's fine. But it's just never been asked for it, and we'll get it. And
well, to me, that's a lot of money.
Oh, I understand that.
And I'm not trying to go after you at all, Nate. I want you to have your equipment. I really do. But I want this committee to be as educated as you are and the town staff, so that we can help the town make these decisions. That's our charge. This committee is an important committee, and it seems like it's like pulling teeth to get information. That's
Chris,
all I'm asking.
This is the first you've asked for it. I don't have it with me. I will get it to you. It's not a problem.
It's not to me, it's to the
The
committee.
committee, correct.
Can I ask another question?
Did we sell the excavator that we've had?
No, no.
So why are we buying another excavator?
Well, for almost 4 years now, we've been talking about upgrading that excavator. It's been in my budget. It's been in my budget for 3 of the years.
But back to the original question, why do we need a new one?
Well, this one's got 7,000 hours on it. It needs about $20,000 worth of work. It's not really big enough for what we're doing. We need to step up a little bit in size.
No, that's the thing I was waiting to hear, because we talked about the size of the excavator when we bought it.
Correct.
And you said it was adequate.
It was adequate. That is correct.
Okay.
We've bought bigger dump trucks. It doesn't reach into the back of 3 of the dump trucks we own now. So we're down
And
to
20,000 versus 300.
There's a big difference.
I'm
That's
just
a big
saying,
difference.
if I was working on my car and I needed $2,000 worth of work
I think
compared
this
to
is
buying a new one, I might want to fix it. I'm just saying, that's what we need to see.
Well, we'll discuss it when we get into the budget process, because
Perfect.
that's when it's going to be coming up, as it has in the last 3 years.
Well, it just seems like we're blindsided on this one, am I right? It just
I'd say you're right.
What's that?
He just did it. The select board doesn't even know.
About the financing on the truck?
Yeah, he talked to Rolf just today.
The selectmen didn't know?
No. The selectmen knew about the truck. They
Nathan's
didn't know
making
about the
decisions, not the
non-financing.
selectmen?
This sounds like it's backwards. Normally, you'd come to the budget committee first and
I did.
talk about it.
I did. February 28th, we discussed it when I did my presentation. About the dump truck, about the excavator, about possibly financing it.
You don't have adequate capital funds to buy it?
I don't. No, I don't. I got to wait till we roll over into the next fiscal year. That's why we're.
So
talking about
that's the whole idea of the capital improvement plan, is that you have the funds to buy it.
I understand that.
You
We
do have
find
some set aside, though, right?
Yes,
We have some
yeah.
set aside?
Yep.
Okay, well, things have changed from February to now with the cost of the truck, right?
Yes, it did.
Yeah,
go up.
quite substantially, so.
We're getting prices around, I think the 21, we paid $197,000 for that truck, and they seem to think we'd be in that ballpark. In my presentation the other night, there was one that was $299, and they went down a little bit from there, and then international, we got on the state bid, and that dropped that price considerably.
Okay, but when you talked to us back in February, that was at a high level of what the needs were and what you intended to put in the
Correct.
CIP plan, but now you're actually moving forward and moving out and buying the equipment.
We went through town meeting, and it got approved. I don't do anything we never used to do.
Hi, I'm Teresa Sadek.
Okay.
I think the biggest thing that we're coming from is that what has happened in the past,
Yeah.
maybe future, because I know we're all like starting new.
I understand that.
And just doing it in the future. I think
But
that's the biggest thing.
We're operating on, everything I've done, I'm doing on what I've done for the last 30 years.
Right.
Unfortunately, Nate, we're beyond everywhere. The old, where we used to do it on a handshake, and you never had to worry about a thing. You got exactly what you did face to face, and that's what you got.
And we do that now. We get what we don't have any issues now.
And in Nate's defense, getting onto a group buy like the state is a money saver for everybody. We buy fire trucks the same way with the Dallas package.
Right, but that's a very competitive process, and they have documentation to back
Exactly.
that up.
To support.
And when we buy a fire truck, we have, 8 or 10 vendors.
Yep, no, I'm just saying, it's I give them credit for doing it that way, not just going down to.
Right. And that state way is if they're buying groups, right? So that they can get a bigger discount, right?
I believe the salesman said the state bought 100 and something trucks.
Okay.
And they get the single axle truck and the wheeler. And we're buying a tandem, we call it a wheeler, tandem axle truck. And there's a special spec sheet that they order it from.
Yeah.
And we're allowed to take that spec sheet and add to it. We added horsepower to it, and we added, I think we added cloth seats, heated windshield, and heated mirrors.
I think if that's what you're doing, that's really great.
Yeah.
If that's what you're doing.
Well, that's what I'm doing. That's what I've
Okay,
done
so I'd just like to
on the
see
last
this. All I'm asking for is the specification sheet, but if you're buying that gets the question, so because they are very competitive in the way that they do things. So if you're buying a wheeler that is at a state specification, a single axle truck at a state specification, and then you're adding components at a price certain after the bid, I think that's great if that's what you're doing.
Yep.
Okay.
You worked fast from last week to this week?
The international pricing wasn't in from last week. The actual end number, he had to research it, and we've had a tough time getting numbers out of people this year. It's just been slow. And he came in, we had the meeting Tuesday night, and it was Wednesday, he called me with a 141, I think it was. Brought the truck total package to 260, which in the world we're in isn't that bad. The 21 was 197, I think it was. And it's the same truck.
Okay, so can you just refresh me on the excavator? When is the,
I'm going to put that through in the budget process through this next year. We will look at purchasing that in the following fiscal year.
okay, so 25, 26 fiscal year?
After, yeah, July 1st.
And what would you do with the excavator that you have now?
Trade it.
Trade it, okay.
And when do you anticipate getting the new excavator?
We'll see how the budget process go, but I would like to see it sometime in the 1st of July.
1st of July of next year?
Correct. That would be the plan.
So you're going to purchase it on July 1st and then take
I don't know. We're going to go through the budget process.
Okay.
See if the town wants to finance it, go through town meeting, and if everything goes as we hope, we'll order it or try not. I'd like to find a rental unit that we can grab cheaper. That we've done very well on that. Our loader was a winter rental we bought used. We've bought a fair amount of equipment used that way. So I wouldn't be able to. It wouldn't be until after July 1st if we do that.
Okay. All right, any other questions or comments? All right, I think we're all set. Thank you.
Thank
Okay, I just wanted to update everybody. We had on our last agenda in August a joint workshop with the Select Board, and I did reach out to Rolf and propose some dates. And he responded and declined on the date, so I have sent him a follow-up and proposed a couple more dates. And I have not heard back from him, so I'd like to get that rolling because I think it's important for both of the committees to get together and talk about roles and responsibilities and work together moving forward.
And just a personal request on that. November, December is going to be getting into personal time for me. So
Yes.
I would appreciate if it was before November, if that was
Yes.
possible. That would, because I would like to attend.
On my recent request, I requested in the first week of October. So hopefully we'll be able to get together then.
Excuse me, were we going to do that after a Budget Finance Committee or do the joint committee as a meeting?
It's going to be a Rolf proposed that we do it as a standalone meeting, not have it on either one of the board's
Okay.
nights, just have it independent from that. And the last item on the agenda is consideration for controlling traffic speed as an expense to the town. And I believe that resulted from a conversation with a comprehensive plan committee. So Sean?
Yes, so part of the new comprehensive plan talks about traffic safety. It's come to the attention of that committee that citizens do not feel safe driving on our roads. Egypt Road, Main Street, Webb's Mills, add whatever road that you live on, all experience excessive speeds and tailgating. At the last comp plan meeting, we discussed how we want this subject to be a priority action item to begin working on immediately. We discussed how lowering the speed limit won't do anything since the higher speeds are already being ignored. We discussed portable radar speed signs that flash at current speeds when a vehicle goes by that we could move around town. Peter Levitt's research, these signs can be leased, so we won't have to buy them. We also discussed hiring a police presence to enforce safer speeds. Thanks to the information that Sue Look gave us and Jackie on our committee, we contract with Cumberland County for police services, which covers everywhere from at the north Bridgeton, Harrison, all the way to the east Harpswell, so a very, very large area. Some of our surrounding towns have hired a designated sheriff deputy to help control their speeds, but the department, from my understanding, is very understaffed. And then just some clarifications about some comments I made at our at that specific workshop, the comprehensive plan workshop. I incorrectly stated that having a police presence could be a good way to make income on ticketed vehicles, but I was incorrect, as it's actually the opposite, where it would be an expense to hire a police presence. And we would not be sharing in those violations. That money actually goes to the state. We only collect income on ticketed vehicles parked on Route 302 from overflow at the Raymond Beach boat launch. So I want to get this committee's thoughts on the subject. What would it take to pursue this as an expense to the town? Is it something we can see with our own eyes, or are we looking to get some hard data collection as evidence? And I just want to ask this committee what your overall experience is with the speeding and the tailgating. Any thoughts?
Well, I have a really odd question because I go on Egypt Road every day, and my vehicle and some like Waze apps say it's 25, yet it says 45.
A new 45 was just put up.
Okay.
New 45.
Because I was just like, hold on. So, I mean, that could be one thing too, where, I mean, I hate tailgating, and I see a lot of people who go slow on Egypt Road, and I'm wondering if there is that disconnect, because mine it's updated frequently and it still says 25 in certain sections. And so I didn't know, not that that would help any other road, because there is, I mean, people fly by my house every day. But I just thought that was different. So I just didn't know if anyone knew.
Yeah, that's interesting. I think in that case, like just from my personal experience, I'm doing over 45, I'm still getting tailgated on that road.
Oh, no, I agree, yeah.
That's, but I understand what you're saying, so maybe some people don't recognize it, but DOT just put up a new 45-mile-an-hour speed limit, but I think it's excessive. It's beyond one person going slow,
Oh my gosh. And the road's narrow.
Yeah.
And, yeah.
It's the same thing on Main Street. I mean, it's whatever road you live on.
Right.
Put your road in there, and are you getting tailgated?
Mm-hmm.
Is it speed an issue? So yeah, whatever your thoughts are, I'd like to hear them.
I think those type of signs would help. The ones that also collect data and just does not tell you your speed. It collects the data on how fast they're going, how many are going at different speeds. We could use that to decide whether or not we really needed to hire a sheriff. So I think that would be a good interim step to find out what the problem really is. If you're going to discuss a problem, you've got to have data. And we all have data, but it's our own personal data as we drive the roads in Raymond.
Right.
Yeah.
We all know that if you drive through Yarmouth, you're going to drive through Yarmouth at 20 miles an hour. Because if you don't, you get a ticket.
Right.
And so I think we need to find out what really is happening on the roads and then go from there.
And I think it will change seasonally, obviously, as well. That's the difficult thing, too. Well, that's true, too.
Our roads are very dark driving through at night, and it's getting dangerous. And so kind of my thoughts were, well, not my thoughts, but committee thoughts, comprehensive plan committee thoughts were, we could maybe invest in leasing these signs to get the data collection first. Jackie Sawyer, who's on that committee, was saying that the Cumberland Sheriff's Office is severely understaffed. I believe that she was saying that, I think she said Naples hires them. One of those towns, it was Naples, Harrison, but
Standish hires them, Naples hires them, Gray hires them.
Okay.
They all have contract officers. Actually, Standish has two now.
So those contracts, does that include installing them?
Well, no, that's for the sheriff to be.
Okay.
He's a cop in
If
town.
we're putting signs out and collecting data, who puts the signs out? Who collects the data? Who's going to do that? That's what I was asking.
Right.
We can borrow that one. County's got one left. We can borrow that from county and set it around. That'll collect data for you. We've got one. The data collecting part of it's not working. We got from the state of Maine 2 years ago, I think it was, and we're waiting on the repair on that. As far as purchasing them, when I looked at it, it was 2 or 3 years ago. They were in $12,000 to $15,000 for the cheapest ones, and they'll get up to $30,000 to get all the raw data you want.
So do you think we need more than one?
That depends on what you want to do, where you want to collect the information.
Well, I think if we start staging it around, we'll start collecting data.
Take a while.
And see where it goes. That's something your crew can put out?
It normally goes through the highway department.
Goes through highway, okay. DOT?
No, us. No,
You,
yeah,
okay.
DOT won't do anything with it.
I think data collection wouldn't be a bad thing. Again, we don't need, not to say we don't need the stuff right now, but going into the next budget cycle, if we can kind of show, we wouldn't have to like finance anything, but just leasing them.
You'd probably want to do a year to get you a really better sample of what's going on. The data collection on the one we have will collect time, high speed, low speed, and I think that's it on that one. The more expensive ones will actually take photos, license photos and stuff.
Does the sheriff's ones collect data?
They'll collect high and low
That's
speed
spreading
and
in
time.
bad water.
Yeah.
That's right.
And number of incidents,
Correct. Yeah, a number of it. Every time it picks a speed over what you register, what you ask it to register for speed, it'll take that data too.
Are you seeing, just from your crews working, are you seeing it, people disobeying kind of slowing down, or?
A little bit. You've got people will drive where they're comfortable driving, and then you'll get the crazy one just for a number 20 cars, some idiot will come through at a very alarming rate of speed. We're on Raymond Hill Road this week, and we had a couple come through there. And the problem with that end of town is it's all local. It's local people that live on that road. And you'd have to split the town up a little bit too, because you get down the village, you got commuter traffic going down Main Street. That's pretty much a racetrack. Cape Road in the summertime is sketchy at best. But you get over onto the north side of town, and a lot of that's just locals going to work in the morning.
But the effectiveness of having a Cumberland County Sheriff sitting on the side of the road, take the school district here, when it's 15 and there's somebody sitting down at either District 2 or on the other side, people are slowing down. They do slow down. So it does work. It's just how much do we want to spend to get people to slow down, and where?
I think it would be a good idea, as Nathan suggests, to borrow the Cumberland County sign and use that first, and maybe do some more thinking about it. We've done that before, right?
No, we've never borrowed theirs. Was
it DOT that we borrowed?
Yeah, I think it was the DOT one we borrowed.
Okay, well, so if DOT or the sheriff has it, why don't we borrow it?
I agree.
To start.
Hopefully, I was kind of hoping we'd have ours fixed way before now.
Is that the one we got at surplus way back?
No. That was a program that DOT had passing them out. We put it on a trailer and set it all up.
Are you waiting for fixing because of money, or what?
No, just couldn't get the parts, just getting parts. It's a warranty issue and just getting the parts.
Can we?
It still runs though, right? So we can use it and not collect the data from one, just to see if it made a difference.
Still flashing.
Yeah, it's just you can only set one speed on it right now. That's all you can do. So we'd have to pick a road that it's at 55, which we don't have in.
Oh, okay.
So
yeah, they would be so excited. They'd be like, "Oh, yeah, I'm hitting the speed limit. This is great."
There's a programming issue with it.
Got it. Okay.
Well, I think to borrow one that works and get ours fixed, that's the first step. Yeah.
Great idea, Sean.
I appreciate it. Yeah, it wasn't my idea. It was just a comprehensive plan, really looking forward here. So can we open it up to people on Zoom?
Yes, absolutely.
Can anybody on Zoom or in the audience want to give their thoughts while you are experiencing? Is this a good idea?
Can I just speak up on Zoom? Do you hear me?
We can hear you.
We can hear you.
Okay. This is Vicki Woodbury, 20 Egypt Road. We have a real issue here, and as far as the 45 miles per hour, just a note on that, be careful what you ask for. I sent a note to DOT to see if they'd put a speed sign up for 35, and that's when the 45 sign came up. We have people entering Egypt Road, and it's like they're entering a speedway. As soon as they hit our road, they speed up, and it's so loud we can't hold the conversation in our driveway or in our lawn. We have to be quiet until they go by. You've got people who've modified their mufflers. You've got big trucks. We've got a truck from Drew Excavating that uses its engine brakes at least twice a day. I also have a picture of them from our security camera on Monday, passing a car in front of our driveway. And if you know where that is, there's a hill right there. There's no way if a car came over the hill that they would have been able to get moved back over, and someone would have been killed with that big drum truck. We get a lot of people passing right there. It's the no passing zone. So that's really, really dangerous. We have to close our windows at 5 in the morning because the traffic is so loud. So yeah, the speed is just horrible. The vehicles passing, the noise. So I just wanted to give that input.
So it was originally 35 and they brought it up to 45? Can you elaborate?
No, I thought it was 35 at the beginning of the road because there used to be a sign as you're coming from 302 and turning on to Egypt Road. There was a 35-mile-per-hour sign there, and my understanding was that would, come into Egypt Road for a bit before it went to the Egypt Road speed, but that sign got taken down, so I was assuming it was still 35, but apparently not.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
So could we make a motion to borrow, I might need Nate's help again with it, was borrow, where was that specific sign that we could borrow from?
Cumberland County, I can call them, see if they'll loan it to us.
To recommend that.
Yeah, make a motion to recommend that.
Well, we don't have the power to tell them to do it.
No, I'll do it. You don't have to, I'll take care
I don't know if you need a motion either.
No, I don't need a motion.
Yeah.
I'll take care of it.
But it's, yeah. So he'll do it.
Yep.
Okay, awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Okay. Next, we have public comment. Is there any public comment anyone would like to make? Okay. Budget Finance Committee comment. Any comments?
Good.
Okay. All right, motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Thank you. All in favor? All right, we are adjourned.
Welcome to the Tuesday, September 24, 2024 Zoning Board of Appeals meeting of the Town of Raymond. The Zoning Board of Appeals will come to order. The board does have a quorum. I'm now going to do a roll call. David Murch.
Tom Hennessy.
Pete Lockwood.
Fred Miller.
Greg Dean, our vice chair, is unable to attend tonight. This is a public proceeding, and unless the board specifically votes to go into executive session, you have the right to hear everything that is being said and to look at all of the exhibits that are presented. Please notify the chair if you are unable to see or hear. The board works from a published agenda and will be considering tonight's items in the following order. Number 1, call to order. Number 2, approval of minutes from August 27, 2024. Number 3, old business, administrative appeal for 36 Merch Landing Road. Number 4, new business, administrative appeal for 32 Shore Road. Number 5, code enforcement officer communications. And then finally, number 6, adjournment. In each instance, the burden is upon the applicant to demonstrate compliance with the provisions of the applicable ordinances or state law. After the board votes on the merits of each application, it will prepare a written notice of decision. Because the notice of decision may substantially affect any appeals rights, and also as a matter of courtesy, the board asks that those attending the meeting with regards to a specific application not leave until the board has completed its discussion. Generally speaking, appeals from adverse decisions must be filed with the Superior Court as otherwise provided by law within 45 days of this board's decision. Also, to be certain that you preserve your individual rights to file any such appeal, you must be certain that the board's record evidences your appearance this evening in opposition and the basis for your opposition. All persons speaking, including representatives of the applicant and members of the public, are asked to stand at the microphone, to sign the speaker sheet, state their name, address, and affiliation with the application, being for, opposed, or neutral. All persons speaking shall address all remarks or questions to the chair. This meeting is not over until the board has formally adjourned.
Any discussion not included on the meeting agenda or accepted by the board is to be held until after adjournment or conducted outside the meeting room. So, first up is approval of the minutes from August 27, 2024. Have you all had a chance to review them?
Yes.
Can I get a motion for approval of the minutes?
I motion approval of minutes.
Okay.
Second.
Second. Do we have any further comments? All those in favor of approval? Unanimous. Old business, administrative appeal for 36 Merch Landing Road. Applicants Karen and Bill Burke, location 36 Merch Landing Road. Owner O'Connor. Description, administrative appeal of a permitted second dock, permit number 2024146. This is on the table. Do I have a motion to take this off of the table?
I motion to take it off the table. Second.
All those in favor? Unanimous. So I did receive on September 11, 2024, Sandy Fredericks received an email from legal representatives for the Burkes. They have requested that we table this matter until the next meeting. The reason for the tabling is that they are currently in discussions with the O'Connors with regards to this issue, so they're looking to come to a resolution that doesn't require the need for this administrative appeal. As a result of this request on the 11th, we subsequently canceled their site walk, which was scheduled for 9 o'clock on the 14th. Yeah, so if we do decide to retable this, we will bring it up for our next meeting on October 29th, and we will schedule a site walk for the October 19th, Saturday. Chris, do you have any concerns with tabling this for another month?
No.
Okay.
I have no concerns.
Yep. Any comments at all? Thoughts?
No comments.
Okay. Can I get a motion to table this appeal until the next meeting?
David,
Yes.
you might want to wait a moment on that because the attorneys for both parties are here on Zoom.
Oh, did not realize.
That's why I'm telling you, sir.
Hello, everybody. I'm hiding behind my mugshot. Sorry.
So,
I don't have any objection to the way this is going, Kelly. If you don't, this seems like a reasonable path.
Yeah, just so the board is aware, Attorney Howe and I arranged a meeting between our respective clients, and that meeting proved to be both productive and cordial. And there were some very good discussions about potential resolutions. Attorney Howe and I are working on taking care of that, getting that documented. It is our hope that we will report back to you that the Burke's appeal has been withdrawn. At this time, of course, we're not withdrawing it. It needs to remain live. And so we appreciate the fact that the board postponed the site walk, and we are requesting that the board table this until your next meeting, again, in the hopes of delivering some good news to you.
Sounds good.
And for what it's worth, I can confirm, at least for our side, that a site walk on the 19th and hearing on the 29th would be just fine for the O'Connors if it came to that. I think the hope is obviously that we don't ever get there.
Okay. Mr. McDonald, you're good with the site walk on the 19th as well? If it comes to that?
Hopefully. I have no idea what my client's schedule looks like, but we will make it happen if it's necessary.
Okay. Well, I guess with this, I mean, we're considering tabling it, yes. But what I don't want to do is to continuously postpone a site walk. I still, if this is still an open issue, I want to work towards getting this resolved from the appeal perspective. So I don't want to sort of just continuously postpone. So I would prefer to hear from you, yes, we're good to go on the 19th, or no, we don't want to do a site walk on the 19th.
Chair, we are good to go for the 19th.
Thank you. And I apologize for not noting that both of you were here on Zoom. It was my understanding that neither of you were going to be present tonight, so I apologize. And that was not intended to be a slight on either one of you. So,
no offense taken. Happy to blend into the background.
well, very good. So we have our motion. We have our seconds. We've heard from the attorneys. Any further discussion on this? No. Okay. All those in favor of tabling until the next meeting? Unanimous. Okay.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
New business, administrative appeal for 32 Shore Road, applicant Sheena Joe Randall, location 32 Shore Road. Description, administrative appeal of a notice of violations issued on August 7, 2024 for installation of a dock and shed without permit. So our board did do a site walk on this property on September 14th. Tom Hennessy has come up with a site walk report, which I will go ahead and have him read now.
Okay. Zoning Board of Appeals site walk report on September 14th, 2024. The ZBA conducted a site walk of 32 Shore Road, Raymond, Maine, belonging to Sheena Joe Randall, in consideration of her administrative appeal of a notice of violation for installation of a dock and shed without permits. Attendees were from the ZBA, David Murch, Peter Blackwood, Fred Miller, Tom Hennessy. Other attendees, Code Enforcement, Jason Williamson, and the applicant, Sheena Joe Randall, Judy and Doug Morrill, Dennis Martin, Teresa Ellis, Peter and Sue Slavinsky. Site walk started 10:10 a.m. First reviewed the 32 Shore Road property. Began with a review of the property and location of shed. Property includes a 2-story garage with a large concrete slab foundation attached to the left, viewing from the street of the garage. The shed is located to the far left of the property and appeared to be new. Ms. Randall stated it was a 10 by 20 shed, was installed on skids in November of 2023. Ms. Randall also stated that her original plan was to locate the shed on the opposite side of her property, but she decided to install it on the left side instead. Property markers were visible and rough measurements were taken to verify setbacks for the shed. The rear of the shed was approximately 17 feet to the sideline. The front of the shed was approximately 15 feet to the sideline. Then we progressed down the right-of-way and the dock. We walked the 10-foot wide right-of-way to the lake and saw the large boulder at the lakeside. The aluminum dock was also viewed by climbing on the boulder. Site walk was completed at 10:30 a.m. Respectfully submitted, Tom Hennessy, ZBA member. Note, these notes are reflections but are not factual findings made by the board.
Good. Fred, Pete, any corrections that you would see or want anything added? Yeah. I want to get it officially entered into the record, so I'm going to ask for a motion to get this officially entered.
I make a motion to put it in the official record.
Second.
All right. Any further discussion on that? All those in favor? Unanimous. Okay. So, Sheena Joe, I know you're here tonight. We essentially have two issues at hand. The notice of violation for the shed, notice of violation for the dock. Two separate issues to be addressed tonight. What I'd like to do is first have our discussions with regards to the shed. And the way that will work is you will present to us your case for having this appeal. Then I will see what Chris has to say with regards to this as well. And then is there anybody here tonight, either on Zoom or in the audience, that would be that considers themselves to be an owner to this right-of-way?
Can you hear me?
I see Ryan Martin lit up. Yes.
Yeah. At 35 Shore Road.
And you would be considered an owner to this right-of-way?
Yes, sir. My wife is actually the one on the deed, but she's picking up my son at football. We own it together, but officially she's the one that owns it.
Okay, so what I'd like to do is when the time comes, I'm going to give Sheena Joe, I apologize, an opportunity to speak with regards to the shed, Chris an opportunity to speak with regards to the shed. Then we will transition to the right-of-way property. I'm going to then give, again, Sheena Joe a chance to speak on this issue. I will then transition to yourself. If you would like to have opportunity to speak on this issue, you can at that time. And then I will transition over to Chris. Once everybody has done having their opportunity to address this issue, we will then open up to public comment. I do see some other people on Zoom, people here in the audience, so if you wish to speak with regards to this appeal, you will have an opportunity to as well. And then we'll close public comment, and then the board will review the appeal. So does that all make sense, Brian?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. So, Sheena Joe, if you want to go ahead and come up to the podium there. Please make sure to log your appearance. So there's a sign-in sheet.
First, I want to thank the board for their time this evening. My name is Sheena Joe Randall. I live at 32 Shore Road, Raymond, Maine, and I'm actually the appellant in this case. I was issued a notice of violation on 8/7/24 from an inspection that was done from your code enforcement officer, I think in late June 28th. And in that violation, it stated that I put a dock in the water without a permit, as well as he noticed there was a shed on my property without a permit. Upon receiving the violation, I went to the town hall and filled out, actually on the computer, I filled out 2 applications for shed permits as instructed by the violation, and took them to the town hall, one for a shed that's not there yet. And in the midst of looking and going over my paperwork, I noticed on my original plan, my original plot plan for my addition and my groundwork and where my septic works were going to be and my tanks and all that other stuff, that there was a shed on that plot plan. It didn't say the size of the shed at that time, but I noticed in my notes on the side of the plot plan, it stated in the square footage that I paid for my permit, it was a 10 by 17. So when I went to buy my shed, I bought it. It was handmade. It was done by Hickory over in Cornish, and I had it built to a 10 by 20 to fit my needs, and built on skids so it could be moved in and out as easy as possible. I did not want it built on site because it is over near my well, and I don't know what was going on there. So just in case I had to move it, did all the measurements, put it in place, and that was it came in November. And I guess Chris had noticed it, and I didn't realize I had violated any ordinance because I thought it was on skids, and somewhere on wheels or skids, it didn't need permits. So I filled out the appropriate paperwork, and I have not heard anything from either one of those, and that's the shed. It's there. I think it's within my setbacks. I think everything was measured properly. And it was on my original plot, so I don't know if it's included in the $1,595 I paid for my building permits. But I haven't heard back from the second shed application either.
So you did submit.
Oh yeah.
After the fact.
Oh yeah, right afterwards, because I was going by what I thought at the time, and I know that there was some rules that were changed. I believe in June, your ordinances were updated, and I haven't had the chance to look over the fine print of all of those, but I didn't remember it being on the plot plan until I actually saw it on the plot plan. And I think you have a picture of the plot plan in the paperwork regarding that first one.
So I did make a request, and we all should have a copy of the permit application that you had, not the one you just recently submitted for the shed
No,
specifically.
the
but-
original, the original.
Yeah, the 2022-113.
Yeah. Thinking
So
in some of this madness that I did take a picture of that original plot and older pictures of when I was developing, when I was creating the plot itself.
now I have reviewed.
Oh, yeah, I have it right here.
What was provided with this permit.
You'll see the September 5th letter back to you. It's actually attached to that building permit at the end of that submittal. My building permit for the property, and then the plot plan.
Yeah, what I'm not able to determine, I don't know if it's because of the scan, but I do not see on the permit application a request for a shed, nor do I see the shed on the plot plan itself.
Yeah, if you look right down here where it shows you the gravel drive, where the gravel drive would be, there's a little box and it's noted shed right next to it. And then next to that was the septic field. May not have come out on the photocopies.
This is on the building permit, Dave?
Yeah, this is with the actual permit itself, although I do believe it got the
Which is
plot
the
plan.
backside?
Yes.
Is that, we talking about the backside?
It would actually look like it'd be this one. I know there's 3 of them there. The actual,
This
yeah.
one here, right?
Yeah, the actual survey plot plan.
Is there any indication on the permit application itself, not with regards to a shed though, the request for that structure?
I don't see it noted on the actual application. Everything was done individual, I mean, the septic system, shed, I don't see it noted.
Yep.
Other than just, because we did have to go over it, because in the beginning I had a balcony on the front of the building. And I had to change the plans at that. I had a little 6-foot balcony off the second floor. And I didn't have the setback for that.
Okay, Dave, on the third page here, the second one down, it says shed, then a square, then an RV. Is that part of the permit? You see the first one says 28, 36, looks like, I assume building. It said 10, 17, then it looks like it says shed with a square box with RV.
Same thing.
Unless, okay.
Make sure I'm looking at what you're looking at.
This piece right here. This, I think it's the
gotcha.
third piece of, Chris, is this the third piece of the permit, of the permit application?
That wasn't part of the original.
So this isn't, this wasn't filled in with this?
No.
So there's nowhere in here that says,
Correct.
these are the only 2 pages that actually go to the permit, is that correct?
Correct.
So this is
What I
something that was
gave
made
you was what was
afterwards?
submitted at the time of the application. That's what is in our system.
Okay.
And the purpose of me moving the shed is when my septic field came down. It didn't leave me enough yard space on that particular side that I wanted to keep, so I moved it to the other side.
Yep. Ed or Pete or Tom, do you have any questions at this point for Sheena Joe?
I do, I think.
That's with regards
I'll let
to the
them go
shed, though.
first.
Regards to the shed,
Yeah,
though, won't we?
yep.
Okay. Whoever wants to.
You guys want to go first? Fred, Pete, anything?
I guess it's just one of the things that comes, that was highlighted is that it went from 10 by 17 to 10 by 20. So I don't know if that's something that automatically gets covered by the
permit, or if that's something that needs to be corrected.
Mr. Chair, do you want me to respond to these questions now or wait till the end?
I want to see if these guys have any questions specific to Sheena Joe, and then I'll have you respond. Sheena Joe, you had also mentioned that the skids was something that you thought allowed you to build it because it wouldn't
in
be
the beginning, in the beginning when I was designing my project, because I've done most of the design myself because I needed to keep all the utilities across the back of the property.
Right.
In designing it, it could very well be the 10 by 17 is what I thought, because my portable shed is a 10 by 17. But when I went to make the purchase, they don't build them 10 by 17. So I got the 10 by 20. So, and your question again, I'm sorry.
So the reason for putting the skids on, you thought that allowed you to...
Right, in the beginning, I was noticing...
Did you find that written anywhere, or...?
Well, I thought I saw it in the ordinances somewhere. It's just a small, on structures, outside structures, that if it was on wheels or skids, it didn't need a permit. I can't tell you where I saw that. It could refer to ice houses. It could refer to a lot of things.
Right. And when it's Chris's turn, maybe you can help us, because I couldn't find it looking through the ordinances myself. Do you really have any intentions of ever moving that shed? I mean...
It's where I would like it to be. Because when the addition goes up, it leaves me, it's in a spot where the privacy comes into play for the addition. I mean, the project is probably 50% done at this time.
Right.
You know. And I did put in a permit application for an additional shed, which will go on the other side to replace the portable one that's there. And that's being built under a 10 by 16. But that was a whole different application, whole new application I dropped off that I have not heard back from.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that.
Can I ask a question?
Oh, yeah, of course. Yep.
And I just want to verify, is this the permit application? Okay.
Without looking at it, I can't tell you if it's the same thing that if it's in your packet that I submitted to you guys on request.
Yeah, please.
Yeah. I believe you have the correct one.
And can I ask you a question?
Of course you can.
This stuff here lined up here, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is them?
So that's a note.
Yeah, but does that mean that that's onto this, or is that not onto this?
That would be, she was probably, I don't know.
So
You'd have to ask her.
Afterwards, or if
You'll have to ask her that question, and I'll address that when I speak.
Okay, just so you know what I'm talking about, Dave. This is the one I just showed him, and what I'm seeing here is, we don't know how that got written.
Okay. Sheena Joe, I'm going to give you a copy of this permit, that way you know what...
I think I know what you're talking about. It was trying to come up with the...
I want you to be able to...
Sorry.
Yeah.
Have specifically what we're looking for. That's what I'm talking about, Peter, on this one here. Just had to look at it, make sure there's no permit.
Oh, yes, yes,
Handwritten
yes.
here along here, but on the bottom of the shed as well.
Thank you.
Her handwriting.
Oh,
If
yeah.
that was...
Which is interesting, because here it has 120, but then 200 below it as well.
Did you have a question for Sheena Joe, Fred, with regards to that?
No, it was more for, I wanted to know, because Chris had mentioned that the other one I was looking at was not the permit that was issued. I wanted to make sure this was the one, and when I saw that it had that shed written on it, if that was something that was put on by when we gave him the permit, or was that something that was added?
It was on there when I submitted this.
I would agree with that statement.
That it was on there?
Yep. and I'll explain when I.
Okay,
Yep.
okay, thank you.
Tom?
I understand you believe that your setbacks are correct, but they're not. So, and the setbacks have been in place for a decade or two, at least. The side setback is 20 feet. The front setback is 30 feet. And based on this survey, it says you have 6 feet beyond your garage to get to your property line. 6 feet closer to shore, towards Shore Road.
I know the garage has a setback to 6 feet from the CMP easement, correct?
Well, it's not the CMP easement, it's Shore Road right-of-way. This little path of Shore Road might be 15 feet wide, but the right-of-way for the road is 50 feet. So all those trailers and everything else you have parked is in the right-of-way of the Shore Road. You don't own that property.
This sounds like a whole different discussion, because I've talked to CMP about the easement and who has rights to it. And I've talked to DOT regarding.
I'll let Chris
Yeah.
pick.
No,
when he
I've
gets-
gone down this avenue with the Department of Transportation, and it's not a town-approved road, so it's, in the CMP easement cannot be considered part of the road. So
I'll
it's
let
a whole
Chris
different discussion.
pick it up when it's his turn. I'm just trying to tell you my opinion.
Right.
So, and as Pete said, the size is larger than anything that was in writing.
I mean, if that's the case, Shore Road's got a big problem, it not being 50 feet wide.
The
Seriously.
road does not have, it has a right-of-way to be within the 50 feet,
Right,
like a lot of other camp roads around
right. No, I see
this
that.
town. Okay.
But
I
just,
guess-
just for the record, I have gone over this with DOT, and I have gone over this with CMP, so this is a whole different,
No,
this is,
I think you need to have the discussion with Chris. He's the representative for the town.
Chris has had plenty of opportunities to have discussions with me.
And if there are any other buildings or sheds on the property that do or don't have permits, then that's another potential violation that Chris can talk to. So, other than that, I guess my question I'll take up with Chris when it's his turn.
Okay, Chris? What would you have for us to hear?
All right, so the notice of violation is for a new shed installed on the property without the proper permits, plain and simple. So what you need to do to get a permit for a shed, if it's new, whether it's bigger or a shed that's moved, A, you need a plot plan. You need to show that you meet the setbacks from the right-of-way, as Tom described it, not the road, but the right-of-way.
The CMP right away.
He needs to have a chance to speak on her interpreter.
She mentioned that she had an existing shed of approximately 120 feet. The note that Fred asked about, typically when somebody applies for a expansion in the shoreline zone, we look at many factors: how it's going to be built, whether it meets the setbacks, whether it meets the impervious area as prescribed by the ordinance. The ordinance only allows a lot to be developed in the shoreline zone by 15% of impervious. When somebody applies for a permit, they generally make notation like the one that Sheena made on her permit, that she had an existing driveway, she had an existing building, she was going to do the addition, she shows those calculations. She has a temporary canvas-type shed that's on the property, and I'm really not sure what I'm not the only code officer in Raymond. At the time, Alex was doing reviews. So we both look at these permits, and we look at setbacks, the impervious area, existing conditions. So the survey showed some notation on there, like Fred pointed out, it had some existing conditions. I did not get any information about a shed, new shed, that was 200 square feet, or whatever it is. I don't have any information whether it met the setbacks. It wasn't figured into the calculation for her permit, which was based on square footages of the addition and the renovations to the garage to make it a single-family dwelling. So as far as the DOT, the DOT has no jurisdiction on a private road. DOT has jurisdiction on state roads, and that's it. The town has rights to enforce our ordinance on private streets, public streets, but this isn't a public road for the town of Raymond. It's private, just like the one that Tom and I live on Haskell Avenue. We live in an area that has a 12 to 16 foot road somewhere in that 50-foot right-of-way. Same thing that Tom was referring to. We live with that. CMP has no jurisdiction on buildings or things in that right-of-way. They have an overhead easement for their lines, or underground, depending on the situation. So, you know, as far as Tom's comment about other NOVs on the property, we're not here to talk about those tonight. We're just here to talk about a shed and a dog. So if in fact there are other violations on the property, that would be something that I could look in after this appeal, but not tonight, if that's fair enough. I'll let it go at that, and she can respond accordingly.
Do you guys have any immediate questions for Chris or Jason? Would you?
So I guess my only question is, so as you look at this permit, there is no permit for a shed? That
No.
shed that we see in there is
Absolutely
just
not.
showing that she had,
If there was
a 120
it would have
foot
been in
shed
the
that was
description, and
already
she would
there
have
at
had to
one point.
pay for the
Right.
square footage of the new shed.
Okay.
Which would have been included in the permit fee, which it wasn't.
Right, which makes sense.
If there was
This was
some
talking about the shed that was
misunderstanding on her
already there.
part, that's why I asked her to do an after-the-fact permit as part of the resolution. She still gets to have an appeal, and I'm not going to act on a permit while it's going through the appeals process. So as soon as this appeals board meeting's over, I'll address her concerns about the shed. Basically, all I'm going to need is a plot plan showing it meets the setbacks, and she can have a permit if it meets the impervious area as well. She's got to be less than 15% lot coverage. If she does that, she'll get a permit. End of story. But as of today, as of when the NOV went out, there was no permit.
Okay.
Do you guys have any other questions for Chris at this point?
I guess one quick question is, if it currently isn't within the setback requirements,
It's
it's going to be
violation.
moved.
It's a violation.
Right. Okay.
Either needs to be moved or removed.
Sheena Joe, did you have anything you wanted to add, given that?
My
Chris was-
understanding, my setback was 15 feet side to side, 30 to the front, 30 to the back, so, or 20 to the front at the time and 30 to the back. I have it written in the older notes of the home plans.
Yep. And I'll take a moment, because I've as I've gone through some of the information that you provided to us, and you just made the comment, it's your understanding. So when you say it's your understanding, it would be good for us to know specifically what ordinance or statute you're referring to. So that
And
we
I
can
don't have that information duly respected. I don't have that information in front of me.
Okay.
Okay, I truly thought I met the setbacks for my shed.
Yep. And that's
So
fine.
if it
I
has to
don't
be
mind.
moved,
I don't
then
mind
it
you
needs
saying
to be
that it was
moved.
your understanding, but for us
Right.
to actually consider it, we need to know specifically what it is we need to consider.
No, you're saying it needs to be 20 feet from the sides and 30 feet from the front?
That is not us. It would, whatever our ordinance is saying, Chris
Is that
would
what
be
the
the one to
ordinance says,
speak
Chris?
specifically to
The
that.
ordinance says 30 feet from the front property line and 20 feet from the side and 30 in the rear.
Okay, well, I got the rear. I got 2/3 of an acre there, so I'm not going to worry about that. So we have 20 feet from the sides and 30 feet from the front. And that's 30 feet from my 6-foot setback grandfathering of the front of my building, correct?
No,
My garage is 6
it's
feet from
from
the
your
property
property
line.
line,
Okay.
which
so
is the
30
right of
feet
way.
from the property line, well, from property line.
And don't forget the 15% lot coverage.
Well, I have 2/3 of an acre there. I don't,
Well, we don't know until you give us the figures.
you don't know I have 2/3 of an acre? Is that what you're saying?
I didn't say that.
Oh. Because these figures
So,
here
well,
was 22.
Tina Jo, let's
Yes.
go ahead and leave the specifics to the an after-fact permit for
Okay.
after this meeting.
All right, so is he requesting me, is he requesting me to do another application for the shed?
At this point, we're still considering your appeal. So if we find in your favor, then there's no reason for you to have to submit an after-the-fact.
Well, respectfully, it appears that I'm wrong on my setbacks.
Well, and I will respectfully say the board hasn't ruled on it yet,
Okay.
so. I mean, Chris has his opinion, and that's fine, he should, but it's not his opinion tonight that is going to make this decision. It will be the board's collective decision as to whether Chris has erred in his decision for a notice of violation or not. So we'll decide collectively as a group to that.
Okay, so on my checklist of things that I put down, these totals here, was the existing building of 1,008 square feet. And then the addition was 576 plus 144 respectfully. Then the porch, the back porch was 192. The grill patio was 144. 16 was a fireplace foundation. These are all part of the plans to finish the building. 96 square feet for a walkway and 120 square feet for a shed, which totaled up at the time of the application 22,296 square feet is what went along with the original application to put the addition on the house. And it was all on the plot plan. Most of it is pictured on the plot plan of what I wanted. And I do believe that the square footage for 2/3 of an acre is 29,040 feet, somewhere around there. So at 15%, I don't think the 2296 meets that.
Yeah, it's not really for us to make a decision as to.
No, I'm just saying what's existing there now.
Okay.
You know,
Okay.
is on the original plan.
Okay.
So,
Go ahead, Tom.
When she's done.
Yep, yep.
I have a
No.
question for Chris.
go ahead.
So, Chris, the building permit for the expansion, you issued a building permit for that, right?
Yes.
Have you ever done an inspection of progress? Or Alex or whoever?
Yes, I've been to the property and done some foundation inspections. I believe we did framing inspections, plumbing, electrical, heat pumps, and insulation. That's where it stopped.
And that's the second floor
Correct.
piece.
Okay. I'm getting ready to transition on to the dock unless anybody has anything else to ask or convey with regards to the shed.
Now,
All
talk
good?
about our audience.
Yeah, but we're not open to public comment yet, so we'll get that when time comes. So Sheena Jo, we'll go ahead and transition now to the right-of-way property with notice of violation of dock. Go ahead and.
Okay, so my desire to have a dock at Lot 62A, which is a 10 by 200 foot lot that runs down between 31 and 35 Shore Road, across the street from my gravel parking space. My desire dates back to 2015, the people that lived there at the time, the thoughts and ideas that came into the head at the time. The biggest opposition we ran into was this big boulder sitting in the water at the end of it. So as construction progressed and did not progress due to the mass construction projects that were done at the end of the road during the last 2 years, my ideas went into effect. 31 Shore Road got sold, 35 Shore Road got sold. I had some objections to both those owners to my ideas, and proceeded to get told that there were 10 owners. I had to clear it through the town with permission slips from all 10 owners that I could do this. I didn't believe there were 10 owners, so I proceeded to do title searches on all the homes from number 2 Shore Road all the way down to number 39 Shore Road. I have title searches to every piece of property on Shore Road in Raymond, Maine. Analyzing those title searches showed me who had rights to the boat launch at 22A, who had rights to 46A, which is another right-of-way that sits just before number 9 Shore Road, and who had rights to 62A, which is the one across the street from me. My findings showed that the titled rights to 62A belong to 4 people. I should say not 4 people. Well, 4 people own the 7 lots that it was given right to in its development. The lots that have rights to it in 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, and 103 respectfully are the back lots of Shore Road on the other side of the road, the back lots. So I myself own lot 99 and 100. Jonathan Stickney, my owner, who has a recent home built up on the hill, he owns lots 101, 102, and 103. Each one of those lots have their own individual rights to 62A. The title search was clear that each lot sold had its own particular right to 62A and 22A. So, and then you have lot 98, which is owned by Ellis Martins, and lot 97, which is owned by the 27 Shore Road LLC, the Reale family. And those are single individual lots that they keep their sheds on and park their boats and do whatever. Those 5 lots that are owned by me and Jonathan were wooded for ever. You know, and in 2015, I bought my lot, and I believe Jonathan was able to get his 3 lots in 2018. I think it was 2018 that he got them, or 19. So now you have two homeowners that live there year-round that wanted access to the water through their deeded right. And we're being told they couldn't do that, that we had no right to, we were trespassing. You know, that was their property by the new owners of 31 Shore Road. And up until recently, it was brought to my attention that 35 Shore Road felt they had a deeded right. Upon finding that information out, I did in detail take their title search and note it, and sent them a copy of that through the mail, which was delivered on the 20th of September, showing them their complete title search. It was a 21-page title search. I think you have it attached to all your documents that you can certainly show your town attorney. That does not show any rights. Any rights that were ever belonged to 35 were sold off when lots 99 and 100 were sold off. They went with those lots. They didn't stay with 63, 64, 65, I think their lot numbers are. So upon everything that I found, it got to the point where we couldn't use the right-of-way at all during the summer. There was construction materials, trucks parked, people building materials. So for the last 2 summers, it's been unavailable for use anyway, because it's always loaded up with building materials from 31 Shore Road, or their trucks, or their men doing their work. Or it was just very uncomfortable to even try to go down there. So I left the project on hold. So this past spring in March, I started cleaning the property. Spoke to Alex several times about the dying trees that were placed there from number 35 at the time, which was Debbie Mosier. Her late live-in had planted trees along the property line of 62, lot 62A and 35 Shore Road for privacy in their front yard. And we were out there one day, and after a survey got done, because I've had 3 surveys done to that line alone. The first 2, the pins were removed, they disappear. So then this last survey the surveyor actually put deeded pins in the ground with numbers on them. It said if anybody removes them, then they're breaking the law, because they just kept disappearing. So we found that the trees were planted on the inside of the right-of-way. So Debbie didn't have any problem removing those trees, so she had them lopped off at the top, so they would stunt their growth. And then as soon as I started working on my project, I could remove them. Well, in the meantime, Debbie sold her property to Lisa Martin. And once again, they wanted everything to stay the same. In my title searches, I found that out of the 4 owners, the 2 that have waterfronts, which are Ellis Martin and Lisa Martin, those particular lots, those waterfront lots, do not have deeded rights to the right-of-way. It's their back lots that have the deeded right. So you have 2 full-time homeowners there that are being told by these people that have waterfront property, 100 feet. They have their own beaches, they have their own water, they have their own lawns, they have everything. I'm not keeping them from doing anything, but they're not allowing me to enter the water without conflict. So my research showed me that 62A has markers. They're all pinned off. The Martins did their side, I did the other side. From 62A, at the end of that lot, it goes to what's called the shoreland, which extends out into the water. It's my understanding that the town has control up to the high water mark, which includes a lot of that shoreland. And then beyond the shoreland, you have this big boulder. It's like 8 feet wide, probably 6 feet tall, kind of flat and awkward at the top, but you could get out on it. You couldn't get in the water in it because they tell you to jump off it, but there's only like 18 inches to 24 inches of water at the bottom of it. But the rock does sit in water 365 days out of the year, and it's beyond the low water mark. So I did some more research, as far as who owns the water. Thomas Pond is owned by the state. The rock sits in the water. The rock's owned by the state. And I don't find that the town has any jurisdiction over where I placed that structure for me to be able to, and for Jonathan to be able to, enjoy a deeded right to the water. It's not keeping anybody from doing anything. And that's the question here. Who owns Thomas Pond, and what am I doing that's keeping any of the owners from doing anything? It's not obstructing anything that they do on the right-of-way. They don't use the right-of-way. They use it to cross back and forth between their yards, which is their right. I have no problem with that. I have no problem with anybody being on it. But I'm being told I couldn't have the structure in the water. They called the warden service on me. The Ellis Martins called the warden service on me. He showed up on Monday morning when town was closed. He comes over and he says, well, I don't see where you've done anything wrong there. I told him the lake belongs to, they don't own the lake. The lake belongs to the state. Nobody owns the lake. And the town can only control what goes to the high water mark. And sure, you don't have a harbor master that can be out there policing what's going on the lake, and that leaves a lot of the policing to the town. But I don't feel that my structure that I put past low water mark, it's got 10-foot posts on it, so it's not attached to anything. It's a standalone 4x4 with a ladder to it, with a galley plank float and a 6x16 float after that. It's used for kayak. I didn't even put the paddle boat in. There was so much conflict about it this year. For the kayaks, the paddle boats, whatever me and Jonathan decide to use. So I just don't understand why I needed a permit to put a structure out on a state water that the town doesn't have any jurisdiction over. And that's it in a nutshell, but with all the other stuff that's been brought up, you've had the pleasure of reading, all the things that go from side to side every time something's brought up. I have to respond to that, even though it's not related to the simple fact is who owns Thomas Pond, and did I have a right to put that structure there past low water? And then the markings are clear on all the rocks. The rock's in the water 365 days out of the year. You can't move the rock. And we don't have the convenience of all the other right-of-ways that are in the neighborhood, including the boat dock, of where the ground goes directly down into the water and it's easy to walk down in. I'm a 65-year-old woman. I'm not going to have my neighbor telling me to jump off the rock or fall through the tree. And that's what I got. You know, and they've done everything that they could to deter me from using it. You know, but they recently put up this beautiful cedar fence. I think it's beautiful. But if they use it so much and it's so important to them, why did they just block it all off? You know, nothing makes sense to me. The whole thing doesn't make sense to me. I have the right to that water through my deed. You know, I tried to work it out. I spoke with Alex many times of building a little 2-foot walkway that goes down the shore where the birch tree is. You all saw the birch tree. I had to take the limbs off 2 of it because the wind broke the limbs in half. Those had to come down, a very dangerous situation down there. So I left most of the tree there so you could see it, but early in the spring in March, I cut off 2 smaller limbs that were scooting across and had dropped. You couldn't even get under the limb to get into the water. You know, and your comprehensive plan tells people that, you know, when you have areas like this, and you have problem areas of getting your access to the water, that the town, you know, would cordially like to help people like that. And I'm not getting any help. Just getting a bunch of conflict. And then getting a notice of violation that I put the dock in the water without a permit. I didn't need a permit. It's on state property. I truly don't think I need a permit for that dock sitting in the water. It's not attached to anything.
I had a question for you.
Sure.
So you mentioned Jonathan Stickney. Is he a co-owner of the dock?
Me and Jonathan both own the dock, yes.
Okay. I'm just wondering, is there a representative for Jonathan here tonight other than yourself? I mean,
just me.
Okay. In some of the pictures that you submitted, I noticed that there was a private property sign strung across the front of the dock. Specifically, who is allowed to use the dock?
I put the private property sign up across it when the dock first went into the water, because one thing that the state warden brought to my attention, he said, everything looks fine. He said, I would worry more about your safety coming off that rock onto your dock, because there's a little space. There was a little space there. So his recommendation was come up with some sort of a gap, you know, something to close that space off. I told him, I said, I can't attach it to anything. It's on 6-foot steel posts as it is, 10-foot steel posts as it is. So I put it up there so nobody would step down on it. I had the ladder chained off and the walkway chained off, but I needed to have a railing, some form of a railing that could come up over. You saw that. Yeah. I have injuries from past work that I'm not very stable when I'm going down or up, so I needed a handle. So we had the custom, but in the meantime, I put that there so that nobody would get onto it until I could cover the gap and put the railing on. All right? When we got the railing on and we covered the gap, it's still sitting there, chained to but it's not blocking it from doing anything. And it does state right on the back of the sign, who owns it, 32 and 34 Shore Road. Who owns that structure? Just like I put it on my mooring balls. Who owns the mooring, you know, what number belongs to the mooring balls? If I had anything else there, I would probably have my address on it too, because if something happened, they need to know who owns the floating apparatus.
So I recognize your statement of you and Jonathan owning the dock. Who is permitted to use the dock? Are the people who have right-of-way access?
They have rights to the right-of-way.
Well, no, okay.
They have rights to the land.
Please give me a chance to
Okay.
answer this question. What I want to know is, do these people also have your permission to use that dock? Or is it specifically for you and Jonathan and whoever?
I guess that question can go both ways. Do I have permission to go out on their floating docks?
So that's not answering my question. Is it only you or Jonathan and people that you have agreed to that are allowed to use that? Or can people who have access to the right-of-way also use that dock? Is it a simple yes or no? Can other people use that dock who have that?
The structure was put in there for the use of me and Jonathan.
Okay, thank you. Do you have a copy of the actual deed and what the right-of-way actually grants?
It's listed in all our deeds that have the right to 62A.
But what specifically does the deed allow? Does the deed What?
It tells you that you cross over the shoreland to the shore.
Can you point that out
It
for me,
does-
please?
I can't remember which one I attached my deed to. But it says the same verbiage is on all of them, along with the, let's see if I can find it. Swan to Gillespie. Let's convey together with the right of way.
Is your lot 100?
Yes.
I can see the date.
Is it the vague one that says together with all?
I'm not sure.
Together with all rights of way of record?
This might be it here. This says lot 100.
I gotcha. So Sheena Joe, the one he's looking at, it's labeled at the top, it says Swan to Gillespie.
Right, Swan to
100,
Gillespie, 100.
Corrected from
yeah.
developer.
Says the above described premises are conveyed together with the right of way to and from the premises over Shore Road and Libby Road to the Meadow Road, so called, and also a right to the Shore Road over Lot 62A, Section 3, Lot 22A, Sheet 1, Section 1. That's the 22A is the boat dock, and 62A is the lot. Most of them say give you the right to cross over 62A from Shore Road to the shoreland.
It's this one.
Thank you. Thank you, Fred. Do anybody have any questions for Sheena Joe at this point?
I don't at this point.
Yes.
Ryan, as owner to this property, this right-of-way, if you'd like an opportunity to speak specifically to this dock situation, you can certainly take some time to do that right now.
Yeah, I'll make it fairly brief. So Sheena and myself, we've never actually had a conversation. So, and I know my wife did not. We came up for camp and the dock was there. We weren't really sure what was going on. As far as our comment on blocking the right-of-way, that has been open. I mowed it all last year. I'm not sure what that is. The grade stakes, I guess those are the pins. They've been in the middle since the spring. I think multiple people have rights to this property. I guess that's probably my biggest sticking point. It's not that anybody's trying to keep her away from the water, but I know she did the title search. She sent it to us in the mail. It seems like it was not an official title search, but one that she did in town hall. But multiple people have rights, and it doesn't seem like she went through the right channels to see if it was even okay with everybody that had those rights. It's her comment about the mooring balls. Those are both directly out, kind of following the line of property out in the ocean, which is, again, or the lake, which is weird. The fence that she brought up for Dennis, basically, she's been taking pictures of our people at our house doing work, taking pictures of Dennis, his construction. I think he was just not speaking for him, but I'm pretty sure it was just trying to get some privacy without somebody peeking at him. You know, the dock, when it got installed, there was a big no trespassing sign. Again, didn't have a conversation. I mean, I'm not going there for conflict, but just, it was clearly stated that it was, don't go there, you know, not allowed. Other than that, again, we just believe that there's probably multiple people that should have access, and if there's a dock, it should be everybody's right. Not, I mean, at this point, what's to say if this goes okay, if someone else has property rights, that they can't put a dock there next year, and then Sheena can't have hers. So it doesn't really make sense to me. But that's all I got.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. Anybody have questions for Ryan? Okay. Chris?
Can I respond to that?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Ryan's right. We've never met. I've had 2 conversations with Lisa. First of all, it's been no secret that I've wanted this dog. I mean, I went after looking for the Reale family, who owns 27 Shore Road LLC, because they were one of the owners right off the bat. And my findings found that estate was left to 8 children. One of the children left his shares to his 3 children. It's just a big family thing there. And in the letters that I sent them, you know, I gave them descriptions of what I was looking to do with the right-of-way, as them being one of the owners. And one of the paragraphs in those descriptions is stating that I would have no problem with them adding kind-like parcels, kind-like sections to this dock if they wanted a place to bring their kayaks or their paddle boats. It's in the letters. I offered that right from the beginning when I started contacting the owners. And Lisa, my last conversation I had with her, you know, she thought about the kids fishing off that rock, and I can see why there's probably better fishing, because it's out in the water. The rock is in the water. And I told her I would have no problem with her kids fishing off my dock. You know, they'll put the ladder on that side, and there was that side for once, the only reason. Me and Jonathan had a conversation and said, kids are going to be kids. Lisa's got kids. We've never had kids down here, but Lisa has kids. And he said, you're right. So I have no problem with Lisa's children being on that dock. If I have no problem with people adding kind-like pieces to it. You know, if they want to take, you know, I wouldn't want anybody taking a slab of wooden dock and adding it to the thousands of dollars we just spent on the one that's there. But the offer was made. And I finally got through to the Reales after several attempts and a home visit to where I found one of the Reales living in Portland. I actually went to his house and left him a letter inside his fence. And then I reached out to their LLC attorney. And that's how I found out the information regarding them and reached out to them. They chose to abstain from any comments or any involvement. They just wanted the lot to be left the way it was, and it is. I haven't touched the lot. I merely put a dock in the water. So I haven't touched it. The only thing I've done is I took a few dead branches down with kids running back and forth from yard to yard. I was worried about the eyes, the hair. So I took some more dead branches off. I took photocopies of all of those. As far as for privacy, you can't say much for the 8 cameras that the Martins have up all around that right-of-way. So we'll just leave that question right alone. But no, right from the beginning, I've always offered. You know, that was my thoughts, that were my ideas, that's what went out. That's what, you know, that's what I'd spoke to Glenn Martin about previous to him selling it to his brother Dennis and his then girlfriend Teresa Ellis. And that's all I have to say about that.
So I want to make clear, and I may have misstated my question earlier. It sounds like you're saying then that if deeded owners to this right-of-way would like to have access to that dock or even modify the dock, you and Jonathan are willing to allow that. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, I have no problem with that.
Okay, because it sounded like earlier that you were saying it was specifically for...
What is there right now was purchased by me and Jonathan.
Oh, that I understand. Yeah.
Okay, so for instance, if one of the owners say, well, you know, I want a 6x16 foot float out there to bring my kayak and my paddle boat or my little fishing boat up to, go ahead. Just, I'm asking it to be kind-like, though.
Okay.
I'm not asking to create a create a hodgepodge of docks out there. I'm asking it to be kind-like.
I'm just trying to understand your vision for
Right.
for this and who.
But to that, I add that two of the owners, they have waterfront property. They take their boats right off their lawns, in and out on their lawns. They have their own private beaches. I'm not over there in the low water of a beach sitting my butt down and saying, oh, well, I got the right to sit in the low water of the beach. I'm respecting other people's premises. And as far as the moorings being out there, I situated it so after the dock is centered right in the rock. And then the two mooring balls for Jonathan and I are at a slight angle, approximately 10 feet from the end of the dock, this way and that way, far enough out where the rest of the moorings are. So I don't see where that is a problem.
Chris.
All right. So, first of all, I would like to speak to the fact that you've been told that she was told by a game warden that this lake, Thomas Pond, is owned by the state. The waters of Maine are owned by the state. However, there are overlapping jurisdictions. The town has been charged by the Shoreline Zoning Ordinance to issue permits for docks, pier, and wharfs over and below the water line. That's in
high water.
In section Article 5, land uses, we have a key to table 350-5-4, which is a table of uses. In that table, in LLR1, which Thomas Pond is in LLR1, on page 17, page 2 out of 4 of that section 350, it says, I'll read it to you so you don't all have to look it up. It says temporary docks can be issued by the CEO with an asterisk 7, which says excluding bridges and other crossings. So docks are a permitted use by the CEO, and then the table to 1, where it says CEO at the very beginning, says allowed with a permit issued by the code enforcement officer. So anybody who puts a dock in, not a floating float that goes out 20 or 30 feet offshore, that's anchored to the bottom with no access from the shore, is different. That is something that a game warden or somebody from the state may have concerns with if it interferes with navigation or somebody's use of their property. But anything that is on stanchions, 10-foot poles for a dock, are permitted by the CEO. And anything attached to that platform via a platform to a floating dock is also permitted by the CEO. We didn't get a permit. We talked about getting a permit many times in the office with Alex. I was present at a couple of these meetings, and she was instructed that if she was to apply for a permit, she would need the permission of all the property owners that have deeded right-of-ways to that right-of-way, which says access to the lake. It doesn't say everybody in that, any of the back lots or any other owner has the right to a dock. It says access to the lake. So now we get to, so that's what I do, is we issue permits. I bet we have 2,000 docks in Raymond. All of them are permitted by the town unless they were grandfathered. In other words, they were existing before we required permits for docks, which was around 1986. So there was never a dock, to my knowledge, in that right-of-way. There's no grandfathering of a dock. If somebody wants to put a dock in the right-of-way, I have no problem, my office has no problem, as long as everybody agrees to it, and it's, as David was alluding to, it's for common access, not a private dock. This appears to be a private dock without a permit. So in her presentation, she mentioned several times that she did title work, right? And she included in your packet deeds. Are you a title attorney?
It doesn't take a title attorney to do a title search.
Are
I'm an
you a
educated-
title attorney?
I am not an attorney, but I am an educated person. I can run it.
I didn't say anything about whether
I'm not a
you're
title
educated or
attorney.
not. She's not a title attorney. I want to point out a couple of things. One, in your packet, there is an opinion from a title attorney. Curtis Thaxter is a title attorney firm. One of their attorneys wrote you guys an opinion which was in response to her title opinion that was sent to the Martins. The Martins hired a title attorney. And if you read his title opinion, it says that other people have a right to that right-of-way. And if anybody is to use that right-of-way, you need permission, A, to cut trees, trim trees, do anything in that right-of-way, even stairs to the water. You need everybody's sign-off. So that's what Alex and I have been telling her since she ever asked about a dock. In her letter of September 13th, 2024, she says in paragraph 4 on the first page, does the town of Raymond have jurisdiction over the waters of Thomas Pond? I believe it is state property. For the record, I never told anyone I have a dock permit. So A, she admits she doesn't have a dock permit. 2, she claims that we don't have a jurisdiction. Well, I beg to differ with you, and if I didn't permit docks, I'd be in trouble with the Department of Environmental Protection, who wrote these ordinances for us to adopt. It's in Chapter 350, shoreline zoning. Very, very simple. The second thing she said is, I said I didn't believe in a court of law that one person could keep me from safe passage to my waters via a deeded rights. What she's saying is, she knew that one person that has deeded rights to that right-of-way is going to say no. And I know who that person is. That's Teresa Ellis and Eric Martin. The reason they would say no is, she's correct. They have a lot that abuts the lake. They have 100 feet. She's correct. But they also have a back lot. And that back lot has a deeded right to use that right-of-way. And then they're not going to sign off. They don't want it to change. There's another comment in there from another person, same thing. They're not going to sign off. So she knew she couldn't get the signatures required to get a permit. So she installed it anyway. She admits that she and Mr. Stickney own the dock. She believes it's outside of the town's jurisdiction in the last page of her letter. And then she says, the Zoning Board of Appeals has one question to answer: who has jurisdiction over Thomas Pond beyond the low water mark? Well, you know what? This isn't the ocean. We don't have a huge ebb and flow of water. A lot of our measurements are taken from the high water mark. But a person in Raymond owns to the water line. It doesn't matter whether it's high water or low water. It's not a tidal water like the state has issues with Wells Beach, for instance, and the people walking and using the beach in front of somebody's property. That's a tidal low water mark. We're not talking tidal. We're talking seasonal low water. This is a dammed lake. It has a flow out of Thomas Pond, goes into Sebago Lake, which is dammed. Many of our, almost all of our ponds are that way. It's regulated by a dam. So she needs a permit. I'm not opposed to issuing a permit, but she needs the permissions of all the people. And I would need a letter from a title attorney that says she has all the signatures of everybody in that right-of-way. We've dealt with this issue over and over in Raymond. We've had court cases that went on for 8 years about right-of-ways. And it's always the same answer. If you read Curtis Thaxter or Jason from Curtis Thaxter's response in his letter, it says it gives you access to the water. She has access to the water. It may not be the best access in the world. I look at right-of-ways all the time. Some of them are brooks because when they divided up the property, there was a little land left over and they didn't think anybody had ever used it, so they just put it as a right-of-way to the lake. Looks great. Can't use it because it's in the middle of a brook. Other times it's rocky, sometimes it's wooded, sometimes it's steep, sometimes it's easy to go in. Like she said, she has access to another area which is inconvenient for her, which is at the beginning of Shore Road. Typically, those right-of-ways go with the road and all other roads in that subdivision. When these subdivisions were laid out, they included language that allowed the backlots to have access to the lake through these right-of-ways. And that's what I believe she has a right to the lake. I'm not arguing that a bit. But she doesn't have the right to install a dock without a permit.
In regards to needing the permission of all property owners, is there a ordinance or statute that speaks to that?
No. It's just court case and state law, and that's our policy. If you want to do a dock in your own property, it's much easier. You don't need all that. But if you have a right-of-way, I live in Haskell Avenue subdivision, another one that was done by Swan. I have a 20-foot right-of-way across the street from me. I have several other right-of-ways. Tom has right-of-ways, and he has waterfront property. But he can come down and use my right-of-way. As a matter of fact, he does. Just the way it is.
For in our ordinances for shoreland, for piers, the 350-6.4, I just want to get your feedback on this. It says piers, docks, wharves, bridges, and other structures or uses. This is what I need the feedback on. Extending over or below the normal high water line of water bodies or within wetlands. When we talk about extending over or below normal high water line, how do you interpret that based on
Well,
what's
the dock itself is over the water. The stanchions go down to the bottom of the lake to support the structure. And I use that word structure because that's the definition of a structure. If it's attached to land, it's not floating. It's attached to the shore. Whether it's physically attached to the rock, doesn't matter. You can step over the rock to the dock, or you could put a plank to get to the dock. You have access from the shore. So our ordinance allows those docks to be above and below. Does that answer your question?
Yeah,
and the other thing is permanent docks, obviously, are below and they stick above. This is a temporary dock. It has to come out at the end of the season, December 1st. Comes out, gets stored, and can go back in. But it's attached to the bottom of the lake, which is our jurisdiction.
So I've heard reference to the low water mark, and I heard your explanation about tidal, low water, high. Just wanted to get your feedback in regards to the low water mark comments that have been made with how this may. I just see extending over or below the normal high water line. This feels like it would be doing that even if we're making reference to a low water line. I guess that's what I'm trying to reconcile.
That's correct. And the other thing is the boulder that she refers to with water staining. Water staining is when the water's high, it'll stain the rocks. And you can tell how high the water comes up. That boulder is embedded in the shore. It may extend into the lake, and at times it has part of it underwater. I agree. If this was a rock in the middle of the lake with no access to the shore or not touching the shore, that would be different, but it's not. That answer your question?
So it's part of the shoreline?
It's part of the shoreline, absolutely. That you walk to the rock, you don't have to jump to the rock.
You guys have any questions for Chris?
No.
Oh?
And we're agreed that the dock, when it does get removed, can't be stored on the right-of-way.
Correct.
Okay. Good.
Do you have anything to say with regards to?
Well, yeah, I do have a few things to say. I think we're missing the point here between the high water and the low water. The rock is in the water 365 days out of the year. If it's in the water 365 days out of the year, it's considered water body by the description set forth by the state. Low water is what you find and markings on rocks and on the land. You can even see it on the shoreland. If you got to the front of the rock and you look back underneath the shoreland on both sides of it, you can see the high water marks. You can see the low water marks. They do regulate the lake. The water is way too low to jump off a rock into the water. But that part that hits the shore is about as wide as this podium that you have to step up on from the shoreline. The pictures are very clear on that. That shows you how past the shoreline this rock sits. It's not embedded in the shoreline. It may be up against it. One of the attorneys had mentioned at one time that we were consulting with that it looks like somebody might have put that rock there to stabilize that shoreline because where we got into deep water on that end of the lake. You know, could it be removed? Why would I want to remove it? You know, I don't mind going over it, but I disagree with it being part of the shoreland. You know, the markings on the shoreland and the markings on the rocks are clear where the water is when it's high, when the dam's not out, and where it is when it's low. And it's been like that. I've been there for 9 years. There's been no change in that.
Do you have any examples of state law or anything which shows that installation of something within a body of water?
I know there are a few cases that
permissible?
have been to the Supreme Court over this. I do not have them noted because from here, this packet will go to the attorney from here. I'm doing my due diligence.
So you don't have it?
You know, that would be something that would be on the attorney's level to bring up, just like Curtis Baxter, or, you know, that went to the attorney that will be handling this after this hearing. And, you know, that was just a bunch of, you know, I looked at it as just a threat. You know, I had no dock in the water at that time. He's telling me kids fish off it all the time and people jump off it all the time. Well, I don't know where he lives, but I know I've been living there for I've been there for 9 years working on this project, and I've never seen a kid jump off it, and I've never seen a kid fish off it. You know, I even talked to a couple of the neighbor kids that grew up there, that used to go down there and fish with Glenn out off his beach. Yeah, we go up on that rock and throw a couple lines out. I've had my family do it. But he said nobody would ever jump off that. It's not deep enough. It's all rocked. You know, so that was just, you know, but once again, you hire an attorney, you give him the information you want him to have, but that doesn't mean he gets all the information he needs to know. And they write a letter. And if he was so inclined to be so involved, then I would have heard more from him. I waited for that. And all I did was still get a lot of rebuttal from 31 Shore Road. You know, it's I got one owner that does not want me walking down that shoreline to gain access to that water. 27 Shore Road stays neutral because, as she says, I was like this with Dennis Martin. They grew up together. I've got it in writing in a letter. She didn't want anything to do with it. You know, her visit from her brother that was there in the spring of 24, spring of 23, when he didn't even know there was a right-of-way down there that they owned. I watched them on Father's Day put their boats in right from their own front yard. I don't keep these other people from doing anything. I'm not stopping them from doing anything. But all this tells me is that they do not want the other two landowners that have a right to that right-of-way to be using it for their recreation of the water.
Okay.
And I'm willing to fight that as far as it needs to go.
Okay. Chris?
Just a couple quick comments. You guys all went on the sidewalk?
Correct.
Did you have to wade through water to get on top of the rock?
No.
Were you able to walk to the rock?
Yes.
Do you think this is high water or low water?
It's certainly above the water.
Right. I
You think it
asked the
would-
question. It's attached to the shoreline.
Right. Do you think it's ever underwater? No. So that's one. Two, if the Martins or the Morrill came to me and asked to get a dock permit, and I told them you need all the signatures of the owners, and they came in with all the signatures. Right now, we have a dock that would be obstructing any other dock. So her willingness to add on to the dock isn't her right. That is something that would be decided by the code enforcement officer. We probably wouldn't allow a dock with a bunch of fingers on it, 6 or 7 fingers, because then now you're talking it's like a marina. So there's a lot that goes into these. It may seem like, you know, this is not a big deal, but it is a big deal when I have to treat everybody in town fair. Tom has a dock permit, Fred has a dock permit, Peter, I don't know if you do or not, but.
Not in Raymond.
So, what?
Not in Raymond.
Oh, I thought you said you weren't in Raymond.
No.
That wouldn't have been good. Do you have a dock permit in the town you live in?
Yes.
Yeah. So I just want everybody to play fair and have the rules the same for everybody and be consistent. That's my job. And it'll be Jason's job, or it is Jason's job. You know, we try to be fair. And to be fair, this isn't fair because she's got a dock and the other people that have rights away don't.
Ryan, do you have any final comments for us, given all that you've heard?
At this point, not really. Again, no, I do not.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Sheena, Joe, anything final before I open this up to public comment?
Well, you know, I've just, you know, Chris speaks about how I've got a dock there and they don't. Well, they do. Right off their front lawns, right off their own beaches. They have a dock. I've got 2 property owners that have waterfront property that one has taken the lead to say no, they cannot have access to the water from the property. They fought me even when trying to climb through a branch. I ended up cutting 2 of the branches off last spring just to be able to get down into the water to put my mooring balls on cement so that when the diver came to put them out, they'd already be in the water.
Did you have a permit for the cutting?
No, I did not have a permit for the cutting. That was on your back burner. But it was obstructing. It was, yes, I did, twice. Yeah, I got them right here.
Were they issued?
No, like I said, they were on your back burner, according to Alex. They were on Chris's back burner.
They were on hold for signatures from all the owners that had rights to that right-of-way, just like the dock permit.
And my research took me down on Total Avenue that said the town didn't have the jurisdiction to tell me I couldn't have that dock out there.
So not to have any disrespect to anybody involved, but let's keep any comments and questions through the chair, okay?
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So I guess the big question here is you know, where does the town have the jurisdiction and where do they don't? You know, and I'll leave it at that.
Okay. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we'll go ahead and open this up to public comment. Is there anybody here tonight in this building or through our Zoom call that would like to speak in favor of this appeal? Is there anybody here tonight in this building or through our Zoom call or even through calls that would like to speak in opposition to this appeal? And is there anybody here tonight in the building or through Zoom that would like to just speak from a neutral perspective with regards to this appeal? Okay, I will go ahead and close public comment. Any final things, guys, for Sheena, Joe, or Ryan, or Chris before we go into our deliberations? Tom, you good?
I'm good.
Okay. So we'll close all this aspect of it, and the board now will go into deliberations based on what's been presented to it. So we have 2 things to consider tonight. We have the shed, and we also have the dock. Kind of like we did here, I'd like to approach it. Let's review the shed first, and then make a final decision on that. I think we can vote on that one separate, and then we'll vote, discuss and vote on the doc. Work? Okay. So, we have our notice of violation with regards to the shed. From what I'm hearing, we have to consider, one, was this shed a part of the permit that was applied for in 2022? And if so, go from there. And if not, then we have to take a step further, I guess. So, given what I have seen in the permit application and the supplemental material that was provided, I do not, yes, I see a square on the plot. I do not see the word shed, but I will assume that's because it was faded, so I will give, allow for that. I do see the word shed written with a number beside it, but I didn't see anything specifically in the application indicating that there was a request for a shed. I do understand that, yes, we need permits for individual structures. I know that through our ordinances. I do not see, and again, I'm just talking from my own opinion right now, I do not see that the shed was actually a part of the 2022 permit. Now, I'm not saying that was not the intent when it was filed, but I do not see anything within the actual permit application itself indicating that the shed should have been included as part of that. Again, I'm not saying that it wasn't the intent. I don't think that's what got conveyed in the permit. We heard from Chris that that was not what was actually permitted in the permit. So I just kind of, again, that's my own perspective of it. I just put that out there for you guys to bounce around.
I mean, can I say something?
Yeah.
I mean, I agree with what you just said, and I was a little confused. I'm going to say confused, but didn't maybe understand because it does say shed here in a couple of spots, but it doesn't really, because as talking to Chris, there's going to be a plot and a plan put together showing where it's going to go, what it's going to be built of, and whatnot. Is that correct, Chris? And that's not here, so I think anywhere on here it shows any plot or plan of how this shed is going to be put together. So I don't think it's on the permit personally. I don't think it's.
I would say that if it was on the plot plan, it would have met the setback requirements, and it would have been located, in a particular spot. And we heard at the site walk, well, I was going to put it over here, and then I put it over there. Right. So yeah, I don't believe it was ever on the plot plan, and I think that's the reason it's also not meeting the setback requirements.
But even regardless of the site walk, we heard here tonight as well.
Yep.
Right. That's what I saw as well.
So we're in agreement then that the shed, even though perhaps intended by the applicant to be on this permit, was not an actual part of that permit, the approved permit.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. Then with that said, we have the consideration there's a notice of violation of a shed without a permit. We have no evidence then of any permits. We also have the appellant indicating that she has filed an after-the-fact permit for the shed. So it seems really we only need to address the fact that the shed was not a part of this 2022 permit.
Right.
So, any further discussion on this one, do you think? Do I have any motions? Motion to
make a motion that the shed was not part of the building permit and that the violation is valid.
About perhaps modify that as a motion to deny the
motion to deny.
Wait, let's make sure we're saying this. Let's make sure we're saying this. Right?
That's probably better words.
Did you make that motion?
I make a motion to deny the appeal concerning the shed.
Second.
Any further discussion on this before we make our vote? All those in favor of denying this appeal with regards to those violation on the shed? Favor, unanimous. I'll say Sheena Joe, not looking for a response right now. What I would say is this has been denied, the regards to the shed. Please definitely work with Chris to ensure that your permit's filed in the way that needs to be filed so that you get proper response back from him, okay? So, now we need to move on to the dock. And this one, I will remind us that our ordinances specifically state when it comes to emissions. Fortunately, I'm not finding it, but I will when it comes time. It's for the appellant. They have the burden of proof is on them. So, in my consideration of the information I've heard tonight, again, from my own personal perspective, I do not believe there's enough burden of proof here to indicate that she is correct in the matter that a permit has not been, that a permit should not have been issued. Basically,
Not required.
not required, thank you. Number one, I do not see, I understand what was presented to us with regards to placing a structure within the waters, separate, that not physically attached to land that's above, that's not getting under the water. I understand that presentation. But I do not see anything with our ordinances, or I haven't had any state statutes presented to us, any state law, anything that indicates that installing something that is attached to land, even though underneath that, that could be considered, separate from an ordinance. I don't see that you can just go and just place anything you want in the water. 5 feet, I don't know if I can build a house in the middle of the water, without having to, I don't know. I haven't seen anything that shows me specifically that this is allowable by the state of Maine.
Right.
I have consideration too about how it's written up on the ordinances, about what I just asked Chris about, where it's titled extending above and over the normal high water line. I believe that we're matching that.
As Chris mentioned, that, the rock's not underwater. It doesn't go underwater.
Right.
And if you look at the picture here, she said, if you look at the pictures, that's definitely a step right off the rock, right straight onto the dock. There's not showing any real gap there. And as Chris said, I think if my memory serves right, if this was like a swim dock or a float that you went down in the water and you swam to, then there would be no requirement for a permit. But where you're not walking down, getting in the water, going to however you get to that dock, whether you can walk to it or you can kayak to it or swim to it, that type of a dock would, I think, fall into the water ordinance. I think she's trying to mention, and that would be not permittable, not have to have one. But where we're walking straight from land, whether we're coming from dirt to a rock, we're going onto a temporary dock.
Which is fixed.
Which is, temporarily fixed because it has to be removed. I believe that this does need to have a permit.
I'm in agreement. It requires a permit, and it's needs to be temporary, it needs to be removed.
Yeah.
And I also, I guess I agree that there are multiple people who have the rights to use that right-of-way. So I don't think Sheena is being isolated as not using the right-of-way. It's that she can't just place a dock in front of the right-of-way without permission.
And a permit.
Yes.
And a permit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Permission from the other owners and a permit from Chris. Or Jason. What was issuing permits? The town.
So it is. I mean, I know that our ordinances speak specifically to piers and docks, 350-6. .4. I know that docks are considered structures based on our ordinance definitions. Our ordinances also require that any structure require a permit.
And Chris mentioned that in one of his talk, when he was speaking to us, that a dock is a structure, considered a structure.
Right. Yep. And it's not just his opinion; it is supported through ordinances.
Correct.
So are we in agreement that we have ordinances specifically speaking to the fact that we have docks that require permits?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Do we believe that evidence has been presented here tonight that indicates that this is a pier and dock installed in such a way that it does not require a permit?
No.
Yeah, I've not seen any evidence indicating that as well. So I don't believe the burden of proof has been met.
No.
Do we have any further discussion?
I don't.
Okay. I will make a motion then to deny oh shoot. How did you say that?
Deny the appeal.
Deny the appeal with regards to this notice of violation with regards to a dock at the end of a right-of-way.
I'll second that.
Okay, all those in favor of denying this appeal? All right, unanimous. So, Chris, I just said, the zoning board of appeals is unanimous in its decision, both with regards to the shed and the dock, that your notices of violation stand. So
Correct. So, as far as the shed goes, she's clear that she needs to apply. She has applied. I'll work with her on a plot plan and the impervious areas so that we either issue or deny a building permit for the shed. For the dock will need to be removed until she gets a permit. She has not applied for an after-the-fact permit for that. I want to remind her that every day that violation exists, it's $100 to $2,500 per day violation as specified in our ordinance. So it needs to come out ASAP, or those fees, if we go to court, multiply daily.
okay. Very good. I don't need to allow it, but if you'd like to say something.
Do I see Chris tomorrow on, the dock removal people haven't called, but I'll have to call them again. Do I see Chris tomorrow on that?
Any questions? Yeah, just work with the code enforcement office. Or, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Moving on, code enforcement officer communications.
Nothing to date. No other appeals that I know of. Sandy, I don't believe we have any applications.
No, Chris, we have no additional applications, but we will have to put the other matter on for
Correct.
site walk
Correct.
on October 19th. And the agenda for the October 29th meeting unless we get a resolution of it, but we have to send those out anyway.
Correct. Okay, so we'll get the site walk scheduled, send out the notices, and we'll meet back here on the 29th, is it?
Yeah, yep.
Yes, October 29th is the board meeting. And I will work on those notices tomorrow.
Okay,
Thanks.
thank you. And board, I sent an email, but just a reminder, as a Board of Appeals, we have a responsibility to bring any items in the ordinances which we feel should be reviewed and perhaps improved or clarified especially from the things that we have to work with. So I know Tom has given me something. If you have anything, go ahead and please email it to me. I'm gonna sort of collect it all together and get it sent to Sandy. Sandy will then present it to the planning board, and then the planning board will use that to make decisions about ordinance changes for the public to vote on. So, all right. If that's not it, I will make a motion to adjourn.
All in favor?
We have
And a second. Tom will second. All those. Oh,
this question.
yeah.
I know usually you talk about if there's she has how many days to appeal, to go to the court and all that stuff. Do we need to say that, or are we all set with that?
Well, that's a good question. Sandy?
Yes.
Fred's bringing up a good point. I will get, I know I need to get the decision written up and presented to you within
Correct.
X number of days. Can you confirm for everybody here what that X number of days is? How many days do I have?
I think I need that from you within like 7 days.
Yep.
Then you all have to sign it, and I can then email it to Sheena Joe so she has it, and then she has 45 days from the date of tonight to appeal.
That's correct, Sandy.
Okay?
Okay. I'll make sure to get that to you.
I'm sure you will, David. Thank you.
I will. Good point, Fred. Thank you. So we've had our motion to adjourn. We've had the seconds. Any other comments? All those in favor of adjourning? We're out. Thank you, folks.
Good evening and welcome to the October 2nd, 2024 meeting of the Comprehensive Plan Committee. I would note that we do have a quorum here tonight. First order of business would be to approve the minutes of the September 4, 2024 meeting. Do I have a motion to any changes or additions, deletions? If there aren't any, I'll accept the motion. It's moved
Second.
and seconded. All in favor of accepting? Unanimous, thank you. Okay, number 3, under old business, we're going to review the draft plan and make any final edits to the draft plan. And hopefully everybody got a chance to review those. I'd turn it over to Kate and Sam to walk us through it.
All right, so hopefully everyone had a chance to look through the drafts we sent. I guess we should sort of start by just talking about what the process is and what we need to accomplish tonight. So the goal tonight is to review. We did get some comments online. They're all anonymous, so I'm not sure who wrote them, but we can look at those. I will share my screen in a minute. And any other comments you all have, any changes, anything you want to see before this goes to the public is what we need to get through tonight. And then hopefully everyone will be happy that we're in a place tonight that we can move forward with starting the public comment period. I think we'll probably, North Star and Sue will probably have some conversation after this meeting about exactly when the public comment period is going to be, just in terms of noticing and stuff like that. But it has to be at least 30 days. We'll make the plan available online. Hopefully the town can also have a printed copy available at the town office. And during that period, we need to hold a public hearing. So we could potentially do that at the November committee meeting or even December, depending on what we want to do. So that's the kind of...
Is that a committee public hearing, or is that the town public hearing?
So this is just a public hearing for the public comment period. This is not the public hearing to get the plan on the warrant. That will all happen later. So basically, to submit it to the state, we need to let them know that we're having a public comment period, which includes a public hearing. And there will also be a form that the chairs of this committee need to sign, as well as the chair of the select board needs to sign to authorize us to share the draft with the state. Once we get it back from the state in a couple months, we will probably review it again as a committee, see what state edits we want to make on, like we want to take or do any other edits, and then basically North Star will release the plan to you all to take to the select board to get the process onto the warrant. Does that make sense? There's like a lot of moving pieces here, and there is some flexibility about how we do it. So technically you can do the public comment period and submit to the state at the same time. But because of Raymond's town meeting schedule, I don't think we need to rush, since it doesn't need to be sent to the warrant until, is it March, Sue? Yeah, so we have until March of next year to get something back from the state and ready to submit for the warrant. So we don't need to do it simultaneously unless there's a strong desire to do so.
And Kate, just to be clear, so tonight what we're working to do is for this committee to make any final edits to the draft plan.
Mm-hmm.
And but that's not the end all. I would assume that during the public comment, if we were, let's say, to hear a large amount of the public commenting on a certain part of the plan where they believe it doesn't reflect really what the community wants, then we could make edits then.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So this is not the last time we'll be making edits. There will also be, after we get all the public comment, we will decide what we want to edit, and then we'll get feedback from the state, and we could potentially edit more things there if anything is changed. Or
couple different swipes at it.
Yeah. So basically, if this is like one of three.
So the public hearing happens at the end of that 30-day public comment?
Anytime during the public comment period.
Okay. I'm just thinking if we have a meeting next month at the beginning of November, there's also the election.
Mm-hmm.
At that point, people probably won't be focused on, I don't know, maybe they won't come out for a public hearing if it's in conjunction or close to the election, maybe a December.
Because our meeting would be the day after Election Day, I believe, right?
Yeah.
So Tuesday is voting, and then we would have the day after, so, yeah, I kind of agree, maybe December. It's probably the better.
Joe?
One thing I think might help the committee understand a bit with the process is we're talking in a way about two things going on at the same time. One are hearings where the public hears the book. The other is a statutory public hearing. So one of the times when we talk to people about the plan, if I'm getting this right, has to be a plans public hearing, which requires 10 days public notice, and in at least two different newspapers, et cetera. There are statutory rules around that particular one. So that's what she's referring to as a public hearing. I don't know if that helps, but.
So it's not a physical meeting where they have an opportunity to come and speak?
Well, they still do.
Okay.
Yeah, but you might have several meetings where you talk to the public. but there has to be one that we have to schedule out and do all this notice in papers and things, so.
Right, so I think what I had asked Kate was whether just to differentiate between the public hearing while or just after we do basically get the feedback from the citizens, but then there's a formal public hearing that usually takes place for almost any major issue in town or whatever.
And there will be 2 public hearings. There's the one that's necessary now. There'll also be one that's necessary for any ordinance type documents that are going on the warrant.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think potentially if you didn't want to hold it in November, I think we could do the public hearing, since your meetings are that first week of the month, we could do the public hearing then. I think our goal is to submit this in December by kind of early December, because in theory the state has 90 days to return it. In practice, it is often more than 90 days. So we just want to make sure we're getting it well in advance of when we need it approved in March. So the other option too is is that we could submit it to the state before the public hearing and before all the public comment has been incorporated. So
Is there advantage to doing that?
I guess for us it means we only have to do the edits once. But in terms of the town, I think the only caution would be is if you're worried that there might be a lot of changes coming, like especially to goals and recommendations coming out of the public comment period.
It would have to go back to the state a second time.
Only if there's substantive changes. So if it's like minor things, tweaks, they'll take a look at what we did and just say, okay, that's fine. But, you know, if we had a lot of people coming out and say, I don't think this goal is right at all, then there would be a little bit more, they'd have to look a little harder at it.
I believe that the history of the 2004 plan was that it was submitted to the state, and the state found that we did not adequately address affordable housing. And I believe the process was the state sent it back to the committee to rework it, and then they inserted verbiage that they resubmitted to the state, and then they accepted it. So that was the history in 2004.
The other thing too is if this is why we need to coordinate with Sue, but if the day after election day doesn't sound like a good day for a meeting, we could look at just finding a different date. Although with Thanksgiving in November, that is a short window.
Why wouldn't December 4 be a good?
That would be fine. I think that would be
Give us
fine.
a little room, and that would be the public hearing.
Yep.
And in all fairness, we did have the state reviewer give us a little seminar. I think it was maybe the second or third meeting we had before North Star was online. He was being realistic. He said, yeah, I recall he said it could take up to 90 days, so that's what they have for a time frame. He was saying that it really depends on what's on his desk.
It does.
It's him and an assistant, and I guess that's it. It's not a planning office like we used to have.
Yes, it's just 2 people. Yeah. His assistant actually lives in Raymond.
Oh.
So I don't know if that gives us.
So anyway, but he was saying it really depends on what's on his desk at the time. He was talking more like used like 60 days, so a couple of months would be what you would expect normally.
Yeah, we've had varying experiences. So I think December 4th we can move ahead with that, and then maybe we have the public hearing at the start of the meeting, and then that would give the committee time to discuss what edits we think we need to make.
And then we discuss edits, we approve edits, or you'll make the edits, and then you'll ship it right off to the state, basically?
Yep.
Okay.
Can we have a longer than a 30-day comment
have
period?
as long of a comment period as you want. Yeah.
Okay, so we could have it from the time that edits are made after tonight's meeting
until December 4th,
Okay.
say, when the public hearing is.
That gives plenty of time,
like that.
I think, for people to give us their input. And I think it would also give us a sense if there were some major issues. Yeah.
So I think we have an agenda item later to talk a little bit more about outreach during that period. So, but okay, just to tentatively kind of see where we're at. I think that makes sense if everyone feels comfortable with it. All right, so looking at the edits we got, it looks like we have some edits to, I know this is going to be hard for you all to see because I don't think I can zoom in on the goals. So someone has suggested here that instead of saying to collect data on speeding, we should say collect data on excessive speed and traffic volume as well as traffic calming devices on Raymond's roadways.
So I'm Peter Anonymous, and so what I'd say is that what I was just trying to get at this is that especially where it's listed right at the beginning under priority goals and actions, that we try and emphasize a little bit more what we're trying to do with these radar speed displays. So a little bit more descriptive would be to say which collect data on vehicular speed and traffic volumes, as well as to act as a traffic calming device.
Okay, that's fine with me if it works for everyone else.
No objections?
All right. Okay, and then that's just a small edit, citizen opinion polling. I can change that.
Yeah, I guess I just was a little uncomfortable with the word vote. I mean, it was more of an opinion poll, so not to split hairs.
Yeah, so some of these are just kind of minor wording edits, I think, from Peter Anonymous, which...
Well, actually, I saw a couple of others.
Oh, they're not all
Yeah,
here.
they're not all Peter Anonymous.
I'll own up to guest 6
okay.
on there.
I would say on page 1.5, population, I'm being a little bit of a stickler on this one, but it's I'm still having trouble seeing the justification in the data to say to be saying that there's an increase in young families in the town. So if we just were to insert the aging population and potential for increasing numbers of young families, because unless you can tell me, I'd love to be able to say. Yeah, we have data that supports that there are young families moving to Raymond. I just don't see it in any of the chapters on population or whatever. There's a suggestion, and the suggestion was in that age group between 27 and 35 that there was an increase in that population, and that's great. But you know, is it? Do they have children? Do they plan on having children? You know, I mean, we don't know that. So, if there's no objection, I'd just insert potential in front of for increasing numbers of young families.
No problem with that.
Okay, no objections to that. Then I had, I don't know if there's an edit under economy.
Yep, hide worry that's
So
value.
that says that summer camp owners and farm and woodlot owners worry that the high value of their property may make it difficult to keep the property. I just like to include after high just to hammer it home. It's the high development value of the camps that is probably what's going to look enticing to developers along the lakefront. So I just insert that development, high development. If there's no objections. Under transportation, I think it's page 1.6. Just to insert the fact, because I think it was mentioned by several people on the committee, that there is currently no park and ride option in Raymond. So we make the statement that, you know, the majority of people in Raymond, when they commute, they travel alone. So I thought it would be the perfect place to insert, and I don't know if you want to say there is currently no park or ride option in Raymond, or just say there is no. I mean, however somebody wants to wordsmith, that's fine with me. But just to make that point.
It's fine with me.
No objections?
All right.
Under water, natural and water resources, I think it was page 1.8.
Yeah, hold on, Peter. Before we move there, I see some other comments.
Yep.
So this is where someone suggested where we say creating more housing options from duplexes and triplexes and condos and apartments, that we should add in a thoughtful and sustainable way.
I was just trying to provide context to what the goal is there. Yeah.
I agree with that.
Let's see. That's just a small wording thing. That's fine.
I didn't make a comment
Yeah,
here,
sure.
but can I just insert, like, under this comment too that we just discussed on, just above the economy section, we make reference here and in the point about the population that we were just talking about, saying it'll make it easier for younger people and families to make a home in Raymond. I'm just, as a realtor, they really talk about fair housing and protected classes of people, and familial status is one of those protected classes. And I just wonder if we want to try and not necessarily talk about like families or families with children, like I know that we obviously want to make it a friendly place for all. I just want to make sure we're not like targeting one type of a person, or families with children versus single people versus,
Yeah, we could change it to something more along the lines of like, make it easier for younger people just starting out, something like that. Like, I think we're just trying to hit on like
first-time home
for like first-time home buyers, or like new home buyers, or
new home buyers,
something like that.
Yeah, that
rather than even talking about age, because I mean, first-time home buyers don't have to be young people. They can be older people who have rented for, years and years and
So we're good with first time or new home buyers? What do you like?
I think we can say
maybe first time. I think first time is
I think that's a good
Yeah.
one. I want to also keep, some of the housing options we suggest there could potentially be rentals. So we could keep younger people in there. I know that's something that a lot of towns, most people graduating high school in Maine are not going to be able to move back to the town they grew up in. So that sort of trying to capture that, as well as first-time home buyers and older adults.
Or maybe we could even say, like, make it easier for people of all ages and
income
and status, or something.
Yeah, we can also just say
to make a home in Raymond.
Yeah. Can you think of something more general? Yeah.
Yeah, just more general.
So we can just say people of all ages and income levels, or something like that.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So, I think next we have, so under natural and water resources, that's just a typo kind of thing. We'll fix that.
I think under that, was it page 1.8, under natural and water resources, Raymond must explore additional sources of revenue and work strategically. Could we insert explore additional sources of revenue?
I don't have a problem with it.
I think it's just...
So to get everyone situated, this is where we say, as a small town where most town revenue is generated through property taxes, and then Peter's suggesting we change this to say Raymond must explore additional sources of revenue and work strategically, instead of just saying work strategically.
I think in the plan, what we're talking about is looking at grants, looking at impact fees in general, and looking for wherever we can, other than landing everything on real estate tax. I mean, we know that it's going to be real estate tax for the next 20 years, probably the life of this plan. That's going to provide the bulk of the revenue. But it would just seem that in the plan, what we're saying is to look for other sources.
Sure.
Other than taxes.
Absolutely.
Okay, good. Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Also, thanks to everyone who submitted pictures, especially Jackie.
Good job, Jackie.
You're all over this comp plan.
I know. I'm like, oh, look at that.
Okay, vision statement, I don't see any comments here. Also, just interrupt me if you have something as we're going through it.
Kate, I did have some more on,
Oh, okay.
yeah, so maybe they didn't make it on there as far as edits. But as far as, I think we had discussed this before, as far as on page 110.
Yep, we're not there yet.
Oh, okay.
So vision statement, I don't have any comments there. Future land use plan, let's see. There's, yep, that's a typo. Okay, that's just a small wording edit. We can do that. So Peter, what did you have on 110?
Well, that was the typo.
Oh, okay, sure.
116, critical rural areas.
Yep, let's go there. Okay.
So it would just be, I think we discussed it, was the fact that, unless I'm mistaken, there's more than just Loon Echo. And so should we say something in other similar not-for-profit accredited conservation agencies?
Yeah, we could just say, or other conservation organizations too.
Good with everyone?
Yep.
Good.
Mhm.
All right.
Great.
I've got one on strengthen sense and community, 122.
All right, let's see if we have anything in between. And again, please interrupt me, everyone else, if we have something. There's this one. So I think, yeah, that's the next comment, Peter.
Yeah, so under strengthen sense of community, where it says town support, provide, I guess I just insert the word increased in deference to the town manager, who mentioned just a few meetings ago that, it's not like we're not doing any of this stuff. That they have been doing stuff. And so it just seemed to me that we would use terminology that would reflect that.
That's a credit.
So that'd be increased town support. Then I have one under plan implementation, page 124.
There's another typo.
Yeah.
Got that.
And then on page 130, future land use workshop. This is one I wrestled with.
Sorry, Peter, before you go there, it looks like there's some other edits about the Comprehensive Plan Implementation Committee and changing these shoulds to wills.
Yep. So in other words, just change all of those, should to will and may to must. The idea came to me here in reading this, I was struck by the member of the planning board who came up after our workshop meeting and said that what was going to be really essential for this committee was to set up the implementation committee with as specific a direction as possible as where we're going. And so, correct me if I'm wrong, but that verbiage basically is just, doesn't direct the implementation in as positive. In other words, they shouldn't have an option.
An option, it's shall.
That.
Yeah.
I mean, as a matter of fact, the state requires the first one, right?
Basically, you're required to say that you're going to do it in the comp plan. The state doesn't really have an enforcement technique for what actually happens.
Well, I'd ask the committee.
But yes.
What would you think?
I think that stronger language is good. We've spent a lot of time and resources and a lot of North Star's time in making a plan that ought to have some traction.
All right, those seem fine. So let's see. Place may with will. Yes. Okay, so. Okay, so this is from Peter about the future land use workshop. Route 302 is already a designated growth area. How do we better describe the participant responses related to this? So,
So as we all
I see what you're
experienced at the future land use workshop, and that way it was happening at the same time as there was a warrant article suggesting there should be a zoning change on 302. And my sense was that the group that showed up, well, we're representative of the town, but there was a disproportionate number of individuals there that were very concerned about the zoning change on 302. And so my sense is that as far as how do we get across the fact that rather than to say reacted negatively to the 302 growth area, well, they can react negatively to it, but I don't believe we can change it. I mean, I guess we could change it, but it wouldn't make any sense to do that. It's been designated as a growth area in Raymond for 3 decades. And we've invested a water line in there. It's the major route to Portland and to the White Mountains. So I don't know how we could do that, but maybe we could do that. But I was just thinking the discussion we had here as a committee regarding, I think it was Jackie that brought it up first, that mentioning the fact that growth area doesn't necessarily mean development. It could mean investment. It could mean improvement. It could mean improving the quality of life for people that choose to use that as a residential area. So how do we get more of a positive spin on it?
We could say something like, and desired to manage growth in the 302 area, something like that. So we're not saying it's not a growth area, we're just saying that people want sort of more investment or more management in how the area is growing.
Maybe we could say something like they reacted negatively to Route 302 growth area in regards to adding new development in the area. I think that's what they don't want to see, is that it's going to keep
adding new development and
bringing
traffic,
in more,
I think, was probably part of the
yeah.
message, right?
Well, and I think the disconnect was the idea that new development did not equal new investment, and every person that didn't want the new development also wanted additional investment to ensure that the water quality remained or didn't deteriorate more and improved if possible. And so that would require us designating it as a growth area in order to invest. So
What if we said and desired managed growth and additional investment in the Route 302 area?
rather than more development, or I don't know.
Yeah, I think to me, it's a little more clear if we just say that people wanted growth management and investment, rather than saying, I think this is a little oversimplified, and I say that because I'm probably the person who wrote it.
There was a strong response, certainly, and a strong turnout. And
yeah, I think
it's not wrong to say that.
It's not
that
wrong to
was
say it
fact.
negatively. Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
I think it.
But I think we could frame it slightly different.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with any of the comments here as far as, it was very clear to me at that workshop that there was a significant segment that just did not want to see any more development near the residential part of 302, which is our one of the designated growth areas. I don't want to necessarily dilute that sense,
right.
or ignore that opinion. I just think that it's got to be taken into consideration with the reality of the situation, which it is a growth area in Raymond, and there is going to be investment, there is going to be improvements, and my guess would be, unless I'm really off base, there's going to be some development. I don't know how there won't be. Hopefully it's sustainable and it's reasonable investment, development. And I think that the planning board and the town can certainly speak to that issue. That I don't know that we have to, draw a map for that. But how do we say it in such a way that it doesn't appear that there's that what this plan is saying is that the town does not want to acknowledge that area as a growth area, because it is.
Yeah. I like the idea of saying managed growth, because we're acknowledging that, I think that acknowledges both that it's a growth area and that there are people who do want more limits or regulations on how the area is growing. But then we can also add something about the desire for investment in the second half of that.
No, that sounds great. And I don't think I thought at first maybe there might be a way to word it that, any development will be subject to the input of the people in the town and the residents. But you know what? Then I rethought it and I said, well, there was. Because that warrant article did not pass.
All right, let's see. Okay, so I think now we're getting into the goals and policies. So sort of for the committee's knowledge too. So we put these all into tables in the plan. This is something that when we get to a final deliverable, we can also give to you in an Excel spreadsheet, which if any of you are planning to volunteer to be on the implementation committee, that might be something. So just throwing it out there, this is sort of the version for public, but there will probably, we'd usually give you a spreadsheet so you can work with it on the implementation side. So, okay, yes, there's a duplicate there. Thank you. This is the same clarification Peter made when we talked about this strategy about the portable radar speed displays earlier. So we'll just make sure that those changes are consistent on that first page and in this table. Yes, so Economic Development Task Force no longer exists. I do believe we have a goal to reestablish it, but perhaps we should change the responsible party for this.
We could say retask economic development.
Yeah, I think we could. So in the absence of the Economic Development Task Force, who would an economic development related proposal go to in the town?
The planner would probably be the person.
I would say planning board or selectmen, but they had a hard time with the solar, who was responsible for that, so. One of those two.
Economic Development Task Force.
Well, this
I think we need.
Or a
Well, yes, and I think we're
consultant.
suggesting that we should have one. It's just that it says that that's who's going to be responsible, and they don't exist yet.
Yeah.
Not since, I think, 2014.
I think, yeah, we could say planning board because this is a reference to plans, to making plans. So I think right now, if someone was going to include Raymond in an economic development plan, probably the planning board would.
That's where I put my money right now.
Okay, we'll add that. Can you write that?
But it does point out the gap, because the planning board's really, Sean, you'd be much better versed in the mission there, but does it meet the ordinance? Does the proposal meet the ordinance? It's not, the planning board's not so much visionary.
They're implementary.
Implementing the ordinance and seeing if applicants
I see a
comply with it.
I see a lot of these, and just as my 2 cents worth is I don't know where in the plan we actually recommend committees, but it seems to me there's a bunch of committees that need to be formed. Everything from a committee to look at what Jordan Small is going to be repurposed for, to a committee to look at affordable housing in the town, to a committee to look at economic stimulus in the town,
right.
And setting up some sort of connection with the Sebago Region Chamber of Commerce and that sort of stuff. A traffic committee because the traffic study group no longer exists. They ended in 2012, I believe. So I guess my question with a lot of these is that there's going to be ad hoc committees. They're either going to be committees set up by standing committees and boards. They're going to be subcommittees, or they're going to be ad hoc committees established by the town to study some of these issues. And my guess would be that that's going to be the role of the implementation committee, to see that there are those resources and those committees available. But I just guess, where should we be putting the recommendation like we did for the economic committee?
So this plan calls for the establishment of a comprehensive plan implementation committee. And then we have a local goal, which I was trying to find really quickly.
I
But
saw that, yeah.
there is a local goal in here somewhere to reestablish the Economic Development Task Force. Yes, there it is. Bring back the Economic Development Task Force.
Yeah.
So those are the two committees that we're specifically calling for, the Implementation Committee and Economic Development. For Jordan Small Middle School, we do not say form a committee, we just say have a public process. I think it's kind of a bigger to be determined what form that will take. I just don't think we know right now. And then we don't specifically call for any other committees, but I would guess that, it might be something where the implementation committee might have a working group or something like that if they need to do some focused. Sometimes implementation committees do that, right, where they have a couple people go and do some research on one topic. And then it might have to sort of be, as these things come up, the implementation committee could make a recommendation to the select board, oh, we need another committee. But we're not recommending more than just the implementation committee and economic development specifically.
I think anything we have a question about falls upon the select board, because ultimately it is their decision in the end. So whether a committee is formed is their decision in the end. If a committee decides we should do something, it is still the select board's decision in the end. So if we're not sure, I think it should fall to the select board, because ultimately they're the ones that are going to appoint the board or committee or whatever it is.
Well, yeah, but Kelly, you're talking about a town appointed committee. I'm talking about a subcommittee of a standing committee. I don't believe that I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe we could call for a subcommittee of this committee to study traffic if we so desired. I don't think we would need the approval of the select board to do that. Am I incorrect there?
You're not incorrect, but depending on what you wanted the subcommittee to study, it may or may not be part of your charge.
Well, so I use the example of traffic.
Yeah.
I think anybody with any amount of neurons and functioning neurons would read this plan and say the traffic is an issue in the town. Therefore, my question is simply, if this committee wanted to form a subcommittee to study traffic safety.
To study that specifically?
Yeah.
I don't know if it would be called into question or not. To be truthful with you, can't imagine
I'm not suggesting that we try it and see. What I'm basically just saying is I believe that in
but you
the distinction between Kayla's question was there are committees that can establish subcommittees, and then there are town committees that are approved by the select board. I believe I'm on pretty solid ground there, but we could research it.
Yes, but most committees are given a charge of some sort is all I'm getting
Correct.
at. So if you wanted to decide to study whether or not we should plow the roads differently or put something different on the roads, that would be outside your charge potentially.
Unless it involved road safety.
Yes.
Thank you.
In this case, I think for this particular goal, I think select board makes sense because reading it again, this is talking about local and regional economic development plans. And I assume if anyone was going to include Raymond in a regional economic development plan, that would probably go through the select board.
And I guess my effort wasn't really to get into that as the weeds there as much as it was to say, once again, I was impressed with the conversation after the workshop by the member of the planning board. And it was basically the fact that please do as much as you can in the plan to give this implementation committee the tools necessary for them to do an efficient and effective job. And that was my goal as far as committees are concerned. I'm not trying to tell the implementation committee what to do. I couldn't anyway because they don't exist. So, but what I was impressed with was the comment from that individual at the workshop.
I don't want to drag this out, but I think I keep hearing us try to do things on committees, which is certainly good in the Raymond way. But case in point, North Star Planning, I mean, if we had attempted to do this comp plan without professional help, we'd be in a very different place. And having excellent or even good professional planning support, economic development planners, I think we should incorporate that somehow in our charge to how the implementation committee ought to go at it. They don't just have to make an ad hoc committee to solve complex traffic problems in Raymond. I mean, you need pros on that stuff to do it right. We're in a new age, that the age of doing it the Raymond way all ourselves is in the rearview mirror, I think. There's certainly stuff that we can do, and this committee's done an excellent job, but couldn't have done it without professionals.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that, John. I think that we are at that stage of the game where consultants and people with specific expertise need to be involved in helping guide us in developing this. So I guess that's just my sense. Edit was that the Economic Advisory Committee or whatever they were are defunct. So that was my point.
Okay, so we've got a few more edits to responsibility here. This one, and these are all now in the state goals and strategies. So these are all goals that are required to be included in here. They are written by the state of Maine. They are not written by us. So that's why a lot of these, if you read through them, seem like they don't always fit Raymond because they're intended for every single town in the state. Anyway, so this one is about public investments and mechanisms to finance them, and the suggestion is that we add select board and town manager to the responsible parties. I think that makes sense. Let's see. So this is, so again, these are state housing goals we're looking at. Someone is suggesting that this goal that says maintain, enact, or amend growth area land use regulations to increase density, decrease lot size, setbacks, and road widths, or provide incentives such as density bonuses to encourage the development of affordable workforce housing be medium term instead of long term. I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, it's my edit. I just figured once again kind of give a little better guidance and time frame for whoever's going to try and implement this. 5 to 10 years is a long time. 10 years is way too long.
I think it makes sense to shorten it as well,
Yeah.
especially when the state has a goal of creating so many
Yeah, and I think
homes.
I think the goals specific, we have some more Raymond specific zoning and lot size and those kinds of goals, and those I think we gave a shorter time frame. I can double check on that though.
I had a comment on 2A that didn't make it onto this. Did the state write the actual context, or was of that specific goal? I was looking in particular at density bonuses, and the conversation that we had at the last meeting was to explore these types of incentives and not, I just don't want to come across as recommending them if that's not something that we're required to do by the state.
This is the state's
This is the state, okay,
so.
all right.
And we do actually have in our ordinances density bonuses for cluster developments and the like. So those have already been implemented as far as, but not everywhere.
Right, I think I'm thinking specifically of the conversation around Gorham and what they do, and not knowing if it's something that's right for the town, and maybe it is and maybe it's not, but we'll have a conversation rather than a recommendation.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think I'm looking back at the local policies, and so we had exploring additional programs or ordinances like we talked about in Gorham. We gave that a long-term goal. I guess the idea of exploring additional programs
that's
seems like
fine.
something that might
Yeah.
happen a little bit at a time, but then we have some other goals. Strengthening open space subdivision and clustered subdivision standards is medium term. And we have some other land use goals in here. I'd have to scroll through. I think we have some about the village character. I think those are all, most of these are flagged as medium term, which is 2 to 4 years. That might seem like a long time, but when you're talking about ordinances in a town meeting town, it's probably going to take, a year or two to get that process through. Okay, then we have, so this is another state goal. It says seek to achieve a level of at least 10% of new residential development built in the next decade be affordable as defined in Maine Title 30A. So this suggestion is to change this from medium term to short term.
And I guess that's my edit, and what I'd just say is that my understanding is that was one of the priority goals of the 2004 plan. They made it clear to the implementation committee. The implementation committee came out in 2010 with its final findings, and we weren't any closer to it than we were in 2004. It was a state requirement in 2004. Obviously, the town didn't go to jail because we didn't achieve it, because I don't know many communities in the state that actually were able to achieve that. However, it remains a requirement of the state. So I guess I just shortened the time frame to say, well, let's just find out. Are we going to have a task force to look at affordable housing in the town? And maybe that'll be a subcommittee of the implementation committee that will look at that, and we'll have some solid data as to whether we can achieve that or not.
Any committee members' thoughts on making that? It's a little bit of the way the goal is written by the state is a little seek to achieve, like I'm not totally
to achieve. I mean,
yeah,
we can seek to achieve in 1 to 2 years.
Yeah.
I just think
I don't have a problem
anything,
with it 'cause we're seeking.
anything that was on the implementation committee's charge, of which less than half of it was, and less than half of their priorities were ever achieved in the town. It just seems to me that we want to give the implementation committee as many tools as possible, but hopefully someone's going to hold their feet to the fire, and we'll find out. Can we get these things done, or can't we?
I think, yeah, if you're fine with that, I think you can seek to achieve.
Achieve.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it's not my wording.
It's their language.
Yeah. Okay, this is a suggestion to include Budget Finance Committee. I think that's fine for now. All right, and we're back to, so another, this is suggested to be short-term is the goal, explore the possibilities of registering short-term, sorry, this is written twice, but explore the possibilities of registering and regulating short-term rentals.
Yeah, per the discussions that we've had before, and plus the discussion I had with several people at the workshop. And I don't know, did anybody receive anything in the mail?
I did.
Yes,
Oh,
that
oh.
caused quite a little chatter on my
So all I'll
little
tell you
mom
is that
feed.
it was shared to me at the end of the workshop. And by the way, there'll be something coming in the mail. So if you didn't get a chance to see it, or maybe it went out because it was just one of those cards, informational cards, and there is a survey online, not a town line, about the question of short-term rentals. So it just seemed to me that there is some segment of the community that's actually organizing. And therefore, it behooves us to state it in the plan that it's something that we would want to see and probably explore it sooner than later. I don't know, maybe a subcommittee that would look at it.
I think that's fair. I think I also might have accidentally put a couple of these goals in 2 places, so I will make sure the timeline is right and that they're in the right place. Okay, so this is right. That's a great edit where it says provide the code enforcement officer with tools, training, and support. We should include the code enforcement officer. And then, yeah, so that's all I have here, and I didn't get any comments on the inventory chapters.
Those were just interesting and fun to read.
Yeah, so you did all review those way back in the beginning.
Well, North Star was perfect, and we did a good job of editing ahead of time.
You
So
all
I
did
read
a
them.
great job of editing,
I just enjoyed
and-
it as
Yeah,
well. I thought it was a great job.
Yeah. So do we have any other comments on these?
I guess I just have a question.
Yeah.
Where did the CIP document come from?
Town manager.
Oh. So, Sue, could I ask you a question?
You can.
Okay.
You want an answer, I best go back to the podium.
Nah, well, that's fine. And we know who you are.
Yes.
So, in that CIP document, I think for 2027, because I think it's out over 5 years, there's like $181,000 for improvements to the gym at Jordan Small.
That's what Rec put in, I believe.
So that was my question. Who actually put that in the CIP?
Some sets of those are from Public Works, some are from Public Safety, some are from Rec. I'm not sure if Public Safety actually made it in before tonight.
We're gonna double, yeah, if we didn't
'cause I
make
sent
any
it to you-
edits, so
I sent
we'll-
it to you late.
We'll make sure it's in.
So Public Safety wasn't there.
Okay, so that was basically put in by the rec department? Okay.
Just as an estimate, because he uses a gym now and has some ideas of what he'll need to start off with renovations.
Great.
Or fixing things that are there.
That was just my question. Thank you.
I don't want page 3 in there because it'll be outdated by the time the plan comes out.
Let me see, what's page
It
3?
just goes to fiscal year 2024 to 25.
Okay.
I don't really see the point in that one.
Yep, that's fine.
Okay.
Oh, I see there's a comment in there. Thank you. I did not see that before. Yep, okay. So, any other comments, thoughts, concerns?
The only comment I would make is this, and that's that, and I heard it mentioned earlier, I think the pictures are fabulous. It's really terrific, very, very, very nice.
Good graphic, excellent.
I'd move there.
Yeah, you all, this town, like, I have so many sunset pictures of Raymond. Like, I was like, man, I'm missing out by not seeing the sunset in Raymond, apparently, because
Well, we do own, I think, the highest elevation in the county.
there you go.
Yeah, with the views over, with the mount, on the edge of the mountains and
Yeah.
the lakes and just even sometimes the clouds around here. I don't know what it is. The sunsets really are something to look at.
Sam, thank you for the pictures you provided as well. That was nice. I liked the ducks.
Yeah. Good. Well, so I will stop sharing my screen. So how do you all want to move forward? I think in terms of the exact dates for the public comment period, I think Sue would appreciate it if we can determine that offline after this meeting. But I don't know if the committee wants to, if you want to vote or if you just want to tell us to make these edits and go to public comment.
Yeah, I don't know that it requires a vote. What do people think in general?
I'm ready.
Start it now, that's
Now, probably meaning like,
in the next couple days, or week.
yeah, we need some time to make the edits
Make
and
the
then
edits
we'll
and then
coordinate
put it
with
forward.
Sue on the public
Absolutely.
noticing.
Yeah, let's
so.
get it out there.
Okay. Great.
Most of the month of November, our videographer is gone to play with volcanoes. So and that's for like 3 weeks. So you might know, if you look at the town calendar in November, all 5 days of the first week of November have meetings, and then he goes away and doesn't come back until almost Thanksgiving. So November is going to be hard if any of these meetings want to be televised.
I was actually going to ask about that. If we're collecting public comment,
Mhm.
and we're not, and we're going to have a public hearing December,
Yes, we don't need to.
why do we
Do you
meet
need-
November?
Yeah,
What do we have to discuss?
Yeah. And do you need any public meetings to be here and televised is really my question too.
I think we're gonna have the public hearing in December, so that's set, and I think I would say to the committee, I don't know if you need to meet in November.
I say we take the month off, collect public comment.
All those in
Are
favor?
we doing anything at the election?
So that was gonna be, I
No.
was
No.
gonna suggest that maybe instead of having a meeting in November, that might give committee members some time to help publicize this through other channels.
Yeah, we can focus our efforts for
I mean,
November.
We can
at
display a poster
spreading the
that
word.
says, check out your comp plan, now's the time to make comments.
Public comment is open
Yeah,
until December 4th.
we can do that
With a
at the
QR
election
code.
that doesn't even
Yeah.
have a person there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
It could be a.
And we can discuss, I don't know if we need to discuss it just now, but as far as the November election, that's been our format in the past of kind of getting the word out for a workshop or something like that. So we can discuss some strategy as far as the election is concerned to inform the public that this comment period is out there. This is how to access it. And
It's
that's-
open now, it closes December 4th. And
Maybe we could have a flyer with a
So here's.
QR code, whatever on it.
Yeah.
You've got business cards right there involved.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yep.
I think we've moved on to the next agenda item. So.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I know we're going to discuss it. I would make this suggestion just real quickly to move public comment up. So I don't know if there's anyone here that's here for public comment, but rather than have to sit through all of this, if they would like to make a comment now, without objection, we'll just move public comment to this point.
Agreed.
Any public comment? Anybody on Zoom?
But I probably should introduce our code officer, Jason Williamson.
Oh,
Excellent.
terrific.
All right. Jason, good to have you.
So he's kind to the public.
All right. Well, good to meet you. With that being said, I'll close public comment and go to discussion on the public comment period. I think we've already kind of gotten into it, but let's continue it.
So I think what our plans would be, we will be updating the website to have links to review this. We will send out an email to the email list we have. We can make you flyers and social media graphics to share. If you want something poster size for election day, I can, make something bigger.
You can make a regular flyer, and if we want, we can have the town
Yep.
print it bigger.
Yep.
And we can affix that in our
Perfect.
usual fashion.
With a
But
QR
that's
code,
That's
yeah.
a choice we can make closer to election between Peter and I, or I think, yes, so we're not having an illegal meeting.
Yeah.
If you could just provide a few things for us
That sounds good.
to just have available for people on election day.
Yep. Another question I want to ask you before we make this public. So we have, like how you've all been commenting using the Adobe comment. You can just place comments in the plan. When we put this up for the public, we can just do it like that and have people comment in the document. I also usually have like a comment form online in case people have trouble with the Adobe interface. Or we can not allow people to comment directly in the plan. There are two ways of looking at it. Sometimes people worry about what if someone writes something potentially inflammatory in the comments. I've never had a big problem with this. But if
Then it's posted. I mean, it's live to whoever.
yeah, I have administrative ability to
Clean
delete
things up if you need to.
Yes.
You'd have to catch it.
Yes,
have to be
exactly.
monitored.
I'm not going to be checking it every day.
And
to be
it
honest.
does allow a back and forth.
It does. So
I don't want that.
No, I don't think we want that.
I don't think it's a good idea to have them be able to comment on the document itself, but I would like to do all other available options so that we're accessible to everybody who has varying technological skills. So I'd like to make it known they can email at so-and-so to let us know their comments.
Sure.
That they can comment using your comment form, as you suggested.
But I would agree, and it avoids other individuals going in and looking and seeing other comments, and then them feeling that they need to respond back with a different idea or a different comment. I think
this is not the Press Herald comment section.
there you go. There you go. This isn't a public opinion poll.
Okay, so we will not have live comments in the document. We'll have a comment form. We'll have an email. We'll have it sent to us, I think, just because we'll be compiling everything.
Sure.
And then I'll connect with Sue, but we'll have a printed copy in the town office. We'll have an email, and we can also, I don't know, Sue, if you can have like just index cards or something in case people want to write a comment, something like that.
Or maybe the same comment form, just print it out.
Exactly.
And we fax it to you or email it to you or something.
Yeah.
That sounds great.
Is there like an easy way to like distinguish for people reading it, like what was determined by us and what's required by the state? Like, is there a way that we can make it sort of clear so people understand, like, these are kind of non-negotiables and these are the things that we have a little bit more?
Yeah, I think what we usually do is like we'll have some narrative on the web page that this is going to go on where we say like I usually post it in sections, so like here's the comprehensive plan, this is the forward-looking part of the plan, this, and then we can explain that there's local goals determined by the town and the committee, and then there's also state goals in here. And then when with the inventory chapters, we explain that these inventory chapters are, a collection of data that is required by the state. The content in here is what
Required by the state.
we have to do.
Yeah. And I believe you described that in describing what a comprehensive plan is.
Yeah.
But once again, whether someone's going to read all of that or not, and it was kind of like to my point about labeling the growth area map as this is not a zoning. Try as many ways as possible, since those are the common misinterpretations that I've heard of, that growth plan map is a zoning map, and it's not.
Yeah, so we'll have kind of description, the what is this plan kind of language with it online and in the email.
Okay.
And some of the tasks in the tasks section, just the headings, the state required, economic policies, those types of things.
Is there anything else we need to think about for going to public comment, Sam, that I'm forgetting about? It's pretty easy. We'll just post it online and start sending it out. And then since we're giving ourselves a nice long chunk of time, that takes the pressure off a little bit too.
And I guess what I'd say is the approach would be similar to what we've had before, which is Kayla and I can post a sign-up sheet for whatever time someone would, from the committee would be willing to dedicate an hour or two at the election just to hand out the flyers and provide any question and answers to anybody that has them. And that seemed to have been as effective as anything else in getting the message out.
Go ahead.
And that's where we'll identify December 4th as public hearing, informal hearing, comment time.
We could get all of that out in just one informational sheet.
Yeah.
What the comment period is, how to access the website to make a comment or to pick up a form at the town office, and then what the date of the public hearing would be. I think we could put all of that together in a flyer.
Will we do the informal public hearing as well as the formal public hearing
Great
date
question.
too?
So this public hearing is the one required by the state as part of your public comment period.
Right.
Right.
We're calling that formal.
No, we're calling that informal.
We're calling that informal.
I'm not sure.
The first one. The public
one.
comment, public hearing.
Yes,
Okay.
there will be
And then
another
there's the
public
second.
hearing next year to get it on the warrant.
Right.
But
So,
the first one, though, this first hearing, though, does it have to be noticed?
Yes.
It does. So we
Yes.
need a date, and it has to be noticed.
Yeah.
and does it make sense to plan ahead for the second public hearing, since this is really our last opportunity to be in front of the town residents, unless we go do another basketball session Saturday?
I guess with that hearing, though, wouldn't we?
We don't know when it will.
We'd have.
We don't be-
We don't know what the edits would
Okay.
be from the public comment or from the state, right?
Yeah, we don't know what it'll be yet.
So those.
So it would have to, it's not as though we can put it far enough out, it has to be in
Well,
between
I guess we
two
could put it
separate.
far.
It's scheduled anyway.
Okay.
Yeah, select board's got to do it.
Okay.
Just whisper it to Sam and
That is going to be at a select board meeting
Oh, I see. Okay.
when the warrant's ready.
Got it.
There'll be a time to go over all of the ordinances and everything like that, so,
right.
and all of the warrant articles.
Okay.
So that hasn't been determined yet. That'll be
Typically
determined probably in December.
February, March, or not
No,
that late?
that one's,
January?
that one's more like end of March, April.
Maybe
in
we
that
can
time
put a
period.
teaser on the flyer that says, and stay tuned
yeah.
for our final meeting.
That's a good idea, absolutely.
Yeah, so I know you're talking about Election Day. Anything else? In our original, once upon a time, we talked about doing a video for this stage of the project. Any other events, anything else we want to talk about doing? I mean, if people from the committee want to, record themselves talking about it, I think that would be more engaging than me talking about it, because no one in Raymond knows who I am. But, if there's any interest in making a video, we can put something together. But I kind of want to leave it to the committee for what you think would be most impactful at this point, whether it is flyers, signs, videos, attending other events. I want you to put your focus on whatever you think will be most valuable.
Well, is this the time period that we want the most engagement? Or is it at the warrant meeting? It might be now.
I would think so.
I'd love to lay low until December.
One in
But-
April is going to be, we're one of many.
Right, we've talked about reserving funds for that last final push to make sure everyone's aware. Are we at that point?
I think you probably have. This is so this is the big one. This is the public comment period. This is really the public's last time to put edits into this document. I think a little bit of the extra budget that the committee talked about with the select board might be for some kind of public engagement or signage or something when you get closer to town meeting to encourage people to vote for it. But this is really this is last chance to get your thoughts in.
Sure, I think during the budget discussions of the committee, we did talk about lawn signs. And we actually, I think John and I, we priced out what it would cost to do it, and we did build that in the budget. It's not 100 signs, but it would be signs just, I think what we were talking about is publicizing the vote
Yeah.
on the warrant. But just as they could, if the group thinks it would be more productive to have those signs, since we budgeted for them, go out for the comment period, or the at least the public hearing on the comment period. Would that be more advantageous than getting the word out on the vote on the warrant? Or
Objectively, signs would have a lot of competition right now.
Yeah.
Might not be super effective at this stage.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we have the compilation of all of the emails and contact information that we've collected from people so far. We have pretty much a 2-month window to put word out on social media, on the website and everything. And then we have the biggest election that we're gonna see during our entire time that we're a committee here. So I feel like there's plenty of opportunity to connect with the public and people and make sure that they understand what's happening without necessarily having to go above and beyond, or, you know, I mean, those opportunities are.
I think the flyer handout, on November voting day is going to be key, and then come on December 4th if you've got anything else to say, and bring it to us, because then that's it. That it closes.
Yes. So
And
I'm not
then
hearing
streets-
anyone volunteer to be in a video.
Correct.
Kate, I think you'd be fine in a video, and I think you undersell yourself as far as being known in Raymond. I mean, these are televised. I know at least 5 people that know who you are.
Good. All right, well, we will work on getting some materials to go on the website, social media, the flyer. I think our priority is going to be giving you all the materials to get it out in social media and at Election Day, and any other, you know, sports games, Halloween, anything else you can. We have tons of business cards, I hear, so I think if people can be handing those out, it'll be on the website. I will email you all when it's posted on the website, so you know you can start promoting it. Probably don't start tomorrow because it's not going to be up for at least a week or so.
We wouldn't go as far as having draft compiled documents, hard copy documents at the November voting day to pass out.
I think that would be a lot of printing.
Yeah.
Well, if there's a flyer, if there's something that people can take and
Point their
point their
browser
phone
at.
and,
Yeah.
Could we get a printed copy in the library too, Sue?
I don't see one.
Okay.
And the town office?
Yeah, town office.
I
and
mean,
library.
getting some print copy around would be good, because not everyone's savvy with QR codes.
Right.
Yep. So we'll write on that flyer too that there's printed copies available at the town office and the library.
Well, good.
Okay. Well, sounds good.
Great.
Okay.
Alrighty then, if we're through the discussion about the public comment period, I guess next on the agenda would be, John's going to give us a little overview of community partnership resiliency funding that's become available or is going to be extended.
Yeah, and I think that it's probably less applicable to our comp plan mission than I was hoping. But this is the third or fourth round of state and federal money, and unfortunately Greg's not here to counter the grant initiatives that come down from various channels. But the web link, oh, look, you got it. Yeah, good for you. Here I am at 5 of 6 sending you
I was already here.
a link, and there it was. So the entity, this has been going for several years now. They've got federal and state money to help towns plan for the future. It is certainly a climate and energy focused initiative, and there's language in this website for an option that allows for planning and planning resources. But again, that's mostly around climate-related stuff, and I was hoping there was an ability to include stuff that would be attractive to, say, Public Works and doing, related to big storm events and culvert replacement and things like that. And there's a line in there that says specifically that's not eligible for these funds. So in that our comp plan isn't so much focused on making an energy efficient Raymond with plans for getting a lot of PV out on roofs, or say nothing about getting them out on the land. It's probably not the best fit, but it's one piece that was interesting was a map of all the towns in the state that had enrolled in the Community Resilience Partnership, and we're sitting in a zone surrounded by towns that have enrolled in this partnership. And the grant funds that come are between $5 and $75K for, again, largely energy retrofits or planning.
Can I tell them?
Yeah, you can tell us.
So there is, as part of this program, the state offers something called a service provider grant, which is where a government organization or, say, planning consultant can apply for $10,000 from the state to help a town enroll in the partnership.
Yeah.
And we've been discussing with Sue about if we could apply for that money for Raymond.
Are you guys that
So we
entity?
would, yes. So you're looking at.
We're looking at it.
So we are planning to. We have a letter of support from Sue. We're planning to apply for this in the next round. It's not due until November. They won't announce funding until next year, but hopefully we will get $10,000, and then we can help Raymond enroll in the partnership and help you apply for your first grants through it. And I will add, John, that you can't get culvert money through this program, but Maine DOT now has a special program for things like culvert replacement where you have to be enrolled in the partnership in order to apply for it. So there is DOT money for the sort of culvert, big DOT money for big culverts kind of things available.
That's excellent.
Do we
Is
know?
there DOT money for sidewalks?
Yes, but not through this.
Do we know how some of the communities around us are using the funds, or
you can see it's on. There's like
Probably
a map on the website. I don't know where. If you scroll up, Melanie.
like if Casco or something?
Yeah.
Casco, Naples, Bridgeton, they're all in, and some of them I think are just recent.
There's the information's on the website. I'm not exactly sure where, but the other thing that I would point out is that you're eligible for more than double the money if you partner with another town. So like if Raymond and Casco wanted to do something together, then all of a sudden you can get $175,000.
Raymond gets it, or Raymond and
Casco
together get 100
for a joint
as opposed to
project.
150 total between the two of them.
Yeah.
Okay.
So fingers crossed that we will get the funding, and you'll see us again.
Excellent. That's so good. So good. Glad I was reading through and I was delighted. The sun was going down and I was thinking this isn't going to fit. So I'm so glad that you guys have already been on it. And
Thank you.
thank you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Great. I think that's it. I mean, I don't think it would be a separate committee, unrelated to comp plan, probably to drive a bunch of energy efficiencies in the town of Raymond. But glad to know we'll have some tools and some expert help to guide us.
No guarantees, but hopefully.
Great.
Great. As far as efficiencies and energy efficiencies, I think a lot of that is coming out of ordinances, building codes, planning boards, code enforcement. So there's all those type of activities and resources to be pulled as well to try and develop some of those, whether they be energy conserving or environmental impact, weather, flooding, and all of that good stuff. Okay. And also, Sean's going to talk a little bit about a presentation he made at the Budget Finance Committee involving traffic.
Yeah. So last budget finance meeting, I brought this committee's comments on the traffic safety issues, in which we opened up for public comment as well. Thanks, Jackie, for the information. Through that, I was able to have some direction on what to discuss. From the direction, the conversation really took off. The committee really wants to collect data, though, before anything is official. My understanding is that we have a radar speed sign, but it doesn't work, and it's not that it doesn't work, it only can do one speed. I forget what that speed is set at.
55, I believe.
Yes, and that's not what we want on
Can we
these
trade
roads.
that in for another model?
Right. However, though, our Public Works Director, Nathan White, says that he can borrow a sign. That should help us be able to collect some data. So big thank you to Nathan. So that's kind of where the stages we are, beginning stages, but we have a little bit of direction. But Budget Finance Committee does want to collect data before we start to dive kind of further deeper into how, if we were to spend money, how that money would look and how we would budget for that. So especially thank you to your insider information there. Just your knowledge helped me bring some direction to that committee as far as this is kind of what the vision is. So thank you for that. That's all I got.
That's great.
Okay, so I did happen to watch that meeting. I was unable to attend it. And I think it was an excellent discussion. A couple of things that struck me was, number one, now the reason we actually, I think, was DOT gave us one, and the county has one that they can let us borrow. But I guess what I don't want to see is the goal, and it's a priority goal that's in this plan, that's looking at traffic calming in general. So a number of different ways. The feedback, the radar speed feedback signs, as we had in this discussion, are effective. The research I've done is it's effective to a point. I mean, a lot of the data is saying as soon as you remove it, the speeds go back up. There's other data that's suggesting that, yeah, there is an average of 5 to 10 miles reduction in speed, but they need to be strategically placed, which means usually you're going to put them in a place like, let's say, the Village, where it's going from 302 and a speed of 45 or 50 miles an hour down to 25 or 30, that you would strategically place it there. Just placing them randomly, the data I saw was it's not all that effective. When the discussion also said that the one that we have, I believe that came from Maine DOT, I think so, that there's a computer part that doesn't allow it to adjust the speed. And I got the sense, although it wasn't discussed in any detail, that computer part is broken, and they have not been able to locate a replacement part for it. But we actually have one here. Had I been at the meeting, I would ask the question, did we deploy it? Or did Maine DOT give it to us broken? Which, thanks a lot, all we're doing is paying to store it. If they can't find a part, is it because it's 100 years old? Because otherwise, why can't you find a part? So I didn't get to ask those questions. But also, in doing my research on these things, what I found is and I've seen examples of them, we're used to seeing the trailer with the solar panel and the big flashing screen. But more and more, what's happening is those are being replaced by individual portable signs that go up on a post that you can take down and put on another post. I priced the trailers. When I heard the comment that these are $15,000 for a standard one and up to $30,000 if you want to get one that collects data, which I believe is what the goal here was, to collect data, and also provide some traffic calming. That almost $6,000 on what I saw is the trailer of the $15,000 price for the thing. So the signs run more like, that will collect data, run more like $4,000 or $5,000. And what's recommended as a strategy is that since you can take them off their bracket, and put them on another site, they are portable, so you can target places for it. I've seen them permanent, I'm sure we've all seen them. What they do is they post the speed, speed limit, 40 miles an hour, and then below it is the display. And so, but that's just one way of traffic calming. And what's come through loud and clear to me on this committee is that's one of the number one priorities for the people in this town. It's the speed on the roads, both the primary roads and the back roads, and that there's got to be a way to calm it. We've talked about maybe, like some other communities have done, contracting with the sheriff's department for additional hours just for traffic control. That's expensive, and it seems that's kind of putting the cart before the horse, because once again, we need to get DOT involved in this. That's why the plan says that we're going to have a master plan with MDOT on traffic in general and the roads. But I mean, it's much less drastic to make the investment in getting that data and posting these strategically, these less expensive signs that collect data, than it is these big behemoths. You got to have a pickup truck to move around, and that they have a third of the cost is in the trailer. So I guess what I was just concerned about in listening to the discussion was that I hope it doesn't get lost on what this plan is trying to achieve with addressing the community's issue with speeding. It would allow us to calm the traffic, hopefully, not absolutely, because there is no one cure for it. It would also, more importantly, I think, collect data for MDOT, so that then we could, at the very least, I believe you need that, to then go to them and say, we want a traffic study. I mean, but at least it's getting the ball rolling. Yeah. If we don't have the data, then MDOT is going to say, how do we know there's a problem? And we're not going to do a traffic study because they're costly. But that then puts us in a position for everything from roadway changes to potentially decrease in traffic speeds, to hopefully decreasing accidents and all those other good things.
Much safer town.
Yeah. So that was my sense of the research. I mean, and quite honestly, what communities bigger than us have done is they've gone through that evolution, right? Right up to the point of what we don't want to do is have to, because we can do this without MDOT. If we want to put speed bumps on one of our roads, we can do it.
But like
It's a little extreme.
We have a fair amount of state roads that go through, like Egypt Road
We
and
do,
85.
but
and
we've
those are all
also
state
got a
roads.
number of country roads
Yeah.
where it's not. So whether you want to build an island, if you want to narrow the road, I mean, there's a number of things you can do to slow people down. What I'm saying is that those probably aren't that well received by the community or our visitors. So before we have to get to that extent, I would think that what we need to do is collect the data and to get MDOT with a master plan so that we can address these things. But I did hear that Nathan did plan on deploying, the asking for the county to loan us the one that they have that's working, and deploying that, hopefully strategically, I'm sure with some thought as to where the hot spots are. And he made an excellent point, which is always kind of lost in the whole discussion, which is it's really not even talking about the initial capital expense. It's the hours to maintain.
To run it.
It's the hours to download the data.
Yeah.
I mean, they're Bluetooth now, so you can basically, you buy the program and you download the data. You don't have to take the thing down. You just point something at it, and I don't know how the things work. But anyway, so all of that is available for less than $15,000 to $30,000 each. And so I'm saying I'm gratified to hear that we're going to attempt to do that. But I just didn't want it to get lost in the plan that is a priority for us, because, and when I say us, I mean the community made it loud and clear that they want to see some action. They want to see something done.
Yeah, that conversation will continue, especially the people who have been talking to me. I know they're not going to let it let it up, so.
That's great.
Yeah, well, I probably connect with Nathan if that's fair, and just see, number one, if he's got it, and then see if there's a plan on where to deploy, because Raymond is a big area, and try to get as much information as possible across the whole town, but it's a big area. Where do you put them? How long do you put them there for?
Yeah, I believe one of Nathan's comments after he was answering questions was the fact that, well, you know, a lot of these roads are where speeding occurs and everything. I believe this is what I heard him say. You know, it's not the people from away. It's the people that are commuting back and forth to work.
Through town, yeah.
It's either they're coming through
They're
town.
familiar with the roads. And
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, we could see if we could make some impact on 302 or on 121 or something like that, but I'd love to see some impact on Egypt Road and Raymond Hill Road and the Cape. 85 and that
Mill
sort
Street.
of stuff as
Mill
well.
Street,
So
yeah.
anyway, that was an excellent discussion. I hope you guys continue with it, and hopefully loud and clear that this priority is really, and that's why I was stressing getting the data collection component in there. You know, we don't have these you know, pie in the sky thoughts that a couple of radar speed display signs are going to solve all the problems. That's really not the primary intent, I believe. Okay. So, we did public comment. How about comprehensive plan committee comments?
I'm just waiting patiently for yours.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, one comment, a little research that I did just to kind of inform us a little bit more in costs of things. And I think it was 2012 or 13, we got the state approval for the sidewalk project in the Raymond Village. And at that time, of course, we had to submit all of the grant requirements and everything. And at that time, 2013-14, sticks in my head, what came out was that the state said that it would cost around $180,000 for the project, and that Raymond was responsible for coming up with 20% of that. And but that it would be a year or two before it would be dig ready, shovel ready. By 2016 or 17, I believe, it was dig ready. The price had risen to $470,000. So the state had to come up with MDOT had to come up with additional funds, but Raymond's share also increased with that because it was a percentage of the total. So just that was for me just to get a sense of what does it cost to put a curb and a sidewalk in. And so in 2017 or 18, it cost close to $500,000 to do the sidewalk and the curbs in the village. So when we start talking about you know, where you know, we want to make sidewalks to interconnect, let's say the village with the commercial area along Mill Road or whatever, we're talking about substantial dollars. And so that just has to be, that's what I was looking at to just get a sense myself, since we talk a lot about sidewalks. Can we do that as a community without grants or state aid? My guess would be that there'd be probably a taxpayer's revolt at the amount that costs. By the same token, you know, when we talk in terms of a few $1 million, now you're talking real money, right? When you compare that to some of the other plans in the town for spending money, you know, a couple $1 million doesn't seem to me to be a lot in order to make reinforce the sense of community in this town and to encourage, let's say, reasonable development in the areas of growth and the like. So I thought I'd just share that with people. That was
any improvement of that scale, Peter, would almost certainly be a partnership with DOT, would it not? And we'd be cruising in a 10 to 20% contribution level.
Yeah. Oh, no doubt.
For, let's say, sidewalks or some other.
Sure.
Or I'm thinking about the bike lanes or the, and just, yeah, making it more pedestrian friendly. So it's, yeah, and then that's more than doubled in 3 years. That's, yeah. And
What's the cost now?
Now, the last 3 years, we've seen, yeah, price increases that have made past years pale.
Well, I think these might be things that, we can try to encourage the town to take into consideration when they're reviewing site plans, development plans from, some of these cluster developments or, like that apartment development that's down near the end of Webb's Mills,
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, having some incentive for them to invest in creating a sidewalk or participating in that somehow, or having open space or recreational trails as part of developments like that. I think, maybe that should be on the mind of our code enforcement and planners and planning board as they review any sort of subdivision type plans or development plans or any commercial buildings that come in, how can we work together with these developments to help achieve some of these goals that we have for the town? Can we work together to share in that cost?
And I think in line with that, Jackie, I think the presentation that Chris Hansen made on impact fees, although, there's the pros and cons of that, but we're going to leave that up to others to decide when and if that's going to be a revenue stream that we would look at. But my contention was with new development, impact fees that would help pay for infrastructure like sidewalks and trails and the like. So, like I said, my approach with impact fees would be more with a scalpel than a meat cleaver, because I know it leaves a bad taste in people's mouths lots of times. And the fact that the argument, and I think it's well taken, Greg makes that argument, he would be making that argument if he was here tonight, is that it's, the developer just passes that cost on to the consumer. So in the long run, it just drives up the cost of housing, and so that's a concern. Obviously, the developer decided on Honey Hill, the development you're describing, they thought it was reasonable for them to get a return on their investment to not only put sidewalks up there, but to bring public water there, because it was right down on 302.
But the sidewalk doesn't even extend down to Webb's Mills.
It doesn't. Isn't that a shame?
Yeah.
It stops.
Yeah.
It stops. But the sidewalk down to 85, they've got a sidewalk.
Yeah.
And they've got it all the way around their community, and that was on the developer's dime. So, impact fees, something that hopefully are going to be explored in the future. I don't believe it was received well by selectmen when Chris first, well, I think it was accepted. It was pretty well accepted when Chris first brought it to the select board. But then, for some reason, then they kind of soured on it and said, no, we don't want to do it right now. It might have been being educated to the fact that it is going to drive the cost of houses, and that's a reasonable concern. But I believe we also had the gentleman from the Lakes Association, who also mentioned, spoke to us, that also mentioned impact fees on the lakes and ways that they could have money to do their mitigations, to prevent erosion, to educate lakeshore people to what controls they can establish in their own lakeside properties. So, he mentioned that as well. So, there's got to be the positive and the negatives, and like I say, that's going to be up to someone other than us to decide. But that is another revenue stream other than taxes that could be considered. And I guess lastly, in just a public comment, I'd say that in looking at overall the actions of this committee with the assistance of North Star is such that once again, I just think sometimes we tend to underestimate ourselves and the expertise that is represented on this committee. And the fact that, I'm encouraging that certainly, I think each and every one of you could be essential and helpful with an implementation committee. I will go on record right now as saying is that I'm not doing it. That being said, I would recruit each and every one of you to be on that implementation team to see that it happens. And I'm also gratified to hear that the town manager is talking with North Star about grants.
Yeah.
I think that's excellent. So some of the things, like the discussion on the road signs, it's stuff that we haven't even put out in general in this plan, and it's already the ball's already started rolling. No guarantees, but the ball is rolling. And I will give a lot of the credit to that ball's rolling to this committee, because I think you've done an excellent job. And that's all I have for committee comment. Anyone else? No one? Look at that. The gift of time.
I got one quick question. I was just,
Sure.
It'll be short. I was hoping our code enforcement officer could just give us a little history on where he came from and
Well, I'm a Raymond resident.
Would you, just introduce yourself and where you live.
Jason Williamson, 154 Valley Road. Built my house 3 years ago. I moved to Maine 20 years ago. Lived in Casca for a while. I was a builder, carpenter, and I decided to make I guess you could call it midlife crisis change, but there was no midlife crisis. I just wanted to save my body, and when the job opened up in Raymond, I thought it a great opportunity. I knew Chris, and it's been I've been on the job for 3 months, and it's been enjoyable, not without its challenges, and I've learned a lot along the way. But I'm excited to be here, and I know I haven't been around to work with you guys, so I reserve any comments or opinions because I'd like to let it all soak in before I say anything. But I plan on obviously working with everything that's going on here, and looking forward to it.
That's excellent. Appreciate it. Yeah, we look forward to it as well.
Can I ask you, I thought
Sure.
I heard Chris said, I think he was talking at the Budget Finance Committee meeting, but anyway, he was talking about the plan is that within the next 6 months to the year, you're going to kind of swap roles. Is that the plan?
Yeah, once I have all the certifications and I'm up to speed, that's the plan, and so Chris can kind of sunset and take it.
He can try and retire.
He can try and retire. Talks about.
That'll be 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And could I ask you, it sounds like most of your experience is in building.
Yeah.
So as far as code enforcement is concerned, this is your first experience in code enforcement office?
First go around, yep.
Yeah, and you got a good mentor.
I like to think so.
Yeah.
I couldn't. I've worked with a few code enforcement officers, and most of them have always been reasonable, and I've liked working with them. I've never had a problem with code enforcement, but Chris, I've worked with him a few times, and we hit it off, and I think hoping he's putting me on a good footing. I like to feel like he is, so.
Absolutely. Well, I can appreciate the role of code enforcement officer. I was on zoning board of appeals for 25 years, so I kind of have a sense of just a little bit of what a code enforcement officer
It's a lot more complex.
Yeah.
You know, you're a psychologist, you're a consultant, you name it, we pretty much have to do it. A referee, yes.
Absolutely.
A police officer happens sometimes. It's.
Well, we wish you the best of luck.
Oh, thank you.
Great to have you on board.
Thanks.
If there's no other comment, I'd look for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
There's a motion. Second?
Second.
There's a second. All in favor? We are adjourned.
Good evening and welcome to the Wednesday, October 9th, 2024 Planning Board meeting for the Town of Raymond. The board will come to order. The board does have a quorum, and we'll start with roll call.
Mike Richmond, Greg Foster,
Robert O'Neill,
Ed Kranich,
Mark Childs.
Kevin Woodbury.
Stephen Clark.
Where are you? Oh, there you are. This is a public proceeding, and unless the board specifically votes to go into executive session, you have the right to hear everything that is being said and to look at all the exhibits that are presented. Please notify the chair if you are unable to see or hear. The board works from a published agenda. We'll be considering tonight's items in the following order. We have the approval of the minutes for September 11th, and under new business, a planning site review and a public hearing from Port Harbor Holdings. In each instance, the burden is upon the applicant to demonstrate compliance with the provisions of the applicable ordinances or state law. All persons speaking, including representatives of the applicant and members of the public, are asked to stand at the microphone, state their name, address, and affiliation with the application. All persons speaking shall address the chair. Any conversations must be held in abeyance until after the board has formally adjourned. After the board votes on the merits of each application, it will prepare a written notice of decision, because the notice of decision may substantially affect any appeals rights. And also, as a matter of courtesy, the board asks that those attending the meeting with regard to a specific application not leave until the board has completed its discussion. Appeals from adverse decisions must be filed with Superior Court or as otherwise provided by law within 45 days of this board's decision. Okay. Still in my book. Our first order of business.
Looks just like mine.
Is the approval of the minutes for September 11th. Are there any changes?
No. I move that they be approved as submitted.
Now, second?
Moved and second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Kevin? Motion passes. Okay. We have no old business, so our new business is the site plan review and the public hearing. We'll start with the intro from Will.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Will Haskell with Goral Palmer. Since this application was submitted by Sebago Technics, we are completed the planning board memo and the review of this project. So this is an amendment to a major site plan application for Jordan Bay Marina expansion. It's probably about as simple as they come, because it's really just a roof modification, which really doesn't result in any changes to the site itself. So there really are no changes to stormwater or any other kind of site components of the project. So I don't know if you want me to go down through each item of my memo, but really everything is either non-applicable or no changes for the most part. So.
You should know me better than that. No, I do not. I want you to go through each item.
All right. I appreciate that.
Okay, Rob, you're up.
Thank you. Good evening, Rob. Here representing the applicant for.
Rob, you're going to need a microphone, or you got? Oh, wow.
I'm wired.
You're wired.
Oh, wow. And here representing Port Harbor Marine for Jordan Bay Marina. This was the last project that we had done. We got approved, what, 18 months ago or so. This plan you've actually seen before, exact same plan. The footprint, everything about the site is exactly the same. What we did is when we got into looking at our building, we had a epiphany that the roof line that we had designed by the architect would require quite a structural component, which would affect both the boat storage and access into the building. Basically, we've taken the roof line, the front part of the building, we had the roof line going towards State Road 302 and towards the back of the building. Kind of gave you a graphic here. Same footprint, exact same footprint of the building. We have the bathroom facility in the corner as we had before. The racking system that's proposed for this is the same racking system that was proposed for the other building configuration. We basically have the ability to stack 3 boats high. We didn't change that at all. What we found out is when we went to look at the structure for the other thing, the structure would be set lower, and we'd have members that would impede access into the building, so we had to re-engineer it and whatnot. The building height is the same as we had proposed in the prior application. There's a restriction relative to the height in the shoreline zone. This part of the building didn't change at all at height in configuration. The only thing that changed here in the front zone, your elevation is dependent upon halfway up your roof line for your elevation. So instead of that being across this way, that elevation is across this way. So we basically have the same elevation and whatnot. And we don't need this anymore. You know, we put in the package basically the configuration of the building. There's a difference in the front look of it because of the roof line and whatnot. But we had the person that we're dealing with the building emulate, you know, some of the stuff and features that we wanted to before. And you see in your plan, we have basically the faux barn doors in the back. We do have some canopies along the front and some window treatments along the front. We also have, you know, a two-tone earth tone building so it doesn't stick out. And we have a stone highlight area that will be along the bottom front elevation and whatnot. And what we did is we had a couple perspectives done of the building and how you would see it coming down the roadway. Of course, coming up 302, Roosevelt Trail, this is the perspective you would see as you pass the front of the building. That's kind of what you would see. And then coming southbound in front of the older portion of Jordan Bay Marina, this is the first view you would see. And when you get up to the wall that we had put in many years ago when we took this building down and reconfigured the parking, kind of the view you would see here. These are the arborvitaes that we have currently. They're growing great, and we're going to be adding some more accent trees and also landscape along the front to make it a pleasing presentation and whatnot. So it's pretty straightforward. All we were looking to do is we didn't want to go ahead and put in for a building permit and then somebody say, well, geez, that's not what they had proposed. So we thought it would be best to come back to you all and say, okay, well, when we looked at the structure of it, we really couldn't build what we wanted to get the racking in here. So come back to you and say, well, we kind of messed up and we're bringing back something that will work.
Okay. Are there questions from the board?
On your front view, these two big white doors.
Yep.
Fake, I think.
They're just decorative?
Yeah, they're
Okay.
kind of like a faux, they look like a barn door.
Yeah.
I actually should have brought a picture that the builder had given me on another one that they had done, another building. Looks very, very nice.
Okay.
Yeah. Of course, we don't have any access through here because when you go in, big wall on the back end, but it looks like, you know, we have some access there.
You might want to ask Wayne from the fire department.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mike, did you have something?
Oh, so the only real difference is that the front section, the taller section, the gable end went the other way.
Yep.
And now you've turned it towards the road.
Yep, turned it 90 degrees.
90 degrees.
Yep.
Wayne, I saw your memo. Do you have anything you want to add?
Yeah, just one thing is on the arborvitae along the, well, if we're looking at it from the street on the right side of the building, a condition that they be trimmed when they get to the roof line so that the trees don't continue to grow up and prevent an aerial ladder to be parked in that roadway and make it set to the roof.
How tall do they grow?
How tall do they grow? Arborvitaes, they may grow pretty tall, huh?
Yeah.
They're
you can
a
get
little smaller than you see in that picture. That's a little bit more, so they're a little lower than that. Arborvitaes typically grow, I think it's 2 feet per year.
No, I'm just, max height, they do get pretty high, don't they?
I'm the wrong person to ask.
Yeah.
They can.
It'll take a while. I don't know if they grow 2 feet a year, but.
The ones in my yard, let me think. It's not above my roof line, and I've been there 18 years.
No? So Wayne, pretty much you'd like that to be a hedge, a big hedge.
Yeah, all I'm asking for is, as a condition, that the arborvitae over time, and it will take some time, but when they get near the edge of the roof edge, to just trim the tops of them so that we still have aerial ladder access from that roadway. Because that's one of the areas that we would set an aerial ladder if we had a problem at the building.
Okay.
And that arborvitae, just from a local item here where I live in my subdivision, they can grow up to 60 feet.
Yeah, they're pretty high. All right. You guys okay with that?
Oh, so
we will trim it.
He's talking about having a truck here.
Yep.
Yeah, put a ladder in there.
Carry a chainsaw and a fire truck.
Any other board questions?
Can you do that in the shoreline zone?
Trim them? They're not in the shoreline zone. Right?
Are they?
Part of the building's in the shoreline zone.
With the trees?
I don't know if the plants are though. Are they within the shoreline
These
zone?
here, right?
Actually, the back ones are probably in the shoreline zone.
This part is.
Too technical.
All right. In that case, let me open the public hearing and see if there's anybody that wants to speak for or against the project. Anybody? Nobody?
Yes, I do have a question. Hi.
Hello.
Hi, Deborah Lucy. I'm an owner in Indian Point and an abutter. So my question is, just to clarify the purpose of this meeting, it is just to vote on the submission of Port Harbor Marine to add the roof to their application and not the approval of their application. Is that correct?
Yeah, their application has already been approved. What they're asking for is to modify
Well, the
it.
application actually wasn't approved, from what I understood, because of the lack of square footage for drainage.
That was correct.
By the zone enforcement. There was supposed to be 50,000 square feet. They were short on square footage. So the actual building permit was sent back, and the building had to be resubmitted.
Okay, so I think we're talking about two different things. So the project that this building was part of has been approved. That was approved, a year and a half ago.
18 months.
18 months ago. Now they are asking for a modification to a building that was part of that original application.
Okay, so when the zone enforcement sent back and said that they didn't have enough square footage for drainage, what happened? What happened with that?
When did this occur?
This occurred, Allison, I think, can tell you exactly when that occurred, but the fact is that they they don't have enough, for drainage, they don't have enough property for drainage.
property for drainage.
Mm-hmm.
That's a new one. Can you?
I think that had something to do with how many square feet they were going to remove of trees in the shoreline zone, and they went back and they reconfigured it so that it would meet the criteria. Is that right?
Yeah, we originally came with a greater impact in the shoreland zone, and we did reduce that sufficiently, if you remember the first application. And if I can go over.
Yep.
And this is our plan that was approved. We actually had more impact down in this area,
Right.
and we modified that.
Right, in the loon preserve, right.
And came back and got approved for this.
When did approval happen?
A year and a half.
Year and a half ago.
Okay. This,
And the entire project has been built with the exception of modifying the driveway in the building. So,
okay. So with, so this has been approved. The drainage has been approved as well?
Yes, the drainage plan that was part of the original application has been approved.
Okay, interesting.
Okay?
Yeah?
Is there anybody else? All right, then I will close the public hearing. Pretty straightforward application. Are there any concerns?
No.
Kevin, there we go. You guys okay? Yeah,
I'm good.
Will?
Yeah, I'm good. It's, again, straightforward as it comes.
Yeah. This is it.
So basically every, every item going down through the different standards, there's really no change or they're non-applicable because of the roof amendment.
So the only thing we have to change would be Wayne's amendment on the keeping the arborvitae trimmed.
Right.
Does this go on to another plot? Or can we just change, how are we documenting this?
Condition, yeah. Oh, we already have a plot plan.
We already have a plot plan.
Yeah, so, not sure how you normally do that, but you'd probably have to add that condition to the
To the original plot plan?
plot plan and then get it submitted to the registry probably? Is that how you do that?
On Tenny Hill, for the power line that had to go over ground,
Yeah.
we did affidavit.
Yeah, that's right.
Can we do
So
the
you
same?
you could submit the findings of fact, I guess, and you could record that probably. Once we prepare our findings of fact, that basically states what the,
Because as far as the plans go, the plot goes, there's no change. The footprint
Correct.
doesn't change, right?
it's
So,
really just the structural plans, which really aren't part of that.
right. You got a suggestion there, Rob? You could just kind of coming up and,
I like the idea of recording the findings of fact. Just add it as a condition on the findings of fact, and we can record that.
okay.
Yeah, so that condition would be to trim the arborvitae along the right side of the building so they don't grow above the roof line to maintain fire truck ladder access to the roof or
Yep.
to the building.
To the building. Okay, is there a motion?
Move to approve the application revision with the condition that an affidavit be filed with the Cumberland County requiring the trimming of the arborvitae to prevent them from obscuring the roof line for fire truck access. That makes sense.
Yeah.
That's perfect.
All right.
Excellent. So good, I'll second.
Second, all right. Any discussion? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Pass.
Thank you very much.
Good seeing you again, Rob.
Good seeing you. I'll put your pedestals back.
And
Could I have Rob come out back?
Yep.
Okay, next up is our ordinance revision plans. We got one from the zoning board of appeals, which seemed to make sense for a change. Did you get a chance to read that?
I did, yes.
What else we got? We got the ZBA change.
Yeah.
We've got the solar. We have, Kevin, are you still on the small houses, or are we waiting on that one? For ordinance?
Well, I think we're waiting on that one for some more.
All right.
Is this from that's from the zoning?
So we got, Greg, we've got Greg,
Yeah.
what'd you put in again, Greg? Ordinance change?
Actually, what I put in was, we had a discussion about issues to work on with the comprehensive plan, and I had some suggestions, and I forwarded them to the planning board as well.
Okay.
A lot of it had to do with trying to conserve natural resources like forest property and so forth. A different approach instead of, well, I was looking at having smaller house lot size so that fewer houses would consume fewer acres, more houses would consume fewer acres of land.
Okay.
Wouldn't smaller lots make more density, though?
The what?
Wouldn't smaller lots make more density of housing density, and
yeah,
that would reduce the forested land, wouldn't it?
Well, my experience is that when I've done a lot of timber sales on lots that are going to be subdivided, and you have 3-acre minimums, and you consume a lot of land with 3-acre minimums. And my theory is, if you had smaller lots, if you just maximize the number of lots you could put on a property, you might save another woodlot somewhere down the road from being developed.
So you're talking about it as part of like an open space concept where you're looking at the whole subdivision?
The open space concept's a problem too, because a lot of them wind up creating an open space that's not enough acres to manage the forest land, because if you've got only 6 or 8 or 10 acres of forest land, you really can't do timber sales on, and you can't manage the forest. So you're losing that resource. That was my theory. And the other thing that happens when you get these larger lots and you go around these subdivisions, you've got houses scattered all through fully stocked woodlots. And I've tried to do timber sales with multiple owners, trying to get them to coordinate timber sales, and it's very hard to do. And ultimately, over time, the trees get so big they become liabilities for the homeowners. So I just look at it a little differently. We've always wanted bigger house lots and more frontage and more setbacks, and my experience tells me we consume a lot of this land a lot faster than if you had smaller house lots.
So do you want us to look at changing the lot size for the whole?
I would like to see the lot size smaller.
For a whole zone?
Yeah.
All right, you put that on the list. By zone. All right.
Did you get this from Sandy? It's just kind of a compiled document. It had the Board of Appeals.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, there's just some more administrative housekeeping type items, like the, just kind of trying to clean it up a little bit, like the extensions, just kind of making it clear when that extension begins. I think there's just been a little bit of vagueness there. There's a little bit of a clarification on the reviewing authority. There's a footnote for backlot driveways where it mentions that a right-of-way of lesser width can be approved by the reviewing authority. Usually for those, though, it's staff level review. So really that what it is, it's a waiver, and waivers can only be granted by the board, not staff. So we just wanted to make sure that that change that's reflected in there just says that that right-of-way of lesser width can be approved by the planning board and not necessarily staff.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. So,
Yep.
Another confusion, okay.
And then I kind of combed through the land use ordinance and the subdivision ordinance, and I got the okay from Sandy to reduce it down from 15 hard copies down to 12.
Ah,
So
15 to 12, okay.
I tried 10, but that didn't pass. So
Paper Reduction Act.
that'll save some trees, you know.
All right.
Yeah, Greg, we're trying to save some trees there.
Yeah. But
Yeah, there's plenty of them in development.
We've just increased, I mean, not just, but didn't we increase that like a number of years ago? 212? All right.
yeah.
Bob, it's been 15 since
15
I've been
years,
here, and that's
jeez.
almost 4 years. But we always have ones that
Man.
we don't need, and they end up getting recycled, and I just,
No, I'm all for it. I'm not opposed. I think it's good.
no,
Good idea.
I'm just letting you know my thinking on it. I really had a reason.
All right. What else?
Well, I had one that was other than solar. It was basically create a noise limit, like a quiet zone ordinance for vehicles on public roads. But that was one of the things that has been brought up a lot by a lot of people that I've talked to. We have a lot of speeding, we have a lot of passing where you're not supposed to pass, and we have a huge amount of engine braking and accelerating noise, and probably a lot of these things do not have mufflers that pass, you know, even the state regulations, which are based on federal regulations. So I think we really need to get some sort of noise ordinance, and it's really hard. I did a lot of reading, and basically, you know, you can put up the sign, the town would have the ability to put up signs. We saw, there's one in Casco on Route 11, I think it is, going over to Poland, that you can see where they have put, Casco has put up one of those quiet zones, and, you know, no braking, no engine braking. So I think it's something we really should look at.
Where would this zone be?
Well, there's a lot of places around town. I know the appeals board had talked a lot about that, and at one of their meetings, and I think the comprehensive plan had also talked about it some. But there's a lot of, I mean, I'll give you an example. On Egypt Road, right where we live, you know, even though the speed limit is 45, we have people that are accelerating and passing. And I've got a video of a big dump truck passing a little tiny car going, probably the dump truck was probably going about 50 and starting, you know, and I live only 2 houses in, and he was accelerating like crazy. And there's a hill right beyond it, and if anybody had come over that hill, it would have been all over. But we see people passing all the time, you know, in a no passing zone. So I don't know, we need some sort of ordinance where we can put up some more signs and maybe have, you know, the Cumberland County Sheriff do a little more, you know, observing of how people are driving around town.
Oh, you think this is a planning board issue?
That's what this isn't there.
Well, where does the ordinance, I mean, where would we, you know, it's like a sort of like a zoning issue, you know, and putting up things. And if it's not, who do we go to create an ordinance for that?
Well, I would agree with you, Kevin, that all ordinances come through the planning board, but we, like in the fire department's case, we don't initiate that ordinance. So who would be the initiating? I mean, it's a good question. I don't think it would be the planning board, though. It'd probably be the selectmen.
Well, I think it's like, it's, you know, noise is a pollution thing. And if you want to extend that, you know, what we deal in the physical world with our ordinances.
Yeah.
polluting water, polluting, and having that amount of noise is definitely a pollution issue. So
All you could do is ask for those no engine brake signs, where it says quiet zone, like you were talking about on Route 11. But who's going to enforce that? Somebody have to get out there with a sound meter and, enforce it and chase after, pursue them to give them a ticket. It doesn't seem like something we can really control and get going.
Well, it's sort of like any of the things. How do we enforce any of our ordinances?
With
Normally through the code enforcement.
Well, then do we, I don't know how to implement this. The Cumberland County, other towns have done, I guess they've made agreements with the sheriff's department or their own private,
Police force.
public safety departments to do that. But, I don't think it's going to hurt if you can't really do anything unless you have some signs up in an ordinance. That's the first thing. If you don't do it, you can't enforce it.
Is there a state law that we could use to enforce, no engine brakes? I don't.
No, the state,
done all this,
I read,
like
what they said, the state allows you to put up the signs to create those zones per the, national, basis of how much, the decibel level of sound, and you can put those no engine braking signs up. You actually can't use you can't use the Jake brake because that's an actual manufacturer of that device, and those are legal. But you can put up, that you're not allowed to use them in a specific area. But you can't refer to them as Jake brakes. You have to, engine brake.
I think those signs will have all the, power of the watch out for children signs with the kid running after a ball. You just can't really enforce that.
Well, I can tell you from personal experience that we will probably put up, a camera. We have cameras, and that's how we actually caught the person, passing. And I don't know, and we gave that to the Cumberland County Sheriff, and I don't know what he's going to do about that. But it was extremely dangerous. And not only did he pass, he blew his huge horn at the poor little car that he was passing. It was really obnoxious. So, and we see this, the people come off that hill coming down towards 85, decelerating all the time, and the motorcycles going by. And I'm not the only one. We're just one of the roads that people have been complaining about. And we got to start somewhere, and I think having an ordinance. And once you have the ordinance, maybe we can get an agreement with the Cumberland County to do some more monitoring, or even get the state to do a study. And I know that Nathan, I don't know if it was at the Appeals Board or the Conservation, the planning for the, I'm sure, which he was at one meeting, and Nathan said he was going to get one of those signs that says speed limit is X amount at this, point. You're exceeding the speed limit. It actually takes care of how fast you're going. And that definitely has been shown to help. So, and I don't know how long he's going to get that for, but he is going to get that and put it at least on Egypt Road to start with, and put it around different places in the town. So maybe that'll help a little. But I think we really do have to have an ordinance, at least on the sound part of it.
I'll just chime in there and say I actually completely agree with it. I just don't know, and I guess this is a question for staff, is where does the process start? If it doesn't start here, does it start with the select board? How does this get initiated?
Yeah, my understanding is it would start at the select board, and then they'd obviously ask the planning board to chime in, just like most of the other kind of things that have come through.
Because I don't even know how we would write such an ordinance. Kevin, you're going to pick roads, a section of roads?
Well, I would think if people have, complaints about noise levels, then we could go out and measure the noise levels and and ask somebody to make that a quiet zone. I mean, how did they do that in Casco and how do they do that in other places?
Just put up a sign.
They probably just put signs up.
The highway department, yeah.
Yeah.
Put it up.
Well, why don't we just ask
Well,
them?
I think you can't put the sign up unless you have an ordinance, is what I found.
So Cumberland has an ordinance?
Casco.
Casco?
Yeah, they must have. I didn't look to see if they had an ordinance, but what the state regulations were saying, in order to put up the signs, which the town can do, they must have an ordinance to allow the signs to be placed on, because at least on a state highway, which we're on a state road.
Yep.
You know.
No. Can you get us a copy of that ordinance?
I can try to get some of those, yes.
Yeah, okay. It's on the list. Number 5. Anything else? All right, so I just kind of like want to bounce something off you guys on our timeline things. And
were we going to talk about the solar, I thought you said?
yeah, well, it's on. We're going to talk about a lot. I was just trying to get the list together of our proposed ordinance changes for the workshop, to start our workshop process.
Do you want like the specifics of the things that I would like to see in the solar? Just a couple of those? You don't want to see those?
Just the topics, right. But I do have this question, and this has kind of bugged me for years. We do a series of workshops crafting our ordinance, and then we send it off to the legal lawyers, who then turn it into an official ordinance, right? And then we do our public hearing. And at that public hearing point, the only thing we can really do is send it to the selectmen recommending approval, just send it to the selectmen, or not sending it at all, or killing it, you know? Because, and this has come up a number of times over the years, is that there's, from the public hearing, we get some good information, but we can't change anything. Can't change anything because we're already at that stage where nothing can change. So you either have to say, well, we have to ignore it, or we have to, delay the whole process again. So I don't know the reasoning behind this, but why don't we have that public hearing a lot earlier in the process?
When we have the workshop.
Well, yeah, like our last workshop would be a public hearing, and then where we would then incorporate the community's comments.
Makes perfect sense.
Yeah, and then have the vote, the final vote would be when that ordinance comes back with all the changes that we gleaned from the public hearing. Doesn't that make more sense?
Yeah, there's a true opportunity to revise it.
Right.
I mean, if it's we keep doing it the way we are now, it is what it is.
It is what it, right. You either like it or you don't like it.
Yeah, so what's the point of the public hearing? I mean, there's no point.
There's no point. And on top of that, sometimes we get, where the community really doesn't want something like changing in the commercial zone, right? Where we pack the house, and we put a lot of time into that. We put legal time into that. You guys put time into that, and then it just went away. If we knew that ahead of time, we wouldn't have
put that much time.
We wouldn't have put that much time into it. Right?
All right. Great thought.
That's my good thoughts for 2024. I was almost running out of time. I was getting nervous. Okay, so how do we proceed? Do we want Sandy? What do we got on the agendas coming up? Sandy?
I'm here.
Do we have anything coming up next meeting?
We got in a sketch plan today from Brandon Chase for the property that he has off of Raymond Cape Road. It's only the sketch plan.
Okay.
So that shouldn't take you long if you want to do a workshop at that November 4th meeting. However, I would like to ask you all if we can keep that meeting as short as possible, because I will be at the polls all day the next day, and we are starting at 7 instead of 8.
Yeah, me too. Okay.
So if you can all talk fast, that meeting would be awesome.
Well, we just want, I also think we need to do, on those agendas, we need to decide, like tonight, what of those ordinances we're going to look at and make sure that, right, because we don't only just put it out as a workshop, and I don't think people understand, really, they wouldn't know unless they called. what we're actually working on, right?
Exactly.
Okay. So, back to you guys, what, low-hanging fruit for November 5th? Or tackle a biggie and start?
Well, I think the ones, just the little
Straightforward.
changes, the straightforward stuff, like the clarifying the
Yeah.
wording, the number of plans, that's really,
All of that in there is
Piece
pretty
of cake.
administrative
yeah.
in nature.
Yes.
All right.
Question, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, Wayne.
I was away and wasn't able to get in a proposed ordinance for the planning board. Is it too late to do that at this point? Do we need to wait till next year?
Yeah, for you, you would need to wait 2 years. It's a 2-year waiting period for the fire department. No, you can get it in, Wayne.
Mass gathering?
Send it to me, Wayne.
Okay, yeah, it would be on
Thank you.
addressing, E911 addressing.
Oh, okay. All right, so the ZBA requested changes in here too, right? In this packet? Did I see that
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, those were the ones, right.
Okay, so let's do ordinance change for all these. We'll knock that out on the 5th.
4th.
4th. Okay, Sammy, so that packet that you sent out, we'll put that on for the workshop for next meeting to do the
Yeah,
ordinance.
like you said, we don't list them out anyway, so that'll be fine. And
What do you mean we don't-
When
what do
we
you
have
mean we don't
words
list
to
it?
work with, I'll send them to you.
What do you mean we don't list them out?
We don't list out each ordinance in the workshop agenda.
Yeah, I know, but I want to.
You want to?
Yeah,
Okay.
because
We
if
can
you
do
were,
that then.
if you were interested in a particular ordinance, you're not going to know it's being worked on. Right? If we just
Okay.
listed as a workshop. I mean, we don't list everything, but just by topic, I think would be okay. Is
We
that
can do
okay?
that.
Am
That makes
Yeah,
sense.
I agree.
Okay.
You are in charge, sir. You've got it.
Jeez. All right. What else?
Are we going to put Greg's items on that agenda for next month also? He has a couple more than the reduction in the lot size.
I think I had.
Yeah, let's do that, because we can knock those out. Let's put them on the agenda. I don't know if we want to put the lot size thing. I think we need to,
Well, that should take some discussion for sure.
that will.
Yeah.
Well, let's see, this is November, so we got December, January. Yeah, we got enough time. Let's wait, let's just get this out, done.
Okay.
See how it works. So Sammy, yeah, we're just gonna do this, the packet, the changes that are in the packet.
Okay?
Just bullets as to what.
Yep, you got it.
Okay. All right. Anything else? You guys? How you doing? You passed your test yet?
I have lots of tests to pass.
You passed any of them yet?
I haven't taken any yet.
Oh.
Taking one next week. So.
Hey, Wayne.
Yeah.
A real quickie. What are you looking for the ordinance change?
So, basically, the size of the numbers, or at least that they're visible to emergency responders or anybody, but especially emergency responders. For example, when a house is not right on the street, the size of the number right now it's not visible. You can't read it. So we have 3-inch currently. We would recommend 4-inch, but also with some language about visible from the street.
Oh, okay. Can you get something, quick thing to Sandy? We can throw that on for the next meeting.
I can certainly do that.
Okay. All right. Fire department.
Well,
All right.
anything else? You guys here just because you like this? I'm sorry, just a meeting?
Is it public time now?
Well, it's never public time. Well, I mean, what do you?
I have a question.
Sure, yeah.
Hello, Laurie Wallace, 36 Pulpit Rock Road.
All right. Yep.
Thank you for bringing up solar. I know there's a lot to discuss there. Question for Greg for the, are we waiting for some actual language with the comprehensive plan recommendations? Because I know that Peter mentioned something about citing of certain kinds of properties. Are we going to be hearing what the comprehensive plan folks say?
There will be a public hearing. Everything's still in process.
And then that won't happen until January?
I think that's right, yes.
Which makes the time tight again.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. The question I have is that I've heard conversations about short-term rentals, that might be a topic. The state of Maine requires that you permit your short-term rental, and I can't imagine there's any kind of oversight at the local level, but if we had some sort of an ordinance there for that, it might be better for the shoreland homes that have a lot of rowdy guests.
Yeah, that came actually, Sue Look asked me about that. It obviously impacts lots of individuals. And my response to that was that it seemed to me that was more of a policy issue than a planning board issue, in that the planning board would get involved in writing that ordinance if we were directed to do so. But for us to say that these houses can be rented and these houses can't be rented, that, to me at any rate, you could get the feeling of the board at any rate, to me at any rate, that seemed like more of a policy issue than an ordinance issue.
Okay.
I mean, that's me speaking, though. I mean, you guys can chime in if you think it's the other way.
I don't know, would it need some kind of regulation to?
Well, right now you're required to have a permit if you're doing any kind of short-term rental over 2 weeks of the year. And there's also a 9% occupancy tax or some sort of tax that the owner is supposed to give to the state. So without that kind of control locally, there's no way the state can stay on top of that. And it might be good revenue locally too, so.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea. I just don't, I'm just, I like the idea. It's just that I'm not sure that the planning board is the place to start that idea. That's, and.
Any recommendations where we should go?
Yeah, I would tell you, I would say, it's your favorite place, the selectmen.
No, you're our favorite place.
If they were kind of, I would not necessarily ask them for a specific policy, but if you wanted to ask them for the planning board to start working on it, I think that might get it going and might not have them have to make a decision.
Okay.
One way or the other.
It was really unclear today. I looked up the code enforcement's job description. It's the only job description I could find at our website. And it did not mention anything about writing the ordinances, and there was nothing specifying like who starts these things.
Yeah, that's it, right. Anybody, actually, you can start this thing.
Did.
It's anybody, as anybody can start the ordinance process. It would be, and I guess from that aspect we could, it's just that without having some sort of direction, I would not even know which way to go with it.
Okay.
Because you've got all those camps, the water, rent, they've been renting for years, you don't want to impact that or.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Hi.
Hi.
Jennifer Danzig, 38 Pulpit Rock Road. So I just had some questions about the process. So you were talking about, because we all know that we came in at the latter end of the last ordinance. Yep. And partly I think some of that was due to COVID and some of it was misunderstanding of what the ordinance actually read, right? Like our misunderstanding of what it meant. So when you're talking about, so ordinances, they come from code enforcement, right? Recommendations to you.
Yes.
They come from you, or
Right.
they come from the select board, or as we all know, they can come from citizens initiatives, right? Okay, so those are the 4 places.
But fire department,
Or fire department, okay.
and the various committees.
Anywhere in the town that
Really?
sees a need.
Correct, we've got
that
ordinance from the
comes to you.
cemetery committee. You know,
Gotcha,
it's
okay.
Just anywhere.
So they propose ordinances to you.
Right.
And so similar to today, you have sort of a list.
Yep.
And you look at this every year. And then you do workshops.
Correct.
And then are those workshops open to the public? Because you were saying like have a public hearing at the last of the workshops before it gets sent to the attorney for wording. So are the initial workshops open to the public, or is only the last one?
No.
So all of the workshops are open to the public for public
Well,
comment?
they will be, yes.
Okay, but there's going to be one, you're proposing one specifically at the end for a public hearing, so if people are passionate about the direction in which things are going, that's where they should come so that you hear it before you send it to the lawyer and do all the work and incur the money, and not at the vote when you can't change anything other than give the recommendation or reject the recommendation.
Yeah, we can change like 25 feet to 50
Okay.
feet, but we can't make.
Okay, so
Yes.
that was a question that I had.
Does that make sense to you?
It does, yeah,
Okay.
thank you. I appreciate the process. So then I'm going to go back to, I guess, so what are you covering on November 5th? Just the administrative ones that somehow you have a list, or all the ones that you read off earlier?
No. So what you'll see in the agenda is just some of the administrative changes, the 911 labeling, and some things that that our staff has found that needs to be clarified.
Okay.
And those will also be listed in the agenda for the November.
And I love that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Instead of just doing, I think,
Right.
where transparency, because then people can come out.
Yep.
I know that's a big thing where people say that, like, oh, nobody comes to anything. But when it's so vague, you're not going to come to everything. I mean, I'm going to come to everything, but not everybody's going to come to everything. Yeah, I know. Yeah, Rolf said the same thing at the last select board meeting. To my defense, I did not say a word. Just there to observe. So then the question that I have with respect to solar, why is that coming up? So you guys had a solar ordinance, we had a citizens initiative, we changed the solar ordinance, so you're looking at what? Changing it back, discussing it, making modifications? Like what?
Yes,
Okay.
all of those things. So, the citizen initiative put through and was voted on for a ordinance, which we've never looked at in terms of the impact onto the rest of the zones, the community, whether or not it has unintended consequences that were, that kind of, it never got reviewed. So what we will do in the solar ordinance is take the current ordinance, review that ordinance.
Our current ordinance.
Your current ordinance.
The law of the land right now.
Law of the land.
Okay.
Review the ordinance and say, this needs to be changed, this doesn't need to be changed. And there may be some things in there that we might even want to tighten up. That will be the reason why we're looking at it. And one of the reasons we're looking at it is because we told you guys we would look at it. And so that's why, the other reason why we're looking at it.
Yeah, I guess the reason that I'm asking is it was my understanding from attending all the comprehensive plan review meetings and the joint meetings and this meeting and that meeting, that some of these issues were being addressed as part of the comprehensive plan, and that as a town we were going to wait to write ordinances until the comprehensive plan had more clearly clarified it. I believe it was you, Mike, that was at the one up at Jordan Small with us, and you had gotten up and specifically said, like, yeah, this is really great comprehensive plan, but like because legally, I guess, to write the ordinance, you guys are supposed to base it on the comprehensive plan. So, and what Mike had said is, could you give us more specifics, not just flowery language,
Right.
but could you be more specific? Because we obviously don't, when we're writing our laws, we don't want to be in violation of the comprehensive plan, because if we are, then citizens can sue the
comprehensive plan
town.
is never going to be that specific. It's more of a general guidelines that we use to kind of,
Okay, I think.
So what we would be working on is the current comprehensive plan.
Okay.
Not the one that is in the process, because it has not been approved yet.
Okay, so you would be changing the solar ordinance based on the current comprehensive plan?
No, I'm not saying we're changing it.
No, I know,
We're
but it
going to
has
look
to
at
be, but we understand now that state law says that any ordinances that the town does is based upon the comprehensive plan.
Right.
So I'm asking, which comprehensive plan are you using? So we're using
The
2004.
approved comprehensive plan.
Okay,
The only one we can use.
Okay, so any ordinances can't be in conflict with the 2004 comprehensive
Correct.
plan because we don't have the new one out yet.
Correct.
So I guess what I would say, and maybe you want to review solar every single year, that's fine, that's certainly your prerogative. But I guess where we heard from Peter Levitt that they're specifically looking at that issue as part of the new comprehensive plan, do we want to go through this whole process and then do it again? Or do you
Sure,
want to
that's
wait?
what- If they're going to change, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm just asking because Peter said that they were going to specifically address that in the new comprehensive plan as part of growth areas in this area and that area, and where would solar make sense, because, you know, we want to have it in areas where it makes sense and not in areas where it doesn't, et cetera, et cetera. And then, you know, then you won't get as much resistance from maybe the town. Okay, so those were, I think, the two questions that I had. Thank you for clarifying. I appreciate it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Linda Pankowitz, 9 Pulpit Rock Road. And I just want to, first, I want to say, the gentleman that talked about the noise, I like that thing about the signs that come out that say your speed is 38 and it's the 35 mile. I have had cars pass me on Main Street, and I'm doing, I'll admit, like 28, something like that. So then the speed limit's 25, and they just zoom past me. And if you've ever been at the community garden on a Saturday, the motorcycles going down Meadow Lane 121, I would love one of those signs to be somewhere right Main Street or Meadow Road or.
Call the town.
Yeah.
It's not us. We don't do that stuff.
And so.
We have no sign control.
Public Works would have to.
No, I'm
put in their
talking.
budget and
Didn't
buy it.
somebody mention getting signs that have those?
He mentioned that Nathan was trying to get one of those signs. to put
Well,
up.
let's all encourage Nathan. Okay, go Nathan, go.
Yep.
Okay, now the only other thing I wanted to say, and I wanted to say this, and I will say it again and again and again, all the time. While you're busy ordinancing things, you have to keep in mind that we're not the only species on the planet, and we're not the only species in Raymond. And people need homes, but deer need homes, and coyotes, and porcupines, and squirrels, and the rest of it. And we have to take other things into consideration besides ourselves, our pleasure, our entertainment, our financial profits. The land doesn't owe us anything. We have a great responsibility to the land, and we can see what happens when we neglect that responsibility. We're not the most important species on the planet, merely the most destructive. And we have to remember that when we go about deciding what we're going to do, where we're going to do it, how we're going to do it.
Okay, we will. Thank you.
Done?
We're done.
Move to adjourn.
A second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Done. Excellent.
Good evening. This is the Town of Raymond Budget Finance Committee meeting. I'd like to call a meeting to order. Do I have a motion for approval of the minutes from the meeting on July 24, 2024?
Make that motion. Second.
Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor? Okay, it's unanimous. Motion carries. Next, we have the discussion of the expense and revenue reports for June and July. And I'd like to. Okay, we have some printed out here. Thank you, Kathy.
It's updated one, I guess.
Thank you for your diligence on working on these reports for us. Okay.
this one may be different.
Thanks.
Yeah. This one is definitely updated.
So that's the same. That's what we had around originally. Were you able to make any corrections to the June report, or is that still outstanding?
The June is still outstanding.
Okay. Are there any comments on the July report from the committee?
I have a question.
Okay, go ahead.
The question would be, is there anything that we should be aware of? Anything, could we get a brief rundown? I know it's early in the fiscal year, but anything of note that we should be aware of?
Sure. What's in there, if you look at your back pages, I'm sorry, you'll see that some of the insurances, if you're looking at page 8, and you look down at the expenses, you'll see that there's 0 budgeted, because those have been moved to each of the departments. Although you'll still see the current month there, but those will stay as 0 because it's been moved to each department, as well as the employee benefits, the dental health, life, retirement. That's now under each individual department. At the request of the Board of Selectmen last year, we moved it. And your special revenue, page 8 at the top, your Parks and Rec is not yet in the system. So other than that, your budget is complete there.
This is probably not a question for you, but what's the rationale for moving that? I think it makes it much more confusing and difficult to see what you're expending in those areas. You have to go and add it up, of course. What's the rationale, do you know?
The rationale from the chair of the board at the time was he wanted to see each department, what it actually cost to run the department. So therefore, if you have your dental, your life insurance, all your taxes there, he thought we had a more complete picture.
Yeah, I'd like to have a discussion about that at some point, but I think it's, should be as it is in, most places in one cost center. That's my opinion.
Okay, and I think that we also, as a budget committee last year had discussed that we like to see the transparency of it within each department. So absolutely, I agree that we can discuss that again, but I think that we were behind that.
Yes.
But absolutely, we can discuss.
Yeah, I just think it's a non-standard way of doing it, so, but that's my opinion. If that's the, if it's something you're all agreeing to, then fine, but, okay.
At the time, the Budget Finance Committee agreed with it when that issue came up during the budget deliberations this past spring.
Yeah.
But we can discuss it.
Yeah, it's just not something that's usually done. Okay, thanks.
So Karen, you had asked about the June expenses.
Yes.
And it's the budget numbers are wrong, but if you look back at your May reports, those numbers are correct.
Yes.
The expenses are in June, and the income and the expenses are in the June budget. It's just the budget number is what's incorrect. And we'll work on getting those fixed.
Okay. All right, thank you, Kathy.
Okay.
Appreciate that.
Thank you for this updated report, because I was wondering why we were $8,000 over in insurance, and it looks like there was a numerical mistake on this first one. Insurance, it was marked as $2,369 when it's...
Which one are you looking at? You in July?
Page 2, yeah.
Some of them have been updated, so look at the one I just gave you, Sean.
Yep, that's what I'm saying. Thank you for this update one, because I was going to ask why
Yep.
there was that much of a difference, but this makes much more sense.
Yeah, we had a few clerical issues in there that I apologize for, but
That's okay. No worries.
I think
You found them and you corrected them.
Yeah.
Sue found most of them, which was nice.
Oh, okay.
I'll give her credit for that.
All right. Well, thank you both for your due diligence.
At our last joint sessions with the selectmen, I had mentioned about getting more money for milfoil. And it looks like so far we're $4,000 over that budget. So just, this is a long ways off from next year, but I would still suggest that we increase that budget with milfoil.
Was there a grant for milfoil? How was the milfoil handled? Was it just that item was going to specific?
We had a DEP grant, a 2-year grant. This is the second year that we've gotten the grant that goes directly for milfoil. We also bill 3 companies in town, and they contribute. Indian Point, what's the new? Indian Point, the condominiums, and then Goodhue. And Goodhue Marina. So we bill them. The difference this year, Sean, is that the contractor who actually does the work, he went up on his prices. So when we did budget, it was based on the numbers that we thought we had at the time.
Right.
So it's a 2-year grant. It's done this year. And then we'll apply for another one.
Okay.
Because there still is milfoil.
That's why I'm thinking that next season coming up, we should increase that, because I think that was one of my comments, was I thought it was a little bit low.
Yes.
And
Last year, they told us they did a great job, and it was going down, and they expected it to decrease the number of dives that they had to do, the number of weeks.
that was incorrect, though. It sounds like, right?
Well,
It's a growing season.
Yeah.
yeah.
I'm sure.
The weather was good for growing milfoil.
Yeah, that was the only thing it was good for so far, right? All right.
That's why.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
If I may, I do want to thank Kathy. These aren't reports that she normally does. The finance director normally does them, and she put in a lot of work and did some really good work to get these for you. So once our new finance director starts next Tuesday, Brenda Fox Howard, then one of the things she'll be looking at first is to make sure that all the reporting and whatnot from last year are complete. And I hope, though I can't guarantee, that they'll be ready for September's meeting.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Kathy.
Are there any other comments on the June and July reports? Okay, all right, then we'll move on to the next one. Okay, discussion of a joint meeting with the select board. We had discussed that, and the select board has discussed that at their meeting recently. So, how would you like to go forward with that, Teresa?
So one of the things, if you want to, is put together some dates that you have and send it to Rolf. That would be available. Do you know what I mean? It's like we have Wednesdays open, we have Thursdays or whatever. But the best part of this is you guys can ask all kinds of questions. And that helped me before, when I was on the selectmen for the first time. And there's all kinds of questions you can ask, how each department, how each thing is done, working together and stuff like that. So I would probably reach out to Rolf, like I said, and just say, hey, when you want to do it? I would highly encourage just the 2 boards talking. That way where it's just us. Do you know what I mean? It's going to be videotaped. But this way, where it's just a workshop that we're throwing things back and forth.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Well, I'm wondering, could we do like a regular budget finance meeting on the 3rd Wednesday of the month, and then after that break into a meeting with the select board, or do that before or after a regular?
Because the meetings aren't that long, so
Right.
we can do that.
Okay, is the rest of the committee interested in doing something like that at our September meeting?
Yeah, I would rather, so I mean, I would rather have as much time to discuss with them and not feel like we have to get to the next thing, so I would ask that we keep our business a little bit shorter, maybe.
Yes.
Just because, if we do spend a lot of time, we're actually gaining knowledge and want to continue doing that,
then I don't think that we should be constrained to having to go talk business right after. But I think that having the same night would be fine, just not feeling like we have to end things
Okay.
if we're on track.
Well, we could have a very short agenda, just go through, approval of the minutes, and then we could go adjourn our meeting and then go into the workshop with the select board. Does that seem reasonable to everybody?
Because that would help, right? Because then the finance director doesn't,
That would give her another month.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you can even approve the minutes the following month, too.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. All right. All right. Well, I'll approach Rolf about doing that.
And I've talked to him, too. And he just said, figure out what you guys want to do, because I told him it was on the agenda tonight.
Okay. Next on our agenda is discussion regarding options on how to spend the money received from the Sebago Lake settlement. Sean, would you like to go
Yeah.
first? Do you have some options that you?
I don't know all the options. I'm sure that
Right.
some of the things that some of my ideas may not be allowed. So I'm going to throw some out there with the caveat of understand that they might not actually work. But whatever it is, I don't think it should go towards taxes. I'm going to be really wrong about the numbers, but I think the numbers were like something like $500,000 to lower taxes. And when we think about the grand scheme of things, what does that lower? Like for me on Main Street, it might lower it by like $15. But somewhere in the Cape, maybe $5. And I think that this money should be used more towards the next offense. I think it should be used as protection. There's two things I think it could be used for, either protection or some kind of investment back into the community. Right now with our budget cycle ended, from earlier this year, I think most of those big ticket items either got pushed off or have been paid for, or is going to be paid for example, like the fiber optics, for example. So really think that should be used for protection against the potential next violation. I know this violation was a little bit unique because it happened during COVID where somebody thought they could do what they did and get away with it. So I don't see something happening to that scale, but I could be wrong. So I would like to see money held for protection specifically that doesn't get touched unless we have another violation for the same reason. I don't think it should be used for a different, attorney fees for something different. It should be very specific towards a violation.
Okay.
So what you're saying is, I think I raised this point last time, major non-recurring capital expenditures is what you're saying, right, basically?
I'm sorry.
Major non-recurring capital expenditures versus tax relief.
Yeah.
So the thing is to remember about this money, I think I saw a meeting where people talked about it as a windfall. It's not a windfall, it's a reimbursement to fund balance.
Mm-hmm.
So this is money the town had for the most part, and so now you get the money back, because that's mostly what we saw back was the legal fees. So the question would be, should you use an overstandard amount of money to reduce the tax rate for 1 year? Normally the town uses a couple $100,000 thereabouts. I think that's prudent and reasonable. That's what what's been done. But to supercharge the tax rate and reduce it with that money, I think, as you point out, is a very small difference. And it creates a problem for the next fiscal year because you don't have that money that year, so you're going to instantly create a significant gap. Now it's a reval year, so everything's going to be kind of messed up and difficult to decipher, but it's still, to me, not wise to use that amount of money in the next fiscal year and then to create that discrepancy between the 2 years with some artificial infusion of cash you can't repeat. I like your idea. I mean, environmental protection, you're saying, something like that, when you say protection, or protection in general?
Protection against having to go into our funds again like we did this time. Protection in the sense of, so when we do have to hire an attorney, it doesn't come out of that money. Like that money's set aside, and that if that's public knowledge that we have this money set aside to go after the next person, I think that will offer more protection for the town not to run to that, because there's kind of that fear of like, hey, the town has done this once,
and we're ready to do it again. And it doesn't matter if it's on Big Sebago or if it's on on Panther Pond or any of the other lakes and ponds that we have.
Right.
But yeah, to answer your other questions, like not so much environmental protection, but I mean, essentially that is environmental protection when you think about it. Yeah, that's, I don't have a very specific thing as far as what kind of other capital improvement we could use it in.
Well, typically, I mean, Raymond really hasn't done that because I haven't had, significant capital improvements for a long time here. But, in my experience in other towns, my previous town, for instance, that's exactly what we did. We would segregate that money and use it for major non-recurring capital improvements like a new public safety building or a new town office or a new town garage, a new library. All these things were things we did. So we do it that way. Then you get something meaningful or some new program or something that, would have some capital requirements.
I was thinking about, I see Chris's hand raised in a second, but I was thinking, I thought about that, like, do we put it towards the school? Can we put it into a CD where it's gaining money for the next 3 years? That's a lot of interest. I know interest rates are going down, but that amount of money in a CD would be pretty significant. Do we put it towards the school, but even if, is that enough? I know it's a small portion, obviously, if we're going to decide what we do with the school. It's $500,000 that we didn't have before, but those are two of the options. I know Chris has got his hand raised.
Yes, Chris, go ahead.
Yeah, my feeling is we should use some of this, if you want to call it a windfall, but Don's right. The majority of this money, the 540 we already got, covers about 440 in legal fees that we expended through the 3-year process. There's some monies that are coming that are a fine, and it's roughly between 175 and 200,000 coming in again in October, I think October 25th. So my thoughts are, there's a couple things I want to make you aware of. One is the town worked with the Cape to do, and I've said this before, to introduce a bill in the legislature, 2101, and that legislation will allow us as a town to lien a property after 30 days of a notice of violation. After the appeals period, we can put a lien on the property, not issue permits, and possibly revoke them. The second part of that discussion with the state, and Senator Tim Nagel and I are working again this year closely to work out some fine-tuning of that bill that will allow towns to access a fund that the state is going to create that will be a pool of money that towns can, in any town, any lake in Raymond, can dip into to help cover those legal fees. That's going to take over a year, and then plus the 90 days it takes after it's enacted to take effect. So I would recommend that we use a portion of that money to either pad our legal expenses, because legal expenses in my experience in the last 3 or 4 years with all the activity we have on the lakes, with people that want to get away from the cities as a result of COVID, they are coming up, they're investing, building, tearing down buildings, and doing new construction. We are seeing some other violations. They're not going away. And as our building activity decreases, we will be able to do more enforcement. That costs money. We do usually get those funds back, but it's a burden on the town, and we saw that with the case at Fernwood and Whitetail. So I think that it would be very prudent for us to set aside some money. I don't know what our budget is exactly for legal, but we should pad that amount. And if it's not used, it'll carry over and go into the general fund for the next year. But until this legislation gets passed, we run the risk of the same thing happening again. We're in hopes that because we can lien a property and do more incentives for people to come to the table and work with us, that we won't incur a 3-year legal bill. It'll get done much more efficiently. But I got to tell you, legal fees, if you have a municipal rate, it's in the area of $285 to 265, 285 for a municipal rate from the attorneys in Portland. But the good attorneys are also in conflict with many of these violators because they have those people as clients. So, it's a kind of a catch-22. So we have to reach out to other firms. We don't get that municipal rate. And I think I've mentioned this before, and I'm going to say it again. We spend up to $6.25 an hour. And when you're sitting down at an appeals board meeting or mediation, those hours add up very quickly. And then sometimes it's not just one attorney, it's several. And we're seeing more and more of that on Sebago in particular. So I think Dawn and Sean are both right that we shouldn't use it as tax relief. We should be prudent and do some planning for our future. Enforcement is expensive. We do have a new code enforcement officer that's doing very well, and I do have help, but that's going to result in more enforcement actions as time goes on. Thank you.
So a portion of enforcement, what are you feeling that would be a good, if we were to ask for a budget for enforcement? So we'll call it just a straight $700,000. What would you think?
If we have 700 now, I would increase it by 100. Does that answer your question, Sean?
So so you're asking for all that money to go towards enforcement plus another 100? Did I understand you correctly?
Well, no. Let me back up.
Okay.
I think I interpreted what you said is if we had a legal budget of 700,000. No, I'm saying if we get 700, we ought to take 100 of it and put it towards.
Take 100 of it. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's okay. I thought you said you add another 100 to it for. Okay, I understand. Yep. So.
You get it?
Yep. If we're getting 700, you're asking for 100,000.
And I'm not asking for it. I just think it would be prudent that we plan ahead and have that in our budget somewhere. The contingency fund, Don probably can speak to that better than I can, but it isn't as healthy as it used to be because we've expended a lot of it in legal fees. Fortunately, we got it back, but in another case, we might not.
Yeah, I agree. How long? All right. So if we you mentioned general fund too. If something's not spent, it goes to the general fund. But if we have something very specific, like sidewalks, for example, we're not using it, just kind of carries over in the same fund. Are you saying that if we give it a certain line item and we don't use it, it will go to the general fund?
Maybe a question that the new finance director could answer better than I can. At this point, I'm not sure if that should go. I think it should go into the general fund if it's not expended. But Don, correct me if I'm wrong.
You're right.
So we would want to keep that from happening, right? If we would want to keep it from just going to the general fund, we would want to have a very specific name on it.
Right. But right now, it would go just to the general fund. It would require an action of the Board of Selectmen and to segregate it, is what you're saying. Yeah.
It would make sense to segregate it so that it would be a continuing amount of money from year to year if it's not used.
Yeah.
Frank, that's a good point, and that's why I brought up the state's interpretation is they realize it's a problem, and they're going to set up a fund. Right. That fund isn't going to decrease every year. It's just going to be there and added to. So maybe we should look at, like the state of Maine, and have this fund some kind of a delegated environmental protection budget line item that doesn't go down. It's like a capital expense. It'll get moved forward instead of going into the general fund where it could get used to reduce taxes or anything else that the selectmen decide to do. I think our committee is charged with doing what's financially prudent for the town and giving that advice to the selectmen. So I think this is a great discussion, and I think I think the end result of this, I think we're going to talk about this more, could be very positive for the town to help us maintain our pristine environmental priorities in the town of Raymond. I'm also on the comprehensive plan committee with you, Sean and Dawn and Frank, and we're we're all trying to protect what we have. Change isn't bad, but these increases in shoreline development and the pressure on our town is getting tremendous, and it's getting national attention. There was an article in the Wall Street Journal last week, and I did an interview with a reporter that did an article on real estate, and the trend that Wall Street Journal is seeing is that many Americans are coming to Raymond to be on Sebago Lake and other towns surrounding Sebago. They're buying $2 to $4 million houses, they're ripping them down, and they're reconstructing compounds and extravagant luxury homes. And with that comes the potential for violations, and I think we're going to see increased pressure not only on Sebago. I see it on my lake. I live on Crescent. The pressure is unbelievable around the lakes. Everything that goes up for sale is sold, and somebody either remodels it completely or tears it down and rebuilds something new. So we've got to be prepared for that. We have to be resilient, in particular with our environment. Raymond, home of the landlocked salmon, and all our natural resources is why we're all here. And I can't express how much of a priority I feel that is. And hopefully this money, if it gets designated to some fund or an account that will help the town maintain its integrity with our shorelines and mountains and streams and lakes, then I'm all for that.
Okay, thank you. Frank?
Yep. Are there other areas in enforcement of environmental standards that we're trying to keep up where money might be needed on a short-term basis very quickly, money that may not be available unless we had an account with this type of money in it? Other than legal, I mean, there may become a time where you need to do something and do something quickly, and there's no money for it. But if we had a fund that you could draw from, it probably would make life a lot easier for you guys.
You know, Frank, that's a very good point. And what I'm going to say is a term that we don't hear very often, but unfortunately, we're hearing it more and more. I mean, I just experienced a 1-hour storm here at the house. We must have got 2.5 inches of rain in less than an hour. We're getting more and more storms that they're using the term 1,000-year storms. If you're paying attention to what happened in Connecticut, Danbury, they got 12 inches of rain, and that was a 1,000-year event. I've heard that many, many times in the past year. Global warming is happening, whether you want to believe it or not. The weather is changing, and it's getting very severe. We saw it with Debbie. We've seen it with Ernesto. It just doesn't stop. And I think that Raymond is very unique. We're high ground, but if you look at our roads, you just drive down Webb's Mills Road, Meadow Road, our roads being washed out constantly. Our public works can't keep up with it. And yes, we're going to have an event that's going to wash out a road. It's going to go into a lake, and we're going to have to do a cleanup. So yeah, Frank, you're right.
I would suggest that we come up with a definition of the things that would be needed, such as legal for the environmental piece, or where we may need money that wouldn't be immediately available, that we set aside 1/3 of this money and put it in that fund that could be used when something like that comes in front of us. I had the same storm that you had. The Public Works crew worked for 2 hours on the intersection of Mountain Road and McDermott Road yesterday, and it washed out. What they did washed out in the last hour and a half. And that's only a short example of the kinds of things we're facing. So I wouldn't be opposed to setting aside 1/3 of the money aside to be used when we run into issues of enforcing our environmental laws.
So Frank, the other thing is we used to have funds. The Raymond Waterways Association had got a 319 grant with the DEP, and I was one of the ones that I was living on Panther Pond at the time, and you could get a grant to help solve an erosion problem on your property, and it was a matching grant. The homeowner put in 50%, and the town kicked in the other. It was when Nora Lee Raymond was working with the town. She did that, and she also did the milfoil with Nathan and a bunch of other things, but there's no money left. So what I'm hearing from you is this fund, this pool that we got, or the monies we got from the violation on Sebago could go, maybe it is a third. That's a discussion for another night. But I think you're right. You're on the right track. And I think as this committee, moves forward, I think these are the kind of discussions that are very prudent that we look at.
Yeah. I think if I were to make a recommendation, and this is along the line of what I've been hearing here, would it make sense to take the actual fine amount, which is much smaller than the reimbursement, set that aside, and then just let the money that had come from fund balance go back to fund balance, and then when it comes time to mitigate the taxes, use the usual amount of money from fund balance, assuming that the auditor's recommended guidelines are met, and that's important, but I believe that they will be, because the town's always had strong fund balance. So basically, business as usual on tax relief, the balance of the money that came from fund balance to pay for the legal effort would go back, and then the actual fine, which is much smaller, a small part of this whole thing would be set aside, segregated, and that require the selectmen to do that. Is that what you're all saying?
Oddly enough, that's probably about a third or less.
That's
maybe
a small
20%.
amount. That's a small amount when you look at the violation. Yeah.
Right. Yep, you're right.
Anyhow, that's what I would do. So it's basically what you're saying, to set up that fund, protection fund. But I think the answer to how to spend the money is put the money back in fund balance, because that's where it came from. And then, it's up to the selectmen and the department heads to recommend the selectmen to decide how they want to spend it, I guess, or not spend it. But having a strong fund balance is very important. So I don't think spending it on tax relief is really a very good idea at all. But perhaps spending it some other way might be okay, assuming that you had, the capacity. And I would say major non-recurring capital expenditures, not something that's going to, come and go in 1 year. Like you said, maybe some other program or some other, capital facility like the school or something. But then the argument on that will be, well, you can borrow money cheaper than you can set aside money, and they used to have a thing called capital reserve budgeting, where towns would set aside money, year to year, and then save up for the Yankee sort of approach, 10, 15 years, and they'd say, well, now we have the money to buy a fire truck. And that worked, but you're also losing the capacity year to year because of the cost of inflation, and so you get basically a return on your investment, but you have inflation, so it's kind of a wash in some instances. And then the other thing is that the people who, this is an argument I used to hear, and it's true, would be the people who paid into the fund, let's say for 15 years towards the fire truck, may not necessarily be the people who benefit from it because they're moved from the town, dead and gone, whatever. And so the idea became many years ago to bond for improvements, and Raymond did that. And I think that makes sense, to bond for improvements. But maybe there's something special you want to do. Like when the school was built, I think there was money needed to build a special gym. Maybe there's something, extraordinary you want to do. So maybe that would make sense to use that money.
Are we able to put some kind of portion? So let's just say that, hey, listen, we want to use this for something special.
Yeah.
Can we does the town have a history of putting money into a CD? Is that something that we can kind of gain interest on for?
Yeah, the town's, restricted by law to certain, financial instruments, very conservative instruments. So yeah, sure. The town's monies are always invested in making interest, surplus monies.
Interesting.
But I think it's the selectmen's thing, really. It's not our thing, other than, to make a recommendation. But I think that tax relief, I think, is a bad idea. Setting up an environmental protection fund for a portion of it, that small portion that was actually the fine, that's a good idea. Putting the rest back where it came from would be my recommendation. And then if the selectmen want to do something, then they would propose it. Something like a capital reserve fund, like you're saying, for something.
Or we could still have input on that. That's
or we could recommend something if you have an idea, but I don't really have an idea right this minute.
I don't, and that's why I was suggesting the CD was like, hey, listen, we don't have an idea.
You wouldn't segregate the money without an idea, without a plan.
Okay.
So it should go back to fund balance. My opinion.
To have an idea.
Have a plan.
first would be, yeah, okay, and if we didn't, then it would.
So if we're making a recommendation, I think it's the actual fine monies put into a legal protection fund. The bulk of the money, which is actually just a reimbursement of the expended legal fees, would go back to fund balance. And, you know, as far as tax relief, you'd use the amount of tax relief that you normally do, assuming that you have that under the auditor's guidelines. So that's what I would say.
Any other ideas or any other comments?
Is Deanna still there? Does Deanna have any suggestions?
Well, I was going, like, thinking of how we can but it's going to be so hard to be proactive regarding, you know, like Chris was mentioning, the flooding that's happening far more frequently. And I feel like it would be less expensive to be proactive about some of these things versus reactive about it. But I don't think what we would have for funding would even touch it. But it's something to look for and look at, because we live here and we know the areas that are starting to flood, even with just a few inches of rain, and just seeing if there's things that we can do to potentially mitigate that. I think that's something we really need to look for and look towards.
Cliff, you got anything?
No, I'm listening.
Okay.
I'm very, very much in favor of putting at least the fine into a fund that's readily available to combat anything else that comes along, and perhaps to use it for emergency abatement if, again, you washouts or something like that. So we aren't spending all kinds of time going through a long funding cycle. I also agree with Dawn that the money that was spent on lawyers' fees was taken out of everybody else's hide, and it probably ought to go back where it came from. So that's kind of my thoughts on it. It's kind of middle of the road, but it's a lot to digest in a short period of time. But I definitely believe in setting if you will, an emergency fund, something that rolls from year to year, and that's the biggest thing. So it doesn't get lost back into the general fund if it's not spent. That it's still there on July 1st, even though it wasn't spent on the end of June.
Yeah.
If you needed it on the 1st of July, you had it.
Interesting what Chris said. So 10 years ago, actually now over 10 years ago, if anybody remembers, it wasn't in this area, but Hurricane Sandy, which was classified as a superstorm because they classified as a superstorm, the insurance companies didn't have to pay out the same way. Wrecked the entire East Coast. I was living in Long Island, New York at the time. My hometown, Long Beach Island, got devastated. And I was watching some things that happened in Long Island yesterday or the day before, a lot of washouts around where I had lived. And we're talking about seeing those same things happening here. Yeah, I think that protection, however we want to say protection, environmental protection or whatever, I think is, I think that's very proactive, like Deanna was saying. I like to be proactive rather than reactive.
So is that something that we're recommending, or is that just a discussion item for tonight?
Should we bring that up in our joint?
I think that's probably a smart idea.
The joint wouldn't be about any of this. It would just be about procedures and protocols. I took a bunch of notes on this. I'm going to give it back to the board so they know.
Teresa, I can't hear you.
Oh, sorry, Chris. Sorry about that. The joint meeting is pretty much going to be not for this type of thing. It's going to be for like protocols, how you know, each department works and different questions on how to do things and stuff like that. This is something that would be like taken up like in a board meeting. So I took a bunch of notes of what you guys had said. And what I'm hearing is like a majority of it would be putting it in for an emergency, like a third of it for that emergency fund, you know, in case roads get washed out or whatever. But I'm going to relay all this stuff back to Rolf. And then we can either bring it up the meeting or whatever, or you could even send in that email to him if you want to summarize everything up. Karen, what's easier for you?
Well, I think if it's our recommendation, we should make a motion and take a vote.
I agree.
That's what we should do.
I think that's what we should do.
And if it's not, then, you know, we should carry it over to another meeting to discuss, you know, further.
Okay. Does the committee feel ready to make a motion and move forward with that, or would you prefer to wait and make the motion at another meeting?
I think that I'm ready to make the motion, and I think it's important because there's going to be a decision made to set the tax rate. And so I think you need to send that, I guess, recommendation before they set the tax rate. I think there was some discussion that to use the money as some kind of windfall to reduce taxes for 1 year. And I don't think that's
Can I just add something?
Sure.
At that meeting, you had talked about opening the meeting and approving the minutes. I'm sorry, I totally slipped my mind on that. Let's have that joint meeting at the workshop and before the workshop, and then switch into a workshop if that's what you want to do. Do you know what I mean? So where we can discuss this at, a public meeting, the two of us together.
Vote it tonight.
And then that way where you guys will know more about, what you can do, what you can't do, because I'm not positive, you know what I mean, on that. So this way where we can have that, and Rolf's the one that's got it for both sides. Do you know what I mean? He knows the budget finance inside and out, and he knows the select board inside and out. So, 1 second, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is if we have that meeting in the beginning, we can talk this out publicly in a live meeting, and then we can go into a workshop if you want to do that. Don's not even listening.
Karen?
Okay.
I'm in agreement with Don.
There's nothing that prohibits, what we're recommending, and I think if you make the motion and it's approved tonight, then it can go to that meeting and have that discussion. But I don't think there's, anything gained by pushing it off and talking to Rolf about it. It's perfectly appropriate.
Okay. I feel that we should move forward with a motion, and the committee will make a statement by how they feel about it, and then we can, once the motion goes through or doesn't go through, then the select board will understand where we're coming from, and then we can have that discussion at the joint meeting.
Right.
I think that would work. Chris?
Yeah, I'm agreeing with Don. I'm ready to make recommendation tonight to the select board that I'm not making the motion. I think, Don, you'd be better at making the motion, but I would be willing to vote on this tonight. I think we have enough information and it's that important that we don't use those funds to go into tax relief, that we just make the recommendation and then we'll have the discussion.
Okay. All right. Cliff, did you have something to say?
The only thing I'd have to add is, I don't think there's any question that we take the fine part and put that into a slush fund, whatever you want, an emergency fund, and I think it should be stated as such in the motion, and then the rest of it goes as Dawn said. Do you agree with that, Dawn?
Yeah.
So we specify where that piece is going anyway, as a strong, firm recommendation.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you, because I really don't want to see that go back into general. I don't want to lose that.
That's my only concern, that we get that piece, and then the rest of it, then we go the other way, and it's open for a lot more discussion.
Okay, so Don, do you want to make the motion?
I guess so. I thought you were going to do this, but
Oh, and real quick, can I just, I'm so sorry. I know we were talking about exactly what you guys were talking about, and I know we had mentioned something about increasing from that fine, part of it to go to legal. Do we want to break it down in this, or are we just doing like an overall, it's not going to taxes?
I'm going to break it down.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
That's what my thoughts are. Break it down.
So I would move that with respect to the Sebago settlement monies, that the town set up a legal and environmental protection fund, recommend to the Board of Selectmen that be set up with the actual fine money, which is a much smaller amount of money than the actual monies that were returned from the violation. So basically, set up a legal and environmental protection fund with the fines themselves. The money that came from fund balance to pay the legal fees should go back to fund balance. And I would add another angle on this, and that is that we would recommend that the Board of Selectmen use the reasonable and appropriate funds that they have used in the past to reduce the taxes for this year, in keeping with, practices far back as I can remember. So assuming fund balance has the capacity, that's the amount of money we would use to reduce taxes. And that's not a very good motion, but I'm just saying that's what I would recommend.
Well, that's why I asked you to do it, because it was better than mine.
It's too complicated, but basically, I guess, so the motion would be to set the fine money aside into an environmental and legal protection fund. The balance would go to fund balance to reimburse the legal fees expended. And then the recommendation for taxes would be to use something in keeping with past practice.
And Chris, do you want to have a dollar amount specific on it? Did you want?
We need to move on the motion.
Okay.
We need to move on the motion. You've made the motion, so we need to have a second to the motion.
So we need a second?
We need a second to the motion.
I'll second.
All right, Cliff will second it. Okay, now we can have further discussion on the motion on the floor.
Sorry about that. So it's been answered. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Trying to stick to the parliamentary procedure.
Yeah, don't let me derail it. So I don't have any further discussion on it.
Anyone else have any further discussion? Okay.
Well, yes. Weren't we talking about, Sean, did you want a dollar amount tonight? Or just, what I would recommend, and I don't know that we need to amend the motion, because we're going to have numbers that we can use that are our legal fees that were expended, and then what we got in the fine. I don't know, I don't want to quote those numbers tonight, but those are easy to get. And the way, Dawn, you presented that, I'm comfortable with that, because you broke it down into legal and fine. So that's pretty easy to come up with those numbers.
Okay. I would agree.
I'm good.
All right. Any other discussion? Okay. All those in favor of the motion to have the town set the legal and environmental protection fund with the fine money and the fund balance to pay the legal fees back to the fund balance, and the town to use the usual procedures for the taxes to continue with that process. Okay, all those in favor? Okay. Any opposed? None opposed. It was unanimous, so the motion carries. Okay. Is there any public comment for this evening? Okay. Budget Finance Committee comment?
One comment.
Okay.
Just a reminder, next Wednesday, August 28th at 6:30 p.m. will be a workshop to discuss the Comprehensive Plan 2025 update. That's going to be held at Jordan Small Middle School gym. Workshop is open for all town committees and boards, and I know Peter would mention that, but he's not here tonight. So please join us next Wednesday to hear the updated Comprehensive Plan.
Anyone on Zoom have any comments? No?
I'm all good.
All right, anyone else here? Any comments? All right, we have a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Okay, we stand adjourned. Thank you.
Welcome to the August 27th, 2024 Zoning Board of Appeals meeting for the town of Raymond. The Zoning Board of Appeals will come to order. The board does have a quorum. I am now going to do a roll call. David Murch.
Tom Hennessy.
Greg Dean.
Pete Lockwood. Fred Miller.
This is a public proceeding, and unless the board specifically votes to go into executive session, you have the right to hear everything that is being said and to look at all of the exhibits that are presented. Please notify the chair if you are unable to see or to hear. The board works from a published agenda and will be considering tonight's items in the following order. Excuse me. Call to order. Number 2, approval of minutes from September 26, 2023. Items 3, new business. Election of chair and vice chair for fiscal year 2025. Administrative appeal, re 36 Merch Landing Road. Then code enforcement officer communications. Finally, adjournment. In each instance, the burden is upon the applicant to demonstrate compliance with the provisions of the applicable ordinances or state law. After the board votes on the merits of each application, it will prepare a written notice of decision. Because the notice of decision may substantially affect any appeal rights, and also as a matter of courtesy, the board asks that those attending the meeting with regards to a specific application not leave until the board has completed its discussion. Generally speaking, appeals from adverse decisions must be filed with the Superior Court as otherwise provided by law within 45 days of this board's decision. Also, to be certain that you preserve your individual right to file any such appeal, you must be certain that the board's record evidences your appearance this evening in opposition and the basis for your opposition. All persons speaking, including representatives of the applicant and members of the public, are asked to stand at the microphone, to sign the speaker's sheet, state their name, address, and affiliation with the application, being either for, opposed, or neutral. All persons speaking shall address all remarks or questions to the chair. This meeting is not over until the board has formally adjourned. Any discussion not included on the meeting agenda or accepted by the board is to be held until after adjournment or conducted outside the meeting room. Next up is approval of minutes for September 26, 2023. If there are no corrections, the minutes are approved as distributed. Next, election of chair, our new business chair and vice chair for fiscal year 2025. Do I have any nominations for chair?
I'd like to nominate David Murch.
I'd like the second.
Any other nominations? Okay, I will accept that nomination. Thank you. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
So moved. I gotta have it clear on that one.
Oh.
David Murch as chair for that.
Okay, so move to elect David Murch as chair.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor? Pass unanimously. Next up, nominations for our vice chair for fiscal year 2025. Do you have any nominations?
Nominate Greg Dean.
Any other nominations? Greg, you willing?
Yep, I'll accept it.
All right, I will make a motion that we move forward with Greg Dean as vice chair for fiscal year 2025. Do I have a second on that?
Second.
All those in favor?
I guess I'll vote for myself.
It's legit. So approved unanimously. Excuse me. Next up is our administrative appeal for 36 Murch Landing Road. Applicant Karen and Bill Burke. Location 36 Murch Landing Road. Owners O'Connor. Description: administrative appeal of a permit for a second dock, permit number 202-4146. Assisting tonight for the ZBA is Attorney Hamer. Attorney Hamer, we have been through several administrative appeals, but it's always helpful to have guidance for properly move forward with next steps. So if you want to outline for us what that will look like tonight, we have obviously our code enforcement officer here with us. We have the appellants and their legal representation. We also have the owners in attendance of the property with legal representation for them as well. So it would be good for us as a board to know when it's appropriate for each of these parties to speak, and again, guiding us through the proper steps forward with this appeal.
Good evening. My name is John Hamer. I'm an attorney from Rubin Winchell, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have as they come up. Just wave to me, and I'll jump in. In terms of the procedure to go forward tonight, generally the procedure is that you'll hear from the person who has filed the appeal first. They present their case, followed by any adverse parties who might want to speak in rebuttal, and then hear from the code enforcement officer. Usually that's last, but it's up to you on how you want to proceed. Some boards have the code enforcement officer present the issue up front and then turn it over to the parties. But for the most part, you want to hear from the applicant first, and you open it up to parties who are opposed to the appeal, and then get this code enforcement officer's viewpoint. And you can go back and forth as necessary until you get the whole story out.
So I appreciate that, thank you. One of the things that's a little different for us is obviously this is a public hearing, so we'll be open to public comment. In regards to the owner of the property, how do they need to wait for the public comment period, or are they allowed to speak in conjunction or, as you laid out in sequence with the other parties here tonight for the appellant as well as code enforcement?
The owner of the property, I would say, am I unmuted? Yeah, okay. The owner of the property is a party and is separate from the members of the public. So they're not required to wait for the public hearing. A lot of times, you'll have a lot of back and forth between the two parties before we open it up to any other members of the public who wish to speak. But they do have the right to speak. They are a party as opposed to a member of the public.
Okay, thank you, appreciate that. Gentlemen, do you have any initial questions for our attorney?
Nope.
Okay, very good. So I'm going to start out, I want to ensure that we have, it's okay for us to be reviewing this this application, this appeal request. Part of that is, do we have proper jurisdiction? Having reviewed the ordinances, I don't see any question that we have jurisdiction over seeing this. Does anyone on this board find otherwise? Okay. Is there anyone on this board who may have a conflict of interest or personal bias with regards to this case?
Yes, David. I would just like to mention that my parents have worked with Murray, Plum and Murray in the past. In particular, Peter Plum was their attorney for their will and testament, and I was executor of their estate. That business is complete and has been for a couple of years, but I just wanted to disclose that.
Okay. The appellant parties, do you have any concerns with this?
We do not, thank you.
Okay.
And nothing from us either. We trust there won't be an issue.
Okay. Chris, you okay? Yeah. I'm okay with this. The rest of the board, you okay?
Yep.
I don't think there's any need to vote then. Standing, let's see. The standing, if the board decide have the authority to review the application, it must decide whether the applicant has standing to apply or to make the appeal. Again, having read the appeal, I believe they have standing. They are abutters. They have made a case for us to review this. Does anybody feel contrary?
No.
And Sandy is not here, but my assumption would be, Chris, that if appropriate fees hadn't been paid and this hadn't been filed properly, we would not be meeting on it tonight. Correct. Would that be correct? Okay, very good. Application was complete in its submission, at least as far as I can see. Do we have any disagreement with that?
Nope.
Okay, so I believe that moving forward, we have the right and responsibility to be reviewing this case. So, if I understand correctly, Attorney Hamer, we should be hearing first from our appellants with regards to this case.
Yes, there is. And the threshold issue, which you'll be hearing from the appellants, is a question of whether the appeal was timely filed.
You're right. I missed that. You know what? I knew that was a big one, and I jumped right over it and not even thinking. So, how best do we do this? It's almost like it's like two little mini cases. How do we properly move forward with this without? Obviously, we don't want to trial this. We don't want to go through this case in too greater detail if we're not going to really be hearing it in full. So what is your recommendation how we move forward with this?
I suggest that you have the applicant address the question of timeliness first and allow the opposing party to respond and just deal with that issue first. And if there's a decision that the appeal may proceed, then you can go on to the merits.
Very good. Thank you. So, our party for Karen and Bill Burke, or Mr. McDonald, Attorney McDonald, correct?
Yes, thank you so much. I do see a pad here. Do you want me to?
Yeah, I'll have to have you fill it out. And if you can just state your name and your residence and your affiliation for opposed or neutral with regards to this.
Absolutely. My name is Kelly McDonald. I am an attorney at Murray, Plum and Murray. I'm here tonight representing Karen and Bill Burke, who are here with me, who are the appellants in this action. Perhaps I can finish filling this out in a minute, and I will do so.
Yeah, that'd be fine. Yep.
First of all, thanks for taking your evening to consider this. We appreciate it. So going by the instructions from the chair, I'll first address the question of the timeliness of the appeal. So just by way of background, the ordinance, no question, provides for a 30-day appeal window from the date that the permit was expired. I don't think that there is any quarrel that our appeal was in fact sent in 3 days after that appeal period expired and received on the 4th day after the appeal period expired. Raymond's ordinance does provide a good cause exception. This board has the discretion to conclude that good cause exists to permit an untimely appeal to go forward. And I'd like to explain to you why I think that is entirely appropriate in this circumstance here tonight. So, by way of background, Karen and Bill Burke do own the land next to the O'Connor's property, and this is an appeal of a permit that was granted, erroneously we believe, to the O'Connors to install a second dock on their property. This precise question had been of concern to the Burkes for several years. In fact, they had gone to the town of Raymond's code enforcement officer several years ago and asked, is it possible to put a second dock on this property? And they received the answer that it was not, because it did not have enough shore frontage. And then they went to the next code enforcement officer, the immediate predecessor to Mr. Hansen, and they asked him the same question. Is it possible to put a dock on this property? And the reason they were asking this question, the dock, that piece of property was for sale. They were considering purchasing part of it in order to ensure that a dock was not placed close to their house. Based on those answers that they got, that a second dock could not be placed on the property, they decided, of course, they decided not to do so. When the O'Connors purchased the property, the Burkes met them for the first time in May of this year of 2024, and the O'Connors indicated to them that they were investigating putting a second dock on their property. And I believe it was Ms. Burke who met with them that first time, who met with Ms. O'Connor, and immediately said, well, I don't think that's actually allowed under the ordinance because you don't have enough shoreland frontage. And we've checked in with the CEO, and that's what we've been told. Concerned about that conversation and that expressing that potential that they might install the second dock, Bill Burke called the town office shortly thereafter on May 29th and left a detailed voicemail for Mr. Hansen expressing concern that the O'Connors might file an application to put in a second dock, and stating that it was Mr. Burke's belief that that was not possible due to the amount of shore frontage that was available, and also repeating the fact that he had received that assurance from 2 prior CEOs for the town of Raymond. He didn't get a response to that voicemail. So he called again in the middle of June and left another detailed voicemail expressing a concern about that an application might be forthcoming. And he didn't get a response to that. And so then he went in person to the town office on July 1st to meet with Mr. Hansen to again express his concern to try to ward off any permit being erroneously issued. He was told that Mr. Hansen was on vacation, would return, and would be available for a meeting. The first available date he would be available for a meeting was July 9th. So they scheduled a meeting with him for July 9th, and in fact met with Mr. Hansen on the afternoon of July 9th. And it was at that point that they learned for a first time that an application had in fact been made for a second dock, and that a permit had in fact been issued. At that conversation, Mr. Hansen was not sure what the date of that permit was, when it had been issued, and when that 30-day window was going to expire, and so they asked for a copy of the permit. Mr. Hansen, it's my understanding that Mr. Hansen also pulled up the GIS system for the town and measured the shore frontage distance and said to the Burks, yes, you are correct, there's not enough shore frontage there. There may have been a mistake. So it is July 9th in the afternoon. That evening, they received a copy of the permit. They then reached out to me, immediately engaged me. It did, I'm afraid, take me 36 hours to get fully up to speed and draft the notice of appeal and send it by overnight mail to the town. So on the afternoon of July 11th, 2 days after they found out, and 3 days after the appeal period had in fact expired, we sent that notice of appeal off to the town office. And it was received the following day, Friday, the 12th. And so why does that constitute good cause? Well, in order to answer the question of what is good cause, we have a lot of case law to rely on. The most recent important case is the Viles case. And in the Viles case, which was a case decided by the Maine Law Court, the Maine Supreme Court, in 2006, the law court was considering, this is Viles versus Town of Emden. And in that case, the law court concluded that in circumstances very similar to those here, a delay of 5 months after the permit was issued was acceptable and was justified good cause for the board to extend the deadline because, for a couple of different things. First of all, the abutter hadn't received any notice that the permit had been issued. When the abutter came back to their property and saw the construction occurring, they immediately took action and raised their concerns. And in fact, the permit was issued in error. And for those, in those factual circumstances, the law court said, yes, good cause exists there, even though you're 5 months after the appeal period expired, to allow that appeal to take place. In that decision, the law court set forth a bit of a test. It's not a binary test. It's not an easy test. It is really a factually based test. And what the law court said is that boards should consider a variety of factors. Some may apply to a specific case, some may not apply. And so some of those factors that they listed was notice received by the abutter, how long did the appellant wait after getting actual knowledge that the permit had been issued, did the municipality violate its own ordinance, and did the abutter violate the permit they were issued. But it made clear that not all of those prongs are necessarily to be considered. You don't have to meet all of those tests in order to find good cause. So in this case, it's our view that that the facts here support all of those prongs in terms of finding good cause. It's hard to imagine abutters being more on top of the issue than the Burks were. They were proactively calling the CEO in the years before the O'Connors even purchased the property. They immediately let the O'Connors know that it would be a violation of ordinance to install a second dock. They made repeated phone calls and visits to the town office. They met with Mr. Hansen as soon as he was available, and that date was after that appeal period had expired. So it is hard to imagine what good cause is if it is not these kinds of circumstances. The law court said in Viles, the good cause exception was designed because the lack of a notice requirement, and of course there's no requirement that the town notify the Burks of this permit, the lack of a notice requirement may mean that an abutting landowner does not learn of a permit until the time period for appeal has expired. So we have a good cause exception, there's a purpose for it, and we suggest that it should apply here. Now, the O'Connors, through counsel, submitted a response to our application, arguing that this board should conclude that we're out of luck, we're untimely, we waited too long and dragged our feet in filing our appeal. Let's talk first about the law that they cite to. They rely heavily on a case called Brackett versus Town of Rangeley. That's a Maine law court, a Maine Supreme Court case too, but the key thing about that case is it's from 2003. Viles is from 2006. So Brackett is old law. And they cite to a case called Tebow versus Town of Newfield, in which this trial court, not the Supreme Court, decides that an abutter had not shown good cause. That case was decided under the Brackett standard, the 2003 standard. At that point in time, Viles had not yet been decided. Now, once the Tebow case made it up to the law court, Viles had just been decided. It was decided in between the lower court's decision and when the law court reviewed it. The law court affirmed the lower court's ruling in what's called a memorandum of decision, a MEMDEC. A MEMDEC is not law that you can cite to. It does not create precedent. The law court issues two different kinds of decisions. Normal decisions are cases you can cite to as precedent. MEMDECs are not. And in that MEMDEC, the law court said, yeah, the Superior Court weighed the factors that we laid out in Viles in this new test, even though they were citing to the Brackett test. So even after applying this new test, we're going to affirm the lower court's decision. But that's not the situation here. The new law is Viles, the new test is Viles, and I think it's notable that in the opposition that was filed, you're not going to find the word Viles anywhere in there. They don't address the current state of the law in their opposition. And I think the key difference, why does that matter? The key difference is that under Brackett, it uses the word and. You have to meet all three of these prongs, including that the permit holder violated their permit. Viles does away with that. Viles says you consider all of the factors, including whether the abutter violated the permit. But you don't have to consider that factor. So they're citing to old law. We cite to the new law. I do want to just follow up. There are two statements that are made that I think are just mistakes that were made in that opposition. In the O'Connor's opposition, they write, once they were put on notice in early June that the application had been filed, you'll find that line somewhere in there. And that's just wrong. That's not the case. They weren't put on notice in early June. They in fact hadn't gotten a response from the town. They weren't told by the O'Connors that an application had been filed, even though the O'Connors knew, as you'll see from their council submission, the O'Connors knew that the Burkes had expressed this concern by left voicemails for the town. The O'Connors didn't tell the Burkes that the application had been filed or the permit had been granted. And the town didn't tell the Burkes that the application had been filed or the permit had been granted. They didn't learn any of that until the meeting with Mr. Hanson on July 9th. And then they state the appellant still delayed another 3 days before taking the simple step of filing the notice of their appeal. First, it was actually 2 days. It was less than 48 hours. I was on vacation. I still got it done in 48 hours. And even if it had been 3 days, we're going to suggest to you that is completely reasonable to file a notice of appeal within 3 days and only 4 days after the appeal period had expired, especially in light of the Viles decision in which the applicant was 5 months after the appeal deadline had expired. So that's what I have to say about the timeliness issue. I'll have more to say on the merits of the appeal, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have for me at this time.
All good, gentlemen. Do you have anything at this point regarding timeliness?
Mr. McDonald, I just had one quick question, and it's just a reminder, I think it's just a typo. On one of the letters that was submitted on June 11th, it's page 2 in the last paragraph. It talks about, it's actually in, I think, the second or third to last sentence. It actually, he told the applicants that he had made a mistake in issuing the permit and that he could call the O'Connors on June 10th. Was that supposed to be July 10th?
It sure is. It sure is. That is absolutely a typo. It's my understanding that Mr. Hanson, this is during the meeting on July 9th, and he said that he would call O'Connor's the following day, which would be July 10th. So thanks for pointing that out.
Sure, that's what it sounded like. I just wanted to make sure.
Appreciate that.
Yep.
I think we're all set.
Okay. Thank you.
The O'Connors or their representative would like to speak.
All right. Good evening. Good evening, everybody. Jason Howe with Preddy Flaherty. I'm here on behalf of our clients, Dan and Kathleen O'Connor, not O'Connell, to be clear. I appreciate Kelly's take on the facts. I think we come down in a slightly different place. I think, as you see laid out in the memo that we submitted, the feeling is that our clients did everything they could to play by the rules here, everything that they could to play by the book. After that initial conversation with the Burks, they reached out to the town code enforcement officer and said, "What do we need to do? Is this something that we can do? Can we build a dock here over on this portion of the point of land?" And after a meeting and a conversation, the response was, "Yes, this qualifies." Our folks, of course, went forward with planning for the installation after hearing from code.
Please go ahead.
Sorry, it's really distracting to hear you guys talking, so.
Sorry.
Okay. Sorry.
I'm sorry.
In any event, notwithstanding the attempted recording, our clients reached out to the code enforcement officer and got word from code that no, in fact, they were entitled to install the dock on that portion of the land. No one was trying to hide the application from anybody else. Our clients, as you'll see from the memo, repeatedly offered to have the Burks come over and see where they were planning to install the dock at one point in the process. In fact, they did come over and see where our clients had said they were planning to install the dock, based on approval from the town. We take a little bit of an issue with the notion that somehow, as Kelly insinuated, our clients were trying to hide this application from the Burks. Very much not the case. They had sought input and asked them to come over, had asked to be neighborly, wanted to show them where they were going to install the dock, wanted to make sure it wasn't going to be too close to theirs, even though the Burks dock is right on the property line. Our clients were willing to move it further away. The reality is that you can't, there's a little cove there if you're familiar with the property, and you really can't get boats inside that cove because of the rocks and things. So the dock that they had the permit to install is located out further on the point, which of course is closer to the Burks. In terms of the timeline, it's clear that yes, the Burks reached out several times to the town and talked with the O'Connells, the O'Connors, several times about the dock. It's apparent to me that if there was that level of concern, that the request should have been made to town and to code, because a request calls to planning and towns calls to code certainly could have asked for a copy of the permit, if that were the case. And that didn't happen. We're led to believe that the first time they're aware of this is on July 9th, which is a few days after the permit the deadline had expired. But there was a continuum here. And we should also pay really close attention to the equities. What's fair here? We're not trying to pull one over on anybody. We built based on a permit that was at the time properly issued. The construction of the dock, which is a very expensive dock intended to be able to support, our clients' parents who are elderly, didn't happen until after the expiration of the appeal period. The clients, as you should, waited until the appeal period had run before they started construction. And it wasn't until after completion and after a visit a few days prior by the Burks that there was an appeal. This is not my client's position, but it seems evident to me that the issue here is not the second dock. It is the location of the second dock. If the second dock were on the other side of the property, completely out of sight, I tend to suspect that we wouldn't have the appeal today. That's just me. That is not my clients. In terms of talking about current case law, I think it's a bit disingenuous to cite that the MEMDEC decision came after the Emden case or the Viles case and then say, but that doesn't count, right? in terms of sequence for time, what the what the law court in Viles said was they recognized the test from the prior cases. They looked at bracket and they said, this is one of the tests that is used. All of these tests that have been used in the past revolve around weighing the relative equities. When you think about the case in bracket versus in Viles, in the Viles case, and I'm sure Kelly omitted this, benefits his clients, but we should be clear, the town of Emden did not have an appeal deadline. The town of Emden did not have an appeal deadline. The court imposes a reasonable deadline, usually construed to be 60 days based on some of the case law out there. But in the Emden case, there was no 30-day appeal period under ordinance. Also in the Emden case with Viles, there was no construction yet. One of the things that the Viles court talks about is the relative equities and whether or not construction had been commenced, because in that line of cases where you have a construction permit that's issued, the old tests revolved around what was fair. In fact, if you go back to the bracket and then to the Tybalt case, again, affirmed most recently by the law court, you will see the Tybalt case say, given the exception that they're seeking in Tybalt to allow for an appeal after the fact, after the deadline has run, would be to create an exception that swallows the rule. This is a case that is very much in line with Tybalt. And what Viles doesn't do, Viles does not overturn bracket. It says there are various tests that apply, all of them centering around what's reasonable and fair. The other thing that's worth noting that's different between the Viles case and the bracket case is that in the bracket case, there was a denial of the hearing, basically that it was untimely. The board at the time said, untimely, you don't get to have a hearing. Go to the court, try it at court. In Viles, it was flipped. In Viles, the challenge was coming as a result of the board having said, no, thou shalt issue a stop work order. That's not our situation here. There's no stop work order. The work's completed. Commenced after the deadline had run and completed as proposed by the permit. Meaning that our clients reasonably relied on the permit from the town to construct this thing after having gone through the proper channels. And if you look at the case law, when you talk about weighing the equities, a lot of the construction case law, again, bracket and Tybalt, talk about what is fair. And a lot of those construction cases tie back to whether or not construction has been commenced. Because as you'll see again in bracket, which again is still good law, you'll see that the court says it's unfair to penalize somebody who has reasonably relied on a on a town permit for something that wasn't their fault, to then have to try and rip it out after the fact. And of course, if you follow that down to its logical conclusion, effectively what you're saying, if you buy the argument, is that, yeah, we'll allow the appeal. If the appeal goes against the person who built the dock, all that's going to happen is you're going to be back before the court with an equitable estoppel argument. And I think the law court recognized that that's not an appropriate result, because then the town is stopped from removing it, or the town ends up paying for all of the costs and damages of the installation or the rip out. So it's a bit unfair to say that you're comparing apples to apples. This is really apples to potatoes. In this case, we're much more analogous to Tybalt. We follow the bracket test, yes, but I think even if you were to weigh the equities here, if we want to lean on equities, the equities here, given the case law, suggest that you don't require somebody to pull out a dock. And that ties to timeliness, because what's fair? If the dock has already been completed or the structure's already been completed, and there's an appeal after the fact, after the deadline, unlike Viles, where there was no deadline and no completion, then the parties who followed the permit shouldn't be required to go through the process of a hearing. I think it's safe to say that we feel that the board tonight should, with respect to everybody, say this is untimely. The appropriate venue would be for Kelly to file a Rule 80B appeal, and for this board to say that based on the equities here, the application is time barred, and let the Superior Court sort it out. That's, I think, procedurally what makes the most sense to us. But this is not a case of anyone trying to hide information from the other. If anything, it was quite the opposite with our clients, trying to make sure that everything was above board, everything was done to the letter, in a fashion that was timely. No one was rushing the construction through. Everything was done as permitted. And it's only now after the fact that our clients, who have been above board all along, are stuck defending an appeal that was untimely. Happy to answer any questions if you have them.
I've got one.
Greg?
I think I may have just answered it, but I was going to ask you, it seems like a central point to your argument is this is a vials versus bracket test discrepancy. And am I right in understanding that as you've written, that the bracket test is the enumerated in
page
3?
Page 3, yeah, of our...
Page 3, okay.
Yep. Page 3, second from bottom is the test.
Yeah.
And I think that if you look at, I don't have the vials case, Kelly may, but if you look at the conclusion to vials, it calls out the bracket case as one of the lines of analysis. It doesn't overturn it. It just says this is one of the lines of analysis that has been used in the past. The touch point in all of this is to look at the equities of the situation. And if you look at the case law that they rely on, not addressed in vials because it wasn't the fact set, is that in instances where the parties have built in compliance with the permit, which is what bracket's getting at, by the way, but in instances where parties have built in compliance with the permit in reasonable reliance on the permit that was validly issued in the appropriate time frame, having done nothing wrong, you apply a test that favors the party who's being challenged because they followed the rules and are now after the fact being penalized. And in those cases, the courts typically find that it's not timely. In cases like vials, where there isn't a deadline and where the construction has not been completed. And by the way, in vials, it was truly a vile fight between the two neighbors. It's been going on for years and years and years and years, really ugly stuff. But very distinct situation than for here. So the court doesn't overturn the test. It just says, look, we use different tests. They all sort of weigh the equities. And I think the distinction is more along the lines of what's fair here in terms of timing, certainly given the completion of the project.
Sure, I agree.
Yeah, again, not being an expert on the case law, could you just summarize the what was the dispute of the bracket case in terms of property? What was the permit for?
Building a house.
A house?
Yeah, it was building a house.
Okay.
In the bracket test, the question was whether or not you could build a house. And in the bracket case, there was the person who was building the house built it in the wrong place, at the wrong size, the wrong time, hadn't followed a bunch of shoreline setbacks and wastewater treatment procedures, which is where I think you get the compliance with the permit language that comes out of bracket. But again, very, very different circumstance in allowing that rule. And the other point in bracket too is the notices had required hearings, and they didn't in bracket give them. So here we're in compliance with the letter of the law.
I got a question.
You're good.
Was there no possibility of replacing the floating dock with the fixed dock at the floating dock location?
I'm so glad you asked that.
That's what
Yeah, we're not at the merits, so I don't want to be premature. But the other thing here is that, as you'll see in our argument, if you read our memo, we touch on that point, and that is that there is nothing which precludes the board from simply saying that CEO has to add a condition to the permit which says you shall not dock boats at the, I've been calling it the weird boxy structure. It's probably the wrong technical term, but it's basically like a railroad tie construction in the water from which a jumping dock comes off.
follow up. So has the floating dock been removed now? And
it's in the process of being removed.
And then it's never coming back?
It could never come back.
I think we can get into this if we.
But that's the merits. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That's really if you.
Okay.
Yeah.
I heard you say big boulders and rock. Native.
Yeah. Well,
had to move.
If Kelly has a chance to hold up his diagram later on, you'll see that there are rocks that prevent access to the interior of the cove, and that the dock that's there now, as permitted, comes off of the point where you can actually get a boat up to the dock. Okay. So, but Tom, it's a great question.
Yep.
Any other questions? Okay. Very good. Thank you. Chris?
I'm going to reserve most of my comments if you go forward with the appeal. But I would like to say a couple things. And they're in general about the Burks, the O'Connors, and the communication with me about the dock permit and what I issued. And I'm not going to get into extreme detail because if you go forward, I'll provide more. But what I would like to say is both parties have been a pleasure to deal with their projects. I dealt with the Burks for a number of years while they built 2 cottages, tore down existing buildings, and their passion for preserving the environment and the lake was extraordinary. And I appreciate that. The O'Connors have bought a property abutting the Burks, which I would say the exact same thing. The Poulins, prior to the O'Connors, tore down a home, built a new $4 or $5 million home. I'm not sure what the price was, but it was extraordinary in that they took extreme care to protect the environment. Both parties are very conscious about Sebago Lake and preserving the lake. They both have the right to have peaceful enjoyment of their properties. They both have large properties. This dock, I think there's some miscommunication on all sides. I met with the Burks about a permit that I issued. Their concerns were at a time when I was absolutely underwater with permits and inspections and trying to keep the office afloat. I was caught by surprise that they were concerned that I issued a permit for a second dock. I didn't. If you look at the permit, it says for a new dock. In the conversations with the O'Connors and Lois O'Connor, the real estate agent that represented them in their purchase applied for the permit with Mr. Burke and I believe your son. Am I right? Yes. And during that discussion about getting the permit, it was discussed that the dock that they had was not functioning because the water was too shallow. There were too many boulders, there was too much wind, and they were getting complaints from the neighbors about the clanging of the dock. And it was my understanding that when I issued this permit, that that dock would be removed. And that the permanent dock that has been discussed as a permanent dock by previous code officers, I would say that's their interpretation. My interpretation is that there was a landing. A landing isn't a dock. A landing is a place where a dock anchors and goes into the lake. This railroad tie structure that Mr. Howe described has been there for hundreds of years. Thus, Murch Landing Road. There used to be a dock attached to that went all the way out past those boulders, and steamships used to land there to bring supplies into that section of town. We have landings that used to be off from Wharf Road. Same thing. There was rock structures built with piers and wharfs, and the steamships would stop there at Wharf Road, right by Raymond Beach, and brought supplies in. So there's a lot to this. And I can tell you right now, this permit, I spent about 10 minutes issuing this permit. I don't have time to read all these law cases about whether I should or I shouldn't. And in my mind, this is a simple dock permit to move it to a location on their property that works. I mean, they could have put a dock from where it is now all the way over there, 500 feet. They could do that, and they would have no argument, because you can have a dock for whatever length you get to water where you can anchor your boat and use it. It's very shallow there. It's very rocky there. So I just think there's a lot of miscommunication, and I'm very sad that these two people that are sitting here tonight with attorneys paying all this money over something so simple that they could have worked out together. And I just am having a hard time that, like I said, we have a big lake. We have big landowners here, 2 abutters that I wish to just get along and make the dock work for both parties. That's all I'm going to say.
As part of the information that you provided to the ZBA, you set out a timeline. In that timeline, we have July 9th, meeting with Bill and Karen Burke and inform them that the permit had been issued. That was on July 9. Can you confirm then that that is the first time that they were aware that a permit had been issued?
I can't confirm when they knew. That would be my knowledge of when they knew.
So the first time of being informed by the code enforcement officer?
Correct. The messages that maybe they left, I didn't receive, whether I was on vacation, whether they went to Alex's old email. We've had a lot of movement in the office and things have changed around. I'm a one-man band instead of 2 people, so things got lost in the shuffle, and then I was on vacation, and then I was out with COVID, so there's a lot of different things here that come into play. So whether the permit is timely or not, it's your decision. And then we can talk about whether they should have got their permit or not at a later part of this.
I have a quick question for Chris.
Sure.
I know certain permits require notification of abutters, but I take it a dock permit doesn't.
Even a single-family home doesn't require that.
Doesn't? Okay.
Anything that goes to the planning board, appeals board, abutter notices go out, but not a simple code enforcement permit. Typically, they're issued, and once they're issued, people rely on that, and they have a 30-day period where there's the appeal period, and if it goes beyond that, they have every expectation to think that that permit is valid.
Got a question. Just for the record, I think in the attorney for the Burks, he explained several different dates for the voicemails occurred, and then 2 in-person meetings. One, I think you're on vacation. The second one, you met in person, kind of reviewed things. Is that generally your recollection, kind of late May, voicemails, and then?
I can't confirm any of the voicemails.
Okay.
I tried to do a search. I didn't find any voicemails that came to me. Whether they did or they didn't, they got lost. Whether they went to the wrong person or the wrong email, I don't know. But I can tell you that the first time I met with the Burks, we did talk about having 2 dock permits. I did do measurements on, and I said, oh, they can't have 2. But the question wasn't whether they could have 1, it was 2. I didn't issue a permit for 2, I issued a permit for a new dock.
So the first interaction then with the Burks was that July 9th in person?
Correct.
Okay. Thanks.
Any other questions for Chris?
This is a removable dock, right? I mean, this is not a permanent dock put in.
Both are temporary docks. They have to come out December 1st of every year.
Attorney McDonald, a bunch of information has been gone around. I give you just an opportunity to respond to any of it quickly.
Yeah, thank you so much. Kelly McDonald here for the Burks. Just a couple of quick notes in response to Attorney Howe's comments. So as your question just acknowledged, Mr. Miller, these are in fact temporary docks. And so when we're talking about equities, we're not talking about digging a hole and pouring a foundation, right? We're talking about docks that are designed to be taken out. I also want to point out that construction did not start until the 10th. And actually that's why I suggested to my clients on the 9th, call your neighbors right away to let them know that you are going to be filing this challenge of the permit. So they were put on notice of that prior to that. I'm not even going to say construction, the installation of the docks going on the water. The only other legal point I want to make on vials, the suggestion was made that there was not a deadline to file an appeal. It's true that there is not a deadline in that town's ordinances, but what the court does when that deadline is missing, it automatically imposes a 60-day deadline. So there was in fact a deadline It was one that is imposed by the courts instead of written into the ordinance. And when I talk about them being 5 months past the deadline, they were 5 months past that 60-day appeal window. So that's all I have. Happy to answer any additional questions that you might have.
You go real quick. What was the permit for in Viles?
For a house and an attached garage.
Okay.
Mr. Burke just corrected me, and I want to pass that correction along. When he spoke with the O'Connors on the night of the 9th, he did not say that they were planning on filing an appeal. You mentioned that you were considering it the following morning, the 10th, which would have been the day that the docks were installed. So thank you for that correction. I apologize to the board for my misunderstanding.
Okay. Good. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, gentlemen, it comes upon us to make a decision as to whether or not this was a time. Oh, that would be fine. Yep, sorry.
To be clear, to follow Kelly's point through to fruition, our clients didn't know there was an appeal being filed until after the dock was being constructed. Just to make that clear. I think that I've got some other things, but I think that's all that's relevant right here.
Perfect. Thank you. And I apologize for not seeing you there. So, gentlemen, it falls on us to make a decision as to whether or not there's good cause to accept this. Our ordinances do allow for it. I did take the time to print out the decision for Viles versus Town of Ebden, cited August 31st, 2006. Of note, paragraph 11 states, in discussing the factors to be utilized by courts in determining whether there is good cause to allow a late appeal, it is useful to recall the rationale in Keating for the good cause exception. The need for a good cause exception primarily stems from the lack of notice of the issuance of a building permit to abutting landowners or persons who may be aggrieved by its issuance. Reference to Keating. Maine statutes do not require municipalities or permit holders to provide notice to abutting landowners of the issuance of a building permit. Some municipalities may have enacted notice requirements in their ordinances. See bracket. In Keating, we acknowledge the difficulty of a notice requirement. The good cause exception was designed because the lack of a notice requirement may mean that an abutting landowner does not learn of a permit until the time period for appeal has expired. Paragraph 13 goes on to state, therefore, when a court examines whether the good cause exception is applicable to a situation, it starts with determining whether the appellant received notice of the issuance of the permit. Given the rationale in Keating, lack of notice is a key factor, but it is not the determinative factor. Reference to Gagne versus Lewiston crushed stone. Another factor is the amount of time the appellant waited to file the appeal after obtaining actual knowledge of the permit, citing brackets in Gagne versus Chimbrow. Still, other factors that may be appropriate involve whether the municipality violated its own ordinance and whether the permit holder violated the terms of the permits. So that I got out of Vining. In terms of the timeline, I do have too many pieces of paper. So Attorney Howe has provided an outline. He is showing a July 8th appeal deadline. The July 6th actually fell on a Saturday. So the first Monday would be July 8th. If I'm reading this correctly, I would potentially argue that the appeal deadline could have even been July 9th due to the fact that the town hall is not open on a Monday. per Chris, first at the Code Enforcement Office had informed the appellants was on July 9th. The appeal was received by the town of Raymond on July 12th, which was within 3 days. Normally, an appeal would need to be filed within 30, so I would say they met a timely filing, because again, these are just my opinions. And what was filed by the appellants, while we haven't discussed whether or not the town actually did make a mistake, they did lay out compelling arguments with regards to that. So it is, of my opinion anyways, that there is good cause to waive the 30-day appeal requirement and move forward with listening to this appeal. But again, I put that out there for you guys to
Right,
discuss.
and Dave, I think I would just add to that, I mean, it sounds to me, in reading through the information that's provided, that the Burkes have a long history of being conscious of what might happen next door, and that they've been trying to follow it for quite a few years. That too, I think, adds to the discussion or the argument that you're making.
So with that said, I will make a motion that there is good cause to waive the 30-day, to waive that 30-day requirement and allow for the hearing of this appeal. I make that motion. Do I have a second on that?
A second.
What further discussion should we have on this before voting?
So just, if you could re-articulate what's it's based off from the vials, your conclusions based off from the vials results that you read and the timeline. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then kind of this paradoxical situation where part of the suggested standard is whether or not there was an error made, which would require us to figure out if there's an error. We don't know that yet.
Right.
Okay.
So the timeline in, of course I set it aside, I don't. So, yeah, lack of notice. They didn't know about it until July 9th.
Right.
Correct. And the timeline of waiting to file the appeal, in my opinion, they filed it very rapidly in response to that.
Okay.
And then also in conjunction with vials, it says, so other factors that indicates here may be appropriate include whether the municipality violated its own ordinance. We have suggestion, I believe, that we need to review to consider that could actually be a part of this, and whether the permit holder violated the terms of the permit, for which we don't have.
We don't know.
Right.
Yeah. Or whether the municipality had made an error.
Correct.
Yeah. One thing that, sorry, if I just, yeah, finish. One thing that I think we should consider is the standard itself that we're supposed to evaluate it on. I believe it's, it may be worded as a grave miscarriage of justice, I think. And so I sort of fairly moved by Chris's perspective. I don't know if this is a grave miscarriage of justice. Both Vials and Brackett are houses with garages, substantial stakes. I'm not suggesting that this is my conclusion, but I'm pointing it out that it may be something we want to consider. Does it meet that standard for us?
The only question I might have is maybe we should just ask our attorney if there's anything that he thinks that he's got for an input.
Mr. Hamer?
Good evening again. And yes, I do have some comments that I think might help. A lot of the case law that you've been discussing provides very good guidance, but it's not necessarily controlling, in my opinion, because none of those ordinances had an express provision saying that the board could grant an extension for good cause. Those situations, the court was imposing a judicially created exception. And so that was a little bit different. So when you have it expressly written into your ordinance that you can, for good cause, extend the filing deadline, it lessens your burden a little bit. You probably still want to take a look at the same kind of considerations that you've been looking at, such as notice and how long it took the person to take up the matter once they were aware of it, and any other factors that you can also consider. The fact that the installation has already occurred. All those things you can consider, but I don't think you need to actually go to the same extent that the courts do in creating a judicially imposed exception, because it's in your ordinance. So if you find it's good cause, you don't have to find that higher threshold of extreme injustice or whatever the language was.
Very good, thank you. Oh, Greg?
Not really. I actually, that's more confusing than I think anything, because I think our ordinances, I'm referencing, I believe, the language from our ordinances, which I believe says there must be and if I'm mistaken, I'd happily, revise my point, but.
Yeah, so our ordinances, Greg, 357.7C1, making an appeal A. Administrative or variance appeal may be taken by the Board of Appeals by an aggrieved party from any decision of the code enforcement officer. Such appeal shall be taken within 30 days of the date of the decision appealed from, and not otherwise except that the board, upon showing of good cause, may waive the 30-day requirements.
Okay, so there's no, so I made that up.
You read it somewhere.
I read it somewhere.
But
yeah,
that's fair.
It's buried in here somewhere.
That's fair.
It's not in.
I appreciate the correction. That does help.
Are we back to your motion?
As long as we don't have any more discussion. We all good? So all those in favor of waiving the 30-day requirements? In favor, yes. David?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. See anyone in disfavor?
Nope. Unanimous.
Okay,
Unanimous.
so unanimous. So we shall move forward with this case. Okay.
Can I say something before we?
Oh, yeah, of course you can.
There is an issue that perhaps we should address in between this, which was the site walk, and I think we wanted to get this threshold issue taken care of. I don't know if it's appropriate to make a motion right now, but I think it's something that we should not take lightly, that we haven't seen. It seems like there are some subjective things that need to be seen, and I would encourage us to consider a site walk before we move into great detail on the actual appeal.
I wouldn't disagree. However, I do believe there's some additional information that's going to be provided in terms of photos. I wouldn't be opposed to moving forward with this case, listening to what Ray has to say, and then if we as a board decide that it would be appropriate.
Chris, I guess. Do any of these dock installations require a post-installation check-off, sign-off, inspection?
Yes. So, there is a condition on the permit that I do a final inspection. Okay. I have not done that yet. I did do a site visit myself last week and saw the landing, the temporary dock that was installed back in 2022 for the pool-ins. That is still there, and I saw the new dock installation. So I would encourage you to do a site walk. It is something that should be done. Whether the photos can replicate that or not would be up to you.
Can we see what our attorney says under this too?
Yeah, of course we can. Attorney Hamer, is a site walk required?
It's completely up to the board. If the board thinks that having a site walk would provide additional information which would be helpful in resolving the case, then I would suggest that it be scheduled first so you can take a look at the grounds and then come back and discuss it afterwards. I'm afraid that if you wait and save the site walk till after you've had a discussion about it, then you might end up changing your minds and it might be confusing. So if you're going to do a site walk, that's great. I think that's perfectly appropriate. I'm sure it's required, but it's completely up to you. If you decide to do it, though, I think it should be done first.
Okay. Question for Sandy.
Yeah.
Sandy, when could the next site walk be scheduled?
The earliest you could do it is September the 14th because of having to get the notice in the paper twice.
Notices and.
But that would still make us make our meeting for September though, right?
Yes, it would.
And then I'm not sure I should ask this question, but do we know when the dock is going to be removed for winter or whatever?
Doesn't need to be removed until December.
Yep.
I would wait until this all resolved before we do anything, frankly. I just
Okay.
I don't know which one coming or going right now, honestly.
Yep.
It wasn't a de minimis dock, we spent $36,000.
Could you go to the podium, please?
Sure. Yes.
Good evening, Dan O'Connor, 36 Merch Lane Road. I'm sorry we're here this evening. I would have loved to have worked this out in a much different way. I invited my neighbor to do that. I just moved in. All I wanted to do is get a dock so I can get my boat into our property that we did spend a significant amount of money that it basically worked my whole life to accumulate. That was what I wanted to do. If Bill wanted, if they thought we were going to build a dock, they could have asked me. I've been there the whole time. I would have said, I'm putting in a permit. Come on over, which is exactly what I said when he told me the first time we were putting in a dock. All I need to do is try to get a boat in there. I can't do that safely. I put a mooring in anticipation of when Chris gave us the dock permit. We didn't wait 30 days because I knew there was a waiting period. I waited 30 days because it took 30 days to build the dock. And it was, again, a dock that I was trying to do that was in keeping with the property and my neighbor's hopeful expectations. I invited Bill to come over and look at the property before we put it in, and it wasn't, it ended up not being acceptable to what he wanted to see. It's hard for me to understand what to do with the dock right now, honestly. I feel like just chucking the whole thing to the water. That's how frustrated I am with this. I don't want to wait until September 2nd you're all welcome at my property anytime you want to come over, as is my neighbors, all my neighbors. But I don't want to wait until September 2nd to get a resolution on this issue. I just moved into the community. It couldn't have been off to a worse start for us, honestly. And I don't know what we did wrong, other than following all the rules and trying to keep my neighbor happy. Thank you.
Chair Murch.
Yeah.
We're going a little out of order here.
Yeah.